Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And I want to know how you claim this was on me, this Arrighetti start. How is that on me?
You know what? When you center yourself in this quote-unquote heritage play of yours with Arrighetti, when you make it so over the top that you're in people's face with it, that you're shoving it down. You know,
me and Larry and Stafford. Is Larry and Stafford Italian too?
Your thoughts?
He would rather have spaghetti than cucooch. Right?
No, we see that's the wrong play.
Well, no. Maybe
one of them's a veteran.
How about if Jeremy Pena actually catches a ground ball?
This is every time a pitcher struggles, you blame it on Jeremy Pena.
Well,
how
about if he catches the ball once in a while?
How about not give up 9 earned runs and 6 hits?
He didn't give up 9 earned runs. He gave up 3 earned runs. And Jeremy Pena missed a ground ball to him, goes right under his glove, and it leads to 6 unearned runs. 6. Only they gave him a double on that. It went right under his glove.
He didn't strike out. He had 3 walks and no strikeouts.
Well, that was a little bit of a problem. That was a problem.
This is what happens. You shove you've got a right to your own opinions, your own politics, your own orientations, your own religious beliefs, but you shouldn't shove your pitching beliefs down everyone's throat.
I'll still take Arrighetti. You can kick him to the curb from one start.
You shouldn't.
Hunter Brown gave up a 9th spot in the first inning against Kansas City. How's he doing?
6 months ago.
How's he doing?
That was back when Everton was avoiding relegation.
Oh, my God. You want to talk about a turncoat? Arrighetti was just the rookie of the month, and you've already turned on him.
It's a new month.
If we haven't turned on him, you put too much pressure on him.
No. How did I put pressure on him?
Listen to the things you say. Dell said in our text, this is on you, John. I got
That's what I want to know.
From Tori Andrews, like everybody comments on you
what?
When Arrighetti does better. Why does that happen where it's about you? Damn these Italians. I get a text that says, damn these Italians.
Well, wait a minute.
It's got to be
so
you
we're blaming
and him.
all Italians because Arrighetti had a bad start?
No, I think we're blaming you.
Blaming me.
As the Italian
How
question.
in the world is this on me?
You know how you don't like cowboy fans are annoying?
Oh, they're the worst.
So they make, and it's like every fan base. People get mad at.
The last thing I am is annoying.
People get mad.
Oh, okay.
The last thing I am.
The last thing.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Yo, you're talking
to argue against facts.
You're talking a lot of cash ship yesterday, talking about, we got Arrighetti, eat that. You were talking a lot leading into this game.
Rookie of the month, and you two turn on him already.
He's not rookie of September.
No, he is not. He ain't winning that award.
Well, maybe if he. What if he throws 4 no-hitters?
Well,
you don't know.
Good luck with that.
You don't know.
You're right. I don't know. Does he have 4 more starts?
And his ERA, if he throws 4 no-hitters, his ERA will go down to 2 this month.
Well, that'd be great. I hope he does throw 4
Maybe
no-hitters.
He just hit the wall yesterday.
Oh.
Maybe he finally hit the wall.
No, he didn't hit a wall.
Maybe
no,
hit the wall.
He had a bad start. Goodness gracious. Hunter Brown gave up 9 against Kansas City, and he's the best pitcher in the league.
Why do people blame it on you?
I have no idea. Because people are
should take a look at that
because
and ask yourself.
People are stupid. That's why. All right?
The whole culture caught it.
Oh, my gosh. People are the worst. Get one bad start, and y'all are just jumping off the spaghetti bandwagon.
I'm not even blaming Arrighetti. I'm blaming you.
Did I throw one pitch?
You were so aggressive.
Did I miss any balls at shortstop?
You were so aggressive in your approach yesterday on the show. So aggressive about what was going to happen last night. And the exact opposite happened.
Well, it was a little. It didn't happen exactly as I said. Not exactly.
We are now 0-8 against the Reds dating back to 2019.
Listen, yesterday somebody said, wait a minute, it's 2016 the last time the Astros beat them. 2016.
It is, but they won in 2006. They were 2-1. The last time they won a game was in 2016. The last time, but they hadn't played after 16.
They only played 19.
So over the last, they're 0-4. The point was they're 0-4 since then. Since 19. Well, you could say 16 if you want to go back. And there's no games
technically
in 17.
It's 16.
There's no games in 17, no games in 18.
Right.
So if you want to do that, but
Well, they literally haven't beaten them since 2016, even though there were no games.
But I think they won the last game of the series. But since 19, they have played 8 times and they're 0-8.
That's
they were a favorite.
It's not
yesterday.
great. It's not great. Let's put it that way. I don't think. And you know what? Today, what happens today?
We talk about Caitlin Clark.
Oh,
we erase all of the memories of what happened with Spencer Arrighetti and
What about Hunter Brown? We don't talk about him.
Cleanse ourselves with Caitlin Clark.
Now I'm a little excited about something that happened last night. The Astros did get Ty France out once.
He is a killer.
They did get him out once last night.
There was a while I thought we were going to get Ty. I was like, Astros, he got DFA'd.
I know.
Earlier this year, and it was like, holy crap, this guy's been an Astros killer. Maybe not a killer, but he's been a nuisance for years.
A nuisance. He's if you look at his stats, he's a Hall of Famer. Against the Astros.
Yeah, he's unbelievable against the Astros.
He's the Ty Hilton.
T.Y. Hilton.
T.Y.
He's
Hilton.
not T.Y. That's a different
Wait.
category.
Okay.
I mean, T.Y. is the most destructive athlete.
He's he's got Hall of Fame stats.
He's got Hall of Fame numbers against the Astros.
Against the Texans.
T.Y.
T.Y. does.
Yeah.
Who else?
Well, easily. I mean, it's
Pujols?
obviously
No.
It's obviously your boy who made me vomit blood in the driveway.
Pujols
was an easy one. Obviously, Jonathan Taylor is actually another one.
Jonathan Taylor does have monster numbers.
T.Y. Hilton. I mean, we can't say.
What about Rockets?
Well, kind of Stockton and Malone, but we
Steph?
had them until Steph. Yeah, for
Steph.
sure. I mean, he is the greatest shooter of all time.
Right. He's
one of the top 10 players in history. And so, yeah, he's killed us.
Yeah.
I mean, Pujols a Hall of Famer too, so I guess I shouldn't. T.Y., I don't know if T.Y. is going to be a Hall of Famer, but T.Y. is a Texans Hall of Famer.
T.Y.'s not a Hall of Famer.
He averaged like 170.
If he just played the Texans, he would be beat Jerry Rice.
T.Y. Hill was pretty good. T.Y. Hilton, he's not a Hall of Famer, but T.Y. Hilton had a pretty good run.
Right now, if we look at Ty France, going by what StatMuse has to say, he's hitting .337 with 8 home runs, 28 RBIs in 67 games against the Astros. He's well on his way.
He's got say him again.
He's hitting .337 with 8 home runs, 28 RBIs, and 34 runs scored in 67 games versus the Astros. He's well on his way to a Hall of Fame career if he had to play the Astros every day.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought for a second like that guy could end up.
347.
They could end up picking him up, but you've got not Yuli, but you've got at the time.
Didn't pick him up either.
At the time, you've got
picked up Gamble. He's been pretty damn good.
Yeah, Gamble's been fine. You know what's interesting about T.Y. Hilton? He had 4 straight 1,000-yard seasons, 1,000, 1,300, 1,100, 1,448. And then the year that Andrew Andrew is out, Luck in 17, he has 966. Then Andrew Luck comes back, he has 1,270 yards. Then Andrew Luck retires, and
scene.
Yeah, he could have actually, if Andrew Luck had stayed there, he might have gotten to about 9 different 1,000-yard seasons. But alas, he didn't. And thank God, he still had big games against the Texans, even when Andrew Luck wasn't there. But yeah. Ty France, Ty France you can't get Ty France out. What can you expect? You're not going to get him out. Hunter Brown. Now this will be disconcerting if the two guys who are the best in the month of. If Hunter Brown were to get lit up, that'd be disconcerting. I don't see that happening, but can they win? Can they beat the Reds ever? I guess we'll find out today.
Good thing they're in the National League and not making the playoffs.
Anyway. I know, but although they're a pretty good team, the Reds are not. The Reds are not far from being. It's interesting seeing what's going on in the NL. Cubs got a no-hitter yesterday. They're fighting for a playoff spot. Like some of these teams that were real slappies in the past, in the recent past, have really turned it around and playing better baseball. It's Cubs got a no-hitter from a rookie pitcher and a rookie closer. They had a 7-inning start, 2 relievers, no-hitter. And I was reading that stupid Yard Barker, story aggregation, like Cubs make controversial decision on starting pitcher and no-hitter. And I'm like, what was the controversial decision, I wonder? Well, they pulled him out after 95 pitches. That's just baseball. They're not going to let the rookie go into the 8th inning. Like that just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah.
They're pretty, almost every team is adamant. we're not letting you get over especially for a young pitcher, we're not letting you get over these numbers. Look at Paul Skeens. You're not getting past your pitch count number, and that's that.
Yeah, no hitter's different. It is a decision as opposed to just pull him. He's got 95
There's
pitches.
now 21 of these combined no hitters.
Yeah,
there was like 4 of them when the Astros got theirs. When the Astros got theirs against the Yankees first.
The six.
So it's been like 17 since then, and I think the Astros have 5 of them. It's the first home no hitter for the Cubs since '72. The Astros, I think, have had 14 or 15.
72.
Yeah,
Milt Pappas.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe that's who it was. They hadn't had a home no hitter since 1972.
Cubs no hitter.
I'll try to see if I can. I'll see if I can find out for you. It's the 18th no hitter in Cubs history. I think we probably have 60. Is my guess.
We have 60.
Well, I don't know. It's just me throwing out a hyperbolic number, but feels like it. When are the Astros not getting a no hitter? Do the Astros have a no hitter this year?
Yes.
I know.
Yeah.
This is just another baseball
That's
season.
what we do.
Of course we have another no hitter.
Yeah, it's Milt Pappas in September 2nd, 1972. Thank you. Good night.
And you know what? He's part of the Pappas family that created Papacitos.
Yeah, they're really
Papado.
good. Really good.
Yeah,
they do a nice
called him the
job.
Fighting Paps. Is a Greek.
Their
one here. Why don't you claim him?
Their steakhouse.
Why don't you claim the
I
Greeks?
do.
Claim the Greeks.
love
Like you claim the
Pappas.
Italians.
I do claim them.
You could. You claim the Italians all the time.
Giannis is my guy. Okay, I'm always yes.
We should count. Yeah. See, we're in a weird place in the history of our world, not just our country, our world. John should be able to claim Giannis because Giannis has a Greek name. He grew up in Greece.
Yeah.
He wasn't born there, though.
Yeah.
He wasn't born there, but he has. Well, was he born there? Because he's got a Greek name. I bet he was born there. His parents moved from where? Congo?
I'm gonna look that up.
Like
His parents are of Nigerian descent.
Yeah,
but you should
just
be
like
able
I'm
to say.
I would compete in the Olympics for America, but I'm Italian and Greek.
What would you? Would you compete in the Olympics in?
Oh, whatever I feel like.
Oh, whatever you feel. Okay,
Yeah.
Giannis was born in Athens.
Athens. Atenas.
So I mean, you should be able to
say
claim him
Atenas.
full, and yet,
Well, I'm not one.
and yet, if you said this guy is like, if you had, well, I don't know, like people look at him as, I mean, he's Greek. He was born in Greece. He's Greek.
Yeah.
But I bet there's people who say, not really.
who are those people?
Am I lying?
Who
No.
are those people?
You guys know what I'm talking about. People would say,
Yeah,
no, you can't
well-
have him. He's not Greek. He was literally born there.
No, he's Greek. I mean,
he came up on
he's
olive
Greek.
oil.
most olive oil.
Yeah.
He came up on olive oil.
He
Yeah.
sweats olive oil.
Triple
It's what we
pressed,
do.
Most
single pressed, whatever.
Most people who don't care to get into Twitter arguments about things will say Giannis is Greek. There are some who want to get into those fights and say, "Well, is he really?" But yeah, he's Greek. He's born in Greece. He's Greek.
Well, it's like
Yeah.
it's like we have people do in this country. It's usually white guys who do this with an
Well, no.
attractive girl who say, "Where are you from?" I'm American. I'm from Kingwood. I'm American. But like, where were your people from?
Yeah.
It's always that uncomfortable. He just wants to know what nationality you were. What is your? Can you 23andMe him real quick?
I grew up in Cyprus. Well, yeah, you did, but
But
where's your mom from?
Which Cyprus?
It's
Here?
the one in Europe, that one?
European Cyprus or the one here?
All right. 713-780-3776. Basically, just a crap night last night. But we got today, and we got Hunter Brown. Let's go.
Hunter Brown in the
Time to
beginning of the NFL.
Time to go.
Yeah, isn't it a great day for you? Did Raj send out a memo to all the employees? It's the start of the season. Did you get one?
You know what's
from
funny
Raj?
is you're just saying that, right? But we usually do actually get that. I'm going to see if Roger sent us anything. No, not yet. We'll get something today, though. You're right. He does. This is it's a memo. It's like a
Who
email.
sends this out?
Roger. Well, he
Oh,
called him Raj.
Oh, Raj.
His name is
I
Roger
thought he said
Goodell.
Raj. I was like, who's
no,
that?
Roger
Raj.
Goodell sends this out.
Uh-huh.
And yes, he will send it to us. He raises our spirits. He kind of gets people pumped up for the year. He sends an email out to us, and we're like, we get really pumped up because our friend Roger Goodell, and I think if we were all in the same place, he would invite us to some type of watch party at his penthouse.
Do y'all have
or
to
whatever.
call him daddy?
But
If we all lived in New
he
York.
only makes
Well, he's
$63
probably
million a
gonna be
year.
at
Which
the-
house are we going to talk about? He only makes
with the big one,
63 a year.
wherever the big one is.
And
Do you hear him counting
how many more
Wendy's money?
cutbacks we going to have on
Do you
NFL
hear
Network?
him counting? Well, God willing, as they say in Fauda, God willing, they're done.
Time to talk about
They're even
football.
talking about sending me to games this year, like, where
Wow.
it
They
hasn't
got
been
$12 for that?
it hasn't been approved yet.
Yeah,
but,
right.
Like, well, I can drive to Austin and
Oh,
go
that
see
was
Georgia.
nice. That was nice of them.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're not going to give you the gas for it, though. Top football is back.
Stop it.
Okay, we know because Roger sent out a letter. Okay, you're going to be ready for the action. How about today is Thursday? How about this? A weekly risk-free boost on Thursday. You can bet without a sweat. If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, forget it. Don't worry, no paying it. My bookie will refund your wager. What now? Are you kidding me? That's happening at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You got to get in now to get in your Survivor or the Squares contest or the Super contest where you pick games against other guys and you can win big. Bet975 is the promo code. MyBookie will double your money with promo code Bet975. Double whatever your deposit is before you even place a bet. Crypto or credit. You can do either. Check out the loyalty program with MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. It's simple. Climb through tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and big rewards. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You got to do it today.
Hey, you can't have your air conditioning off for really any amount of time, at least not, now if your air conditioner is cooling the home, listen, mine cuts off all the time because I've got an AC that cools the home properly. I've got a whole home dehumidifier, the Vanderford Air installed. And so my air conditioner actually turns off. If yours never turns off and you're still not as cool as you want to be, well, the problem is going to lie in your air conditioner. It's not cooling properly. It's not getting the temperature as low as it needs to be. And that's a problem. That means that something is not working properly with your AC. Now, it could be one of two things. There could be something that needs to be repaired or replaced, more than likely replaced inside the unit, or it's time for a new air conditioning unit. And if it is, I know that's a daunting concern and you think, oh man, this is a high ticket item. You might be surprised by what Vanderford Air can do for you in terms of financing an air conditioning unit that makes sense for your home, the right size for your home, not too big, not too small. It's going to be just right. And they will work with your budget to get you a unit that is going to make sense for you, that will work in your home, whether it's single story or 2-story. They've got you covered. Stay cool in Houston and get the most out of the payments that you're making to your energy bills, and even lower those energy bills with an efficient unit that actually gets you cool from Vanderford Air. 281-557-COOL. That's 281-557-COOL.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Jamar Chase, what's up with the flake? Is he
that his
practice?
name?
Well, he didn't practice.
He showed up.
He showed up. And
there is a belief that they're
working towards him
honor
playing
his contract
yes.
this week.
Really?
Possibly.
Good. Thank you. Thank you, Jamar, for honoring your contract.
Now he has to get ramped up. So
Ugh.
What's his name? Zach Taylor said, we're not sure it'd be in his best interest to go out there on Sunday if he's not ready to go, but we're working towards that.
Yeah, but he's going to be there to make sure he gets paid.
Well, right.
It will just be a matter of they're going to have to keep him potentially.
Will he pull a Deshaun Watson where he wears a helmet out there but just works off to the side so he can still get his money week to week but won't play?
Well, I don't think it will be a Deshaun situation.
Well, that's what Deshaun did with the Texans, right?
Well,
Until they told him to go away.
Matter of like soft tissue injuries, as John said.
Yeah,
that was because
he's got to get in football shape now.
But
Deshaun sat out.
When Deshaun did that, that was before all the
stuff came down.
Yeah,
he sat out.
Yeah.
He showed up and they told him, "Hey, don't come here anymore." Because
he was trying hard to get traded. That's not what's happening here.
Well, he still wants his money either way. Doesn't want to play until he gets his money.
Well, I think. Well, this may be about. He said it's not in his best interest. I'm sure Zach Taylor just meant we just don't know that it would be smart for him to play when he hasn't practiced at all.
That's what he meant. He's not sure putting him out there when he's not ready to go is good for him or us.
It's not good. It's not good for anybody. No, he'll have a soft tissue injury if he's trying to try to run full speed again. And I mean, I would imagine he's been working out on the sideline, right? I would imagine. But there's a difference in working out and playing and timing and everything else in the NFL than just working out on the sideline.
Do you think? Okay. And I'll just throw it out there. Maybe this is maybe it's a real injury. Maybe it's not so real injury in the future. Do you think Jamar Chase misses games due to injury this year?
Yes. Yes, he absolutely will.
Do you think he gets quote unquote injured at any point? You would hope not.
You think he's going to pull what people accuse Lamar Jackson pulling the year before he got his money, that he could have come back late in the year, but it's like, I'm not playing for you guys. Because remember, he got hurt and people suggested this injury was one where he could come back, but he never came back to close out the year.
Yeah, he was hurt. I'm really thinking more along the lines of
Kawhi.
More Kawhi probably.
More Kawhi. Yeah.
Is it possible? Well, if that is something you sense from your player, can you? I know he's uber talented, but can you keep him around?
I mean, that's
if he's going to do that to you.
Yeah, but they're just wide receivers.
Well,
what are you going to do? Wide receivers
that's what they do.
That's just what they do. I mean, he missed 5 games in 22. He missed 1 game last year. I mean, look at that. 1,450 yards, 1,046, 12-16, 13 touches, 9 touches, 7 touchdowns. You know, it is interesting. His career season was as a rookie. He's never put up the same kind of numbers since his rookie year. But he had 18 yards of reception that year. It's been 12 and 12.2 the next 2 years. But yeah, you're going to have to, hopefully he'll just, stay healthy. The real concern is when you're not practicing, that if you get a hamstring or a groin injury, you're going to miss 2 weeks minimum with that. And sometimes longer with the hamstring. So you're going to pull that stuff, get yourself back with 2 weeks to go. Give yourself, because this is the Bengals who have a legitimate chance of winning a division and competing at a high level in the AFC or even, maybe Super Bowl aspirations. He's put them in a little bit of a bind if he gets hurt.
A little bit of a bind.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets hurt, because you just lost Tyler Boyd to free agency, T. Higgins, will be gone this year. You got to make sure that he's healthy.
Yeah. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. Chris from the Woodlands wants to talk. Got an O-line question. What do you say, Chris?
What's up, guys? Love the show. I do think Jamar Chase is going to get hurt and play the card, but that's neither here nor there. Lance, I had a question. I'm a super UT fan. I'm not as big as your wife, nor as big as UT Longhorn Scott, but I am a UT fan, and I was surprised to see yesterday that Sam Cosmi got some record extension with the the Commanders at right guard. I wanted to ask, what's the difference? What makes him, they were saying that he was poo his first 2 years, which is why I kind of wrote him off. What makes the difference somebody being a terrible tackle and then super excelling at guard? I just wanted to see if you break that down, and I'll hang up on that. Thanks.
Well, I think he's fine at guard. I wouldn't overplay it, but at tackle, if you have shorter arms, you can't make yourself as long as you need to. With Sam Cosmi, there was a question about whether or not he was strong enough to withstand the speed to power rushes. If you have short arms, the other guy gets into you first with his arms, then he's got a chance to push you. He's got a chance to make you shorter by swiping your arms away at the top of the rush. And, that's why you get guys with length, the guys who are usually 6'5" or taller with 34-inch arms or longer, then typically they're longer players to get around. They're harder. They get their hands on you faster a lot of times. And Sam Cosmi was just not somebody who got his hands on players first. And so he would lose that battle. Now that he plays inside, he's playing with quicker hands because it's a matter of just snap quickness. How quickly can you get your hands activated as opposed to timing and length and things like that as a tackle. So it's also a lot about, you cover a little less space as a guard. So if you've got short area quickness with your feet, you can beat defensive players into positioning. You do have to have a certain level of core strength. And, you can't be weak on the inside, but Sam Cosmi's obviously done a nice job of playing in the positioning game and staying connected to blocks. And I always thought he might be better as a guard personally. So this doesn't surprise me. So a lot of times the tackle to guard players are the ones who as long as they're strong enough and can bend, they're flexible, then they can make the shift to guard a lot of times because it's less is asked of you in pass pro for sure. And that's the big difference is you don't have as much room, as much space to cover in pass protection when you're a guard, and you get help a lot of times with slide protection. So with Sam Cosmi, he just wasn't good enough in pass pro to stay out there and excel. So that's some of it.
There's your Sam Cosmi segment right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Thank you for breaking down Commanders football for us here.
Well, the man asked him a technical
question. He did ask him a technical question.
Would you rather have Lance?
Technical answer.
Would you have rather have Lance not answer that question?
I just say he sucked the tackle and he's better at guard.
I think he wanted a little bit more.
He was asking for more
context.
You get what you get with John.
That's it.
You get, this is what you get.
Yeah.
And too bad.
It's not about him, so he had no interest.
Just give him your phone number, and you two can chat about Sam Cosmi, okay, this afternoon.
Okay.
Hey, we have to get into
man of the people over there.
Paul Wall's going to join us at 9:30 to talk about the F1 race that's coming. Well, it's the exhibition, the
Red Bull
Show Run, and then we have coming up here in a second.
You're both sponsoring this, right?
Yeah,
you're both doing
Paul Wall's not coming on my show. I think we're going to have an F1 driver on tomorrow.
One
of the guys driving the cars. But Paul Wall will be here at 9:30.
Talk about
calling in on 9:30.
Out there in one of the cars
left.
with him.
Hey, no, it's more than that.
It's more.
They turn right and left in
right
F1.
and left. Oh, it is. That's right. You
It's
turn
F1.
right and left.
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
Wow. How much more complex? It's like going from tackle to guard.
All right. You're honoring Hoffy. I get it.
Yeah, I know.
How do you do it?
Ken Hoffman.
How could you possibly take
How can you
foot to the right,
move over?
1 foot?
It was such a, to this day, he would say that, and it's such a dumb thing for him to say. To this day, it makes me mad. It's different positions, Ken. well, how can you not play second base if you play first base? All you got to do is just walk over there and you're a second baseman. It doesn't work that way. Okay. But I do want to get into Texans when we come back. Got a lot of did some work yesterday on the Texans and ready to kind of to get a little deeper with this dive and looking at what this roster could mean. Like what's going to happen with the roster, what to expect on Sunday. Let's get into that when we come
All right,
back.
on the other side, but right now I'm talking about Dream Brand. I'm talking about my man, Kent Jones. Love Kent Jones. You will love Kent Jones, especially if you're buying a house. And if you're somebody that's looking into buying a house, how about a scenario quote? You get the scenario from him exactly how much, well, not exactly, but he's going to give you a ballpark of what you're going to have to spend. How much money do you have down? What's the price of the house? And what kind of loan? Maybe he can get you a Fannie Mae or a Freddie Mac or a FHA or a VA loan, depending on, what did you serve or whatever the case may be. Are you a first-time home buyer? Because there's discounts there as well. So listen, if you're looking for a great way to get that mortgage, and I didn't have a mortgage company. I don't know. They just, I just go in and sign. How stupid was that? Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars are on the line for you if you get the right mortgage guy. And Kent Jones is the right mortgage guy. He's a listener to the show. He's been listening to this show forever. He's been in this business for 30 years now. He's awesome. And he's going to save you money on your mortgage. If you're buying a home, you have to call Kent, the ultimate mortgage hookup. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, which is 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we were just talking about Caitlin Clark during the break. She is third favorite. Asia Wilson is minus 3,500.
Yeah, Asia Wilson's going to be MVP.
She's going to be MVP.
Of the WNBA.
Nafisa Collier is second at plus 3,000, and Caitlin Clark is plus 7,500.
And to put that in perspective, she was on the worst team in the WNBA. She was drafted by them, and now not only do they have a winning record now after starting pretty bad, not only do they have a winning record, they're going to make the playoffs. They've made it into the playoffs this year. So it's been a big turnaround as they're playing really good basketball, and then her numbers have just skyrocketed. She leads the league in assists at 8.3 assists a game. She's tied for second with 3 3-pointers made per game. Her shooting percentage is still in the low 30s at 3, which that'll come up next year. And then the field goal percentage is about 42%. That'll come up. Turnovers are still high. She's playing a different game than she played in college. She's really more of a playmaker now. And instead of just looking to get open for threes all the time, she's really but her numbers over the second half of the season, ever since when she got to take a break at the Olympics, which is the best thing that happened to her.
Yeah.
Best thing that happened to her. Her game has just taken off. And she's like breaking records all the time. She's already, I think all time there's been. You want to
play
10.
that Charles quote?
Yeah, we'll play it, and I'll send it to Dell. We'll play it
we'll do it later. You said you wanted to break down the Texans.
We'll do that. But Caitlin Clark now is like her 20 and 10 games. She's already going to break the all-time WNBA mark next year. She'll break that mark next year with 20 and 10 games. And I'm talking about for a career. Like when I say break that, she's going to be the career leader in 20-point, 10 assist games by the end of next year.
Wow.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it doesn't make sense that there aren't more.
I know.
Right?
I think she's done it 6 times, and like Sue Bird's done it 10 times. Diana
That's
Taurasi 9. Yeah, that doesn't
sound
that
right.
seems wild.
Diana Taurasi's been around forever, and she hasn't done. Oh, I guess Diana Taurasi isn't getting assists. She might get more rebounds. I would imagine she's got 10 games in rebounds. You'd have to.
Well, not Taurasi was a guard, but maybe Sue Bird, maybe. And who knows? Maybe even when
Sabrina Ionescu doesn't have this too. I mean,
not the assists.
Yeah, I don't think Sabrina's a point guard. Yeah, the Fever probably have the best.
Taurasi's not a point guard.
I know what I'm saying. That's why she doesn't have the 10 assists.
Well,
games.
she was a what, 2?
Yeah, I'm saying that's why they don't have the 10 assist games. You mentioned how Clark's playing differently because they have a pretty good shooting guard, maybe one of the better shooting guards in the league, and Kelsey Mitchell. That they have the best backcourt in the WNBA right now. Those two combined. So, and of course, have Leah Boston in the front court. Yeah, this is a team who finished well below 500, and now they could be a 6th seed in the playoffs, something like that.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It's a nice turnaround. And remember, they were awful to start the year. I think they might have started off like 1-8 or something like that.
Yeah, they were bad.
Yeah, and they found their way along with Clark. And I don't know the prospects of them actually doing anything in the playoffs, but just the turnaround from one year to the next. You got to look to Clark and the new coach. They got it done.
Listen to this. Wednesday's game was Clark's 3rd in a row with at least 20 points and 10 assists, which is tied with Courtney Vandersloot for the longest such streak. Overall, Clark has 7 games with at least 20 points and 10 assists. That is a WNBA single-season record and is already 3rd on the WNBA career list behind Vandersloot with 10 and Diana Taurasi with 9. She's already done it 6 times this year, John. The all-time record is 10 by Courtney Vandersloot, and Diana Taurasi's 9. She'll break that all-time record by the time she's a second year in the league.
Oh.
It won't even be close. So Caitlin Clark is going to break. She'll break, as long as she doesn't get injured, she'll break all-time assist records. She's going to break 3-time records. I mean, she's going to do Steph Curry type stuff, but the assist numbers are going to be off the charts relative to what the league.
If she retired today, would she be in the Hall of Fame?
The basketball Hall of Fame.
Yes.
I don't know. That's probably. I mean,
Well,
now if she didn't retire, if she was forced into retirement.
It's the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame.
No, it's the basketball. Remember, we have Russians.
No, yeah, no,
We
but
have-
it's isn't it still the it's
It's basketball Hall of Fame. Because
it's not it's the Pro Football
Well-
Hall of Fame.
but they
It's
but they
basketball.
account for
It's what?
So it's just the basketball.
It's
Hall
just
of Fame.
basketball.
So
Then
she
she's
would
in
get
for sure.
She'd
She's
get
in
it
for sure.
off her
She's the leading
college.
scorer in college
Yeah.
history.
She'd
Yeah,
get in off her
probably
college
so.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably
She's in
right.
right now. She's already in.
And Charles Barkley
So she
made
can retire right now.
mention of it.
You
It's
think
gonna
that's a
get
good
to
idea?
a point where
Why not?
Well, she may have aspirations beyond just being a good rookie.
Make what? So she can make another 50,000 next year?
Well, I think
Will you
I
stop?
think as long
their
as she keeps
salaries are already
playing,
going up
as
because
long
of
as she
her.
keeps playing, the endorsements will keep coming. So she'll be making money in other ways beyond
yeah,
her salary.
her money is not going to come
Yeah,
with
she
this
can make more
paycheck.
commercials if she
Yeah.
If she
quit
stops
basketball.
playing
No,
basketball,
she makes it now.
She'd have more
she
time.
makes it now.
you think she'd still be marketable if she stopped playing
Shoot math.
basketball?
Yes.
As a what? Well, you know what she could
State
do.
Farm.
You know what she could do. Head on over to Fox News.
We're not going to do that.
You know how popular she would be on Fox News?
Fox News.
Oh, on Fox News. I thought you were going with OnlyFans.
No. What?
Did she?
Well, that's kind of your brand.
No,
So you know
no,
what
that's
you could
his
do is you
brand.
stop playing.
That's his brand.
Y'all had that whole segment on your
brand.
You had
You-
that segment
no,
on your show.
no,
That's
You and
you.
Nate.
No, the brand is you asked me about it as if I'm some expert.
Oh yeah.
No, but it's not
Well,
my.
You're the only one I know that watches porn
I
and
don't- I don't-
OnlyFans.
I don't watch OnlyFans. You set that narrative like it's a real thing. I don't do that. Stop.
You
it.
don't know.
No, I do know. It's me. Of
You know
course I
one
know.
cam girl, you know them all. That's how we look at this.
No, she makes so much
You
money.
and somebody else said, "Oh, look at her. She looks just like the cam girl we watch."
I've seen the ad and the girl pops up sometimes.
All right, that was our Texan segment.
Yeah,
Lance
thanks,
breaking
Lance.
down
Yeah,
the
it's going
Texans.
to be
That was great.
Sunday.
Thanks.
We'll do
Big
that.
game.
All right, on the other side, we'll do that. I see. I should have never started.
You tried to push him
I
away
did
from it,
try.
and he
I
didn't
tried.
want to.
Throw
I
a
tried
Caitlin
my
Clark.
best. I tried my best.
He goes, "Yeah, you want to talk about the Texans, right? You said that." He still
Yes.
wouldn't do it.
And he still said,
Because there
Caitlin
was
Clark.
not enough time
He
anymore.
would.
No,
There was
there's
plenty.
still time.
There
At
was
that
plenty.
point,
There wasn't time.
Hey, there's time for you right now to get to GulfCoastWindows.com. GulfCoastWindows.com is where you replace your windows, okay? They've been doing it. Listen, you want to talk about a reputation. You want to talk about a quality product that's been a quality product for 35 years. Jim Fiumi's been doing this in this city forever. I mean, the selection that you have from Gulf Coast Windows, the energy efficient windows, the hurricane windows, the installation by the professionals, everything about this is professional. Everything about this. And if you've got leaky windows, you know, how much money are you wasting on your insurance? If it's noisy outside and you need windows that are going to protect you from the noise out there, you got an idea whether or not you need a window just by knowing, hey, you go near that window and it's warmer than it is in the rest of the house. There's something wrong with that window. Call Gulf Coast Windows, 713-849-5454, 713-849-5454, or GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell them you heard it right here. We got that.
Hey guys, September 21st is Watchtemberfest. It's from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at Zadok Jewelers. They are going to transform that location, 28,000 square feet, into a beer garden at Watchtoberfest. You can shop watches and a rare limited edition novelties that are brought in from all over the world. All day beer on tap and fresh baked pretzels as big as your head. Beer, pretzels, and some of the coolest watches that you will find that are made from around the world. It's all day. You've got that going on. Well, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Brands like Cartier, Vacheron, Constantine, Panero, and Grand Seiko, and many, many more. If you can't wait to buy a watch, well, you're going to have to wait because you don't want to miss out on September 21st. That's when Watchtemberfest is going on. So make sure that you are there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard for the largest selection of designer watches that you are going to find anywhere in the state. It's Watchtemberfest, September 21st from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. only at Zadok Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Okay, before we get into any calls that are coming in, let me knock some of this down. Look for, we're going to have, and I don't expect it to change all year. You're going to have, the question's going to be, will in this game coming up, or any of the games, will the Texans travel Derek Stingley? Meaning, will he cover the best wide receiver? And I don't think for the Colts you'll see that happen because I don't think there's one Colt that you really fear. DeMeco Ryans previously said, we don't do that. And then he did that against Amari Cooper after Cooper gave them a beating in that last game. He travel just means you go wherever the receiver goes. You don't stay on one side of the field. So I don't think that will happen in this game, but that's one thing to keep an eye on. Jalen Petrie is going to be the nickel. We'll see what happens there. Defensive line-wise, Tim Settle, we still don't know what's going on with Tim. Settle has missed pretty much the entire preseason, but he's on the roster. So, and they only have 4 defensive tackles, so I'm assuming he is going to be part of the 53-man rotation when he comes back. So remember, you've got Kurt Hinish will be out for 4 games, can't come back for 4 games. Christian Harris can't come back for 4 games. They're on the injured reserve designated for return, but they have to miss the first 4 games. So we'll see how that works out. The Colts are a really physical running team, and the Texans are going to have to prove with Mario Edwards and Folu Fatakasi and Azeez Al-Shaair that they are tough enough up the middle. And, frankly, also, I assume Tim Settle and obviously Khalil Davis. Like, are they good enough to keep them from doing it? Because if they're not, DeMeco could just walk another man in the box and say, look, and that to me is the move. You say, Anthony Richardson, we're not letting Jonathan Taylor in the offensive line beat us. You guys have all your money there. You have all your draft picks there. We're going to force Anthony Richardson, who's played 2 NFL games, to beat us. That's the move. I'm wondering when and if DeMeco Ryans really tries to schematically take away the running game by adding up the box and just say,
listen, the only way that Anthony Richardson, make him beat you. He got to beat you with his arm. You don't let him beat you with his feet. You don't let Jonathan Taylor beat you again.
No.
You got to load up the box.
Yeah.
You got to put Kamari Lassiter out on an island because you got to load up the box. Jimmy Ward has to be closer to the line of scrimmage. Petrie has to be, closer to the line of scrimmage.
Petrie's the nickel. So you're right. The guy that you'll sneak down there is Ward. If Ward starts playing near the line of scrimmage, They're basically saying, go ahead, QB, take your shots down the field. And where they're really hurt is that Josh Downs, their talented slot receiver, broke his ankle. So he's out. Now, he would be a tough mismatch. Honestly, his quickness would be tough for Petrie to handle. Now it's A.D. Mitchell or who's the other wide receiver they have? A.D. Mitchell. Let's see, Pierce. They have
Pittman.
Pearson Pittman outside. You have Mitchell, and I'm trying to remember. There seems like there's another wide receiver, but it's not going to be that speed mismatch on Petrie. So it's like it works in the Texans' favor. And the Colts secondary is just not great. But their pass rush has a chance to be good. But if you can protect from guard to guard as the for the Texans, if you can keep that pressure from coming along the interior, which is what a lot of times will screw up the game plan. CJ Stroud is sharp enough to get the ball out quickly if he feels pressure coming. And you've got three advantages. Like the Colts are going to have to guard in the slot. You're going to have primarily, it's just going to be Stephon Diggs. Tank is an outside receiver now. So the first slot that comes in will be John Mechie. The first outside receiver that comes in will be Robert Woods, but Woods can play all receiver positions. So the Colts and their, I think, substandard secondary are going to have to match up with three totally different types of wide receivers. This is one of the reasons I like the Texans, not only to win, but also cover the 2.5 point spread, because I just think they're going to be able to move the ball on the Colts. But, the big concern is can Suggs and Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason hold up once the Colts go to their sub-package rushers, because they're going to put faster people down there. So we'll see how that ends up playing out. But from a running back standpoint, looks like Dameon Pierce is the number 2. I don't know how Cam Akers isn't the number 2.
Well, we'll see when it comes down to it.
Yeah, we'll see what happens when it comes out to it. But D'Amico seems to really like Pierce. I like Pierce the person, but I'm not sure how you get Cam Akers not being the number 2 guy after we watch preseason.
Yep. Josh Downs is who you were thinking of.
No, yeah, but Downs isn't there. But there's another receiver that they have.
It's Ashton Doolin or
A.D. Mitchell, and then who else?
Jawan Winfrey.
No.
Alec Pierce.
Yeah.
Anthony Gould.
Yeah, I like Gould a lot, but I think they'll probably go Ashton Doolin.
Yeah.
And he's not a small receiver. He's not a guy like none of those guys are gonna. Well, they'll mismatch Jalen Petrie, how he plays nickel. Listen, that you know who the third cornerback is? It's your boy from Detroit, from Ohio State, Jeffrey Okudah. That ain't good. The Texans have a real concern at cornerback. They got a real concern. They are not deep at cornerback. They are not deep at all. So this is a big worry for the Texans. They have got Stingley has to stay healthy this year because Okudah ain't it. And I just don't think they have what they need to have in the secondary if there's any injuries. They've got to stay healthy. And Petrie has to prove that he can, or they're going to end up playing a lot of zone.
Well,
if Petrie can't cover people.
We'll see if Miles Bryant can play too.
Yeah, he's 5'8".
Yeah, well, so
170 pounds. I mean, I like my receivers, my corners a little bigger that are going against A.D. Mitchell.
As long as he can run. Can he run?
Yeah, he can run.
Yep.
He's wee.
I mean,
it's got a wee lad in the slot there. It's 5'7". Who's he gonna card?
It's worked for Jose Altuve. I think it'll be.
It's worked for Altuve at second base.
Right. But
he didn't have to win 50-50 balls against Aaron Judge.
No, I don't think he's gonna win any 50. I don't think we're putting him on 50-50 balls against Aaron Judge. No.
That's the problem.
That's a problem. Let's get some calls in here. Who's up first? Let's get Anthony in here. Hey, Anthony.
Hey, guys. Hall of Fame show. I called in yesterday with my hate of Donovan Smith. I'm not the gamer guy that Dale thought I was. I'm a guy who just saw that majestic play, and I just decided I didn't think that he was a good quarterback after watching that dumpster fire.
Yeah, Dell just makes up stuff, Anthony. Don't listen to what Dell says.
Anthony called in to my show and clarified, but he wanted to do it again. There is a guy who talked about Donovan Smith in a negative way. I just thought it was Anthony, but it happened.
He just said he wanted to comment on his majestic play.
And he told me
Anthony is a Hall of Fame listener, okay? And you
how did I disparage him?
You disparaged him after the call, saying he's just a gamer.
I'm a gamer. I didn't disparage him.
Were invalid.
Yeah, it's invalid because he's a gamer.
No, that's not what I said.
Yeah.
I said
put some respect on gamers'
I said
names.
you can't blame Donovan Smith.
He's not a gamer.
No,
that's
he's
the
not.
point.
well, put no respect on.
No.
Well, he tried to no respect. Don't put
No.
everyone
Yeah.
on gamers.
Yeah.
How about that?
You're being disrespectful.
I'm not being. In fact, I thought I was applauding him for playing a great video game. That's all.
Somebody tweeted, if Dell gets married, which of us is gonna be his best man?
I'm eloping.
Co-best man. Or I'll be your best man, he could be the maid of honor.
Why would I have
No,
either?
not the
That's
maid of
okay.
honor.
I don't make that. I wouldn't make that decision.
Well,
Wouldn't
you
wouldn't
could
the
say, hey,
bride make
listen,
that
we're in a
decision?
bind here. We need one of the guys to be the maid of honor.
I wouldn't have you in the wedding
Yeah,
party.
no, wait, I know I would be the best
No,
man.
you would not be
Yeah.
in the wedding party.
Yeah.
You would not be.
First of all, Dell getting married and having a
Why
wedding
would I
party.
want to be miserable? Why am I signing myself up for misery? Not only the marriage for the rest of my life, but having these two in it. Why would I do that?
Well, maybe you could have some kids. Then.
Who's looking for that?
Haven't you heard Lance all his stories, his wonderful
Yeah,
tales
it's
of fatherhood?
Have you heard my new one?
no.
Where I woke up last night at 1:30 and I'm like, and I've got a freaking CPAP machine on, blasting 100,000 pounds of pressure through my nose. And I'm like, something is burning. And I realized, is this the burnt toast? I might be I thought I was having a stroke. I'm like, this is like, something's burning. It's 1:30. Like, I think this is the burnt. Are my hands? I'm trying to see if my hands and feet
You
feel
thought
like they're
It
numb.
was your insides
tingling.
burning?
I thought that maybe I was having a stroke. I know I've heard that somewhere that things smell like burnt toast
Oh, okay.
when you're having a
I've
heart
never heard
attack
that,
or a
but
stroke.
okay.
You never heard that?
No.
Yeah. And then it wouldn't go away. And I'm like, God, this is so off-putting. So I go out at 1:30 and I go out to the kitchen and it gets worse and worse. I notice the oven on and I'm like, what the hell's the oven still doing on? Like, how is this on? It's 1:30 at night. Then I open it up. There's a pizza in there that has been burned so far to a crisp. There's nothing left. Like it's disintegrated. Mason fell asleep and left a pizza in the
Ooh.
oven after his fantasy draft. It had been in there for an hour and a half.
Wow.
A 20-minute pizza had been in there for an hour and a half. It was, the whole house just was terrible. I caused a bit of a ruckus in the house at that point.
I bet you did. I
The
would have
wife
too.
screamed at me for not, like, I would never wake you up like this. I'm like, Mason could have burned down the house. And I don't know if a pizza would burn the house down.
Oh.
I mean, you don't want to have your oven on and food in it nonstop,
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
No, it
So Mason got
absolutely
in a
could.
bit of trouble with me. So yeah, Dell, have kids, because then you can be awoken thinking you're having a stroke when really your son just left a pizza to burn overnight in there.
Not a chance.
Yeah. No, they're wonderul.
No, but
They're
other
not.
than that, though,
They're not wonderful.
They're cute when they're really little.
And
Yeah, they are
but
great
you're
when they're
stuck
little.
with them.
Yeah.
if they're like puppies, you know,
Yeah, you're stuck with them.
like if you could just get it.
Yeah, you always got to.
When-
Yeah,
when
you always
you
got to.
can't give them away to a farm somewhere.
Take
when
care
you
of
got the
them.
call that Frankie had hit another vehicle or
Yeah,
or
JT just got in an accident.
yeah,
the
and
other
do
day.
you got to handle
Those
that
are
too?
tough calls. Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
get
got-
all the
Yeah,
emails about
yeah.
fixing his car.
JT is a
Well, he was at a stoplight and a car ran into him.
okay, but even still, JT's a grown man, and you still have to deal with that stuff. Why would I want to do that?
Yes. He is a grown man. Yes, they're
It
all
is
grown.
nerve-wracking when, like, a name, like there was a time where every time Drake's name would show up on the phone, like, oh
Oh,
God,
no.
I do not want to answer this. Not now. It's always positive now. But there was about a 4-year run. I was like, what is that?
What is this?
Jesus take the wheel, Carrie Underwood or whatever, one of them.
All
I
right.
was just like, I can't answer this. So yeah, I mean, your position is becoming a very popular position amongst the millennials and
Yeah.
Gen Z.
Yeah, you and all over the world.
People don't want to have kids. They
Oh.
were kids.
Oh,
You
by
were
the way,
kids.
that's going to be part of that whole thing. Is going to be part of
News of the weird.
News of the Weird. Absolutely.
Okay.
But right now, you know what's not weird? As a hoops goal. You know what's not weird is produnk.com. Produnk.com is awesome. Everything about produnk.com is awesome because it's the best goal in the market. It is the best goal you'll ever buy. It's the best goal you'll ever see. It is tempered glass backboard. It is the unbreakable. It is the raising and lowering of the. Then that's the key to the whole thing. Now there are other companies that make those. Okay, that raise and lower. This is just a button that zzz, and you raise and lower, which is awesome. We had a crank back in my day. We had a crank. Now you just got a button that you push, or a drill that you just. That's all. It's simple. Now it's so easy and so great, and the kids love it. And you go to the website and you see That's all the kids are doing is dunking. They want to dunk, Dad. They want to be able to dunk. Okay, they want to have fun out there. They don't want a 10-foot goal that wobbles. They want the best insulation. They want the best goal. They want they want their driveway stenciled. They want the free throw line. They want their name on the court. They got it all at one place. Produnk.com. That's produnk.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. We got not a full board, but we had one, and we got a bunch of callers in here, so let's see.
Yeah, we got one line open, 713-780-3776.
Let's go. So let's get some calls in here. Southwest Jay wants to get in here. What do you say, Southwest Jay?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Great show. So football season starts today, and your Texans post discussion, it's cool or whatever, but that offensive line breakdown and WNBA discussion is awesome radio, guys. Like, you mind breaking down the cornhole world championship MVP race, please?
We could. I mean, we actually, you did with the guy with no hands and no legs, and he's throwing cornhole.
Yeah.
Yeah. We did have a segment breaking that down, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, so you can go to the podcast, Southwest Jay, and hear that. Or we could do it again.
That actually, there's actually a guy with no legs or hands.
Hands. He got no hands.
He's on his arm.
And he's awesome.
Hands. And he's an unbelievable cornhole player.
Yeah.
And he's the guy that I would now.
Where would you draft him in the cornhole fantasy draft?
I don't know. There's a lot of those guys that are good, but he's
with no hands and no legs.
Well, I mean, he should be playing in Paralympic cornhole stuff.
Well, no, he's good enough for the regular tour.
I know he is.
He's good enough to be in the pro league.
I've only seen that. I don't know if he's always good or if he just had a really good day that day, because that's the only.
Oh, he's competing at the highest level, Lance.
No, I know, but is he always good? Like, you can win a golf tournament and not be a great golfer.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you
not
can.
on
You
the
can
PGA Tour. You're really, really
one
good.
Of the top 20 players in the world.
No, not one of the top 20 players.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe he had a good round.
That's true. That's true.
And I said this too, and people are going to take offense to this. Cornhole players are, but I do believe that if I had 6 months, at first I said 2 months, but that's disrespectful. If I had 6 months to really tie in my muscle memory, that's one that doesn't require explosiveness. It doesn't. You're not going to fatigue. Like, I think I could become a great cornhole player. Maybe not a champion, but I could win. I could win a tournament, like somewhere in, north side of Houston, somewhere in Deer Park, or something like that. A tournament.
No, you couldn't. You don't
Yeah, I
understand.
promise you. If I actually played it,
No.
how hard is it to throw? Like to get used to throwing. I'm not bad at darts already. How hard is it to get used to throwing a beanbag?
Why can't you be a dart champion then if you get 6 months?
Those people are I just feel like you can't escalate your amateur play to that level.
Okay. Cornhole, you have to be.
Cornhole's muscle
Look what
memory.
Southwest J, you asked for it. This is what you got.
Yeah. Be careful.
Anybody else want to suggest topics for the show?
Yeah. Be careful. Be careful,
All because you couldn't
actually
stand
what I'm saying about cornhole.
All because they couldn't stand a little talk involving women's sports.
Women's sports.
Now
I mean,
look
how
where we are.
misogynist.
Yeah.
Jeez.
How misogynist is this listening audience? We got it on Twitter too.
Of course you
guys, right. The NFL season, Jackie. The NFL season started and you guys are talking. Please talk more. Caitlin Clark.
Oh, Jackie, or Chiefs Ravens making you warm in your special parts? You want us to break down Chiefs Ravens? That's what you want?
Chiefs Ravens. Okay, Chiefs Ravens. Let's go.
All right, Jackie, call in.
Jackie, your thoughts.
Text
Jackie, because it's so important to you.
Yeah. Tweet us, call the show. What do you want to hear about Chiefs Ravens tonight?
Yeah,
so
let's
important.
go. Break it down. What's going to happen on the line? What's going to happen in the secondary? Okay.
Was it John that called Caitlin, or is it somebody else called Caitlin the Jackie Robinson of
that
the
was you?
It was me?
Yes.
No, I called somebody.
No, you
else
called a white corner the Jackie
I think
Robinson.
It was
John
I did. I think I did.
Well,
she is.
You've called a white corner the Jackie Robinson.
Oh yeah, Jackie Robinson of white corners.
Or was it Jesse Owens? Jesse Owens.
No, I called the Jesse Owens.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Jesse Owens of white corners. He called Caitlin the Jackie Robinson of the WNBA,
what?
and you had to step in and say that barrier never really existed.
Look at the resistance she's getting from the other side.
Well, Sue Bird didn't get that resistance.
No, that's right.
That's what makes it.
Caitlin is.
Well, I don't think it's because she's white.
She's not. No, she's from Iowa. That's why.
I think it's just really petty.
It's against Iowa.
We're getting sucked back
she's
into
the Jackie
Caitlin
Robinson of Iowa.
You brought us back. It's on you again.
She's the
It's
Jackie.
on me.
Yes, it is on you.
It's not my.
Yeah,
problem.
it is. Let's
That was
get
Southwest J.
Keith wants to break down the Ravens and Chiefs. What do you say, Keith?
Hey guys, forget Ravens Chiefs talk. Let's stick to WNBA. Paige Beckers is going to be #1 pick next year out of UConn. What's your best fit, Lance? Obviously the Fever won't have #1. They've got Clark. Beckers has been everywhere this entire summer. U.S. Open, all over every sports game, every sporting event. Where's she going?
I think she's got to go to the Sky. Listen, the Sky have two players in the front court.
What?
Well, they have two players in the front court that can rebound. They need a backcourt player now.
No. Here's what's going to happen. She's definitely going to the Mystics.
No,
the Sparks.
Yeah. Well, the WNBA has a lottery. They don't do it like the NFL, so it's no guarantee. But if they
LA needs her.
I thought this was Ravens.
LA
had Ravens
needs her.
Chiefs. It said Ravens Chiefs on what he wanted to talk about.
And then he changed his mind.
He said, no, this is too important.
These are plants from other radio shows trying to bring us down.
No, listen. You don't think the WNBA is going to plant her in LA?
I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, no.
I'm just
Kate
telling
Beckers
you.
is perfect for LA.
I'm just telling you how it goes.
But
it's not like
Did
the
you
NFL.
say Kate Beckers?
Whatever her name is.
Paige.
Jeez, you guys are the worst.
She's the Larry Doby.
Paige.
She's the Larry Doby of WNBA.
Who was the first black SEC player? You want to compare her to that?
Well, isn't the one that got hurt? Isn't she on the Sparks?
Cameron Brink.
You put that with
that
Kate or Paige?
Not
one of
that.
them?
You put her. Don't say put that.
Did you see the miniskirt she was wearing the other day?
No, I didn't.
You missed it?
No, I didn't.
Cameron Brink.
No, she went to the game.
Yeah.
It was really, really short.
She doesn't wear warm-ups.
She couldn't possibly wear anything underneath that.
I don't like where this is going.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying you put
every day of the show?
Yes, but even
what is today you're concerned?
It's worse today.
Get some of these calls in here.
It's 8:11.
It's all called
Well,
Thursday.
Soccer Scott was here before.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's get him in here.
Oh, soccer now? You want to go to soccer?
Hey, Soccer Scott.
It's natural, only natural. I love soccer, and I miss us talking about it in the summer. And do you think we'll ever get a professional team here in the Houston area?
We have.
Thanks.
I think we have one.
We have
Cut it out, soccer sky.
professional team. We have a professional men's and women's team.
Hey,
Ever get one?
I don't think you're being serious about that call.
I love it.
I love it.
Like how we did it in the summer. We were talking Euros and Copa.
Yeah, it was an
During the
exciting.
summer.
It was an exciting
Soccer
time.
Scott wanted more.
A soccer our coach got fired.
He did?
Yes.
Oh. Who are we hiring?
Mauricio Pochettino.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, missed
I
that.
did know that, actually.
Yeah, you did know that.
Okay. Richard has a burning pizza story.
We
Go ahead.
We can do
Rich,
that
let's
when we
get
come
rid of
back. Do that when we come back.
This is not a serious. You
This
are not
is-
serious.
This is
people.
a holiday. I
You're
told you
not
it was
serious
a
people.
holiday. I
But
told
burning
you that.
pizza is no joke in the house.
You know what?
smells
It is a
terrible.
holiday. You know what? It's a holiday because my bookie is here. My bookie is here, and the football season is here, and it's a holiday because the NFL starts tonight, but you got to get in today. How about this weekly risk-free boosts? You make a bet, you lose, don't worry about it. No, you don't have to pay us. What? If you win, your bet hits, you win. How about that? That's like, it's called a free bet on Thursdays. How about that? MyBookie's also giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes with the Super, Survivor, and Squares contest. You got to do a lot of these. So Survivor, you got to get in before the season starts. So you got to do that this afternoon. Let's go. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. You put in promo code BET975. They double your money with promo code BET975. Double your initial deposit, okay? And then MyBookie Plus, you climb through tiers of loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions. The more you bet, the more that you get back. So it's great. This is the time. There's never been a better time to sign up at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Let's talk about John Daspit and what a personal injury lawyer is supposed to do. While I don't know what they're supposed to do, I know what John Daspit does. To me, John Daspit is the standard here, not just in the city of Houston, but the state of Texas, and actually it extends beyond the state of Texas. He's getting bigger and bigger, and the reason's simple. He does a great job for his clients. The client comes first, and so he does not rush cases. He makes sure that you get to the hospital, you get to the doctor's office, you get the MRI, the CT scan, the X-rays, everything that you need to make sure to know exactly what happened in your injury. If you've been hurt due to someone else's negligence, you need to make sure that their insurance is going to cover all your hospital bills, your time missed from work, and a fair pain and suffering payout. And that's what John Daspit fights for. That's what he gets. He's got an unbelievable record. And if it gets to court, the other side is simply going to lose. So they are the ones who will make those concessions to John, but he doesn't just back down. And, he knows what's fair for you, and he fights for what's fair for you. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Dale's trying to get the show sexy.
No, I'm just playing some Dre. You turned it into that.
Just sounds like it. Richard wants to talk about burning pizza. Let's do that now. Hey, Richard. Richard, are you there? 3, 2, 1. I know. He's got a burning pizza story, too. You got a burning pizza story. He had a burning pizza story.
I'll let you have one.
Now we have to talk about sports.
Yep.
Gary wants to talk about Russell Wilson.
We think.
Hey, Gary.
Well, I do want to talk about Russell Wilson, but let me backtrack a little, guys, because you did open that door, John. So want to walk through it. Sort of like Donald Trump, Clark. When you're watching them on TV, Clark and Trump's crowd, you hardly ever see. You may see one little African American person in the background, or when they saw the autographs or whatever. But when Sue Bird and most of the girls or ladies in the WNBA, when you see them signing autographs, it's a cluster, a mixture of folk. But like with Clark and Trump, they have that in common. So you don't see a lot of mixture in their crowds. All right. Now, as far as
you can't blame Caitlin
Rodgers,
Clark for that, though.
Well, no.
No. I'm not blaming. No. We're just having a little fun.
No.
I'm not blaming her. I'm not blaming her. But when you go to games, there are African American little girls come to see. They're not in that line, no. I'm not blaming her. Please take it like that.
No.
Nobody in the WNBA, they're not rushing to see her. It's only one crowd. Like, it's nobody rushing to see Trump, but one crowd. So now, but it's not Clark's fault. Now, maybe Trump is, but it's not Clark's fault. But I'm just saying, you're only drawing one crowd because of the persona, not just because of where you are, but it's got to be something to that, because a lot of little kids go to games. Why they're not in that line? So, like they're in the Sue Bird line, or like they're in the all the other
we're just kind of taking
You take, yeah.
How many autograph sessions have you been at?
Yeah, there's no African American girls.
There's a perception that's all her fan base, but I don't think that's accurate. But I know that's the perception, and I get it.
I don't. All we can do is go by the optics. That's all. I'm just saying. I don't know it either. All we can do is go by the optics. We can't sugarcoat it or try to backpack or backtrack. All we can do is go by the optics. They have a line. People are in that line. You let people through. You sign autographs.
Hold on, Gary. I got to ask you something about. You're going to talk about Russell Wilson. I got to ask you something. Did you hear the call that Jacob made to us last week? Did you? Don't get nervous. Dell doesn't even want me to bring this up. Did you happen to hear Jacob's call? You may not have.
About what? I can break it down, but we're not trying to mislead. We're not trying to add. That's what people do. They'll try to find another one. We're sticking to this topic, but no, I didn't hear it. But what we will try to do is justify. We're talking about this topic. You guys brought it up.
Right.
Sue Bird, Caitlin
Well,
Clark.
I just Googled. So wait, I just Googled Caitlin Clark signing autographs, and I brought up images. And there, you're absolutely right. It's all white people. Now, I will say this: it's in Iowa, and that's all there are white people. Okay, and secondly, she's in Indiana, which is all white people.
Okay, but she doesn't play. What I'm saying, guys, I know we're trying to find a fit. Let's just not be uncomfortable. She doesn't just stay in Indiana. He plays all around, guys. So let's leave it at that. And now the Russell Wilson tape.
Good.
Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers both have one Super Bowl. I know Aaron Rodgers have an MVP that started the color thing too. He's got a couple of MVPs, but the narrative on Russell because of what Sean Payton did. Notice Russell was playing good until they benched him and yada 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 yada. Aaron Rodgers' last full year was a 9-8 season, full year. So when they're going in on Russell, let's see what he does. And I'm a Cowboys fan, but I'm just looking at and listening to everybody. When everybody gets on that one train, I'm going to create a show that's going to be called Against the Grain because you got to have somebody that plays different. Not everybody thinks the same. Russell Wilson had a decent year in Denver until that Sean Payton with the nose that stuck up in the air coach. Aaron Rodgers did not his last full year. And he got hurt outside the pocket last year. We talk about pocket quarterback. That's another topic. He rolled outside the pocket and got hurt. So what I'm saying is that why are they lambasting Russell because of possibly Sean Payton and getting on that train, Sean Payton? And Aaron Rodgers did nothing. Nothing at all.
This is a bad – okay, here's the problem that Russell has, and this is a bad problem. His teammates didn't like him at Seattle. And I think it's kind of unfair because honestly, I think some of it is he's not like them. They see him as corny. They see him as a fake. You know, the defense was famously anti Russell Wilson, especially Richard Sherman. And I think some of that's unfair because he's not, he's different. He's just different than some of those guys. He came up different. He is different. He took a lot of heat on his own team there. His teammates in Denver didn't seem to like him. They didn't like, they leaked that story about him doing wind sprints down I don't know if you heard that or not, Gary, wind sprints down the plane when they were flying to play an overseas game. They just think he does a lot of extra things. His own teammate, the defensive lineman, I can't remember who the D lineman was, the D tackle that jumped him on the sideline and started screaming at him. Russell just has not been the same. I know what you're saying about the stats, but some of the stats he had, they were not wins. He really didn't play that well, to be honest with you, watching the game. I thought Russell had a shot with Sean Payton, and Sean Payton's you can succeed in Sean Payton's offense. I thought his stats looked good. They didn't turn into wins. He wasn't scoring many points at all. He would break down inside the 20s. Russ, there's really no conversation. There was a conversation until 21, and Russell Wilson deserved to be in it. He was an elite quarterback. Russell Wilson was one of the top 5 quarterbacks in pro football for many years, and people were slow to put him in there. I wasn't, because I loved what he did. Explosive plays, touchdowns, low interception total, which Aaron Rodgers is known for. But Aaron, toward the end of his career, put back-to-back MVPs on the board and played at really high level before he went out against they were 9-8, as you mentioned, I guess 9-8 his last year with the Packers, and then he hurt his Achilles. Aaron is disliked by the public because of, his persona and some of the things he says. He's not a popular quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is maybe the most talented quarterback that I've ever seen, but people don't like Aaron Rodgers, the person. His teammates seem to like him. But the general public, a lot of them don't like Aaron Rodgers because he's so outspoken. Russ is one of those guys that I think the general public likes, or at least they should. Seems like a really good dude. But Russ's play, he just hasn't been able to get it back together. Didn't the Texans beat Russell? The Texans beat the Broncos, didn't they?
No. In Denver?
No, it was a low scoring game.
It was a terrible game. I was there.
Horrible game.
I went to the game.
Yeah, and Russell wasn't good. He was throwing the ball all over the place.
He was awful. The Texans were awful. This was 2 years ago, not last year.
Nathaniel Hackett.
Yeah.
That
Broncos.
was with
Hackett. Yeah.
Yeah, he was really bad with him.
It was, yeah.
And then with Sean Payton,
the numbers are better, like you said, but
the numbers
look
better.
When you watch the games, it didn't look good.
No, he did start off. It's interesting. He started off he had 2 300-yard games in his first 3 games. 2 of them were 300-yard games. Then he had one that was 95 yards on 22 attempts against Kansas City, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. He had the 3-touchdown passing game against Kansas City then where he threw for 114 yards. So, guess that's good. He was 12 and 19 for 114 yards, but he did have three touchdowns, which is good.
Do you think Jacob and Gary should have their own show?
That would be fun.
What? How come they didn't win Rock the Mic?
When he played good teams, Russell.
I don't think.
Why didn't we give them a podcast?
I know.
What?
I would have.
I would love to hear it.
And what he's saying is, I want to be against the grain. You basically want to be Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless gets paid, but he did.
Yeah.
Skip Bayless created. Everyone's the son of Skip. Now Stephen A is the son of Skip. Everybody that runs the contrary type stuff or the highly emotional, polarizing stuff, that's a Skip Bayless move. Skip Bayless was doing that in the 80s as a writer in Dallas.
I know we all wanted to be fair and judge the contestants on what they put together. But
what are you talking about? He did play last year.
We should have just no, but he didn't play with Nathaniel Hackett, and I mean, it was Sean Payton in year one with the Broncos. That's what we're saying.
Did. 2023.
No, Sean Payton was there last year. Nathaniel Hackett was in 2022. That's what we're saying.
But it's 2024 right now.
We know, but
the 2 years he was there, he was with Hackett the first year.
I know, but last year he had 3 interceptions and 1 touchdown against the Texans. And 186 yards.
That was here.
Oh, that was here.
Yeah, he had 134 yards passing against Cleveland.
They beat them here.
Like anytime he played a good. No, they lost 17-22.
No, I'm saying
Houston beat him. Yeah.
But besides the Russell Wilson
where
and his
do
mediocrity,
people get Russell Wilson had a good season from?
Just because you look at the numbers and they're not
114,
bad.
134, 95.
26 and 8. You people look at his pro reference page and go 26 and 8. But back to my point. Let's get Gary and Jacob on a podcast.
I'm fine with it.
That's fine. That'd be great.
I would love it.
Yeah.
How come we didn't just do that instead of the Rock the Mic contest?
I think Niall brings up a good point. Let's talk Space Cowboys playoff roster. I mean,
I'm not going to be as good at that.
Okay, but do they need Chaz to go back down?
Do they have playoffs?
Yes.
Yeah, they have playoffs.
Why?
Yeah, because to win their league.
But you got 40-man stuff.
God.
Don't you want to go up to the 40-man?
No, you want to. Well, that you want
to more money.
You're they're on the
they're already on the 40-man.
40-man. Well, it's
the call up.
The call up.
Yeah, call up. The Astros don't do that. The Cubs do that. Okay, the Royals do that. The Astros don't call guys up. Although they did call up Hunter Brown, and look what happened.
Yeah,
he made the postseason roster. Yeah, the Astros don't do that too much, and they've limited it now to how many guys because they want the Space Cowboys to win a championship.
Is that why they changed the rule?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm talking right now. I just talked a little while ago, but I'm going to do it again. I want to talk about hoops. I want to talk about hoops, sporting goals. I want to talk about ProDunk.com. I want you to go to the website. And I want you to see what ProDunk is all about. I want you to see the beautiful product that they put out at ProDunk. ProDunk is the best. It is the only place that don't go to a box store, Dad, and go and here's your basket. Get some sand. You need some sand to put in the base so it won't blow away. And it rattles and it shakes all the time. Every time you hit the basket, it shakes. That's terrible. That is terrible. Do not go to a box store and buy a goal. The kids want to play. The mom wants a great goal out there because it improves the curb appeal. You think you want a basket with a rim that's bent and the backboard is chipped and it needs painting? That's awful. Where do you live? How are you living your life? Live your life with a ProDunk. We had one. It was excellent. Kids loved it. They were out in the driveway. They were playing basketball. They were dunking. They had a great time. And you know where your kids are. They're in your driveway. That's the best place for your kids to be. So do it. Do it, Dad. If you want to buy a goal for the kids, ProDunk.com, ProDunk.com. How about a little Coors Light talk? Yeah. Listen, I've been an enthusiast the last couple of days. My wife is in LA and I'm here. And you know what happens? Golf. You know what happens? Fantasy drafts. You know what happens? Coors Lights. Coors Lights are a main part of what I do. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that I really enjoy keeping Texas chill. I'm doing my part. Are you doing yours? When you're watching your games, starting tonight, okay, what you got in your hand? Get you a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Get you that silver bullet. Get you those cold blue mountains that you know it's cold. Get you refreshing, the most refreshing beer. I saw it on a billboard, the world's most refreshing beer. You can't lie on billboards. So here's the deal. If you're looking for refreshment tonight, grab your Coors, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. You won't regret it. Keep Texas chill. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN. Really hope Jordan versus LeBron talk is coming up next. Dustin, as a matter of fact, did you see Scottie Pippen, the stuff he said about Jordan?
When? He's been.
No, he wrote a book and said how
ever since Last Dance.
The Last Dance.
He has been.
He said
furious.
how Michael Jordan arrogant, how he just belittled them, how it was Michael and the Jordanaires, and boy, Scottie unloaded. And by the way, he said LeBron's the greatest basketball player ever.
So he's gone back and forth a couple of times. I thought like a year or so ago he said Jordan was the best.
He did a couple years ago.
Well, but then Jordan's son started dating Larsa.
I mean, how can you keep saying Jordan when that man when Marcus is going to work?
Yeah.
You can't.
You can't give him any credit.
I'm sure Pippen's the one who leaked the pictures of Marcus doing the
blow.
The blow. Did y'all see this?
Yeah. Boy, is he bitter. Wow, he's bitter. Ever since the Last Dance. And it was, Mike had all of it. And it was just about Mike. It really was. Mike, it was self-serving. Self-serving.
The thing that really, like, I didn't learn anything I didn't already know about Michael Jordan. He's an apex predator. It makes him great, but it also makes him an a-hole.
Yeah.
I mean, and he's an a-hole. I mean, you know, what he did with Scottie, what really bothered me is when Jordan's making $30 million a year or whatever it was, and he was telling Scottie, you need to get in here, you know, and just play. Forget your contract. Yeah. Get in here. Your $3 million is, you can't live on $3 million, Scottie. Like, man, Jordan didn't even have Scottie's back on the contract stuff.
No, and he should have. If Jordan would have gone to management, if he would have gone to Reinsdorf, I imagine it would have been a lot better for Scottie.
Yeah, would have
as opposed to what he did. All right, Richard, burning pizza guy. Let's get it. Let's get him in here. Hey, Richard.
Hey, I apologize. I was feeding some pigs and dropped the phone. So, Lance, I'm telling you, I went to Dave Matthews and Warren Zevon in 2006 with some Carolina. We get back to my house and they're all hanging out. I put a pizza in the oven. They don't know. I fall asleep with my door closed, and then I almost killed everyone of asphyxiation because there was black and yellow smoke. It went for like 6 hours. The pizza became the size of a hockey puck. I was just wondering how dark the smoke was and how close you were to killing your family.
So it wasn't me. Mason almost killed our family. And you know what? It's black, and it had shrunken to about it had shrunken probably to about 2/3 the size of what it's supposed to be.
A basketball?
And there wasn't a bunch of smoke yet. But I think it was headed in that direction. Well, there obviously was some because I could smell it in my bedroom across the house with a CPAP machine up my nose. I somehow smelled it. So,
oh my God.
Yeah, it's Del, what do you hang up on Richard? Oh my God. Did I just get Did he just
Well, now
trick me?
I
or-
know a young.
He said a Warren Zevon. I mean, he had a highly, but I think it's real because he had a very specific concert he went to.
So right, and for whatever, well,
2006,
right. Warren
Zevon
Zevon
and
right,
whoever else.
and somebody else. I know a young man who is in an apartment and he's cooking.
Oh my God!
He's cooking eggs on a stove, an electric stove, and the power went out. And he was like, "Oh crap!" So he left and he went somewhere else where they had power, and the power came back on.
Oh yeah!
Burned the whole kitchen down. Burned the whole kitchen. Yep. Yeah. And yeah. And the insurance paid. It was, but he got home to the apartment building. The firemen are there putting out the fire.
An apartment building.
In an apartment building.
Burned
He
down
could have been
other people's stuff 'cause you had eggs sitting there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, because he's like he didn't bother to turn the stove off before he left. He didn't even think of it. Anyway, that there's another burning kitchen story.
I'm not going back to my house today.
Okay.
Like I'll go back at about 8:30 tonight. I'm probably going to watch 2 movies. I'll watch some offensive line.
What is this? How you pay them back for?
Well, I'm not going to be there when it smells like that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then my wife got mad at me for waking her up for this, and then I woke up everybody.
Hey, listen, you wake people up if they're trying to burn your house down.
Yeah, and then Mason got chewed out a little bit.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, that hockey puck pizza had to be thrown away somehow.
Right. Let's get James in here. He wants to talk Dolphins football. Now Dell's he's perked up. What do you say, James?
Hey guys. I've got a quick question for Dell. Since you, Dell, love to talk down on all things Houston, including the Texans, quick question about your beloved Miami Dolphins. You act like Tua is God's gifted quarterback, and Brian Flores is the guy holding him back.
Yeah.
But Flores won 19 games in his 2 seasons with the Dolphins, and the game has only won 20 in his first 2 seasons, even with the additions of Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. So to that fact, my question is, do Miami fans just want Flores as a scapegoat, or is Tua simply overrated, or is McDaniels just not the guy your fan base makes him out to be? Try to answer this question without any thoughts, injury excuses, or anything like that.
Okay. These are very fair questions he asked. He didn't want excuses. Mm-hmm. Which one of those 3 is it? Is Tua overrated?
Mm-hmm.
Did you scapegoat Flores, or is Mike McDaniel just not as good as you guys act like he is?
I would say, since you have the stats in front of you about the record, or maybe you saw a Twitter post, go look at what Brian Flores' record when Tua doesn't play quarterback. And then we can talk about who is what. And I would say another thing. When you have the responsibility of nurturing a top 5 pick at quarterback, do your job. He didn't get fired for not winning enough games. He got fired because he ruined the quarterback.
He's a defensive coach, Dell.
That doesn't matter. Your job is to coach the entire team.
I need to ask Jacob and Gary why he got fired.
And do they count too?
So James, his job isn't just to win football games, which he did a lot of. In fact, the Dolphins did not blame him for that. They blamed him for killing the confidence.
Did they catch a lawsuit for firing him?
Yes. I don't know how's it going? Did he win it?
Probably
will.
Yeah, or did he drop
the whole NFL? That always works out for everybody.
Or did he drop it because he wants to continue to be an employee of the NFL?
I think that was actually
so sure. I would ask you this, James, since you love the Texans. If DeMeco Ryans was winning a lot of games, but you could tell C.J. Stroud hated to play for him.
Wouldn't know what that was like.
Yeah, you wouldn't know what it's like because normally coaches don't try to ruin their top 5 quarterbacks' chances of being successful.
Stop calling them top 5 quarterbacks. That's where he was drafted.
That's what I'm saying.
He's not top 5 in the league.
No, that's what I'm saying. A top 5 draft pick. You don't. His job was to nurture him and to turn him into something. So yes.
Okay, then let James say it.
Say
it sounds
what?
like a bunch of excuse making.
No,
like James.
I gave him the reason.
You,
I didn't say Brian Flores was fired for being a bad coach. Although if you look at his numbers, his defense has never stopped any coaches, any offenses with a pulse. In fact, he was giving up over 30 points a game to playoff teams in his tenure. So some of those numbers are he was killing the Lambs and getting killed by the Lions.
Personnel didn't do their job getting the right players.
Oh, okay.
Let's find.
Yeah.
Let's see what James.
Yeah,
okay,
let's talk about that.
James, did Dell give you the answers you were looking for?
Of course not.
Of course not. But
What
I
answer
would
did you want,
say,
James?
First of all,
Hold on, James. What answer did
He
you?
gave you one of three:
James,
A, B, or C.
James, what answer did you want for me to just
I
agree
wanted
with
A,
you?
B, or C,
What?
and you went on some tangent
Well,
about confidence.
well, how about
And
A?
to that
Well, A,
point,
B, or C were stupid. That's why I didn't give you those answers because they're dumb
He said
narratives.
A, B, or C.
A, B, or
There was
C.
no D, none of the
Answer.
above.
Well, A, B,
Answer the question. There was no or all of the above or none of the above.
Well, A, B, and C were stupid ass reasons, so that's
I'm
why I
gonna
gave him a different
McDaniel
one.
We'll go McDaniel's over it. We'll go Tua over it.
That's your answer.
That's it.
your answer.
Overrated.
That's not my answer. I told you what the answer is.
No, you gave an answer. It wasn't on the board.
Don't-
Hey, it's a Scantron test.
Don't
A, B, or C.
Don't. This is a clue for all coaches coming up. Don't try to destroy the potential franchise's quarterback's confidence, and you may keep your job. Simple as that.
It helps.
Simple as that.
It helps
James.
not to do that.
Scapegoat.
It's pretty easy.
Scapegoat.
Yeah, stop someone who can actually throw a forward pass. It's
Yeah.
not Ian Book.
He should still be there. Had a better record.
He doesn't have a better record. It's
Don't
similar.
bring up Ian Book's name into this.
Well, that's the guys he was winning games against.
that guy's terrible.
Oh, look, the Dolphins are on a long winning streak when Ian Book was one of the guys he was going against. Stop it, James.
Notre Dame's own Ian Book.
You're not watching Dolphins football. You don't know nothing.
Who would have scored more, Ian Book, or Connor Wegman in that game the other day?
Ian Book was not a bad college quarterback. So
No, he was
Ian
not.
Book.
Please don't do this. I'm about to call in and talk horse racing if y'all don't clean this show up. Oh, my God.
Who you have a buddy who
We
wants to
have a
talk
lot
horse
of
racing?
very specific calls today.
Yes.
An unusually amount of specific calls.
When we want more. What do you want to talk about?
Oh, Renee
it's a
was
holiday show.
Renee, a longtime listener, said this. He goes, what did he say? He said, now this is vintage John and Lance show.
Can we get a call
It really
about who you should start in your fantasy football teams this weekend? No one's called about that yet.
Nobody has called about that. I'm torn on some of
I
mine.
bet you are.
Yeah, I got some decisions to make. Time for me right now. I made a decision a while ago to go to Chastang Ford, and it was the best decision I made. I went to Chastang Ford and I bought me an Explorer, and it couldn't have been a better car buying experience. And you're going to have that same car buying experience, not just because I speak. And listen, they don't treat me any differently than they treat you. Okay, I pay just like everybody else. I pay for my car. I love my car. But you know what? But the first thing that they asked me, and this is the first time that's happened to me ever buying a car, where do your payments have to be? So they care immediately about me having the right car for my budget, for what I can afford. Okay. And that's what they'll do for you. And that's why, I mean, honestly, that's kind of a big deal. The other dealerships are just trying to add on, mark up. Let's get as much as we can. No, you need this and you need that in it. And oh, by the way, what a great thing this is to put. No. And because they gotta gouge you as much as they possibly can. But you know what? You're not going back there. You know where you will go back? You'll go back to Chastang Ford because they care about you. They care about where your payments are going to be. They care about you being able to afford it. There are great deals going on right now. Great deals going on with the Bronco Sport, with the XLTs, with the the Lightning. I mean, it's fantastic. So you'll always get a great deal at Chastang Ford, though. So if you're looking for the best way to get into that Ford car or truck, Chastang.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
Hey, guys, time for me to tell you about Underdog Fantasy. You know what? Over 1 million fans across 33 states, they got in the game. They played the game while they were watching the game. And how do you do that with Underdog Fantasy? It's so easy. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward, and signing up is even easier. Just head on over to Underdog's easy-to-use mobile app. Make sure that, or you can do it at UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Lance, and Underdog is going to give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick of entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you make your deposit. That's Underdog Fantasy promo code Lance, and claim your new customer special of a free pick and your deposit offer. Play along with the games you're watching. Go higher or lower on a stat that's out there during the football season. Start tonight, and you've got a chance to win up to 1,000 times your money by simply choosing higher or lower. Pick between 2 and 5. It's that easy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 737-880-3776. The number to hang out with us. You got a fantasy question or
Nope.
Or you want to talk about
fantasy questions.
A burning kitchen?
Maybe you want to personally attack someone on the show?
Yeah.
But you can do that too. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, we do this all the time.
Yeah.
That's what we do. This is more like how the show
you
used
keep
to
calling
be.
A holiday show. This is like Thunderdome. This is not a holiday show.
This is how this show used to be a lot.
Yeah. How big was the pizza burned into a? I just can't. I keep going back to Richard.
No.
Oh, whoa.
Whoa.
Like, oh, I think he tricked me.
Who's next? Let's get Willie in here. Hey, Willie.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I'm calling about Russell Wilson and the 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions he had last year. Half of the team in the NFL would have liked that 26 and 8. And I like to say that I think that that Quitter and Sean Payton made Russell the scapegoat because he missed all them tackles when they gave up 70-something points to Miami.
Oh, I forgot about the 70-point. Thank you, Willie. I'm not going to keep going on Russell Wilson. If you watched him, he wasn't very good. I just went down the stats. He had 3 interceptions against the Texans. He was awful for 2 years in a row against the Texans. So won't keep going. I mean, the 26 and 8 looks good when you watch the games. Against good teams, he was terrible. I forgot how bad he was against the good defenses. Cleveland, Houston.
There's a reason they gave him $70 million to walk away.
Yeah.
I mean, he wasn't good.
And actually, Sean Payton, I mean, he had his best season under Sean Payton statistically. He averaged less than 7 yards a throw. So it wasn't really the only number that actually looks good pretty much is just the touchdown interception. Kept the interceptions low. But Sean Payton runs a quick hitting, quick decision offense.
He's throwing for 114 yards. He's throwing for
a win.
95 yards.
95, 114.
It's a lot of check down.
And the proof is in the fact that not a lot of teams would have took that because when he was available, how many teams came calling?
Yeah.
No.
And then the Steelers got him and said, you know what? We need Justin Fields too.
Yeah, we're not quite sure about this. Yeah.
And Willie, this ain't the media. This ain't white people. This is.
He didn't say that. He said Sean Payton scapegoated him.
I know. Now you're just talking to Gary now.
Well, Willie's called in before on
these
Russell.
subjects.
Okay. I think it was. Didn't he call him about Dusty?
Yeah, Willie. Yeah.
I think it was Dusty.
Well, yeah.
Regardless, that's his comments. That's fine.
Right. That's all. I mean, that's fine. But
hey, white people, get out of our way, please.
Is Sean Payton white?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I just hope you guys start to listen to our voices, unlike Lance, and understand that it's our time at quarterback.
Lance doesn't listen to your voice.
No, he does not.
He doesn't. Okay.
Not when it comes to advice on lemon pepper wings.
I was gonna go to
know.
Roostar and get the lemon pepper wings yesterday, just because
I
of
can't
that.
speak on Roostar's lemon pepper wings.
They're excellent.
I bet
can.
they are.
No, I've had them multiple. That's what I get every time. That's my go-to.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, then why didn't you do it?
I was going to. You made me hungry for them again.
Yeah.
Because I listen to the voice of the people. Okay.
Dell?
Yes. Right.
And people like me.
And people like him that look like him.
About lemon pepper wings.
Yes, unlike yourself.
Unlike
if
you.
you missed yesterday's show, you probably have no idea what we're talking about. But lemon pepper wings had a moment yesterday. Had an entire segment.
Well,
it was more about you.
Well, it was more about you not listening, not hearing what black people are saying.
I came out and said I apologize to the people who've been telling me about lemon
black
pepper wings.
People, you said.
I did say to my African American friends, my black friends, I
apologize.
I apologize for not putting more respect on.
I'm unfamiliar.
I know that I didn't listen to you.
With lemon pepper's
game. Yeah, you were unfamiliar.
That's all it was.
Black people have voices too, Lance.
But you know what I did? I came out and said my apologies. You wouldn't do that. You double down on lemon pepper wings suck just to try to make a point.
I'm just glad you had a breakthrough yesterday.
And then Dell turned it into,
finally.
That's because you don't listen to black voices. You try to silence us.
We've heard you all show. Willie, Gary, you don't listen. Me.
I said Willie's opinions are that's his opinions are his opinions.
That's a nice way to dismiss what he was saying.
Yeah. I mean, all ESPN's doing is,
right after you said, I don't believe anything you said, Willie, but okay. But Willie, you're welcome.
You're welcome to it.
It sucks.
Every topic on ESPN is when will Justin Fields take over? Like, we can't wait. This is going to be the best when Russell Wilson's out.
They actually are. Will he be pulled in the first game was one of the topics today.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, let's get Pena in here before we get to John Chill on the other side. What do you say, Pena?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I was gonna ask who y'all think is gonna have a better week one, Terry McLaurin or Xavier Worthy? Thank you. Have a great day.
Xavier Worthy or Terry McLaurin? I kind of like Terry McLaurin
with Jaden.
With Jaden, I think Jaden's going to have.
Yeah, I think we need to remember that.
I think I'm hoping he's going to be his whoopee.
Rashee Rice, yeah, he's a veteran. He's a good pass catcher. Rashee Rice is still the primary receiver in Kansas City. I don't think that changes. And then it's going to be followed by Travis Kelce. So I think Xavier Worthy will have big games from time to time, but Terry McLaurin has a better chance of having consistently bigger games. So yeah, I kind of like McLaurin as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Terry McLaurin's going to have a nice year. With Jalen's going to be, he's going to need a go-to guy, and that's going to be Terry McLaurin. All right, 713-7803. Well, John Chill's going to join us on the other side to talk about what bets. It is time for you, my friends, to get to the Golden Nugget. We will talk to the Golden Nugget CFO on the other side about what's going down at DraftKings Sportsbook. Right now, I'm talking about Robin and the great people over at Houston Powder Coaters. You will probably talk to Robin if you call over there. You will for sure get free pickup and free delivery. What is it that you need powder coated? It is, and if you've never seen it with what they do, go to the website and see for yourself how just awesome it is. I mean, it'll make you don't have to buy that thing again. If it's a big ticket item, that can be really, really expensive. How about making it look new again? How about making it look whatever? You can change it to whatever color that you want. Or you can go back to the original color, whatever it is, whatever that is. Or you can make your patio furniture look like your favorite team. You can do it with orange and blue, like your favorite baseball team, or red, white, and blue, like your favorite football team, or burnt orange, or a maroon, whatever it is that your favorite team is. Make your stuff look great, okay? And you do that at Houston Powder Coaters. They're awesome. You will love it. You'll love what they do for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin that you heard it right here, and you can text her a picture of whatever it is. She'll tell you can save it with Houston Powder Coaters, or you need to buy new stuff. She's going to be honest with you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back. And it is a big, big day. Joining us right now to talk about it. And you got to get in now because the season is about to start. So if you want to get in survivor pools or you want to get in squares or whatever it is you want to get in, you got to get in now. And here to talk about that and more, John Chill, CFO, Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. What's up, John?
What's going on, guys?
So how
you guys
much
doing?
better is it for you guys now at the DraftKings Sportsbook with football season?
Oh, tis the season. It is. It's a packed house. You got all the sports going on. Basically, you got baseball. That's cranking up, and college was a big weekend for us last weekend, and of course the NFL starts tonight. So, we're starting to see a lot of plays and seeing lines moving, and so action is frequent and very numerous. So we're definitely excited to see the sports book, get back on track with all the sports going on and all that. And, you could sit and have dinner and watch games all day. You guys were talking about wings the last segment, and we got some Cajun wings there that are to die for.
Yeah.
So, want to come down and grab
Yes,
those,
I know this for a
grab
fact.
some wings. So, so we're ready to go. But definitely seeing some movements and lots of money.
Well, okay, so
on
which
these
way
games.
is there any trend going on with tonight's game?
Yeah, as far as the line, it started out about 4. It's down to 3, 2.5. You saw early Chiefs money and the Ravens, or you're starting to see some money coming back on the Ravens a little bit. So you're seeing a little bit there. You're seeing a little prop bets. Derrick Henry's. You're seeing a lot of some prop bets on Derrick Henry. Some of them are like over 76.5 yards is plus 125. First touchdown 6-1. So you're starting to see those. You're seeing a lot of the Chiefs, action as well. It'll be an interesting matchup. I think when you pay all that money to Derrick Henry, they're probably going to use him more, especially week 1. He's not injured or nicked up, so there's probably a prime time if you're going to look to play some prop bets on Derrick Henry. Might be the night to do it. As far as the game, in my opinion, I think Chiefs Ravens. Like I said last week, never bet against the Dakotas, and I never bet against Mahomes, given 5 or less. So, you learned your lesson at the Super Bowl last year, and I think the books definitely learned that during the Super Bowl when he was getting points. So, I kind of lean towards the Chiefs, until you beat them. But I think it's going to be an interesting matchup. We'll see where it goes tonight. I do like the rushing attempts, over 15.5 for Derrick Henry at minus 125.
That's what's interesting to me is new faces and new places. And that includes rookies coming in and having their first game or their first few games. We really don't know what to expect. So that's where, is Derrick Henry going to have a huge impact on the running game? Will the Ravens commit to giving Derrick a lot of carries? Will they kind of share the carries to try to keep him fresh for the year? I was thinking that feels like it could be a really good play going over on Derrick Henry. And then I realized, man, I have no idea how they're going to use. I have no idea how Derrick Henry is going to be incorporated into this offense. I don't know. I don't know what happens with Lamar Jackson now. Is he going to run less? Was Lamar Jackson? You don't typically make a lot of money playing under Lamar Jackson rushing yards, but maybe that's the play this year. It's going to be interesting early in the season. And John, I think now is the time for people who are willing to speculate, be speculative, to play those overs or unders early in the year on rookies and veterans in new places, because you just like Stephon Diggs here in Houston. We just don't really know.
No, and the style of offense with Lamar being in the shotgun, I don't, Derrick Henry, that's going to be probably an adjustment that, we'll see how that, see how that plays out. Does Lamar go under center a little bit more, and let Derrick Henry go downhill a little bit more, get the ball. So, yeah, definitely will be interesting where, what happens with the Ravens offense and how they utilize Derrick Henry.
Yep. John Chill with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 Golden Nugget Lake Charles, goldennuggetlc.com to book your event. Get on over there. Just go and watch games. It's just a great place to go watch your games. How was this past weekend with college football?
It was good. Yeah, we were busy. Of course, LSU was the But for the area, the prime game Sunday, of course, that didn't end as well. Good for the book, but a lot of people are a little upset here in Louisiana about how that game ended and how that was handled. But of course, we had a lot of money on LSU, and of course, we were happy here at the Nuggets. So
yes.
We'll see what the future is with LSU too. That's interesting. I losing 5 openers I think in a row now. I mean that's interesting.
But it's still
so
a chance to make the
rebound.
playoff as opposed to previous years, because you got more teams in. Well, okay, Houston, the proximity here. You getting any Texans money? You getting any C.J. Stroud MVP money? What are you getting?
Yeah, so that's interesting. We're seeing a lot of Houston money, a lot of division wins, conference, futures. I'm going to give some Houston love. I actually took Stroud to be MVP at plus 850, so I'm going to give some love to Stroud and see where that goes this year. But I just took him as a flyer at 850. I like the odds there. So definitely seeing a lot of Houston action. As we open up here the NFL season. So it's good. You have a future bet that kind of finalized on my futures. The only reason I don't play a lot of futures is you got to wait months to either win or lose. So, but I like, this was interesting, a big line movement here. Bears not to make the playoffs open up about minus 150 and it's down to minus 110. So I kind of like that play. I think Williams will be good, but I think, as any rookie, they go through the struggles and you got, Detroit and Green Bay in that division. And so I took them at minus 110, the Bears not to make the playoffs.
Bears not to make the playoffs.
Not to make the playoffs, yeah, minus 110.
That's interesting. I like that team. I think I've got them to make the playoffs.
No, but it's a tough division.
It's a division. It is.
You got 2 teams at the top, and then you got the Bears, the third one. I mean, I'm saying Green Bay and Detroit.
Right.
I don't see it with Minnesota, but then
this year with quarterback play, listen, the Bears won games last year.
You like 2 teams out of the NFC East? I do. I like 2 teams to make it there.
Yeah.
And then
I don't know. I don't know if the Eagles are going to. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
If the Eagles play like they did at the end of last year, no.
And you have some questions with Cowboys too.
Yeah.
But you have the 49ers over there. I guess it's the Rams. Could be between the Rams and the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the fact that those things are available now to make the playoffs and to not make the playoffs. I like that you have those types of wagers available.
I actually saw it was an interesting line. They had head-to-head matchups, and they had Aaron Rodgers plus 130 against Josh Allen, who had the most passing yards for the year. And I kind of was looking at that to go with Aaron Rodgers, and see. I think health is a concern, with him, and I think with Josh Allen losing Diggs, it might be, less yardage. But definitely Aaron Rodgers is a plus number in the head-to-head matchup. So all kinds of prop bets out there. It's interesting to see what's out there and what they have. So mentioned the Eagles. That's Friday's game. Got Packers Eagles. Starting to see a little bit of Packers money more than the Eagles. So that's interesting to see there. Kind of my picks for the week. I like Raiders plus 4. I just think the Chargers got to go through the growing pains with Harbaugh and go through that. So I kind of like the Raiders. That was, I think it's trending down to 3.5. And I like the Titans over the Bears. I don't know why, just going against the Bears right now. And I think they'll come around second half of the season.
All right. Please ask John Chill if he's going to have both UFC and Canelo fights on next week.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very big weekend for us next weekend. We got the UFC fight El Noche. We're going to be in the book along with the Alvarez fight. We're going to have that in blue as well, and we're going to have a big party. The rumor is we might have a mariachi band and out front for a little bit to get the night rolling, and we'll have college football and all the fights. We got
big night.
Yeah, we got fights this week. We have Brady and Burns, 2 grapplers going at it. That was interesting as far as line movements. That was even money, I think, a week and a half ago. It's now Brady's a favorite, minus 185.
Well, that's a big move. That's a big move. So there's a lot of money going on Brady this weekend, and I'm going to go over 3.5 rounds. I did like Brady at even money, but with those odds, I'm going to take that over 3.5 rounds, and then Silva versus Andre, the welterweights. I think Silva's younger.
Andre's been fighting too much and a little bit older. So if you parlay those together, it's even money. So that's what the play is this weekend for me in the UFC.
All right. I got another question here. Please ask John Chill what his real name is. Is that
So it was shortened. My grandfather's real name was Guniacello.
Yeah,
So that's
I
how
knew he
Chill
was one
got
of my
there.
people.
That's
Of
it.
course.
So yes,
He's
so
in the
how they got
gaming
Chill out of
business. Of course he
Guniacello.
is.
Yes, actually, John, I have two cousins that went back to the old name, which is interesting.
Oh,
I
yeah?
tell them that all the time, signing papers. So, but yeah, I had two cousins go back to that old name. But yeah, it's Guniacello.
Vinicello. Now, you got to
Yeah.
be proud,
I
Johnny.
am
Hey,
very
Johnny
proud of
boy,
that
you got to
name.
be proud.
That's it.
Vinicello.
Yep.
Hey, see, Art, he is one of our people. All right.
That's right.
All right. So we got, man, here it is. And if you're looking for a great place to go to get your game on, and get your bet on, and get your fun on, and get your food on, and your golf on, and your poker on, and your gaming on, there's one place to go, and that's the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles, right down the road, huh? That is awesome. John, we're looking forward to it. What a great time of the year it is. I know for you guys, you had to be looking forward to this. You got to be looking forward to it every year. The football season just makes it crazy. So that's good.
Yep.
Good. That is great. And it starts tonight with Mahomes versus Lamar. Great stuff. Hey, we appreciate it, John, as always, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There's John Chill, CFO, Golden Nugget Lake Charles, and it is the place to go. My boy Houston took his whole fantasy draft there. I got to ask him how it went. They did it out by the pool in a cabana, and they accommodated everything for them. Couldn't be better. They played golf. Of course, you got the casino. You've got restaurants that are just fantastic. Vic and Anthony's there. What a great steakhouse. But you also got the Italian. You got Asian food. You've got seafood. You got everything you could possibly want. You got a casino that's just like you're in Vegas. You've got golf. It's a wonderful golf course. Love the course. Played it many times. Yeah, everything about it. The pool with the lazy river that you can bring the kids out there, or just go by, bring the wife, or just go yourself and to the swim up bar. All of it, everything about it. It can't be better. I love it. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. GoldenNuggetLC.com. Get there one weekend and watch your football. GoldenNuggetLC.com. I'm looking at the deals right now at Chastang Ford, and it's ridiculous.
You're looking at snake videos.
I was too. I was looking at that too. But $299 a month for a 36-month lease. Look, I'm looking at Chastang Ford deals right now.
Yeah, right now you are.
2024 Ford Bronco Sport at Chastang Ford, $299 a month and a 36-month lease. Doesn't get any better for a starter car. All right, $299 a month, and it's a brand new vehicle, and it's a great little car, and a safe car, and it's perfect for 3 years. You got them in that vehicle, and then they go off on their own and get their own vehicle. This is a great way to start. Okay, a Ford Explorer F-150 Lightning, 0% APR, no down payment, skip payments for 90 days, plus enjoy complimentary maintenance with Ford Pass rewards, no hidden fees. The Chastang Ford has the highest Google reviews. It's just minutes from downtown. You exit Homestead, not Hempstead, just literally 5-10 minutes from downtown. And then you can heat up the summer. $4,500 summer cash on the F-150 XLT. This is ridiculous. I mean, I'm telling you, if you're looking for a vehicle, there's one place to go. They're going to deal. They're going to get you into that Ford car or truck the best price they possibly can. All on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Coming up at 9:30, we are expecting a call from Paul Wall. He's going to tell us all you need to know about Red Bull Showrun, so he'll join us in the next segment. But before we get to that, I want to give you a chance to meet us at the listener party. It's that time of the year again where we want to thank you, our loyal listeners, at the 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the broadcast, editorial, and management team of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for an evening of food, drinks, and fun at the home of Gal Media. So call or rate right now, 713-780-3776. Wins a pair of tickets to our ESPN listener party for a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. And if you don't win, a limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets are still available and includes food and drink. Head to ESPN975.com. Under the promotions tabs to secure your tickets now. Use promo code LAP15 for $5 off. Call in, call rate. You get tickets to our party coming up here shortly.
LAP?
LAP
What
15.
is a...
I don't know what that means.
Oh, LAP.
Listener Appreciation Party. LAP 15.
LAP. Oh.
Appreciation Party.
Sounds
Listener Appreciation
creepy.
Party.
Like LAP.
Well,
and then a little later in this show, not a whole lot later, you'll have to listen because we also have two $50 gift cards to give away to our friends over at FM Kitchen. You ever had their burgers at FM Kitchen?
Awesome.
They are phenomenal. And they got a big
two $50 gift cards we're giving away.
We're giving away two of them today.
Oh, on this show?
On this show.
Two of them on this show.
It's coming up, so you're not.
We only got 40 minutes
have
left.
to listen that much longer.
What about the 7 o'clock listeners? Why didn't we give any of them?
Too bad for them. Maybe they get it next Thursday.
Maybe if they stayed around the whole show, they'd win.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's what you get for being loyal.
You don't need to work. The Chinese are already going to whip our ass and everything anyway.
Yeah.
Have you seen their kids and our kids?
Yeah.
It's not close.
It's not close.
So you might as well just listen to the show.
Yeah.
You're going to be working for a different company anyway soon enough, or robots will get your job. You might as well just listen to us the whole show.
Yeah. Robots will get you. Did you see the flame-throwing robot?
I don't know if that's real. Did you
I don't
notice
either.
when the
Yeah,
guy
yeah.
jumps into the water, he does this crazy.
Yeah, I didn't know either.
Yeah, and it's I show speed, so I don't trust content creators anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, his robot dog supposedly was shooting fire on him, and I wanted it to be true.
Yeah. No,
I mean, in a way, I wanted a content creator to get set ablaze by a robot dog. Yes.
Mhm.
You know, would I have continued to watch that? Yes. And would I have said, don't start none, won't be none? Yeah. What do you think you get with robot dogs?
Yeah.
With flamethrowers.
Well,
And it's a
what about
content
this?
creator.
What if you got this?
I saw that already. The guy with one leg who high jumped higher than I could high jump right now on two legs.
Right now. You sure about that? What if you trained for 6 months?
Nah, because I think right now it's just the training goes backwards. I think, could he have beat me when I was 36? Maybe not. But right now he could beat me.
Right now, he can high jump higher than you with one leg.
Yep.
Well, you usually just have one leg anyway.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I've been Paralympics without having. have all my body parts, but I'm always would qualify for being. And is there an injured Olympics?
Let me ask you a
Should
question.
you be in the Special Olympics right now?
No,
Not
see,
special.
you tried
That's
to flip
different.
It's not what?
Special and Paralympics are different.
Oh, they're different.
Yeah, they're not the same. Do you think you could beat the blind soccer players if you had your sight in the Paralympics?
Oh yeah. Are there blind soccer players?
Yeah, it's not a full length goal. It's not a full length
Just be
field.
really quiet.
It's not a full length field, but they have like. I'll be really quiet. You still have to score. You think you could beat? You think a team of your buddies sighted could beat like the U.S. blind soccer team?
I just have to think people who can see have a huge advantage.
Well, let's go back to the Special Olympics for a second.
No, I don't want to do that. No,
Let's not. That
Do you
feels
think
like
you could
something
score
different.
in a Special Olympics?
No,
soccer
let's
game?
not.
No, I don't.
do
No, I
that.
don't. I
Did
wouldn't
you-
score in that one.
Did you see the video that our good friend sent us in the group chat? It's right along what we're talking about.
Oh
now.
yes, yes.
Did you
yes.
see that?
Playing tennis?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
He's an awful person.
He is a bad person.
Look
What
at it,
did you
Lance.
see this quote by Henry To'oTo'o? That is his name, right?
Yes.
Henry To'oTo'o. He spoke about the difference between the end of last year and this year. I was a fat ass last year.
He said that.
I was a fat ass. That was his quote.
Did he really?
Yeah.
See, that's one of the biggest differences coming into the pros. Those guys really don't know. Like a lot of teams, and it doesn't surprise me. D'Amico has okay. So I know for a fact Ballard has size standards because he's gotten into it with players. He sends them letters like, "This is what your weight needs to be. And this is what your body fat percentage needs to be in the
double
offseason."
wide, butterball.
And they don't. And sometimes they don't love it, but they know that's the deal now when you go over there.
Does he
D'Amico's
write that in the
probably
letter?
the same way.
Does Ballard?
Why doesn't he just go downstairs
he'll
and
say-
talk to him?
Oh,
Yeah. Why does he write a
Why is he
letter?
writing letters?
Why does he write a
well,
letter
this is
that
when
says
they're away
this?
somewhere. Oh, he'll tell them they're fat.
So he writes a letter that
tells
says,
guys
Porky,
at the
hog,
combine
fat
they're
ass,
fat.
double wide,
Like you're too
butterball.
fat to play for us right now.
I'm
Fat
not e-
guys can't play.
I'm
for
not
us.
even on your team.
I know.
You're
he
gonna
tells them that
berate
at the-
me when I'm not
he
on your
calls guys
team?
fat at the combine in interviews. Like you're too fat. You got to lose weight. We got to get your lean muscle down. You're talented but fat.
I would say, didn't you think Carson Wentz was going to be your savior? You don't talk to me any way you want. You pick Carson Wentz.
Whoa. Wow.
Yeah, Carson Wentz.
chose-
Carson Wentz wasn't
Hey.
fat though.
Yeah, no, the point is, I'm not going to take anything you say to heart. You pick Carson Wentz and Matt Ryan in back-to-back years. Get out of my face.
I don't know if he picked it so
Wow.
much as
Oh.
who was his offensive?
He doesn't take
Oh, it's Doug. No, it wasn't Doug Peterson. Oh no, it was
Frank Reich.
Frank Reich.
So he doesn't take responsibility for that?
Oh no, he does. He also got him out of the building as quickly
Yeah,
as
Blake,
he
man,
could.
you better stop calling
After
me
1 year, he's like,
calling me
Beat it.
fat. Calling
Beat
me
it.
fat. Fix your quarterback
but
situation.
Henry To'oTo'o
Wow.
is also.
You don't think he did with
said-
AR-15?
He said I was a fat. Well, we'll find out.
Okay.
He said
Hope
I was
not
a
on
fat
Sunday.
ass probably because D'Amico's the same way. Your lean muscle mass. Look at all the guys D'Amico drafts. Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, who trades for drafts or free agency. Danielle Hunter, Aziz Al-Shair, Jimmy Ward, Will Anderson. Those dudes are in prime shape. So,
Who gets drafted that's fat in the NFL now?
you can have bad body fat percentage. Well, you're talking about elite potential athletes. Like the difference between him is he's probably carrying, he might be a 15% body fat guy who's down to 11%. Like that's how
Okay.
that's how that works for them. They jump in the bod pod or the DEXA scan and find out what the lean muscle mass numbers are. So that's probably what he's referring to there. Not our fat, football fat,
Have you
like linebacker fat, not human fat.
Porky,
we gotta go before
fat
Paul
ass,
Wall comes
double
on.
wide,
Have you
butterball.
seen medieval MMA?
I've seen
I
that.
have, but this looks like a different one where they wear,
They're wearing
and they hit each other with-
armor, right?
Yeah,
Del, you've seen this?
Yeah, I've seen it. They're wearing,
But they have weapons.
they're swinging medieval weapons at
Right.
you. But you
God,
get
look at
Yeah,
that person's blood, he's
right.
right.
A bloody. I know, right?
This is Russia, right?
It must be. Yeah.
Russia really doesn't.
They don't care. They
I
will
saw
do
fist fights
anything.
on top of a big cargo. Did you see the one where
Yes.
the big car and they're the
They
water's
fall in the
next to
water.
it?
Yeah.
That's Russia.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen fist fights where they both have their seatbelts on and they fight in the car? You haven't seen it? They have to try to undo their seatbelts and they punch each other. Have you? Yeah,
Russia,
Fights
they
in a
will
car?
fight. They will just.
Fights in a phone booth. Have you seen fights in a phone booth?
No.
Yeah,
That's the best.
bro, it's all Russia.
What about, you know what's coming up? Red Bull.
Yeah, we have Paul Wall coming up, and he's gonna be one of the performers in the Red Bull. I got to tell you, this F1 series, F1 has become huge around the globe, and it is coming to Houston. Now, this is going to be a pop-up event on September 7th. It's at Discovery Green. There are no tickets that you have to come out and enjoy it. It's going to be out there. You're going to get to come out there and enjoy for yourself the power of the F1 vehicles. There's going to be a couple of Red Bull vehicles out there racing around Discovery Green, so you can feel that power. You can even experience, what it's like to handle one in the race simulators that they have. They have DJ booths. They have food trucks. They're going to have music with Paul Wall that we'll talk to Paul about in just one second. They have an homage to the Houston DJ and car scene. There's so much going on, and it's all going down at Discovery Green. It's going to be September 7th. That is this Saturday, just in a couple of days. So don't miss out on this awesome event coming absolutely free for people of all ages. It's going to be our good friends over at Red Bull. It's the redbull.com/showrun Houston.
All right, I want to talk about GimmeTheVin.com right now. GimmeTheVin.com is where you go to get your car sold, okay? It's one place that you have to go. If you're looking for now, John Clay Wolf is going to be here on Saturday, and you will hear him. He's got the longest run of the show on our air. He is awesome. Listen, he is going to buy your car. He's going to entertain you. He's going to be entertaining. I know that. But he's also going to give you the best deal you can get for your vehicle. You're looking for the best way to sell your car. There's one place that you have to go because John Clay Wolf guarantees that he will beat CarMax. Guarantees it. How can he guarantee it? Well, if CarMax can beat his deal, he's going to send you $100. Okay. If he can't beat CarMax's deal, then he'll send you $100. So I know a buddy of mine, Michael. He got $100 from John Clay Wolf. He said, "Hey, yeah, all right, that's fair and square. I told you I'd give you $100 if I couldn't beat their deal," and he does that. So going armed into the dealership or to your buddies or to wherever that you're going to get your best deal or at least the best price that you can get for your car at GiveMeTheVin.com. One place you have to go, GiveMeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And we just got done talking about I talked about the F1 Red Bull show run that's coming to Houston. You've got admission-free, open all ages, no ticket, no RSVPs. You got world-class performances from elite drivers and local music legends. And one of those legends from the University of Houston, Houston's own Paul Wall joins us right now. He is going to be part of the festivities. Paul, what's up, man? How we doing today? Paul, you there?
What it do?
What it do? What it do indeed.
What it do, baby?
September 7th, this Saturday, you're going to be out there at the F1. The first question I got to ask you is, F1's been taking off over the last like 3 to 4 years. It was already big internationally. It's gotten bigger and bigger in
Well, it's because of the
country.
show, right?
I think the show helped on Netflix, but now it's coming to Houston. Have you been following along, or are you kind of new to the sport?
I'm new to it, but I'm definitely excited about it. That's why I'm so hyped about it coming to Houston, because I get to see it firsthand, get to see the exhibition, meet the drivers, see the cars, you know what I'm saying, see the different cars that's going on. Man, yeah, I'm definitely excited about this.
So this is a different – Houston's known for car culture, and then obviously they're going to have DJ culture, car culture are going to be on full display here in Houston as well for some of the events that they have going on. Car culture, you talked about seeing the cars. It's a little different than slabs you may see in Houston. The F1, the Red Bull F1 vehicles, it's a way different type of power.
Oh, yeah, man. You know, I'm used to driving slow, but this, you know what I'm saying? This is a different type of drive, a different type of excitement, man. Just being a car enthusiast, of course, I have my preference. You know, my preference is definitely the slabs, but, you know, I'm just a car enthusiast all around. I appreciate all different types of cars, and just being, you know, Red Bull just shows that type of love to the Houston culture. There's going to be some Houston themed, you know, F1 cars. I can't wait to see this. You know, it's just a exciting day all around, you know.
Okay, I want you to, okay, so the doors open at 10 a.m. And as I've mentioned, you don't have to have a ticket to come down to the event. It's at Discovery Green. Noon, the Red Bull show run begins. 1 o'clock is the Red Bull turn-up intermission. Tell us about the intermission and how you're involved in the performance on Saturday.
It's going to be a good, fun time. You know, it's going to be like a DJ battle between DJ Head, who's from Los Angeles, California, and, of course, our own Houston's own DJ Mr. Rogers, hosted by yours truly, your boy, Paul. We're definitely going to have us a great time, man. We're just going to have a good time with the fans out there, just turning it up, you know what I'm saying? And it's, like you said, it's free. You know, you don't even have to RSVP. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to have us a good time.
So I was reading about this. So I guess they get a limited amount. Both DJs get a limited amount of time. They're going to be given a music or a cut. They're going to have to cut it up and create something on the go. Like it's a real DJ battle.
Yeah, man. And both of them are world-class DJs. DJ Mr. Rogers, DJ Head. A lot of people know DJ Head from his involvement with Kendrick Lamar. Of course, DJ Mr. Rogers, he's been a staple of the Houston music scene for a long time as a producer, as an influencer, as just a party MC, as well as DJ. He's, you know, been a close personal friend of mine. He actually DJ'd my wedding. That's how far we go back, me and Mr. Rogers. So, you know, me and DJ Head are friends, but, you know, me and Mr. Rogers, we got history. So, you know, I'm kind of, there's a little favoritism on my part. You know, don't tell DJ Head that, but, you know, it's definitely, it's going to be a great time, man. These Red Bull events, when they curate the DJ events, it's just always one of a kind, world class. The atmosphere is just top notch. You're going to have a good time walking in. It's one of those times where no matter what the event is, no matter what the music they play, it's going to be some good music, good food, good everything all around lifestyle. This is how Red Bull does it. So I'm really excited about Saturday.
Yeah, you mentioned that. They're not new to the DJing scene. Red Bull, while F1 show run is the big thing that's taking place, the big event, the DJ stuff and the music stuff and you know, from a sports standpoint and action sports, Red Bull has been heavily involved in that. 1 o'clock is the turn up, the admission, where you will take over with the DJs. And 2 o'clock, we've got the the show run's going to end. 3 o'clock, Red Bull fan zone closes. Then at 9 o'clock, you can actually get tickets, and you can go to the website Red Bull. You can go to redbull.com/showrun Houston. You can actually get tickets to the Red Bull Turn It Up, which is kind of like the post party at 9 p.m. So there's a lot going on throughout the day. As you mentioned, Paul, food culture in Houston is a big deal with the food trucks. They'll be on site. We've got race simulators. You got a DJ booth. And of course, you're going to check out these awesome F1 vehicles. Redbull.com/Houston Showrun. Now, we have to ask you about, we talked about that. You have been a famous Houston sports fan for a long, long time. repping the Astros even when it wasn't fun to, back when the 100-loss seasons were piling up. And, of course, you've been out at the park all the time during the just regular season games, ALCS championships, World Series. It started slow this year, but they're picking it up. Are you following your boys both on the football field and the baseball field?
Oh, yeah, man. Honestly, with the Astros, it's very reminiscent of last year and the year before when it was, not looking good for us. It was very dismal. And the next thing you know, we're in the playoffs. The next thing you know, we're advancing. So, you know what I'm saying? Just watching them get it together, it's exciting as a fan because, I'm one of the diehards where even yesterday when we're down 9-0 in the first, you know what I'm saying? I'm still like, nah, we can turn it around. It's not over. We can turn it around. So, it's definitely, it's tough. My friends are a little more critical fans where I'm like, it's never our fault. We can always turn it around. And with the Texans, of course, I'm extremely hyped. There's so much to look forward to, so much to be excited about. Some of it is like the excitement is overwhelming for me because getting my hopes so far up right now is like, the Texans, they are looking so serious. And it's just like, it's so tough right now for me because the hype is just overwhelming. And I don't want to just get too overwhelmed with the hype and my expectations be too high. Second-year coach, second-year quarterback. We got Stephon Diggs, new to the system. There's a lot to be cautious about. But I'm telling you, there's so much to be excited about with the Texans. You can't help but just blow your top with excitement. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and you were an Oiler fan too. So it's been a long time since we felt this. I feel the same way about the team. Who's your guy on the team? Is there somebody that you're close to? Is there somebody that's your favorite on the team?
I mean, my favorite, of course, there's so many, you can't go wrong, but my favorite definitely has to be Tank Dell.
I knew it.
Definitely
U of H connection too.
Yeah, the U of H connection. And I just love his energy. He's always got that smile that's infectious. He's got a positive attitude. The way he moves when he's on the field, all of that. It's just, man, definitely Tank Dell. Shout out to Tank Dell.
Energy is what it's going to be about on Saturday. You're going to have to bring it at 1:00. You'll be the MC of the event with the DJ battle that's going on at 1:00. The event opens at 10 a.m. It's redbull.com/showrun Houston. It's going to be for people of all ages. There's no money needed, no ticket needed to get to the event. Just head down to Discovery Green. That's going to be this Saturday, and check out the power and the fury of these race vehicles. Paul, we appreciate it. Thanks for holding it down all these years here in Houston, and continued success.
Yes, sir. Great talking to y'all.
That's Paul Wall, local legend, and part of the music and food and car culture scene here in Houston for years and years. Been going on for well over 20 years, probably about 25 years. It's been a big deal. Do you know anything about Paul Wall, John? Do you know, like Paul, I know three, like I've told Paul this before. I know the guys from, I went to school with the guys from Sitting Sideways that he mentions. Big Bank Hank, a.k.a. Kevin Starks. Papa Joe. You remember when he says Big Bank Hank, Box Papa, no.
Do you
Box.
remember?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the order of it.
You remember.
Box is Don Solomon. Yes.
Okay.
Papa Joe. Yes. Papa Joe is
I'm not sure.
Forrest Greenwood.
I'm not sure President Biden, you know what you're saying.
Oh, yes.
Wow.
I know what I'm saying.
Wow.
I know all three of the shout out, and they're on the videos too. Stop going. I'm trying to think of the rhythm of the song in which they're.
Do we need a teleprompter for you?
Yeah.
Maybe. That might be the case.
President Biden.
He just hit me with President Biden.
Well,
John, you need.
He kind of went off on a. You know what?
I forgot what he was saying.
Yeah.
In the middle of it, what he's saying. You didn't even ask him about the grill.
I didn't ask him about his grills.
About the grill.
Yeah. There's a guy, Sauce Walker. Are you familiar with the Sauce Walker issue? Excuse me. Sauce Walker just went and got $1 million grill from somebody not named Johnny Dang. When Johnny Dang's been putting them on for all these
Paul
years.
About it.
I should have said something, but I don't want to start we're doing this
There
for Red
could be
Bull.
beef.
Yeah, I don't want to start stuff with because Sauce made some comments about Bun wasn't a real Houston Raptor.
What?
Yeah, it's kind of thick right now in the Houston Rap scene. With Sauce has gotten a little like now Johnny Dang and Paul and Johnny are tight. He goes and gets a grill from somebody else with diamonds, like $1 million worth of diamonds in his mouth.
Wow.
And it's not Johnny Dang. How do you not do that?
What if you
with Johnny?
misplaced that? What if you put
TV
it on the
Johnny right down Richmond?
Put it on the nightstand and it.
You don't want to put your you don't want to lose your grills. Like you take them out when you get on a plane and then you put them in a seat.
Yeah.
And then you forget to,
Then
the seat, the little
Or you
pocket
put it.
there
Don't
in
you put
front.
it in some water
You would have to put it
like
in.
dentures?
Is Paul there? It's still on hold. Bring Paul. Let's see if Paul's on the hotline still. Somebody's on the line. I want to ask him. Hang on, in case he's listening. Paul, are you still listening?
He's not.
Paul.
He's not listening.
Okay.
No.
Because I don't know.
You think he would have hung on?
Well, he might have been. He might have loved what we were talking about. But what do you do with grills? Do you put them in water? Like if you have diamonds?
Do you put diamonds in water?
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so.
But I think they would withstand.
Yeah, but but they go in your mouth. You gotta
I don't know.
clean them.
Yeah, but you clean them with what you clean jewelry with, right?
Maybe steam.
And then eat it?
Yeah, maybe you steam them. You get a steam.
I'm sure there's a process that
I'm
doesn't
sure there
affect you.
is.
Yeah.
See, this is one of these things where
You should ask Paul about this.
Yeah, but you could have.
I should ask him. Like,
You could
what do you
now.
do with the grill? Like,
Now
how
you
do
got to think all these questions.
How do you
Don't
maintain?
you think you should have done that before the interview?
I did. I should have.
Possibly been prepared for the
Maybe.
interview before it happened.
Well, I talked about the Red Bull stuff, but like, I do want to know how do you maintain a grill? How do you keep it when you're not wearing a grill? Can you just put a grill? Have you ever just put grill in your pockets? Are they like mouthpieces from when you play football?
Well, next time you're
Remember when you have to put it in your mouth and you bite down on it real hard?
Yeah. Well, next time you're on a plane with him, you can annoy him like you annoyed Nelly
Yeah.
Corda.
I hope I get a
Like
sit
you
next to
annoy
Paul
other
Bobby
people.
Slowick or Nelly Corda.
Who's the next? No, not Nelly Corda. Minji Lee.
Oh, it was Minji Lee.
Minji. No, if he was sitting next to Nelly Corda, goodness gracious, the greatest golfer in the world.
I wouldn't even know her.
Minji Lee, he would know. Big toe girlfriend.
Yeah, he was like, I know you probably play or something.
Yeah,
Who
now
are
we
you?
had Paul Wall on, so you didn't have to ask me what did we miss.
Okay.
We missed a third baseman getting a big deal, and does it affect what Alex Bregman gets?
Who got a big deal?
Matt Chapman.
Chapman got the big deal.
He got
See,
a big deal.
It took him a while though too.
Yeah.
How
I think
big?
Bregman's going to find the same stuff.
About it's average an extension over 25 a year, just over 25 a
Oh,
year.
we might be able to.
See, that's what I'm saying.
We might be able to
But
be. in that.
Bregman's looking at Machado's deal.
No. We ain't doing that. And no one else is.
No, right. Machado
Here's
ain't
what he
worth
gets.
that deal.
He gets 4 at 100.
You know what? They regret that deal already.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody regrets these big deals.
Yeah.
4 at 100. That's
Well,
a good deal, right?
Well, Bryce Harper signed for 14 years. They're not regretting that.
No, he probably is, but
Yeah.
4 at 25 a year. I'll give him 4 for 100. That's a fair deal for everyone involved.
Yeah.
Let's get this done.
4 for 100, 105 will go.
Yeah. More than 25. Yeah, we want to go higher than Chapman.
Yeah.
Not probably total deal.
104,
but just
it's 26 a year.
average
Let's
per
go.
year. Yeah,
Let's go.
APY.
He ain't doing 4 years. We got to do
Why?
6, 150.
You don't want to keep playing. You're a father.
6, 155.
You don't want to keep playing.
You're a father. You're married. Like 4 years is a good run, and you shut it down.
What?
Yeah.
That's how most ball players look
Go
at
live
it.
your
And
life.
agents. That's how they, and most
Oh,
of them,
yeah.
that's how they look
How
at it.
quickly can I get out of this money?
And stop playing. And I'm only 30. So, yeah. How can I stop right away?
At 34.
Right.
I want to be
need
done.
I'm going to need to
I want to
shut this
stop
down.
making generational money at 34 years old.
Because
I'm
I
outta
don't really
here.
want to do this anymore. Yeah. That's a good ploy, Lance.
I won't-
I'm sure they'll accept it first right away.
You know what? I've noticed that when we want athletes to leave and not keep taking money, they never do. Like they don't want to. And sometimes teams have to get rid of them. But when we would I'd like this guy not to be taking our team's money anymore so we can get a different guy.
Right.
No one seems to want to retire when we want them to.
No, right. They never do. Well, you can force retirement like Jose Abreu.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
even then, they're like, we designated you for assignment. He goes, cool. Where do I go? Well, do you want to do this though? The money's good. Your money's good.
Hey,
no, I want to earn it. Like,
Montero, we're going to cut you. I'll just
tell
go to
me where I go.
Sugarland.
What's my assignment? Wait, you guys are actually taking
Telling
the
you,
assignment?
we crushed Jeff Bagwell, but he signed guys who are loyal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They are loyal.
They'll just do whatever.
Yeah, whatever
They'll
you tell
go
me
play
to do.
wherever.
Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
Yeah, what the hell? For $50 million, I'll go play wherever.
Yeah, I'll pitch in Sugar Land. I'm getting
Yes.
paid either way. I don't care.
Let me go to Florida. Let me go to Rookie League in Florida.
Hang out there.
Yeah.
And just see.
All right. We got News of the Week coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You do not want to go anywhere. Right now, I'm talking about my bookie, and listen, the deal's ridiculous. Ridiculous right now. At my bookie, you sign up today, and they double your money. Double your money today. Okay? Whatever you sign up for, now you got to do it before the season starts if you want to get in on the Super or the Survivor or the Squares, whatever. You know what? The Super is a lot of money at stake, people. A lot of money. You pick teams every week, and if you are the best picker, you're going to win a lot of money. You got MyBookie Plus now going on. The more you play, the more you win. Climb through tiers of the Loyalty Rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus, the lock of the century. How about this? Weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays. So you got your game going on tonight. How about making a bet, and if you win, you get paid. If you lose, you don't have to pay them. How's that? That's crazy. That's crazy talk, but it happens at mybookie.ag. Double your money today, whatever you deposit. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. All right, welcome back. Sam joining us, Sam Rico, who works here. She's She's been taking pictures of us. Dell won't even. You're a bad person.
Incorrect.
I took the picture.
Did you take the picture with the football?
Yes.
Okay. We did. All right. So news of the weird. Sam, you like news of the weird, don't you?
I do.
You do. Here's one. Boomers are having more sex than Zoomers.
What's a Zoomer?
Gen Z.
Oh,
That's you.
That's you and your people. Okay. Boomers are my people.
Well, what are y'all
Baby
doing?
boomers, and you're Zoomers. Okay. And we're having more. Old people are having more sex than young people.
We know how to keep it in the pants.
That's why you have no kids.
Yeah, that's why your whole generation isn't having kids, not getting married, not having kids. What's wrong with you people?
Yeah.
What do you
How are
mean
you going
what's
to
wrong
fund?
with us?
Yeah,
y'all got to fund our Social Security.
Yeah, but she went to the University of Jesus, so where you're
U
not
of J?
doing that. The U of J, yeah, right.
JU.
Yeah. So I could see that.
J
You know
State.
what? You're being abstinent. I get that, but the rest, there's
Well,
a lot of
first
them
all,
that
you
didn't go
don't
to the
know
U of J.
about her. First of all, you're making a lot of assumptions.
A lot of assumptions.
Like, yeah.
Abstinence. Yeah.
Like I'm trying to do that right now myself.
You're trying to stay
I had
abstinent.
an ablation, so.
You're trying to stay abstinent.
Well, I just kind of forced.
Well, if waking your wife up last night, you will be
Well,
abstinent.
my pizza was about to burn. Mason's pizza that he fell asleep.
But
was
you
gonna burn down
woke
the
your
house.
wife up over it. All right.
So what? The house is going to burn. I
Okay.
wanted her to yell at him too.
A new survey says Americans love breakfast so much they eat it for dinner. You ever eat breakfast for dinner?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
What news of the weird is this?
It's not.
Everybody has breakfast for dinner.
I know, right?
sometime.
Everybody does that. Cinnamon Toast Crunch flavored bacon
No.
is real and coming to Walmart.
Uh-uh.
No. Yes.
No.
Yes.
That's the ranch ice cream all over again.
No,
No.
it's not.
Yes,
No.
that is.
Cinnamon Toast Crunch is
Sugar and
excellent.
bacon?
Have you ever done shots of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? They've got what's the name
Horchata?
of the rum chata.
Yeah.
Rum chata is really good.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Have
it
you ever
is.
done it,
Sam?
Sam?
Bacon,
I don't think so.
Rum chata. You got to
bacon
do
and
it rum
cinnamon
chata.
and sugar
Yeah.
is going to be great.
Yeah.
She only drinks hard.
A Japanese dad claims he sleeps 30 minutes each day for the last 12 years to double his life expectancy.
Say it again.
He sleeps 30 minutes a day. That's it. Look at him. He's all bowed up too.
And he says
No. That's
Yes.
a lie.
to double his
to
life
double his life expectancy.
I'm pretty sure that takes years off your life.
He is.
Yeah.
He has trained his body and mind to function normally and not feel tired.
Where's he from?
Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that.
Different.
See, those
We're not like
those
that.
people can train their
We're not
minds
built
better
like-
than us.
Yeah,
no.
we're not built like
You
No,
can
I
do
can't
that.
even not pass a donut. So
Yeah.
I mean,
It's not.
yeah,
We're not like them.
We're not like-
not
no.
like them.
we're not at all like those people.
They are like built different.
Yeah.
We are weak.
Yes, no, very extremely weak.
Don't look
Anna
at-
Sorokin is going to compete on Dancing with the Stars. The fake heiress, Anna.
Oh, she is.
She is. She's
Did
going
you
to be.
ever watch that one?
You ever watch that?
What was it called? The one who talks like that. What was it called? That show?
So you're so.
Anna.
What did she just say? You're so.
You're
Anna
puh.
Delvey?
You're so poor.
You're so puh. You
Puh.
look so.
You're one of
puh.
the puss.
You know what's it called?
Well, the woman is Anna Delvey. I don't remember the name of the
Delvey.
show.
Anna
Yeah.
Sorokin
Is her real name?
is
It's
a
her
real
real
name.
name. Yeah.
What was the name of the show? Oh, you got to watch the show.
What show?
Oh my
It's-
God! On Netflix, Dell's looking it up.
Was I?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. The
Anna
Swiss
Delvey.
government wants to ban hummus from Switzerland for 5 years. Do you
Inventing
think-
Anna.
It's what?
Inventing Anna.
Yeah. Do you think you should ban Hamas from Switzerland? I think that's racist.
I think if they want to ban it, I wouldn't ban hummus, but Hamas.
Hamas.
Yeah, I would.
Did I say hummus?
No, I'm
No,
just
okay.
saying.
You,
Right.
said, you said
confused.
Hamas, which we had thought you were saying hummus. I was like, what? What's the
Hamas.
Swiss have against hummus?
No,
Yeah,
Hamas.
it's
Yeah,
just tahini
got you.
paste and some
I think you're being racist.
chickpeas. Yeah.
Okay.
You think I'm being racist?
No, I think
Oh,
Switzerland. is.
Switzerland. Well, maybe they just don't want
Hamas, the
terrorism.
terrorist organization.
Yes, they
in?
don't want them
You
in.
think that's
I
racist?
think it's a little racist.
Wait, Lance,
Okay.
Probably.
have you made your choice about which organization you're joining? Have you made that choice yet?
I'm not. That was never a
Yes,
real thing.
yes,
where
you
I'm
were gonna
choosing
join.
a terrorist organization.
Yes.
Are you going to
I
take
don't know
this?
how the show got there.
Are you
I
gonna-
think it's Sean did that
He-
because he
it was him.
did the hat thing that I was going to.
Are you going to take this towards all the way to signing day? Is that what you're doing?
No,
You-
there's no signing day. There's no early
You pick the
commitments.
hat,
There's no
the,
hat.
the H.
There's no taking off the jacket.
I
There's
don't-
none of that.
No,
Sean,
nothing.
Lance
my
wants his
parents
moment.
aren't sitting here next to me.
Lance,
Coach Prime's not going to be there with sunglasses.
you want
Cowboy
your
hat.
moment, don't you? You want your moment. You want to stretch this all the way
Yeah,
out.
you stretch it out. You're like,
Yeah, I'll stretch it out to retirement.
yeah. Like Michelle Smallman picking her football team. That took a month. Just pick somebody.
I don't even know what that even.
Well, the show before ours, you might listen once in a while.
I don't.
Did you?
He doesn't
There
listen
was
to this show.
There was a protest about a woman who was fatally struck by a police cruiser. You know what happened at the protest?
Well, somebody got run over.
Somebody.
Know that. I've listened to these long enough to know that's coming.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
So a vehicle hit a cyclist at the protest.
Oh my gosh.
That's tough.
Is
That's
it
tough
a
action
bit
there.
ironic?
It's tough out here.
Just a bit. It is tough out here at our protest for someone who got struck by a vehicle. All right. Okay, Sam, we're done. What are we going to see with the football?
Oh, you'll see.
You'll
Just
see.
tune in to ESPN 97.5 on socials.
On the
Yes.
social, on all the social platforms, and you'll
Yeah.
see us
Mhm.
with a football for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know. So there you have it. We are done. We will talk to y'all again tomorrow. We got football tonight. We got Astros today. We got a big time going on right here. It doesn't get any better. And that's all we do is we
substantially
focus.
better.
We focus on the game on this show.
It gets better than this. This show has been one of the least focused shows. Now, to be fair, the callers played a big part of that.
Well, because they lack focus.
I
It
feel
wasn't
like
us.
they did, Sam. I don't feel like it was us.
It's you.
It's
That felt
it's
specific.
not.
She said, "That's
Yeah,
you."
You.
Yeah,
You're a yapper.
He is a yapper.
He
Before
is
we
a yapper.
before we go, because my show's next. Who cares when that starts? Honestly, I don't care. Let's stretch this as long as we want.
No,
Sam,
I gotta go play golf.
We don't care about that right
And
now.
they have to film a video.
I don't care about that right now either.
I thought we already took a picture.
Sam, do you?
We
do
already
you-
did.
yeah, we did that. Sam, do you feel a bit empowered around here right now?
Yeah. Did
Why?
you tell
No.
Dell?
Did
Why?
Dell
Did you?
said
What
you
did you
told
tell
him-
Dell in a
Did you
text?
did you text me in the middle of the show
Oh.
about how I didn't
Like, no,
enunciate
you
a
have to
word?
answer it.
Just speak slow. Are you talking about when I corrected you?
Yes.
Yeah.
You
Speak slower.
are you understood? Understood, but are you aware that's probably
No,
not what you
Sam.
should be doing?
What?
Yeah. Oh, everything was fine when she said, "I'm the yapper," but now all of
Yeah,
a sudden you don't
but-
like it when you're
But
out here like mushmouth.
But are you aware that's probably not what you should do to send someone who's on the air a text about, hey, slow it down?
I don't know.
And
what
you
to
won't
tell you.
mispronounce words.
Yeah.
I heard "rith" instead of "with."
Yeah. Tell
Yeah.
him, Sam.
God forbid.
Tell him, Sam.
God forbid I added an R.
Okay.
We didn't know what
Riff?
you were saying. We didn't know what that
Riff?
meant.
Yeah,
We're
no
making
one-
up words now.
No one knew what Rith is a word. No one knew what I was saying.
Oh.
Obviously,
It's
that's the
force of
problem.
habit.
With who?
It's a
Everyone.
problem.
Yeah.
It's a problem.
Everyone.
I'm just gonna
Keep
let
doing
you.
what
I'm
you
just
do,
gonna let
Sam.
you know. You better not mess up one word around.
Oh wow!
Oh,
Wow!
here he is,
There it is.
Mr. Sensitive.
Sam,
Steve-
keep it up.
Whoa.
Stephen A.
Keep it
Bell.
up, Sam.
Down.
Stephen A.
Yeah.
Olaleye
Right.
going to this podcast
Yeah.
at night to take issue with people.
Yep.
I'm just gonna let you know. I can be.
You're the Cheryl Swoops of this show now.
What? Who is? Sam is.
He's going after. He's going after her.
The Cheryl Swoops of the show
I got.
means, well, she came
He's
after
Stephen
me.
A.
I was
She
the
came
Caitlin
after me
Clark.
first.
You were Caitlin Clark.
She just called me a
You
yapper
are
instead of
Caitlin.
that's great content.
Just let you know,
Certified yapper.
Sam.
I'm not certified.
I got-
D1
I'm
yapper.
a W yapper. Win.
Yeah.
mm,
No, you
Yeah.
just you leave early.
I do
She
leave
called
early.
me a D1 yapper.
Okay.
D1 yapper.
A 5-star yapper.
That's a
Five
signing
star.
day.
Yeah.
A 5-star plus yapper is what
Yeah.
you are.
That's how they have plus ratings.
Yeah. How often has he gone into the portal?
Oh, wow. No, he projects. He's so
He
upset about
does.
transfer kids because he's done it himself.
He does. That's what he does. All right, we're done. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate you. I'm sure our numbers are up now, huh? I would imagine. I would
Probably not.
imagine
I'd
they
take
are.
off there.
And I'm talking right now, and we'll go to Dell next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He's got to keep working. I get to be done. But right now, I'm talking about why choose Gulf Coast Windows for new windows and window installation services. Well, they're the best, most efficient, professional, attentive window installation services possible while using premium. This is premium, people. You're not going to get a shabby let me just throw this window in here. No, that's not the way they do it. Okay, your windows will not have any gaps, no cracks, no imperfections whatsoever. It'll be done perfectly. The premium products they offer are second to none. The best combination of aesthetics and durability. You're buying the best. When you go to Gulf Coast Windows, if you want the best windows in the market, in the business, there's only one place to go, and that's Gulf Coast Windows. 713-849-5454 or gulfcoastwindows.com. Tell Jim Fiume you heard it right here.
How much did the YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter audience get to see of me scrambling, Sean? Of me moving chairs around, getting my drink out of the frame, making sure I had the right chair. How much of that did they get?
About a minute or
A
so.
good amount. So if there were any awkward angles, I apologize. Just had to get squared away here as we get going on the show. I didn't have as tough of a time as Spencer Argeti had. I mean, I didn't feel great about what I was doing. I couldn't have felt as bad as he did. Wow. After all the talk about, hey, maybe Verlander doesn't belong in the playoff rotation. Of course, the caveat and the balancing act of it was he still got a month to show himself to be the guy we want him to be as when the playoffs begin. Everyone was like, including kind of this show, discussing it, was Arrieta's pitched so well. He was rookie of the month. He should have a spot in this playoff rotation. And then last night happened. Maybe we just blame it on Cincinnati. The old Belichick quote is, we're on to Cincinnati. The Astros need to get away from the Reds. What's the stat now? They're 0 for 2000 since 2016. Last time they beat them. Now, of course, they don't play them all the time. So the 2016 thing is a little aggressive to use as kind of a talking point, but they struggle against the Reds. They continue to, and Ty France is on the team. So, take heart that they actually got him out yesterday once. He's dominated Astros pitching throughout his career, and he continued to do it in the first couple games of this series. So they go down. Jeremy Pena had a misplay that could have ended that inning, but overall, just an awful night. You had, let's say, lackadaisical defense late when you subbed a couple guys in when the game was a blowout. Just, hey, throw Dubon out there. He makes a late throw to first. All in all, just a bad night overall. And you pack it away. Of course, the Mariners actually did decide to win a game, so you do lose some ground as far as your lead. But just, we got to get away from the Reds. Try to avoid the sweep. And just say, hey, it wasn't our night last night. It wasn't Arrieta's night, and it wasn't Taylor Scott's night either. He has not pitched as well as he did earlier in the season. He's well over his career pitch total and inning total in the season. He is kind of what Ronel Blanco was, a guy who was a pleasant surprise while the team was struggling. And as the team got better, their performances have slowly gotten worse. But they've done their job. They have done far more than we could have asked of them. And now you just hope it doesn't turn into one of those things where Scott becomes unpitchable in the postseason, because I think the Astros are going to need him. Whenever Ryan Presley is back and ready to go, along with Hader and Abreu, Scott is one of those guys, I think, at least I believe right now, is someone they're going to have to depend on. Alex Bregman was back in the lineup yesterday. That was good to see after 4 games away. And there's some third baseman news regarding a contract given to a third baseman. What does it mean for Alex Bregman? Those numbers for Matt Chapman feel lower than what Alex Bregman's going to ask for. But the length of time, I think that would be something the Astros would want. It was a 6-year deal for Chapman. Came in between $25 and $26 million per year. If Bregman would agree to that, I think the Astros would take it. Just don't think that number is going to be one Alex Bregman's going to be okay with. I'd love to have him. He won't be healthy the rest of the way. It's just something he's going to have to deal with before surgery comes in the offseason, it looks like. But that number, 6 years, $25+ million, agree to that. We're good. I think Alex Bregman thinks he's a $30 million a year player, though. And if he thinks he's that at 6+ years, maybe that's enough. But if we're talking 7 or 8, it might be that money and those years might be too much for the Astros to match. But at least we have kind of a stalking horse in the contract negotiations. If we actually get to the point of them having serious discussions about bringing him back. That Chapman news came down earlier today or late last night, depending on who you get your news from. So that's out there. We'll see how Alex Bregman and his team responds to that and how the Astros respond to that number. But There's not a lot of good you can take from that, unless you're a big John Singleton fan. He hit a home run. What else is there to say?
Hell yeah.
What other positive things can you say about yesterday? Bregman had a hit in his return. That's cool. He played. That's cool. But I blame Granato for this.
What'd he do?
He was all in on Arrighetti yesterday. He was talking a lot of cash ship about Arrighetti and the Astros bouncing back. He was like, eat this, eat that, eat this. Well, Arrighetti ate it last night. Didn't even get through an inning. That's the good old Astros from earlier this year, where young starting pitchers weren't getting through an inning.
That was a throwback.
Yeah. Hey, Blair Henley's like, you can do that too. Remember when Blair Henley was a thing?
Yeah.
For a day.
Do you think Hunter Brown was like, oh no, I've seen this before?
You think it's like a virus?
Yeah.
That is easily spreadable. I hope not.
We'll see. We'll see today.
I mean, Arrighetti, we didn't see it coming with Arrighetti. He was pitcher of the month, AL rookie of the month. Excuse me.
Yeah, I forgot what it was. It was like, was it 18 straight scoreless innings or something that ended with the first batter?
Then yeah. No, how could you suspect that was going to happen? He had been so good until he wasn't. And somewhere Verlander, if he has rabbit ears, I don't know if he does, but if he had got a hint of the conversation about people discussing his potential of being left out of the playoff rotation, he goes, well. All of a sudden, maybe the Rook isn't someone who should be taking my spot. Look at that. All of a sudden, 4 innings or 5 innings and 4 runs don't look so bad, does it? Does it?
Look at where you're at. Right back to me.
Yeah, he's Thanos.
Huh.
Yeah, look at that. So I don't believe Verlander is responding to our conversations. We had one yesterday. I think it's been part of a conversation on a lot of sports talk. Where does the struggling older former Cy Young land when it comes down to how Espada and Dana Brown set up their rotation? That's why the caveat. That's why right now. That's why the caveats were there. You still got a month to figure it out, and there is no guarantee. Although we were maybe acting like it, that Arrighetti was going to continue to pitch like he had in August. The calendar changed, and well, we saw it happen. Maybe we just chalk it up to it's the curse of playing the Reds.
Yeah. That's what we do.
That makes me feel better because we're not going to see the Reds in the playoffs.
Haven't beat the Reds since Chris Carter was on this team. Since Carlos Gomez was
It almost feels like since Chris Carter was playing football. Did Chris Carter drop? You got to have a fall guy before or after the last time the Astros beat the Reds?
I feel like it was before. That had to have been in the 2000s, right? I feel like that
he was speaking to NFL rookies
at a symposium. I feel like this was so long ago.
It was 9 years ago, according to YouTube. Maybe, and that doesn't mean anything.
Maybe that's just a video.
That's when it was uploaded, sure. But you got to have a fall guy, according to this upload, was 9 years ago.
You know, Chris Carter is like some player liaison of some sort at FAU.
I did not know that.
Yeah, he has like an office and everything. I was watching the FAU game and they're making a big deal.
2015, yeah,
Ooh.
9 years ago.
Ooh, so close.
So the Astros have beaten Cincinnati since Chris Carter uttered that famous phrase.
I kind of wish it was the curse of Chris Carter, both of them.
Remember when Chris Carter hitting like 220 but belting like 25 home runs was what we latched onto?
I feel like that Chris Carter was like the first one of those guys where we were like, well, it's not about average, you see.
Yeah.
He was the first one where, but when he does make contact, it goes far. So it doesn't matter that he strikes out all the time. And now that's like half the guys in baseball.
Yeah, the Astros, when they were deciding to actually try again, but they know they weren't supremely talented, that was what they were doing. Yeah, you strike out a lot, but if you hit the ball far, that kind of makes up for it. And Chris Carter was one of those guys. I wish he had a famous catchphrase, too, that we could reference. But he doesn't.
Yeah, it would be bad if he had a famous catchphrase. I don't think he's famous enough to just like have a good one.
True.
It would have to be something
particularly
infamous.
When there's a Hall of Famer with the same name who plays a
Who has
who played
another?
in the NFL?
Who has another catchphrase?
Yeah, it would never be remembered. Oh, you're the other Chris Carter with the sort of cool catchphrase.
Like Chris Carter always says, at least it's a home run.
Hey, I strike out 3 times, but hit a home run in my 4th at bat.
And you're like, why would Vikings legend Chris Carter ever say that?
Yeah, it's a tough name to have. Like mine, you ain't gonna meet another one probably. Sean Mapes, I don't know. I don't even know any more Mapes. I know they exist because you're one of them. You're not. You weren't born in a lab.
Definitely wasn't.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
Born in a lab to make radio.
Yeah. What a goal!
Waste,
what a goal by that scientist
what a waste
to create you in a lab to be a host and a producer on a local radio show. Hey, aim higher if we're going to create a whole person.
At least national radio.
Yeah. Maybe they don't want you to be an industry plant
or podcasting.
Maybe they don't want you to be considered an industry plant where you come out of nowhere. So it's a slow build. So we know where he came from, but the goal is to be like running like a ringer type network on a podcast.
I'll take it.
Let's not reveal all his secrets. Yeah. Let's not reveal all of Mapes' secrets. All right. They lose. The Astros lose. They're fine. It's one game, but maybe we slow down on anointing Spencer Arrighetti as your maybe 4th starter or 3rd starter in a playoff series. Maybe we back off that for now until the next start. He comes out and throws 7 scoreless, then we're right back at it.
Yeah, Verlander has another stinker.
Yeah. All it takes for us to change our minds is the next start. And, of course, it's the antithesis of what baseball is, where it's, hey, it's 162, not with us. The next start means just as much as the previous 25. All right, the Astros lose, so be it. We talked quite a bit yesterday about whether Will Anderson will be available for the Texans on Sunday and whether he would even practice yesterday. We got an answer to that. Well, we will hear from Will Anderson at some point. But I will just tell you it's good news. And the injury report is kind of barren for the Texans. There's only one guy on it, and it's probably not someone you really have ever heard of, which is good. It means all your guys that you expect to have an impact on Sunday are going to play. Now, we will get to someone who has had less than, I wouldn't say he's been against the Texans, but he doesn't think they're going to be as good as other people do. And he picked against them today as far as their game against the Colts. So we'll get into a dissenting opinion about the Texans. Hey, it happens. We disagree, but you got to have someone out there who doesn't believe. So we'll get into that. And also we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on the Texans avoiding some of that hype and how they do it. Michael Irvin had some thoughts on Stephon Diggs and whether Houston is a perfect spot for him. And Davis Mills, we'll hear from him coming back because he was the news of yesterday. He signed an extension. He'll explain why he did it and why it kind of goes against what some people thought would be the case, where he might be looking for a starting job in 2025. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. We're going to hear from Davis Mills here shortly. It's going to have a different tone than someone we're going to hear from a little later in the show. The vice president of the Commanders was caught on, I don't even know if it's a hidden camera because it feels like the phone is pretty clear that it could be seen, but maybe not. Maybe it's like a spy cam and a button on a coat or something. But I don't know. But he's speaking rather aggressively and openly about the makeup of his roster and their political beliefs and the homes they came from, and he got himself suspended. So, and he also called fans alcoholics. So we'll hear from him. And the Commanders have been a dumpster fire for really since Daniel Snyder took over. Now he's not even the owner anymore, and they still got issues. So we'll play some sound a little bit later. But first, we're going to hear from Davis Mills here. Davis Mills gets a contract extension. He'll be back in 2025 after this year, unless he's traded. But as it stands right now, he will be a Texan for the next 2 seasons, despite some speculation, at least from some people, that he'll be a guy who might be looking for a starting job someplace. Davis Mills explains why he wanted to remain a Houston Texan.
Yeah, a lot of different factors. I kind of let my agent, my people handle all the business side of it. Obviously, I had a little insight, but my main focus is just going out there and becoming a better player each and every day, putting my head down and just getting to work. So I'm glad that I was able to reach a decision and sign the extension, but really just here to play football and make the guys around me better.
How good does it feel for you? Because I'm even going back to your final year in college. You had the COVID uncertainty. Y'all didn't even know if you were going to have a season, especially in California. You arrive here, kind of get thrown to the wolves because of the Watson situation. You have 2 different coaches. Now you can look ahead and say, for 3 straight years, I'll be in the same system and same environment. How good does that feel?
It's great. If you include college, this is my 4th scheme in 4 years. So there was a lot of learning each off season to try to get to really day one and hitting the ground running. But coming back into a familiar scheme, familiar teammates, a lot of faces, building that chemistry already from previous seasons, I think it's very beneficial to just our team as a whole, and then myself personally.
If you heard something beyond Davis Mills, you're not going crazy. We heard it here too. We're not sure what that was. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, and it went away.
And then it went away. Maybe it's just part of the audio originally. I don't know, but that's Davis Mills in the locker room after the news broke that he will be a Texan. Now, it's a bit of a surprise for me beyond Davis Mills agreeing to the deal that the Texans would give him that money, because I just thought he would be someone that was solidified as their number 2. Now, Case Keenum's injured, so he gets elevated. But all the evidence last year suggested, despite even last year's preseason and where he was listed on the depth chart, that Case Keenum was the 2, not Davis Mills. Case Keenum started games when they need a spot starter because CJ was dealing with a concussion. I think Davis Mills came in when CJ had to miss a play during a game, but when they wanted to try to win, it was Case Keenum. So we've gone from, is he a 2 or they're 3, to they want him as their backup. And we talked about this in the first segment yesterday, why a guy would want to be a backup. If you have no aspirations of being a starter, it's not a bad gig. Take your money, be helpful to the OC, the quarterback coach, and your starter, and keep collecting them checks. Team collect those checks. Davis Mills solidly on it. Keep getting them checks. I don't mind it. And he's in his mid-20s now. It doesn't mean he will never be a starter again. And it's only a 1-year extension. 2 years, hopefully for our sake, he gets no snaps. But if he comes in when needed and plays well, it only could solidify his status as someone that maybe some teams will look at and go, okay, we want to give him a shot. If he has a couple Cooper Rush type performances, not CJ breaking a limb like Dak did, or dislocate. Was it an ankle that he dislocated or something like that?
Yeah.
We don't want something as serious as that, but it's the NFL. If he has to come in, he plays well, maybe it leads him to a chance at a real shot to start place else. But you have your starter for the next, or your backup for the next couple of years, and that's good. A little stability there in a spot where you could be turning over that position, particularly if you don't have a good one year after year.
Yeah, some stability in our lives,
For someone we never want to see play.
Yeah.
Stability from a spot we never want to use. And Case is still going to be around.
Yeah, there we go.
We assume he'll be helping out this year, and maybe the speculation from no one who has really any inside info is that he'll become a coach at some point with the Texans.
I think that's just people just being like,
yeah. What else is he going to do?
I mean, being the third string quarterback when you're 38 years old, it's basically like being the QB coach, right?
But was he the third string quarterback? In name only.
That is true. I have a hard time believing that the Texans were like, Davis Mills will be our third string quarterback. Oh, wait, Case Keenum's hurt. All right, let's give him an extension.
It is. Yeah, that's why I'm surprised. I'm surprised by all of it. He probably had taken the 2 spot.
I think he did. Because off the top of my head, he was the first. He was the first non-CJ quarterback in each of the games.
But he was
the preseason game.
But he was that, except the one where no one played and Tim Boyle played.
I should have said the one he came in relief of CJ Stroud every time.
Yes. Correct. So
Hall of Fame game, so stupid.
It's worthless.
Not even Davis Mills can play in the Hall of Fame, but like, what are we doing? What's the point of this?
Particularly putting those 2 teams in it. Yes, I know they had really famous players going into the Hall of Fame for both. In fact, 2 teammates in college. But when they have to play each other early in the regular season, not that they're going to show anything. Hey, let's pick somebody else. Who cares? Or don't play the game. Just have it be the event. Who's missing it?
Or don't play the 4th preseason game. Like, you only play 3.
Oh, yeah,
one of them can just be
they
the
don't
Hall
have
of
to
Fame
play
game.
the 4th game. They can just play 3. You
I
don't need
don't
to
know
play an extra one.
why the Texans had to play an extra one for no reason.
Particularly when how many people on the 53 actually played in that game?
Probably no one. Not no one, but very few.
Very few people who are going to actually contribute, at least we hope are going to contribute to what we think is going to be a big year. In fact, at some point, you guys are probably going to see from one of our social channels, whether it be Twitter or Instagram, and maybe even TikTok, our year predictions for the Texans. I mean, they put a camera and a little microphone in my hand and go, "Hey, what do you think?" So you'll see that at some point coming up here shortly.
I have a question about the little microphone.
Yeah.
Why does it have to be so little? What money are we saving by making it so little?
I think
it's not. I know it's not just a us thing.
It's a lot of
you
people.
look on social media. Everyone has the tiny microphone.
I don't think it's about saving money. In fact, who knows? It might be more expensive. I think it's about having less of an obstruction on camera. Something smaller, not a normal size mic, I guess.
I'm still holding my hand, and
it does look a little off. You holding this little mic. I don't know why. Maybe it provides better quality. I don't know, Sean.
I seriously doubt that. What are we talking into these for then? Why don't we have tiny little mics? Why are these the size of a Jimmy John sandwich?
I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Okay.
Why little mics are used when people are using an iPhone to film things? I'm not sure. Maybe it's easier to capture the audio with an iPhone.
It's the same thing with the ring lights. If we're just gonna go down this path, why do they all have to be rings?
You want a different shape?
I'm just asking why they have to be that shape.
I'm sure someone smarter than us found out that using a ring shape makes for better lighting. I'm gonna take it like that.
So if it's like a square, just
everyone's poorly lit. Yes, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm in a position where I can say,
Del, I'm just asking questions.
You and Aaron Rodgers.
Just asking a question.
I'm in a position where I can comfortably say I don't know.
Okay,
but you'll see the little microphone, me holding it, and along
I'll
with
be
others.
holding it too. Not at the same time because
that'd be actually very weird.
Yeah.
So a lot of us will be holding a weird microphone, giving our predictions on the Texans. I'm sure that'll break on one of our channels shortly. No, that's Kirk Herbstreit's thing for, God forbid, a 60-year-old man curse or 70-year-old man curse so it broke the internet. No, Kirk, it's over. No one cares about that anymore. Just like no one cares about your dog on TV anymore.
Did we talk about Ben Herbstreit? No, that was on Gallant George we talked about it. What are your thoughts on Kirk Herbstreit's dog?
Get the dog out of my face.
Okay.
I like dogs, but I don't need the dog to be a character on my college football Saturday.
Yes, I don't need the cut into the broadcast booth with the dog
and
between them, and then they turn around and start talking about the dog.
It shouldn't be a point that they're having a discussion during the middle of a game about how Reese Davis has to call the game, avoiding stepping on the dog's tail.
Yes.
He's
lucky. He's lucky Reese Davis is a nice guy. I doubt Brent Musburger.
Brent Musburger is not allowing that dog in the booth with him. He's not. He's too busy making comment about Alabama quarterbacks' girlfriends during title games, whatever he did that went viral now probably over a decade ago.
That broke the internet.
That did. Who was it? Was it AJ McCarron and his girl?
McCarron's
yeah.
girlfriend.
The dog's fine. I don't need the dog on my television every Saturday. Like Kirk Herbstreit's just like an Instagram influencer who they run their dog's account, and the dog has 40,000 followers while the actual person has 500,000, and it's just a little bit of runoff because people love the dog. That's what he's doing right now. I gotta watch Ben Herbstreit with an Alpo commercial, so Kirk Herbstreit can cash checks.
It would definitely be like Purina.
It would be something
dog.
like that.
Actually, yeah, it'd be whatever the bougie one is.
Yeah, it's just so Herbstreit can cash another check.
Alpo.
Stop it.
Ben Herbstreit's never had an Alpo in his
It's not
life.
a chance. You're right. Not a chance. That man's having a chef cut chicken up into rice, and that's what Ben Herbstreit's eating. Eating better than us, definitely. That Chipotle thing still does hit, but we're not eating like Ben Herbstreit is. All right. When we come back, we'll hear from CJ Stroud. He discussed a number of things yesterday, but he did mention what that week 2 loss did to help the Texans. And you know what? A lot of people are referencing that when they talk about Anthony Richardson, what he did to the Texans and how he ran all over them. And will the Texans have an answer for that? It was one of 4 games that Richardson appeared in last year. He didn't finish that game, and it was just kind of what his season was. He ran, he got hurt, and it led to the Gardner Minshew show for the rest of the year. So we'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
We will hear from CJ Stroud in a little bit, but I want to do this right now. Give you guys a chance to watch some local college football between the two teams that you most, at least the most well-known teams in the city. U of H and Rice. They are in action on September 14th. So caller 7 to 713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to Rice versus the Cougs for the Bayou Bucket. It'll be at TDECU Stadium. They're celebrating Houston with this hometown rivalry. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Caller 713-780-3776. Tickets start at just $15 if you don't win with us. You can go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS now to get your tickets. Come early, be loud, wear red. Both teams had a rough start to the season. The Cougs lost to UNLV. Rice dropped their game to Sam Houston. But hey, got a chance to bounce back this week. Rice plays Texas Southern, and then they'll face the Cougs on September 14th. The Cougs, they got to go to Oklahoma. Oof. That's a rough game after dropping the one to UNLV. Hey, but test yourself against one of the better teams in the SEC. If UNLV didn't tell you where you were, Oklahoma certainly will. So Cougs in Norman, Rice against Texas Southern out at Rice Stadium, and then they'll see each other September 14th here in Houston. So that'll be at TDECU for those who didn't win with us. We'll be giving away tickets throughout the day and next week, so you're going to have chances. But once again, if you don't win with us, go to uhcougars.com/tickets, and you can call them at 713-GO-COUGS. All right, so the Texans have a game on Sunday. The NFL is here. There's a game tonight. You've got the Chiefs and the Ravens, a rematch of the AFC title game. I see a lot of people picking the Ravens to win tonight. I know the Chiefs can and do lose on the night that they're honored after winning a title. They lost to the Lions last year, partly thanks to Kadarius Toney and his stone hands. Kadarius Toney has had a very interesting career. Made big plays in the Super Bowl a couple years ago, and now a guy on the fringes trying to keep his NFL career alive. So Chiefs, Ravens tonight. I like the Ravens tonight. I don't think the Chiefs are going to be great this year. I think they'll be a playoff team. I think they'll win that division. But I do think the Ravens, whether you want to call it motivation or just the Chiefs being one of those teams, I won't say coast, but they're a team that I think picks it up later in the year, and that's a team by the end of the year we're still going to be death concerned with. But early, I'll take Ravens tonight. I guess you would call it an upset as far as some availability when it comes to a player at least, Rashee Rice, because the legal proceedings are going to be later this year and maybe at some point pushed off into the offseason. He's going to be available. There are thoughts that he would miss multiple games. He'll be right out there along with Worthy and Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. So we'll see if Worthy and Rashee Rice are the wide receiver core along with Kelce that elevates Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to another level. I'm not sure there is another level for them to get to, but they weren't great on offense last year in the regular season. It's masked by how good they were defensively. The defense is what carried them throughout the regular season until they got going. And even in the playoffs, how many points did they score against the Ravens? It wasn't a big number. And in the Super Bowl, the 49ers for about 2.5 quarters held them down. It's just that the 49ers couldn't take advantage of it. And eventually the Chiefs got going because they have Patrick Mahomes. So there are some questions about the Chiefs. I think they're average at running back. I know Pacheco runs in a way that gets people excited, but I don't think they're great in the with their backs. I think they're average at tackle. Their interior's good. With Creed Humphrey and Trey Smith and all those guys, and Joe Tooney. But their tackles are just fine. Doesn't matter though. You got 15 back there. Sean, you have a pick tonight as we get started with the NFL. Ravens, Chiefs, or is it like we just win because the NFL is back? Are you one of those people who are like, yeah, the NFL is back, it's a win?
I mean, it's definitely I wouldn't say it's something that I have a intense feeling about one way or the other about who's going to win. I don't even know what the spread is.
I don't either. I just picked the Ravens. I think they'll go in there and win.
Really? Is that because the Lions went in there and won?
I mentioned that, but it's not expressly because of the Lions, but I don't think the Chiefs are going to be extra motivated. And hey, it's ring night. We got the banner coming. I don't think that's going to play a part in the game.
Is Swift going to be there?
Is she still on her world tour? I'm not sure. She might be. She's been on tour
does she
for like 20 straight months, it feels like.
Does she have a life?
Yeah, making money.
Does she have a life outside of doing the same song she's been doing for 20 years?
It's not the same song. She continues to write music.
She keeps re-releasing the same album.
No, she keeps re-releasing all of her albums.
Oh, okay. That makes it better.
Team cash those checks. Remember.
I'm just saying if you're really team cash those checks, you're not touring for 20 straight months. You're on a beach somewhere.
That's true. She is putting in work. She's not just simply collecting the residuals from the streams, all the streams.
Every other month, you're like, here's the 21-year anniversary.
There's a belief.
Here's the 22-month anniversary of this.
There is a belief that Taylor Swift continues to re-release music to knock other women off the charts because there's a narrative being built that she doesn't actually like other female artists getting any shine.
Whoa.
I'm not saying it, but that's if you go on
the way that you walk, the way that you talk, the way that you dress. That's what Taylor Swift is doing.
If you go on Elon Musk's internet,
Charlie XCX
and Sabrina Carpenter, all the pop and Chappelle, what's her name? Chapel Roan, whatever her name is.
Yeah.
If you say so, right?
Yeah. I thought that's where UNC played.
I believe it's Chappelle Hill is where they play. I don't know. That's the thought that she is out there crushing people.
Just hating.
Hey, just drop something.
Old head hate. It's Michael Jordan with the Last Dance doc.
Yeah.
Hey, LeBron just won one. All right, drop this.
Hey, I got a live version of these songs. Let's drop an EP just to keep them off the charts. Keep them out of the number one spot because that belongs to me.
Let them know.
That's a narrative being spun that she.
It's just Big Me.
Actually, isn't a fan of other women artists.
Just Big Me and Trav.
And there was news, if you want to call it that there was a.
I do want to call it
that.
We're about to talk about it.
That there was a breakup agreement agreed to that was going to drop in the next couple days. That had to be vehemently denied by Travis Kelce's people. That's not true.
Was it denied by Taylor Swift?
I have not seen that. It was supposed to be something that was very complimentary to both. They enjoyed their time together, and they just decided to go their separate ways. That was in the drafted thing that was leaked. Of course, people have to push back on it, much like a recruit will say, "Hey, I don't really want to go to that school. I gotta do some subterfuge to keep my moment." If you're Travis Kelce, you can't be seen.
Recruitment's still open.
If you're Travis Kelce, you can't be seen as a person who breaks up with Taylor Swift. Your life is over. At least your social media life is over. You will not enjoy your time searching your name out. It's got to be Taylor's idea, and she's got to make it known that you were a great boyfriend, or it's over for you. So I would fight back too.
I like how there has to be so much PR work that has to be done here.
Yeah, you just can't break up with someone. It didn't work out. Not with her. Not with a lot of famous people, but particularly with her.
Yeah,
we all know the fan base.
It's that, and then also like, oh God, I know in 2 years the album's not going to be great for me.
Oh, yeah, like
when she's done re-releasing all of her old ones,
you can't.
This one gets into.
You can't just even break up because she's prolific when it comes to writing songs about guys who alleged to have done her wrong, who have been alleged to do her wrong. So it ain't over with the breakup.
Ask John Mayer,
Ask Jake Gyllenhaal. Ask them all. Travis Kelce, you're going to be fully retired doing that podcast when you're with your brother, and 3 years from now, you're going to have to be answering questions about this, and people are going to be deciphering her songs, Is that about Travis? Is that about Travis? Oh, that's definitely about Travis Kelce.
I will say, you mentioning the podcast with his brother.
Yeah. Is it any good? I don't really listen.
No, neither do I. I only see the clips. They did get a $100 million. It's a very funny thing back to back for both of us to be like, I don't know. I've never listened to the show.
But
Don't know.
Yeah, but they got a giant deal.
It's number one, I think, on the charts basically every time they put something out.
Yeah, it'd be like us.
They just got $100 million deal.
It'd be like Patrick Surtain getting all his money and us saying, I've never seen him play. I've never seen him take a snap.
That happens in the NBA. NBA free agency.
That definitely does happen. But at least we have seen a guy take a shot. Like it'd be like Patrick. I've never seen him in a backpedal before, and he just got himself $100 million.
I've seen clips of the Kelce Brothers show, so it'd be like, yeah, I don't know, Miles Bridges or something.
Yeah, I don't watch Hornets basketball.
Like
unless they're in town playing.
PJ Washington until he got traded to the Mavericks. Or like theoretically sounds good. I don't know much about him.
I couldn't speak on it.
Oh,
I've never seen him.
He makes $25 million a year. Cool.
This was supposed to be a CJ Stroud segment, but I'll take you behind the curtain. I was going to play sound, but Sean was dealing with some logistical things.
Yes, with the giveaway.
With our giveaway. So
shout out to Paul Bedencourt.
That's our winner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you think that was a reference I was making?
I was trying to think that last name is a sports last name. I was trying to think of what you might have been going for. It just turns out it was someone who won it.
Christian Bedencourt, the former catcher for the Rays.
It was a different Bedencourt I was thinking of. Nice pull, though. So we do have our winner for the Rice UH tickets. That game, September 14th. As I said, we're going to be giving away tickets throughout the day and tomorrow next week as well. We will do the CJ Stroud stuff coming up. Sean is back. We'll play some sound. We'll talk about what CJ said and what he credits from last year as a turnaround for the Texans, and we'll see if that continues on Sunday. But first, I made Sean nervous. I was just catching my breath. Let's talk about my bookie. I sensed you going, hey, there's a spot here.
You saw me reach for it.
I did see you, and if I didn't get to the my bookie spot, it was going to be hectic in there when you decided to either yell at me or play something to get us into the break. But my bookie is here, and so is the NFL season. And what does that mean? Time to put some money down. And my bookie is giving you options because they're going to match your money. So if you're not quite sure how that game's going to go tonight between the Chiefs and the Ravens, you don't have to take my advice. I'm not an expert. I just think the Ravens are going to win. You can go to my bookie, and they will match your deposit. So if you just are starting out and you want to use that promo code BET975, put $200 in or whatever you want, and they'll match it up to $1,000. So they're going to let you bet on the game tonight. If you think the Astros are going to bounce back, they have that there for you too. My bookie, with the NFL season beginning, is offering you this, a weekly risk-free boost, and it just happens to be Thursday. That's the day they do it, where you can bet without a sweat. If you bet and it hits big, you keep it. If it doesn't, forget it. My bookie will refund your wager. It's Thursday. It's time to take advantage of that. My bookie is also giving away hundreds of thousands of prizes with their Super, Survivor, and Square contests. Join in now for your shot at huge cash rewards. And remember, my bookie also has this. It's called My Bookie Plus. It's a new loyalty program, which means the more you play, the more you win. It's simple. Climb through the tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. My Bookie Plus is the lock of the century. Remember, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with my bookie.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So I gave away tickets to Rice Houston on September 14th. A little later in the show, we're going to give you a chance to win tickets to our listener party. So keep listening for that. What day is it? September 20th? The listener party will be here at Gal Media. You can come in and see how it all works. It's not that complicated, to be honest with you. You're going to walk in here and go, hey, last time I was here, you didn't clean the soundboard. Still isn't cleaned.
Probably since the last time.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there'll be a show going on for you to
watch.
I don't know if everyone can or if it's VIP. I don't know.
Which show will it be?
It'll be the bullpen.
Oh,
with me
okay.
and Brian, and I'm not sure who else. We'll probably be grabbing other assorted hosts to hold them hostage and come on the show.
I am not a member of that assortment. I'm telling you right now.
We'll see. We'll see on the 20th.
We'll see if I'm even here.
Yeah. So we'll have all your faves and me and Brian.
I'm sure you're the faves of some. Who's the guy who's always kind of dapping you up audio wise when he calls in?
Oh, I forgot his name.
Sorry about that, man, if you're listening. But that guy loves
I know
you.
who you're talking. It's been a week.
Yeah.
You're out for a week.
Yeah, I forget everything. I forget things after this show, so it doesn't matter. A week, 20 minutes, I'm forgetting things about this show. So I will do that a little bit later in the show. It'll be in the second hour. I did want to get to this before we wrap up hour one. Okay, CJ Stroud at the podium yesterday. Texans back at practice. The good news is Will Anderson is out there. No limitations. He didn't even have an injury designation. We were joking yesterday about whether he would have a Q or a P or a D next to his name, whether they be questionable, probable, or doubtful. None of that. Not even on the injury report. Don't worry about it. Only one guy on the Texans injury report, a guy you weren't even counting on anyway. So they're good to go for Sunday's game, beyond the guys who you already knew about on the PUP or IR or suspended, like Danico Autry. Guy we don't have to worry about in that regard is CJ Stroud. He'll be there, and he credits what happened last year in week 2 against the Colts as one of the reasons the Texans turned it around.
I definitely think that week we took a step. I think last year, that stuff is done now, so I definitely do think that took a step for our standard and how we're going to run this organization, on the player coach side of things was just kind of the grit that, it wasn't pretty. We definitely, the Colts got after us that day, but, it definitely set a tone that we weren't going to just shy away. We were going to play all 4 quarters and try to play tough as possible, and it just really took time to, build trust and things like that. So, I definitely think that definitely took a step for what we're seeing now.
The Texans pretty much all offseason have used some variation of toughness in talking about who they are. You heard CJ Stroud mention it. Plenty of players have said not everyone can play here. That it really isn't the narrative surrounding them from people who discuss them. It's about skill and talent. But yeah, if you're going to be a good NFL team, you have to be tough. And they've kind of preached that all offseason. That's who we are. We're a tough physical football team. It's just not what we talk about. We are, I guess, maybe not blinded, but we're so focused on the skill and the talent at the elite positions, certainly the most impactful positions in football. That's all we really talk about. I hope they're a tough football team, because if we're talking about them being tough and skilled to the point where there are real thoughts about them having the best core as far as weapons in the entire league, going to be real tough to beat. Certainly a lot of people think that's the case. It all starts on Sundays. All of the proving and validation begins on Sunday against a Colts team who will probably test that toughness, because how are the Colts going to win? They're going to run the football and hopefully use Anthony Richardson in a controlled passing game and then throw the ball deep down the field to use his arm. I don't think there's going to be a lot of timing stuff coming from the Colts. I think we're going to see a lot of crossers, the use of play action to suck up the linebackers. And of course, the Texans will be missing Christian Harris in that one. And then hope that their physical running game gives them opportunities to find Michael Pittman and Alec Pierce. The Texans do have a concern. Whatever we think of Kamari Lassiter, we don't know yet. We
Yeah.
have to see.
And he's gonna get it against either Pittman or Downs or Mitchell or Pierce, like you said. So it's gonna be a test for those guys. But I do think, like you mentioned, I think it comes down to up front for the Texans with the front seven. Can they get pressure on Richardson, and can they hold up in the run game? Because you figure that's what the Colts want to lean on. They did a good job of it last time they played last season. I know CJ Stroud said it's last season, but if I'm the Colts, I'm like, well, we'll see if it works again. We'll
Yeah.
see if we can run it against them again.
In fact, you might say they're not as good in the middle as they were last year. I know they've made additions, but I don't know if they've been, particularly with no Danico Autry in the
up
middle.
the middle.
Yeah,
Up the middle is
exactly up the middle. Defensive end, obviously. Yeah, Daniil
it's
Hunter, Will Anderson going to be better in second year.
gonna be Edwards and Tuttle.
Yeah, and Fatukasi.
Oh yeah, no, it'll be Edwards and Fatukasi.
Yeah,
instead of Rankin and Malik Collins.
Yes, are they better up the middle? I would say at this point, no. Of course, you show me on Sunday. You show me on Sunday, we'll have a different conversation. So I think they'll get tested, and they'll continue to get tested until they prove one way or the other they'll be able to stop the run. And if they can't, all of a sudden, all the discussion about the high flying the Texans, that goes away because it becomes a shorter game. You're going to get less possessions if the Colts can get you for 5 to 6 yards a time, run the football with Jonathan Taylor, who, as we say, Sean, is a problem.
He is a problem. Although, will he be wearing the Guardian cap?
I know their tight end has said he will. I forgot the tight end's name, but he has said, I'm wearing it.
Jack Doyle, yeah.
Was it Jack Doyle? No. Is he not on the team anymore? I was like, wait a minute.
Dallas Clark.
No.
Mo Alley Cox? Was it him? He's actually
Marcus Pollard.
Marcus Pollard.
Start naming all the Colts tight ends we can remember. No, Ken Dilger. No, he won't. I don't remember the tight end's name, but he said, yeah, I'm wearing it. Okay. I don't care what you think. I don't know if Jonathan Taylor said that, though.
Okay, that's going to be key for the Texans. They can't have a guy wearing the Guardian
with
cap.
the Guardian cap.
Listen, we here at ESPN 97.5 and the Olaleye Show, we do take brain health very seriously when it comes to football.
But
the Guardian cap.
But we're also allowed
you can't give up 150 yards to a guy wearing a Guardian cap.
We're also allowed to acknowledge it isn't cool. It's safety trumps coolness, but we can be realistic about things. Wearing a Guardian cap on the football field
can't give up.
I don't want, like Damian Martinez almost gave a Florida football player a concussion during the game with like targeting him with his helmet, but they don't call that on running backs. If Damian Martinez was wearing a Guardian cap when he did it, less cool.
Less cool.
Less cool. It's just how it is. We're stupid men who like guys crashing into each other. It's not our fault. It's how we were born and raised. Understand. Protect yourself at all costs because your life is more important than a football game. But for me watching, you're less cool.
Yeah, my defense better not give up. I'm going up against Jonathan Taylor in fantasy. He better not score 25 points against me.
It's even worse if he was wearing a Guardian cap while he did it.
That's all we're saying.
You got looking at like the Great Gazoo out there ripping my team apart.
He looks like he's in Space Jam big head mode.
Yeah, what is that? Tackle that guy. He can't even come out there with the regular helmet on.
He's the guy with the big helmet. Get him.
Get him. It's easy to identify him. Get him on the ground. All right. We are done for the first hour. We'll come back with more on the Texans. We'll get back to the Astros. We didn't really get into how a contract in baseball may affect what might happen to Alex Bregman. We'll talk about that. If you don't know, I'll update you on that. And also a chance to win tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party coming up in hour 2. We'll be back. Lodasa has called in. We'll get to him here shortly. If you want to call in, 713-780-3776. You know this show, very open to anything you want to discuss. He wants to talk U.S. soccer, which makes me remember, and maybe this is what he wants to talk about, Alex Morgan has announced her retirement from the sport. Now we have like Luis Suarez. He announced he's retiring from international soccer, which means he just won't play for Uruguay anymore, or Uruguay. He'll play for Inter Miami. And Messi, when Messi actually decides he wants to play an MLS game, his good buddy Luis will play with them. But Alex Morgan's retiring from the sport altogether. And reading the article on ESPN, she says she's retiring from the sport. She's expecting her second child, but she'll play one more game. I know that happens. I know women in professional sports are pregnant and then they'll play. It's just something that kind of slaps you in the face. Wait a minute, what? Oh, yes, you can be pregnant and still play the sport at its highest level. So she'll play one more game for the Wave in the NWSL, and that'll be her farewell game. As I think if you didn't watch in 99 when those women, led by Mia Hamm and Randy Chastain, won on that Sunday afternoon against China, Alex Morgan is probably kind of your introduction for men into women's soccer for reasons that you can guess. I remember all the conversations. You guys should have been ashamed of yourselves. I didn't say you, Sean. I said you guys.
Oh, okay.
You
looked at me, though.
Well, I got
to straight at me when you said you should be ashamed.
No, I was looking at Chuck Pagano on the Pat McAfee
He
show.
should be ashamed
He
of
should be ashamed of himself. Let's get to La Raza here. What's up, La Raza?
Hey, what up, Belly Belly? How you doing?
That's not my name, but go ahead.
Hey, by the way, Sean, if you need a host for the listener party, hey, you can always grab me and or Lazy J. We'll be more than happy to come into your show.
Sean,
I'll think about it. We'll see how much we can use the dump button.
Well, all right. So pretty much, though, you took my thing about the U.S. soccer, about Alex Morgan retiring. And I was going to tell you who was the greatest of all time between her, me, and him. Which team would you think would win in a match?
The 99 team or the 2015? Which U.S. soccer team are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
The me and him led team versus the Alex Morgan team that we so-called you introduced us to women's soccer. Who do you think will win between them two?
Alex Morgan was very young on the 2011 team who lost in the final to Japan. They had that great game against Brazil, Megan Rapinoe, Abby Wambach. The 2015 team had those women on the team too. The 99 team, I can't remember a lot about them other than them winning the final. So just because of my bias, I'm taking the 2015 team. That Carly Lloyd on that team who was really good in her prime still. I'm taking that one. And just because I don't remember much about the 99 team, although I know how famous they became because of what they did.
And this is that question, like in my inner Ryan, whatever happened to Hope Solo? Did she ever have OnlyFans, or what happened to her?
I don't think she got an OnlyFans, or maybe, I don't know. I don't think she did. I mean, there were certainly images that were out there that she didn't consent to having out there, but I don't think OnlyFans was the thing at the time. The internet was, so they're out there. I don't believe she did have one. She just got some images leaked, unfortunately. Any other questions? Or do you want to pretend to be someone else? You want to pretend to be Gary from this morning or Jacob from the past? Anyone else you want to be?
No. Those guys are Gary and Ryan. All those guys are, yeah.
Okay.
They're their own characters.
Gotcha. Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Love the show as always, man.
Appreciate you, man. La Raza, call in anytime you want. And Sean kind of gave you my people call your people about him being a host on the show.
There's a lot left to schedule,
Yeah.
It's only gonna be 2 hours.
As far as him being on the pecking order, is he
below Granado? Granado's one.
Well, obviously
on the wish
but
list.
do you think you can get Granado? A sober Granado you won't get.
No, I don't want sober Granado. Sober Granado is like 10th on the list.
Ideal sober Granado in the morning is not great.
Yeah, no. I think half-lit Granado is what we're
looking for.
That's what we're looking.
Right
That's
balance.
what we're scouting for.
Yeah, keep them on the Coors Lights, none of the hard stuff.
Yeah. We might have to get to him early.
Definitely.
Might 6:15 maybe.
And he's going to be meeting people, hanging out. So get him
Rubbing
in there
elbows,
early.
yeah.
Yeah. That would be my plan.
But yeah, Paul, Lance, Joe.
Are you
all of
doing
them.
it in order, or that's just
Jeremy.
the names popping off?
No, this is just the name.
Because you haven't mentioned Joel yet. So
Joel.
Oh,
Joel.
telling that you didn't even.
Just working my way down the.
Sure.
Dell after Joel.
Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm just telling you right now. Don't even worry about it. Don't feel bad. I won't feel bad. We work enough together as it is.
Glenn Davis, maybe. If
Yeah,
he's
Glenn
there.
would be cool having him on. Maybe
They're going to be pretty laid back segments.
Maybe the U.S. will actually.
I've already told Todd and Joe it's going to be laid back.
That's a Thursday. There's going to be a game on. What game would that be?
No, it's Friday.
No, it's Friday. Yes, Friday. So yeah, you're right. There might be a college football game on.
Holiday show.
September 20th is a holiday show.
Yeah.
It is a party
After
day.
6 p.m. It's a holiday show.
I got you. All right. So if you guys want to stake your claim to possibly getting a segment, maybe you didn't win Rock the Mic, and you want to say, hey, I should have won, call in. Maybe Sean will put you on and say,
I don't like those. I don't like that. I don't like 2 more weeks of open tryouts.
I'm not on this show, but if they think they should have won Rock the Mic or should have been entered.
I think we only have an hour, maybe 2. I think it's till 8, 6 to 8. So
break it down in 5 minutes. How much show do you actually want to do that day yourself?
That's why Granato's number one.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Don't poo-poo having some of the people who want to take their shot. Makes your show a hell of a lot easier. Not for the guy inside who might have to hit a button.
No,
Sean, you're
not my problem.
Exactly. You only worry about that from 10 to 3, and not even from 10 to 12.
No.
I'm not cursing.
Noon to 3.
Exactly. We got a volatile guy from 12 to 3. I'm not going to tell you which one. You guys can guess.
Yes.
I think it's pretty easy.
Gallant or
Gallant.
George. Oh.
We know Paul. Paul can get, I won't say irritated. He can get excited on occasion.
Irritated too. All the I words.
Insane. Paul Gallant, host of Gallant and
Get
George.
ill.
True. Listen to them, and maybe you can call in and infuriate Paul. That's another I word.
Ask about wide receiver ones. Ask who's the wide receiver 1 on the
Texans. He doesn't like that.
No, it's whoever's open. That's his answer.
That's CJ's answer.
Yeah.
That's D'Amico's answer.
But then you open up ESPN.com. And it's can Tank Dell be wide receiver 1 for the Texans? Doesn't like that. That's actually what DJ said yesterday. He didn't like that.
Did they get into an argument about it?
No, it was at the end of the segment, so Paul was respectful and then started the next segment with how much he hated it.
At least he waited a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Paul, showing some restraint.
We hit the break on time.
Because it was bubbling. There it is. Paul, I'm not as upset about it as you are, but I agree. Who cares? You got 3 really good wide receivers. Distribute the ball to whoever's open, and the offense will be just fine. Speaking of the Texans and who could or should, or maybe it's not even a real thing about who could be their wide receiver 1, Mike Irvin, a definite wide receiver 1, had thoughts about Stephon Diggs and his place and whether the Texans are a perfect spot for him. We will hear from Michael Irvin when we come back. But before we do that, I want to talk to you again about MyBookie. Put some money down on the Texans if you like them going on the road to see the Colts. And if you are of the opinion that the Colts may cover, or at least, the Colts will win straight up, I would say don't do that. But if you do think that's going to happen, MyBookie will take that bet too. And they have a couple new things for you that you can take advantage of. I talk about the promo code all the time, Bet975. They will match what you throw in there up to $1,000. So give yourself a couple extra bucks. Go to MyBookie right now. But they also have a thing where they give away hundreds of thousands in prizes with their Super, Survivor, and Squares contests. You can join in now for your shot at huge cash rewards and take a chance at being part of their new loyalty program. What that means is the more you play, the more you win. It's simple. With MyBookie Plus, you can climb through the tiers of the loyalty rewards program to unlock even more epic promotions, exclusive giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie, just the lock of the century. Go to mybookie.ag to check it all out because you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
I was going to get to this, but sometimes you get a text and it throws you off track. I would like to be more professional, but I'm being criticized for my professionalism anyway through this text. So I might as well start airing some grievances. Sam, who is very popular, not with me right now, but very popular on the station and with the people who work here and with you guys who watch on Twitch and Twitter and YouTube for very obvious reasons that I won't explain. She is the leader of our social team. So anytime you see something on Instagram or YouTube, she has a big part in that. She's done a great job since coming over. See, Sean, you lead with grace and praise before you start the hate. Now Sam has taken it upon herself in the last 3 hours. I'm not sure why it's a thing today, to listen intently, and anytime I have a misstep on a word, she has decided to let me know about it, as if the person saying it doesn't know they made the mistake. So 2 times in the last couple hours, she said, "Hey, slow down a little bit. You said something a little off. You used a word, or you threw in a letter in a word that you shouldn't have." And I would say to her, "Sam, you were a legit volleyball player on the college level. You had a coach who would correct you if you made a mistake. I assume you didn't get every dig correct. You didn't make every pass correctly. I assume you had some issues. And you know what? You signed up for your coach to correct you. You're not my coach. I didn't sign up for it. I did not sign up for that. I did not sign my NLI for Sam Rico to be my coach from her room in the building. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I appreciate the criticism. Clearly, I don't."
When her teammates stumbled, do you think she was like, "Hey, by the way, you missed that dig"? Or do you think she
Yeah. Are we teammates? Or are you my coach? Because if we're teammates, would you text your teammate after practice? Screwed that up a little bit. Would you? I just want to know. I know you're listening now. Am I speaking in a way that you understand everything I'm saying now? Am I clear and concise? I'm just asking. I think Lance has empowered her to a point where I'm just going to text him and say, "Hey, you messed that word up."
Lance has created a monster?
I think he has. I think he has. Sam is great at what she does. I'm just not looking for it. That's all I'm saying.
Anyway, you want to talk about Stephon Diggs now?
No,
After we're done talking about the Stephon Diggs of ESPN 97.5.
You know that video? I think you guys played it yesterday, or maybe.
Yeah, yes.
Where his teammates decided he was the guy least likely to, at least they didn't want to date their sister.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
Not according to your Minnesota. Maybe you're a great guy, but they don't want you dating their sister.
Would nobody want me to date his sister?
No. You know who I don't want coaching me? She's a great woman. Great. She's a great lady. A great girl. I don't want you coaching me. And there, if you heard that sound, that was her texting me again. Okay. We will get to Michael Irvin on Stephon Diggs. But first, because Jerry called in with his real name, we'll get to him as quickly as we can, and that means we'll get to him now. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, good morning, Del. Just a couple of things for this weekend. I'm just excited football is back. I don't really care if I lose week 1 in my fantasy draft, even though there is a buy-in. But I'm just excited that the football season starts tonight. I do have the Chiefs winning because I just don't see them losing back-to-back season openers, especially at home. Tomorrow, I got Green Bay. And then for the rest of the weekend, hopefully I'm happy with Colorado wins at Nebraska. I think Oklahoma and Houston will cover the total. And North Texas beat Stephen in Boston. And then one last thing. The other day I said, shame on Florida State for losing Boston College. Shame on Stephen and Boston scheduling a game against a bunch of high schoolers. What are y'all doing playing North America, the whole continent? And then what's next? Next season you're going to schedule Blinn Junior College? Shame on you, Stephen F. Austin. Thank you, Dale.
Have some shame. Who did they play that got him so upset?
They played North American.
Yeah. How long have they been North America? Is that a new name for that college? Because colleges will change their name. No.
1492.
How long have they called themselves North America? It can't. We would have recognized that as something to talk about for years now. If that school was always North America.
I think they were.
How long have they been around?
I think they're a D3 school, or maybe they're. Yeah, I think they're a D3 school that just bumped up to D2.
The North American Stallions. Stephen F. Austin beat them 77-0. They scored 42 points in the first quarter.
Do you know how long the second half was?
Wasn't it like 5-minute quarters?
5-minute quarters.
Because it was 70-0 at the half. Let's get out of here. How does that help Stephen F. Austin? They are a legit FCS program. How does playing North American help you?
You can ask the same about Alabama playing Western Kentucky.
But that helps Western Kentucky fill their coffers. I get why that happens.
Do you don't think that was a buy game for
Is Stephen F. Austin handing North America? It's funny to say it. Is Stephen F. Austin giving North America money so they can play that game?
Well, the real Stephen F. Austin was handing Texans money to move to Texas, or they weren't Texans yet, moving white settlers to settle Texas.
We didn't get
Stephen F. Austin.
I didn't get the thing when I came here that was interesting to me. I didn't go to high school here, but there was a separate part for Texas history.
Yes.
And of course, U.S. history. You could take a Texas history class in college and then obviously a U.S. history class. It was just U.S. history in California. There was no California history class. That's just how that's one of the things.
History's boring.
Probably. That's one of the things that made my initial introduction to Texas very interesting. Wait a minute. You have a separate class for Texas history? Yeah, we do.
In 6th or 7th grade.
Yeah.
That's all or not all I took, but that was my only history was Texas history.
Speaks to why people here love the state.
Oh, okay.
You thought I was going to go one place. I wasn't going there.
Does Stephen F. Austin play do they have a bye game where they're the North America? Like, do they play
where there'll be 5-minute quarters in the second half?
Yeah, or I don't think they'll get beat that bad, but do they play like LSU or something?
From what I can tell, they don't have. Would North Texas have paid them to show up? I don't think so.
Maybe a little bit,
but not a lot. Not like they're not getting $1 million.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look like it. It looks like they have a relatively normal schedule. They don't get one of those giant Power 4 programs that's going to pay them $2 million to get their ass kicked in a game. But they'll have North America come by. You're right, man, Jerry. What does this do for Stephen F. Austin? 70-0 at the half.
I don't get doing.
You might as well scrimmage against yourself. You get more out of it.
I don't get doing 5-minute quarters for the last 2 quarters. Like, just call it. Like, why are we pretending?
Do you have
for 10 minutes?
Do you have to play a certain amount of minutes to make it official?
Kentucky didn't. Last week they had their game delayed heavily due to lightning in the area and then called early. But I think they made it to the third quarter. I think they made it like halfway through the third.
Thank you, Jerry, for that information. I wasn't aware, but you got a really good point. What the hell is going on there? 70-0 at the half. Okay, we'll get to the Michael Irvin thing here, and then we'll have a giveaway for you. Michael Irvin, we all know, boisterous. I don't know if you would call him a diva back then, but he was one of those ones, one of the number one wide receivers in football, and he wanted to let you know about it. Despite Paul's objections, a lot of people think Stephon Diggs is the one. He was the one in Buffalo. We haven't seen him play a down that matters here. So his targets and how he fits in will determine if he's, quote unquote, the one in Houston. But Michael Irvin thinks he's a great fit here. Here's Michael Irvin on why this is the right place for Stephon Diggs right now.
This is the right place for him for right now. We know how he started in Minnesota with Kirk Cousins. We know how he started in Buffalo. He had an incredible start in Buffalo. I mean, putting up 100 reception seasons every year, but fell off last year. 1 to 12, weeks 1 to 12, he had 121 targets. 13, 18, only 39 targets. Keith, you know how hot you would have been if that change happened on that football team when you were on that football team. 121 targets from weeks 1 to 12.
We wouldn't have got there.
It wouldn't have gotten that bad.
I wouldn't have got that bad.
It wouldn't have gotten that bad because that's a huge drop.
We're going to address that immediately.
That's a huge drop off. And let me tell you something. One thing Norv Turner would always say to me, he would always say, Michael, because he sees me coming in his office, getting ready to say, I want the ball early. He would always say to me, I'm going to use your energy for us. I don't want the energy going against us, which means I'm going to get you the ball early.
I need you to be a certain way.
That's exactly what D'Amico Ryan is doing right here. He says, I know he has energy. I want to make sure I use it for us and not against us.
You heard him mention Keyshawn Johnson was there too. That guy you would say diva. Maybe not the first, because wide receivers have always been the position to get that label, but he was one of the best divas as far as just being a diva.
Who was the first diva?
First diva wide receiver?
Yeah. It was like the guy who caught the first forward pass ever. It was just like,
it's just playing outside.
Hell yeah.
Playing outside the trenches, running and catching passes makes you a diva. I don't know. Was it
I'm the all-time leading receiver in NFL history? Of course I'm going to be a diva. I have one catch for 4 yards.
He caught one catch. He made one catch for 4 yards in the entire game, and he led the league for at least a week. Was it? That's a good question. I'd have to go.
I have to
get on my Steve Sable and do the whole NFL Films archive and go look through it and see who would
That should be like a documentary where you get Keyshawn Johnson to sit down, you get Terrell Owens to sit down, talk about the history of
the diva wide receiver.
wide receivers.
Throw Randy Moss in there too.
Yeah.
And see who they come up with. Who are their idols, and was that person the diva? Not who you modeled your game after.
Yeah.
Who you modeled your diva-ness after.
Was Steve Largent a diva?
He didn't wear gloves. Not a chance. Billy White shoes, all the dancing and the shoes. I don't know what his attitude was. I just know he likes to dance. You don't get a chance to dance at the listener appreciation party. At least I don't think. We're not going to have live music, I don't think.
I don't know. Yeah, that's above my pay grade. You can always cut a rug, though.
Cut a rug.
Do we have a rug here?
Right there, there we're kicking rocks. That's things people usually don't say.
There'll be something you can tap your toes to.
Okay. How many do you got in you, do you think? Shake a leg?
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know. Do the Charleston.
That's just saying do a dance. That doesn't fit what we're doing here.
Just listen to the bullpen. And yeah.
Well, you'll get the chance to do that, and maybe if you play your cards right, be on the bullpen, although Sean may have some objections to that. What we're talking about is the Listener Appreciation Party. It's back. You can join the broadcast, editorial, and management team of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for an evening of food, drinks, and fun at the home of Gal Media. So caller 6-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to our ESPN Listener Party for a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. And if you don't win, there are a limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets still available, which include food and drinks. Just head to ESPN975.com. Under the promotions tab to secure your tickets now, use promo code LAP15 for $5 off. LAP15 simply means Listener Appreciation Party 15. That'll get you $5 off. But you can win right now. We're going to be giving away tickets throughout to get you guys in. It'll be here. Get to see what we do. Sean and everyone else, along with Lance and Joel and Jeremy, they'll all be here if you want to hang out with them. Gallant George as well. So we'll get that winner there. We'll go to break. We got a couple more segments to go. But before we do, Sean, how do you turn your picks into prizes?
Oh, well, yeah, we'll do it here. I was going to do the giveaway, but we can do it here. Yeah, you can turn your picks into prizes. No other place to do that than Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy app and football. It's here. It's time to get in on the action. Do you know ball? I think you do know ball. You've been spending all summer watching, grinding, getting ready, and now is your time to strike. They have the Caleb Williams more over one passing yard. I think I've liked what I saw out of Hard Knocks to think that Caleb Williams can get more than one passing yard. That's basically a free square that Prize Picks is giving you for the entire month of September.
You can add that in with maybe a Lamar Jackson plus what was he at? More 1.5 pass, rush, and receiving touchdown. Basically passing and rushing. I don't know if he's going to catch one. And I like this one. Harrison Butker and Justin Tucker to combine for more than one 48-yard field goal or more. I think we got a long kick in us here tonight. So get on the action. Download Prize Picks today. Use code MAPES, 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 to get $50 instantly when you play $5. That's code MAPES on Prize Picks. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. I mentioned this earlier that a third baseman got a big deal in the last 24 hours. That third baseman is Matt Chapman of the San Francisco Giants. He gets a 6-year, $151 million deal. The extension wipes out the final 2 years of his current deal, and it keeps Chapman from opting out. What does it mean? Well, we know we have a third baseman that is looking for money. Now, he doesn't have years left on his deal. He'll be a free agent once this season is over. So the Giants avoid what the Astros are going to have to deal with whenever their season ends. So 6 years, 151 is just over 25 mil per year. And he had already signed a $20 million per year extension. Well, he earned that this season, but it's been replaced by the extension. So if you are Alex Bregman, you look at what Matt Chapman got, and the numbers tell everyone you're a better player than Matt Chapman. 25 plus ain't going to be enough. I don't believe the Texans, the Astros and Alex Bregman have had really any substantial talks. Anytime you hear any talks about his deal, we'll get to it. It's something we're trying to do. That's been Dana Brown's approach. I don't think they can use Matt Chapman's deal as a starter point. Bregman's going to be like, I'm better than him. I'm younger than him. Not by much, but I'm younger than him. Give me more. We thinking 30, Sean? Forget about the number of years, because that might be the start and end of conversation when the Texans, again, I say that, when the Astros hear what Bregman wants and the length, that might be the first step to, sorry, we're not doing that. We appreciate what you've done here. Try to get that someplace else. But as far as the annual average salary, what are you thinking? It's 30 plus for Alex Bregman? Is he coming under 30?
I think he might be under 30.
But he's closer to 30 than he is 25. Do you think?
Yeah, I could. Well, 27 isn't really. That's kind of the number I had in my head, and that's basically right in the middle. I don't know. I mean, I think it ultimately will just come down to years. I know that's not what you're asking, but
no, it could.
But if a team wants to give him, $24 million a year, but for 9 years, and it takes him for the rest of his career,
is he taking that?
I feel like he would. Yeah.
I wonder if
all these guys take.
I wonder if
15-year long.
I get that point, but I wonder if the number and the annual average means a lot to him too. We know it's all monopoly money at this point, but does he think I'm a 30 per year guy and that's what I want, and I believe that's my market and I'm not taking less until it's like March and he's in the middle of watching spring training happening and he's still not signed, because I think that's a real possibility.
Yeah.
That his demands, no matter who he is talking to, they tell him, "Hey man, we're not doing that." Because it happens.
Could he do what all of the Scott Boras guys did this offseason, where they, like you said, take it into spring training and then they sign these deals like Matt Chapman, where you sign a deal where it's, hey, just opt outs after every year for 3 years, $30 million a year, and we'll just basically try again next offseason.
I think so. Whether that's with the Astros or someone else,
I feel like the Astros have to do that. If it's a short term,
if he's willing to do that, yeah.
I think the only way that the Astros should get beat is if someone offers them like a 7-8 year contract where we know the Astros aren't interested,
and we're all scoffing at it. Well,
yeah,
that's stupid.
The way I'm thinking is, was the Altuve extension 5 years or 6 years?
I'll look that up.
Either way, I don't think he's getting longer than the Altuve.
Altuve got a 5-year extension.
Yeah, I don't think he's getting longer than the Altuve. So does he want a 5 for 150?
Look, we don't know his thinking, but for some reason, I have the belief that the annual average is going to mean something to him. It means quite a bit to everyone. Now certainly the years are important too, but just recognizing that I'm worth this. It's an ego thing for plenty of players. You're not going to pay me less than that guy per year. I'm better than him. Give me that, or we're going to have an issue. And maybe the fact that they've not given him what he wanted and made him wait into his free agent offseason is going to be a problem too. I don't know Alex Bregman. He may be a very amenable guy. It might not matter. Or he could be like a lot of pro athletes where every slight matters. If we go by how he used to be on the field,
yeah,
where he would do the 4 thing and the swagger, which has disappeared a little bit as he's gotten older, or maybe AJ Hinch called him out during a playoff series, and we haven't really seen that Alex Bregman since, as far as how demonstrative he was earlier in his career. He might be a guy who takes every slight as personal, or at least he sees it as a slight and goes, hey, if you don't give me exactly what I want, I'm going to go try to find it someplace else. Now, that is an off-season discussion, but I just found it interesting that a guy around his age got his deal from his team, and the Giants don't have to worry about their guy leaving.
I just looked up the highest AAV for MLB third baseman. Do you know who number 1 is?
I probably couldn't guess in 10 tries.
Anthony Rendon. Anthony Rendon, Nolan Arenado, Machado, Devers, Chapman now. But this is the new Chapman deal. Puts him at 5.
And what's Rendon's number?
Rendon is at 35 million per season until 2026. He
And-
signed from 2020 to 2020.
And obviously hindsight and maybe some foresight from people because it's the Angels. You guys, this is not going to work out for you, right?
Yeah.
You're the Angels. It's never going to work out for you.
7 years, $245 million for Anthony Rendon in 2020.
And he has pretty much been a disaster since 2021 for them. 2020, when he first got there,
It's all right.
The power numbers, he was injured, and the power, so obviously not great. He was hurt. No, actually, that was the COVID season. I take that back.
Yeah.
So he was fine, not up to his national standards, Washington national standards. But since that point, he doesn't play a lot of games, and he's told us he doesn't care about baseball as much as you might want for your prime premier free agent signing.
Yeah.
If you're Alex Bregman, you're like, that guy got 35. You want me to take under 30?
He was coming off.
He was coming off
that very World Series that you referenced earlier.
Yes, he was coming off an MVP and an All-Star game and so on and so forth. But Alex Bregman, the price of the brick has gone up. And that guy should not be making more than me.
Yeah, Machado or Rendon's at 35 a year. Arenado's at 32.5. Machado's at basically 32. Devers at 31. And then now Chapman a little over 25.
I feel like Bregman's going to be asking for 30 plus.
Give me Machado money.
He would have an argument. Now, as you pointed out, when Rendon got his, he was at the top of his game. But if you want to be a pain in the ass about it, you say the highest paid third baseman in the league can't hold a candle to me, even when I have been hurt for portions of the year.
Be like, call the Angels.
Hey, do I look like I'm Moreno?
Yeah.
Does my name say Moreno?
Yeah, you might notice, Alex Bregman, the Astros finish ahead of them every year
all the time. So why would we operate like they operate?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I mean, all these teams where it's like the Angels, the Cardinals, who are fine, I guess. The Padres, the Red Sox, like the Giants. None of these teams are that successful. Then you get to Austin Riley with the Braves.
Yeah, so maybe the Astros will have a point. Why would we want to operate like those teams? They never win. Our way is a pretty good one, but generally players don't care about that sort of thing. And that thing is logic. What does logic have to do with me wanting my money? Just give me my money. You know why you're good? Because I'm around. That would be his counterpoint. I've been pretty good around here. Pay me for it. Yeah, the Rendon thing is going to be tough.
Yeah, he's not beating Rendon.
He's not beating Rendon. But the assertion on his part that he should be in the $30 million range, I ain't going to fight him on it.
He should be in the 30s.
Yeah.
I didn't have it in front of me when I was thinking 27. No, he should not take 27.
No.
He should take like 30.
You insulted him a little bit.
I
got a little out of order.
I was. Anthony Rendon's agent, Scott Boras.
That passes the sniff test. We got one more segment to go here before we wrap it up. And we were going to get to what the Commanders president said or vice president said about his own team and their fans. We'll get to that tomorrow. He wasn't kind and he got suspended for it. But we have a couple more things to go before we wrap it up. One more segment to go. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I said the Vice President Rael Etienne of the Washington Commanders got suspended. Well, he's been fired. That was confirmed today. He was the Vice President of Content for 4 years. Well, he provided content, so he understands the job. If you don't know what happened, it's hard to tease something for tomorrow. So we'll play the audio tomorrow, but here are some of the things he said that got him fired. He accused Jerry Jones of being anti-gay and a racist. He called NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell a $50 million puppet. And he called the Commanders fans mouth breathers. And that's not even what he said about his players on the team. So Sean watched the video and said, I watched it too. I didn't know what all the context of it was. But you think, or at least it looks like a journalist pretended to be, well, they went on a date, but the journalist used the date as pretext to get this guy talking. And he said a lot of things that led to his firing.
Yeah, the tweet I saw described it as like Washington Commanders VP of whatever gets caught on an undercover date.
This is what the article says on ESPN. According to the video, Etienne had met the woman on the dating app Hinge, but she turned out to be undercover for the media group, which is the O'Keefe Media Group. They met twice in June at restaurants in D.C.
Yeah.
I know you got to watch your words.
Oh, this is from the tweet I saw is from the O'Keefe Media
Okay.
Group.
I know you got to watch your words, but that's rough, man. You got tricked. Apparently they saw you as a potential target and you got. So he loses his job because of what he said on a date.
You brought up a good point though. During the break. How does any of this come up during a date? How does Jerry Jones come up during a date?
She must have.
So that's my question.
She had to lead him into it.
How does Roger Goodell come up during a
Possible.
during a date?
Well, the question for me is, did she seek him out because she knew who he was, or after she met him, she realized this is the guy who might say some things. I don't really like him that much, but there's a chance for some stuff to go down here, and we got a chance to make some news. I got to find out how this happened. Did she seek him out, or was this just happenstance and she found an avenue to take advantage of this guy's loose lips?
No way that this was just a coincidence.
You think from the moment they met on Hinge, she knew he was a target?
Yeah. How would this been a coincidence where it's just like, oh, just so happened to get the Commanders not GM.
But why
VP.
him? Why do you think he would be someone who would open his mouth like this? How would you know that? You're just taking a chance?
I guess. Yeah, it's just a hit piece. Try to tear someone down from the NFL.
Maybe
she's a Cowboys fan, and that's how Jerry Jones came up. Again, on a date. What percentage of dates do you think Jerry Jones comes up on?
Very few, unless you're a Dallas Cowboy fan.
I think unless you're
Dallas,
both Cowboys fans.
You got to be both Cowboy fans to commiserate about Jerry Jones. So it's part of the sound. I don't think the commissioner of the NFL hates gay people, hates black people. Jerry Jones, who really runs the NFL, I think he hates gay people, black people. So Roger Goodell, not a hater of people.
Okay.
Jerry Jones, a clear hater of people, according to the former vice president of content for the Commanders.
Roger Goodell's like, oh, okay. So he only called me a puppet at least.
$50 million puppet. And to be fair, he does work for the owners. I don't know. Is he a marionette or is the hand up the butt? Which one is he?
Hand up the butt.
Yeah, I think in this case, this guy thinks
he would say
he
hand up the
definitely
butt.
would. He definitely thinks he's a Muppet, not a Pinocchio type. All right, we're done. If we remember, I can't guarantee we will. We'll get to that audio tomorrow, because the fact that this is based off a Hinge date gone wrong adds so much to it. I really want an hour to break it down how this happened. I need her to be interviewed, not him. I don't care about him anymore. How did you figure out this was the way to go? We should talk about that tomorrow on a Friday. We will see. I'm done for the day. Gallant George up next, followed by the Killer Bees. If we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
We did it!
That we did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
This ball hit well into center field, sending Chaz McCormick all the way back, and that will be a leadoff home run for Jonathan India.
How much longer did you watch after that? How much longer?
When it was 6-0.
6-0. Okay. Sean, how far did you get into last night's Houston Astros Cincinnati Reds game?
I think 6. I think 6.
You got to 6. Okay. I'll be honest. Look, we're in September. It's football season. I'm not even kidding. That pitch, I was out.
You're just like,
I was out. I was out. And I feel bad because I should have had a little bit of faith in Spencer Arrighetti, who's been pitching great of late. But things got worse. Things got worse. The Astros lost. Not the end of the world, but they lost 12-5 to the Cincinnati Reds, who they amazingly have not beaten since 2016.
Yeah, I just saw someone just posted the lineup from that day. Mike Fiers was the pitcher. Jake Marisnick was in left field. Correa, Springer, all out there.
They've won more World Series than games against the Reds since 2016. 2 times as many.
That's incredible.
It's a really random stat.
When you put it that way, like yes, but like you said, like they've won more World Series than they've beaten the Reds. So you're like, wow, like that's improbable. I know they don't play a ton, but how? Because they've mostly been a bad team, like a very bad team. They're better this year, but like the Reds have been the bottom of the barrel for like years.
You only play them every year as of last year, so these things can happen, and eventually we will get to a point where, hey, the Astros have played enough teams over a set amount of years where a streak like this will not exist. But it is an interesting one. I'm going to say something about Spencer Arrighetti. I hope that he doesn't take it personal because I think that we all agree he has had a really fun season. It's been nice to see him bounce back, and it's been really impressive to see what he has done over the course of the last month. He's got a lot of potential. I am not giving him a playoff rotation rose. He is officially out. He is the first Astros starting pitcher I am officially ruling out of that rotation, Joe.
Interesting. So, because last month he had 3 starts where he had 12, 13, and 11 strikeouts. He was incredible in those starts. He was pretty good in his other ones against Baltimore and the White Sox. So, where he only had 5 and 6 strikeouts. So he was absolutely electric in August.
Yeah, he was.
That's why he won the Rookie of the Month and everything. Is it just that you see these big disaster outings and you just don't trust him?
He's a rookie.
Yeah.
In the playoffs, this is on the table. I'm not saying it's going to happen every single time, but we've seen this from him a couple of times this year. And I sensed watching that first inning back this morning that after that first pitch, his body language, the vibes, you can kind of understand how things unraveled the way that they did.
Yeah, I'm with you on this. I'm fine with this take. I'm good with Spencer Arrighetti being part of the bullpen in the playoffs if you want him to be. If he got left off the playoff roster, it wouldn't totally shock me.
Do you think they would do that with his strikeouts per 9? I don't know. I feel like you do want a guy who could strike people out in the playoffs, and it might be difficult for him coming in a bullpen kind of role.
And that's the question is like, do you feel comfortable with him coming in for the bullpen? If you do feel comfortable with him being a bullpen guy, like they're going to do with Blanco now, like they're going to do what they've done with Hunter Brown in the past or Christian Javier in the past, like this is a team that's tried multiple different guys in the bullpen versus the rotation. If they feel comfortable with Spencer Arrighetti coming out of the bullpen in a game, then I'm going to trust them at this point because it's kind of like the Kikuchi thing where they deserve the benefit of the doubt. But it wouldn't stun me if he's also just not on the playoff.
I'd be pretty stunned by that.
Really?
I'm thinking, well, who else would they put in? Who would they put in instead of him is more what I'm thinking. And off the top of my head, I can't think of somebody on the minor league roster that they would have on as a pitcher as opposed to him.
Yeah, that's true.
So it's not like we're going from a roster cut
more,
down in the
he could be more like
camp,
Urquidy in 2022 where he's like
something like that.
Used,
yeah,
he was barely used at all.
Right. And hey, look, I mean, if you need a long relief guy, you need a mop up guy. Okay, put him in there. See how he does. It'll be his first real playoff season. I like Arrighetti long term here. I just don't feel like he's going to be in the playoff rotation. Day One Donna says, "Oh, Blanco's back in the rotation, no longer kicked to the curb." No, he's out too. No, we're down to our 4. It's now a matter of like when you use him. It's Framber Valdez. It's Justin Verlander. Probably not early on. It's Yusei Kikuchi, and then it's Hunter Brown. And I don't know the order yet, but I feel like over the course of the next month, we can have our own little reality TV show here where we give out roses for like it's The Bachelor or something like that. And we determine like who gets the number one rose. I think that's Fromber's by default.
Yeah.
And after that, I don't know. And in 3-man rotation, there is going to be somebody else that we're not going to be giving a rose. We're taking the other 3 to the honeymoon suite.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty much just on board with this take. I want to find a way to push back, but we talked all about Justin Verlander this week and the struggles that he's had. But I think it really just comes down to who do you have more faith in that they're going to figure it out to be good in the playoffs. They don't have to be excellent or great in the playoffs, but do you want Justin Verlander to be good in the playoffs, or do you expect Spencer Arrighetti to be good in the playoffs? I'm going to bet on Justin Verlander every single time. Like, it's just, that's why you're right. Spencer Arrighetti is the odd man out in the rotation. Unless he somehow, like, if he bounces back in a big way and JV continues to struggle, there are a couple starts left that, but I can't imagine a world in where JV, because he's the 4th guy, is left off the rotation instead of Arrighetti.
Yeah, it's not. So look, it's not. This isn't. I don't think this is a brain buster of a take. I don't think it's even that good of one. I just think, hey, Spencer Arrighetti, that's on the table if he pitches in the postseason, and I don't think the offense is good enough to overcome that. Very few offenses are good enough to overcome a 9-run first inning. You know,
at one point they seemed like they might have a chance. Where I would just check the box score to see.
Oh, you kept on looking.
I
was completely out. I went to go watch the not very good TV show, The Rings of Power, the first 3 episodes of that.
Oh, for the second season?
Yeah. I can't help it. I like the Lord of the Rings universe.
I never watched the first season, so it was on my list of things to watch.
It's okay. I didn't like the twist at the end of season 1, but whatever. I'm still watching it.
Yeah, I kind of
I don't know what I'm doing.
I kind of keep my eye on it just because it's like, well, just in case they come back.
Galadriel's hot. What else do you want from me? So is the other girl that's the sister of Isildur.
I feel like 75% of the shows that Paul watches, he's like, yeah, they stink, but what else am I going to do?
Yeah, what you want me to watch baseball? Baseball in September?
Oh, that's funny. I got to season 8 of Game of Thrones. So I got to the final season.
Oh, you got through it all the way.
I got to episode 1.
Oh yeah, episode 1, episode 2. They teased you. They made it seem like something big's gonna happen.
But because I know what's happening, I am almost just like I've lost my motivation to finish it.
There were some moments. Unfortunately, the moment that could have been was entirely shot in the dark, and we have no idea what happened.
Yes,
HBO should definitely go back in under the hood and twist a few knobs to make it look a little bit better. If it's gonna live on their service forever, just do a little bit of editing.
How about just brighter?
Yeah,
brighter.
I'm not saying change the quality of it or the storyline. I'm just make it easier to watch.
So, you want to talk about Spencer Arrighetti, the Astros playoff rotation? That is on the table. It is that time. Since today is the kickoff of the NFL season, we're going to do what every other Hacky Sports Radio show does, okay? We have to. We have to have our takes in because everyone can make a prediction. Everyone has an opinion. Everyone has a you-know-what. But we got to do it so that when we're right, we can rub it in your face how we were right. But if we're wrong, we'll forget about it and act like it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
This is Speak for Your Piece of Culture.
Yeah, what were our picks? What was our record during picks last year?
We don't even remember.
After week 4.
That's how far you guys got tracking it last year was week 4.
Yeah, there's only so many 1 for 5s and 2 for 4s that you can put in where you're like, what's the point?
MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 if you're into it. So we're going to go through really quickly at the back of a lot of these segments, prediction-wise, who's winning each division. Mm-hmm. So let's just start off with I think the easiest one, the AFC West. Chiefs are minus 260 to win the West. Chargers with Jim Harbaugh aboard, plus 380. They also got a ginger defensive lineman turned fullback. That's fun. The Raiders are plus 1,000. The Broncos are plus 2,000. The Raiders and Broncos are not worth your time this year.
Nope.
We're all picking the Chiefs here, right?
Yes.
Sean Payton. No, yeah, I'm picking the Chiefs.
Right.
I mean,
Bo Nix. I don't know.
I don't hate the Chargers as like a.
Chargers are a fun play, but plus 380 is not long enough for me.
Yeah, could they be a wild card team?
Yeah, I would look at their wild card odds as opposed to the division.
But I'm not going to pick anyone to beat the Chiefs this year.
No, I'm not either. I think they're going to win it.
Especially this division. This division stinks.
It does, and I think you take a look at the Chiefs' schedule because they're in this division, and I think their NFC schedule is rather favorable too. I have a hard time picking against the Chiefs at all this year. I mean, we'd love to see someone take them down because I don't want the Chiefs to have a three-peat on the Patriots.
Greatest dynasty of all time.
Stop.
They would be.
Stop.
Okay.
They'd have to win 2 more Super Bowls after that Super Bowl that they would have to win.
They'd have to win 5 straight?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Even though it took 20 years for
I'm gonna ask for something completely unrealistic because I realize the walls are crumbling in.
Oh,
and
you're
that
you're getting nervous.
Not only is my dynasty about to be a thing of the past, it's also about to be lapped.
Ooh,
It does feel that way. Does feel that way.
Yeah, Joe, you should have listened to the day after the Super Bowl Gallant.
I think I do remember that.
What did I do? I don't even remember.
Yeah, you were pretty bummed. You were pretty bummed that the Chiefs won.
Yeah, it was.
It's a real moment of weakness.
What can we say?
All I know is that right now on the Pat McAfee show, the Chiefsaholic guy,
17 and a half years.
He got 17 and a half years for robbing a bank.
Man, they sentenced him today.
Oh,
what a bunch of a-holes. That's low.
Cruel and unusual.
Let him see the banner raised. Is he going to get processed while this is all happening? Probably. Yeah. Right? I mean, if you get sentenced today, I would imagine it's like 8 to 10 hours before you're officially in a cell. Are they going to let you out? Are they going to send you to federal penitentiary that doesn't even have a DirecTV and NFL Sunday ticket? I mean, what is this?
I imagine he does get sent federal, right? Because he crossed 100 state lines to do this.
I don't think that federal prison has NFL Sunday ticket. Could be wrong.
I mean,
probably with the chauffeur from DirecTV to UTV. I don't know if they made this switch.
Someone give my man a cell phone.
Yeah, well, if they have if he's in Texas, DirecTV, no ESPN. So
the funniest thing is
that hotline.
They granted this guy bail.
I know.
And he immediately
left.
He immediately did exactly what everyone joked that he would do.
Yes, and he was on the run for a while too.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, it took him a couple of months to get him, if I'm not mistaken.
How long would you last on the run?
Oh, I don't think very long.
No.
I'd like to say I would, but no. I mean, I don't like carrying cash around because I don't like making eye contact with homeless people because it makes me feel guilty and I feel like I need to give them some, And I'd have to be all cashed out, and I don't have that much cash.
A lot of cameras these days.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's just really hard.
I think, Paul, you could with the on the camera's front, you could grow a giant beard, maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd have to shave my eyebrows. I don't want to do that. They're great.
Thin them out a little, yeah.
They're great.
Why did they shave your eyebrows?
Because they're so
distinctive. They're
unmissable.
Okay.
I mean, they're very recognizable.
Especially with the AI technology. I'm imagining this is some sort of CSI maneuver that they're doing where they hold on. Who's that bearded man? Enhance. No, just his eyebrows. Run those through the system. And yep, we got him. That's the PG train.
Woo woo. Anyway, it is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I think Eric Eddy's out of the playoff rotation. I also would like Jeff Bagwell to be out of all of our lives because he doesn't add much to the broadcast table. Highlights from Jeff Bagwell on the call last night. Oh boy, there were more groans, just like you expect. Stick around. It's Gallant and George.
It's Gallant and George,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
I mean, there's ways to combat that. You can wipe your jersey up and down and change sequences and off your jersey that you can't. There's no way to pick up, but people seem to don't do that anymore. When I came up, they did do that.
I was tempted to do something before today's show, but I felt that it would be dishonest. And I don't know if you just heard that clip. That was Jeff Bagwell on the call of last night's Astros-Reds game. The Reds won 12-5. I was tempted to bleep that out.
Oh.
So it would sound like he's talking about wiping. I didn't do it, but I thought about it.
That would have been very funny. What is he talking about?
So, as Arrighetti's day was going worse and worse,
Yeah.
Bagwell theorized that perhaps he is tipping his pitches, and then he just went into a back in my day tangent about how back in my day, I guess they rubbed the ball on their jersey to prevent themselves from tipping pitches. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how that would help so much. I guess
I mean, there's ways to combat that. And you can wipe your up and down and.
Good job, Sean. That was quick. What? We're immature, Joe. It's okay.
No, I'm laughing.
It's not. You're not laughing loud. Does it hurt your tooth?
Yeah, it does. I'm dying.
For those who don't know,
I have a broken tooth.
Explain how this happened.
I was helping my buddy move.
Oh,
and
man. No good deed goes unpunished.
He missed a step on the stair with a couch. So when he fell, I went face first into the corner of the couch. And I have a broken tooth. And I'm at 4:00. I'm getting it yanked out. So we'll see if I'm here tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
So it hurts quite a bit.
I mean, look, I'm
quite a bit.
I'm impressed that you have been doing this for how many days?
5, 4, because it happened on Sunday.
We had no idea.
Well, because it didn't hurt that bad. And then all of a sudden last night, like I didn't fall asleep till like 4 a.m. I think because it just hurt.
But did you have like popcorn or something?
No,
what
it just started hurting like so bad.
Oh gosh.
Out of nowhere.
Hmm.
Yeah. It's not great.
Not saying you don't brush your teeth, but kids, brush your teeth.
I
And
do
floss
brush
your
my teeth. Yes.
There's-
The dip probably didn't help, but you know,
that's 100% it.
100%.
Do you pack back right?
No.
Well, I don't know how you pack. I've never
I pack up here in the front left.
front left. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah.
actually, so it's as far away from
It's
that
as far
tooth,
away
at
as
least.
possible. Yeah. But I'm
It still cannot be. I'm sure his dentist isn't going to be like, yeah, no problem. Keep doing it.
Also, don't know the last time I went to a dentist. Like,
No.
well, I mean, I went like 3 years without health insurance with government health insurance.
Gotcha.
So when I did that, I didn't also pay for dental insurance.
But we I mean, bro, here we have.
Oh, I know.
We get 2 checkups a year.
Oh, I know.
So you just didn't do it.
No.
You afraid of the dentist?
A little bit.
You go enough, you won't be afraid.
Yeah, I think it's one of those because you don't do it often, it bothers you more.
That's understandable. I get it.
It's always you know what it is? It's the noises. Like if like they're working on your mouth, like it's like if you ever like the drill, like
I know
in
what
your
you're talking about,
cavity,
yeah.
it's the noise that bothers me more than anything else. Like it's not anything to do with my mouth or the pain or the shots or whatever. And I hate needles too. But like it's just the noise bothers me a ton.
The funny part is my friend is my dentist, and
Okay.
it's very interesting that when she comes in, cleans my teeth, and she like talks to me about people in her group of friends, and she's like roasting a friend to me, or I'm trying to roast one back, but I've got sauce in my mouth, and I'm like, a loser, you know, it's fun. Anyway, Joe, I think on the Twitch someone suggested like, why not talk to Paul Wall? Can we get Paul Wall on today?
I think Paul was on station this morning.
Right.
Yeah. So I
get a diamond grill.
Just will that help?
I don't know.
Is that what they do?
Well, they don't replace their teeth with it, but
Okay, that's what I thought. Just can I get a replacement tooth? Just a diamond tooth?
yeah,
That would be
I'm pretty
sick.
sure you can.
I mean, it's
that
the
would be-
hardest
Call-
thing that there is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like that seems like a legit idea.
Paul Wall can probably refer you to Johnny Dang. boom, now you're cooking.
Yeah, with that middle management salary, just like
Well, maybe promo code wall.
Do a little trade agreement.
Yeah,
I like that. So, Joe George's tooth is annoying him.
Yeah.
He's going to have that worked on. Jeff Bagwell's been annoying a lot of Astros fans.
He's annoying all of us
on the broadcast. He makes a noise that I'm imagining Joe's thinking in his mind a lot. Jeff Bagwell groans a lot. He just groans in the middle of the broadcast. This is just in the first 15 minutes of yesterday's game. Here is one of a few groans by Bagwell in the first inning.
Dropping 2 out of 3 to Oakland and 3 out of 4 to Milwaukee. And now Espinal is going to head to first to load the bases.
So that's the first one. Here's another groan by Jeff Bagwell.
Here's Santiago Espinal.
Oh.
I don't know why he groans as much as he does.
Because it's instead of saying words. I mean, the first one's a ball 4, right? So instead of just being like, that sucks, he just, ugh. He just caveman.
I kind of like it.
Like, he just goes caveman.
But for some people, they don't.
it does make it seem like you're watching the game with Jeff Bagwell because that's what you do on your couch. But it's also not great.
Sean, we had a groan yesterday, right? I'm losing track of all
Yeah,
these.
I can find it.
All right, cool.
There's so many groans.
He does it mid Todd Callis speaking often.
And it's funny too, because like they're not good groans ever. Like they're never like when anything like
what's
like,
a good groan?
well, like nothing positive is happening in the game.
Okay.
So he's not just like it's always just he's very upset when it's happening.
Do you want to? That sounded more like a good
No,
groan.
but like I know in the past he's done the I'm happy groans when Yordan Alvarez hits home runs. I've heard them. I don't know if we can find them, but now I feel we should find TV calls with Jeff Bagwell.
We might have to wait until 10 o'clock to play the happy groans by Jeff Bagwell, you know?
But yeah, they're just strange. They don't bother me.
They don't?
I guess I feel like I don't hear it as much during the broadcast.
Yeah.
I hear it. You hear it after.
That's amazing.
Like if you hear if you watch the video on Twitter of a highlight, you're more likely to hear it. But just like as it's happening, except now I feel like I'm listening for it. Like if we had the sound on in the TV.
I encourage all of you to listen
Yeah.
for it, okay? I try to give you fun things to listen for during baseball season because I have ADD and can't appreciate baseball the way that some of you diehard baseball fans have. I'll admit it. It's a me thing. It's not a you thing. It's a me thing.
I mean, it's not always the best.
I mean, a game like yesterday.
I mean, like there's people who probably watch all of yesterday's games who are Astros fans. Like how?
I can't believe it. I mean,
and I love baseball, but like when you're down 7-0,
yeah. I
mean, I've just got
They're
better
down
things
9-0.
to do.
Yeah, to get to 7-0, to get to 5-0, to get to 3-0, that's where I imagine some people started tuning out. I tuned out after the first pitch. The Reds just have their number. And you know what? If the Reds continuing to beat the Astros means the Astros can still win World Series, fine. I will take it. Okay, I do like football. Quick predictions. This is the most boring division in the NFL now. Shout out to the AFC South. No longer the most boring division in the NFL, thanks to your Houston Texans. But the NFC South, yeah, not very good. Are we all in agreement that the Atlanta Falcons, minus 138, are going to win the NFC South? As we continue to do NFL division predictions at the back end of segments.
Yeah, I'm going Falcons. I wanted to make an argument for Tampa. They won last year. But if Kirk Cousins can, the only thing against him is if he can't move because of his Achilles.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going Falcons.
That offense was so bad last year with Desmond Ridder, despite having lots of weapons that we all think are very good. So I'm taking the Falcons still because Kirk Cousins is not a great quarterback, but you definitely would have loved to have him back in the days of Davis Mills here.
Mm-hmm. Sean? That means he's taking the Panthers.
No, that's my thoughts on this division. I don't love it when a favorite I don't really believe in, but they're such a big favorite. Well, more on the NFC East later. But I mean, what am I gonna sit here and take New Orleans? Like sit here and take the Bucks to go back to back. That's the fact they won it last year almost, and then they lost their OC makes me feel worse about them. I can't even work myself into a contrarian take. It's like
It better be the Falcons.
I love that their offensive coordinator, Dave Canales, is now the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. This is the same man who wrote a book about an affair he had on his wife. That he co-wrote with his wife.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know that part.
He
co-wrote it?
Easy, Jeff. We don't want to dive into your closet. We don't. I went down quite the rabbit hole last
Yes, you
night.
did.
Thanks to a tweet by Archbishop DeShays. Holy crap. I didn't know any of that stuff about Jeff Bagwell.
I didn't
Wow.
either. I'm glad you started just sending all that info
I
in the group chat because I was just reading.
My God. Shout out to my friend Miles for sending me all of that. Holy smokes. Oh, stop. Now I kind of want to move away. So the Falcons are minus 138 by bookie.ag to win the NFC South. The Bucks plus 300, Saints plus 400, and the Panthers plus 1,100. Man, the Panthers are significantly have better odds to win their division than my New England Patriots, who are by far the worst in the NFL, plus 2,500. My God.
For a division?
Yeah, for a division. Plus 2,500 to win the East.
That
Oh,
sounds like
boy.
a Super Bowl odds.
No, those are probably more. God, I can't even imagine what their Super Bowl odds are. I don't want to even see it. Being up there in Boston, listening to Boston Sports Talk Radio, just clowning on them, I was thinking to myself, we had some good times. Good times. Just playing Good Riddance by Green Day in the background. Another turning point. Jacoby Brissett is ass. All right, it is Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. 713-780-3776. If you want to jump aboard, you can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston as well. And you can also listen to us on 97.9 HD2. How about that? Coming up next, why wouldn't the Houston Texans win the AFC South? A fun edition going around the south side of the AFC next here on Gallant and George. First, let me tell you about my friends and MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. Yeah, we're giving you some fun odds. I just keep on thinking, though, about the New England Patriots. Honestly, MyBookie, bleep you for saying that the New England Patriots are plus 2,500 to win the AFC East, while the Jets are plus 165, the Bills are plus 190, and the Dolphins are plus 204. Plus 2,500. That's just mean. It hurts my feelings. Why couldn't you make it plus 2,000? It's fine. MyBookie.ag, though, you can bet on all sorts of different things at that website, and you may as well get in your predictions for the NFL season right now. Who do you want to win MVP? CJ Stroud, still pretty good odds, plus 1,000 to win MVP. Or maybe you want to go take a look at the Coach of the Year conversation. Are you going to be like what Joe George hopes, taking Matt Eberflus, who's got the second best odds at plus 910? You can bet on literally anything at mybookie.ag. The election, what's going on in the World Series, daily Astros games, and a whole lot more. If I'm taking anybody to win the Super Bowl, long odds for the Houston Texans are definitely appealing. Plus 1,600. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975 for an awesome deposit bonus when you sign up. I danced to that. You can see it on our YouTube stream at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. There might not have been music in the background, so it might have been just really awkward.
There was not music on Twitch.
Damn it, Sean.
So the radio heard the music but didn't get to see the dancing. The Twitch and YouTube and Twitter got to see the dancing.
So I did that all for nothing.
But didn't.
That's not true.
Did that all for
I
nothing.
mean, you did for us.
Sam, our digital person, thinks your dancing videos are hilarious and keeps using them as.
Oh yeah,
that's another one for the. That's a new GIF.
Let's text her right now. Say, hey, we got another Paul.
Yeah,
for you.
I'll let her know.
The last one that we used, I look like I'm having a seizure.
Yes,
as I
you
said,
do.
Texans swarm. And by the way, it's swarming time in the AFC South. The Texans are the front runners to win the AFC South per mybookie.ag plus 105. The Jaguars plus 250. The Colts plus 320. So the odds are actually fairly close together for the top three teams in the division. The Titans are plus 900. Why wouldn't the Texans win the AFC South? I will start. CJ Stroud gets hurt. That's why they wouldn't win. That's the only way I can see it not happening. I had some doubts going into the offseason, or not offseason, into training camp, because the Colts played the Texans so close the last game last year, and they did it with Gardner Minshew under center. But it's been a really rough offseason for Anthony Richardson. The vibes do seem off. So while I think the Colts will certainly not be an easy opponent on Sunday for the Texans, I still like them, the Texans, to win the division over Indianapolis.
I also like the Texans to win the division. Besides injury, if the Texans are not going to win the division, I would say they struggle against all these playoff teams that they're going to play. That the tough part of the schedule that we've talked about: Baltimore, Kansas City, Miami, Buffalo, Green Bay, Detroit, the Jets. Like, there's the Dallas Cowboys. There's so many good teams on the schedule this year that I still think it's very possible that they go 9-8 and have a good year.
Damn.
But Jacksonville, with an easier schedule, makes a run at it. Because I do feel like that we've overlooked Jacksonville. Like, this is a team that won a playoff game, was 8-3 to start the season last year, and then fell apart. But Trevor Lawrence was hurt, banged up a little bit. Like, I think they've improved the wide receiver room. You know, I was not really a Calvin Ridley believer. So I still kind of think Jacksonville's a threat. I'm also picking the Texans to win the division, though. It wouldn't stun me if they go 9-8 and they miss out by a game.
Okay. The Jaguars are interesting for sure. Christian Kirk is healthy. That was a problem for them last year. They drafted Brian Thomas Jr. They also brought in Gabe Davis. They completely overhauled their offense. Their offensive line, they added Mitch Morse. I think Cam Robinson's supposed to be healthy for this year. So everything is adding up for Jacksonville to be better than they were last year, specifically down the stretch.
Mm-hmm.
Two questions I have are, one, do you believe in Trevor Lawrence as a special player? I think he's good. I don't think he's special. I think he regularly misses balls that are very easy. He overthrows guys. I think he fumbles too much. I think the mistakes that he makes are things that will make us talk about him the same way that we talk about Kirk Cousins and Dak Prescott in a few years. There's still a little bit of new car smell with Trevor Lawrence. And with Doug Peterson, what he did in Philadelphia was stupendous. But, I mean, he's got a more talented quarterback than he worked with in Philadelphia 100%. And won with in Philadelphia in Nick Foles. And I would say Lawrence, at least in terms of talent, is where Carson Wentz was way back in the day, because there was a moment where Carson Wentz looked like he might win MVP. But is Peterson as good as he's made out to be, or was that stretch that they had where they won with Nick Foles 3 games in a row a fluke?
Yeah, I lean fluke, I think, right now. Don't you?
Yeah.
I think you have to.
Yeah.
I mean, Carson Wentz was playing like an MVP before he got hurt that year, but they were so talented, and Nick Foles was always like a fine quarterback, and they got the job done. But then he got fired 2 years later after winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and then now it's this. So they're interesting. A lot of these articles I've read, Paul, about like bold predictions for the NFL season or teams that can surprise you. The Tennessee Titans keep coming up. Do you feel that way at all? Like that they might surprise us this year?
I get surprised in that I have no expectations for them, but they fired Mike Vrabel and they hired some rando. Like, it's just vintage Titans. Let's hire the most boring coaching candidate possible. And look, you can't predict what a coach is going to do based off of like who he is. You really can't make any predictions on coaches. It is throwing darts blindfolded, but this is the same organization that's had Mike Munchak and Mike Mularkey, and Brian Callahan is another version of that. Basically a football nepo baby who, yes, was with the Bengals, but okay, like, see the reason Joe Burrow's good? We're going to try to pull that one over everybody. And they just had Mike Vrabel, who's a good coach. So I think that Tennessee has some talent for sure, but I think they're just going to be annoying. I don't think they're going to actually surprise anyone.
I could see them in the 8-9 win range, like on the high end.
Right.
On the high end.
Ceiling.
Like, that's them popping.
Yeah.
Like, I really can't see the Jags, like, pop. Like, the best case scenario for the Jags, I struggle to see them winning 11 games.
I think I'm still part of the holdout group on Trevor Lawrence as part of it. I still think that there's something there that at some point I have to let go of this, but you think back to his freshman year when he won a national championship at Clemson and just like how good he was. And he was like the prince that was promised basically to the NFL.
Yeah, that's what Nick Wright calls him.
And it hasn't worked out that way, but I'm still a believer. Like, I think back to last year when they beat the Texans, like, yes, they would have lost that game. Jacksonville would have if Kyrie Fairbairn was healthy. But in that game, there's drops all over the field. And I just still view the Jacksonville as this. I'm higher on Trevor Lawrence than I'm on the organization. And like, that's what I'm trying to balance out.
Fair enough.
That I would agree with that. I think with Lawrence, what you brought up is a good point. Like, when he came up at Clemson, he was already super polished for someone his age. He just never he kind of fell behind, it feels like.
I think he's plateaued.
Yeah, or his age kept getting, and he didn't get more polished with age.
Totally agree.
I don't think he's an 18. I think he's more polished than like an 18-year-old quarterback now, but he is like, he just hasn't hit that next level. And if I'm looking at just the quarterbacks in this division who I think can really like be something in their careers, I mean, obviously CJ you'd believe in the most. And for me, I think Anthony Richardson, like if he figures it out kind of scenario, that's the one I'm most scared of.
The way he was talked about in college, I always was a little skeptical of it because I thought to myself, look who he's playing with. I mean, he had some really good players around him in Clemson, and he was also playing in the ACC, which, as a Syracuse guy, I know blows. So with Trevor Lawrence, I was never all the way in. This is not me patting myself on the back. I just always felt that he was put on a pedestal that I didn't necessarily think was merited, but everyone talks about him so much that I figured, okay, well, maybe I'm just wrong here. But to this point, I think we've seen a guy who just hasn't really improved, and we were expecting that to happen. Sometimes the guys who are the great prospects, the problem is they never get better. Like, that's
they never take the next step.
Yeah. And that's where I think Lawrence is. I don't think he's a bad player. I think a lot of Texans fans have gotten a little bit too cocky talking about him. But I also thought in last year's Texas Jaguars game, the same game you're talking about, where there were a lot of drops by the Jaguars, I thought that a lot of what Trevor Lawrence did in that game was just dinking and dunking. And then they had great yards after the catch plays. I think they had like 3 or 4 plays where he threw it maybe 2 yards, and then the guys took it 30 to 40 yards afterwards. Now, again, hey, take the yards you can get, all that stuff. But I thought C.J. Stroud outplayed Lawrence in that last game. Jaguars fans got very mad about that take, and you hate to see them go from 8-3 to 9-8. But hey, it happens.
At least they can watch the Knowles.
Honestly, that is a rough place to be, Jacksonville, because Jacksonville tends to lean Gator.
Oh, okay, that's better.
The station that RJ, our old friend of the station, works at is the home of the Jags and the Gators.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, then never mind. They're good. They're good on Saturdays.
Northeast Florida tends to be Gator. Okay. If you go to Western Florida, the Panhandle tends to be Florida State. And also people who didn't get into Florida tends to be Florida State. People that applied and didn't get in. There's a lot of that. It's very funny to see, like in high school, because I went to high school in St. Pete, a bunch of my friends who didn't get into Florida, who were diehard Florida fans, they became the most diehard Florida State fans. It made me laugh.
Did they go to Florida State? Or
yeah,
just
they ended up going to Florida State because they couldn't get into Florida.
Ah, I got you.
Florida's a good school for Florida.
Yeah. It's a pretty good SEC school.
It's towards the top of SEC, but it's not Vanderbilt, it's not Missouri, it's not trying to think of other ones.
Texas A&M, Texas.
It's Texas, maybe. I don't know. Texas A&M. I'm sorry. It's for the agriculture and the mining. I'm just not into that stuff. Anyway,
I don't know if Texas A&M's a good school or not.
It is. It's
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Right?
Good engineering school.
Yeah, it's like there's so many schools in Texas. It's probably the number 2 state school.
Okay.
I would assume.
Yeah. Number 2 state school. Yeah.
Yeah. Baylor.
Sean's also biased.
Oh no. Oh no. Rice. Rice is the one that I was forgetting.
Number 1. Okay.
Yeah, but they're private. They don't count.
Yeah, not the same.
So there you go, guys.
Sean, are you taking the Texans?
Yeah, I'm taking the Texans. If I had to, like in the why wouldn't, it would be Anthony Richardson hits a ceiling earlier than we think. It's like a Josh Allen leap kind of year with Anthony Richardson. That's the only reason I could see the Texans not winning, short of what you said with CJ getting hurt.
That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Spencer Arrighetti, you're out of the playoff rotation. You get to stay on the roster. Don't worry. I'm just going to use you in the bullpen based off of yesterday's performance. We'll also keep you abreast of what's going on in today's Astros game. How many groans has Jeff Bagwell made? And I saw a fascinating story that took place in arguably the messiest franchise in all of American sports. And it has me concerned about ever going back on the dating apps. I'll explain why next. Stick around.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
This was a pretty interesting story coming out of D.C. The Washington Commanders might not have Daniel Snyder anymore, but they're still a mess. And the most recent fun story coming out of, I guess, Ashburn, Virginia now, is that the Commanders fired an employee a day after a video surfaced in which he made comments about the team's players being anti-gay, accused Cowboys owner Jerry Jones of being racist, and called NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell a $50 million puppet. I mean, that last part is true.
That part's very true.
Now, you can't say that about your boss's boss on the air necessarily, but that is true. And this is why, Joe, I'm a little bit concerned about ever going back on the dating apps. And I'm irrelevant. I realize this. I appreciate the people that from time to time do come up to me and say hi when I'm out at the bars. It means the world to me. I'm not kidding. But I'm, for the most part, like, you know, I'm hosting a sports talk radio show in a city that has a lot of sports talk radio stations.
That's so funny. On a quick side note, that reminds me, on our way to Lake Charles, I stopped at a Buc-ee's, and the guy who was giving me beef jerky, he recognized us, and he said he loves our show.
Let's go.
So shout out to you, Eduardo.
Shout out to you, Mr. Man at Buc-ee's.
Yeah, it's just very funny.
He recognized us?
He recognized Paul. He recognized my T-shirt, and he said, "I really like that station." I said, "What show do you like?" He goes, "I like Paul." And
oh, damn.
I'm like, Joe, that's me.
It's still no.
I just thought you really sanitized the story. You didn't tell the full story.
I told the full story
though.
Yeah, you told the full story last week.
It would have been at least he didn't go like. At least I hate that Joe guy. I like just
Yeah,
Paul show.
hate his co-host.
That would have sucked. But to bring it back to why I'm concerned about the dating apps, I'm a nobody. But now I am concerned that takes that I have on a date could theoretically be used against me. Because this man, Raul Entine, I probably butchered the pronunciation, Washington's vice president of content, had been on his second date on a Hinge with a woman who apparently was recording the conversation that she was having with him. And the O'Keefe Media Group, who does some of this fairly weaselly tactics to expose people, sometimes merited. This one, I don't know. I mean, a guy's talking trash about his boss to a woman on a second date. I suppose maybe you should know better, but I frown upon the tactics. And Joe, you actually watch these videos?
Yeah, I watched the one that they put out because I didn't realize what I was watching at first because it started with the guy from O'Keefe or whatever, and he was like, he would set it up and then it would go to the date. I thought it was very obvious. Maybe there was like an inherent bias watching it, knowing what the end results were. But watching it, I was like, this doesn't seem like a first date. This seems like an interrogation.
Oh, an interrogation?
Like this seems like a journalist asking questions, and he is just spilling the beans. And maybe
so she was obvious.
I thought it was obvious.
Okay.
She must have been like really hot for it to not, be obvious.
I'm assuming so.
Because there's no way that like he did not connect the dots. Because he would ask certain questions. She would want more. So she would ask follow-ups like about Roger. And like, I'm like, this feels so obvious watching it. But it was weird because like it's so casual. But you can tell he has no idea what's going on. Like some of the stuff he said, like the worst stuff's not even about him. Like it's about his view of the players and what the players think. And I'm not surprised to see he got fired, but if I worked for an NFL team or anyone at this point, I'm off the dating now.
I wonder if that's the next stance for the NFL, is that no employees can go on dating apps anymore. You can't gamble if you work for the NFL at all. You can't even do fantasy football gambling. Just a league with your buddies. You can't do it. $100, $10, doesn't matter. You can't do it. Imagine if that's the next stance. You can't go on the dating apps. I mean, I could see the NFL doing it. And I'm reading some of the comments that he's saying. Is it that out of the realm of possibility that an owner of an NFL team might be a little racist? Might be a little bit racist. Just a thought.
That like an 80-year-old from Arkansas might like that's what we're talking about.
We're not making the accusations, and there probably are some players in the locker room that aren't exactly the most politically correct.
100%.
I mean, that's just sort of natural.
I mean, they always say the NFL locker room, like the players pride themselves on saying it's the greatest melting pot in the world because you have players from upper class and lower class and all these different walks of life, and that's going to include players who don't like gay people, and there's going to include players who are racist.
People. Right.
Like Richie Incognito has been doing rounds recently of interviews I've seen on podcasts. Like those players exist in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. He's liked too.
Yeah.
For what it's worth. I feel for this guy. He just thought it was a date. He probably should have known better based off the way Joe is describing it. Sean's moving his head back and forth.
I just think if Jerry Jones comes up on a first or second date, have your radar be why is Jerry Jones coming up on a date?
She a diehard Cowboys fan?
I don't know.
Did she strike you watching this as somebody who knew sports?
The way they clip it, you only see the question answer.
Gotcha.
There's no like fluff of the date in between, at least of the video I saw. So you don't see anything else. If she's like buttering him up with like compliments and then sneaking in Roger Goodell questions.
It sucks that we live in a world where anything you say can now be used against you due to all the devices that we have. And I understand it. There are some people out there who believe that you should watch what you say. But I mean, I don't know. We're all guaranteed to free speech by the First Amendment of our Constitution. And it kind of sucks that some people would potentially be getting information or audio of you secretly, especially on a second date on Hinge.
I mean, because like it's like complaining about your bosses.
Yeah, it's natural.
It's like a natural thing that people do. Like,
Yeah.
everyone does it in every walk of life.
Yeah.
And the idea that you could just be recorded and that could be sent to your boss is just like that's terrifying.
Yeah. I'm glad Sean deleted that thing I said about middle management, Joe, the other day. What?
Yeah. I've seen it before.
I have to interrogate or whatever, harass a witness to, hey, don't release this video.
That's crazy.
Paul on Margarita 8.
Hey, 3. Then we're done. We're not making it past 3. All right, it's prediction time. I wanted to delay this as long as I possibly could. The AFC East, mybookie.ag, the odds on AFC East teams. Jets are plus 165. Bills are plus 190. Dolphins plus 204. The Patriots are plus 2,500. I mean, F you, mybookie.ag. Kill you. You're killing me slowly inside. Plus 2,500 are the longest odds for any NFL team to win a division. The longest.
It's because there's 3 good ones.
Longer than the Giants and longer than the Panthers. And that hurts my heart.
Yeah.
Where are you going with this one, Paul?
It is an interesting division at the top.
It is an interesting division because you got 3 teams. We could all pick a different team.
I think everyone's sleeping on the Bills. I'm taking the Bills.
Okay.
I feel like the way the Bills finished off last year, bad Jew out with Stephon Diggs gone. Again, just appreciating things in Houston, great. I think that they figured out a new way to win. And I mean, I don't know if they'll beat Kansas City in another matchup, but I think everyone's assuming Buffalo's dead because they lost a lot of pieces. And I don't know. I think it's a pretty well coached team. McDermott's a little weird, but I'm taking the Bills.
I'm going to go with the Jets.
Oh,
I'm going to do it. I'm going to go with Aaron Rodgers and the Jets to win the division.
If you gave the Jets any other name, it would make sense.
I agree with that 100%.
They have the best defense in the division. They have the quarterback with the most pelts on the wall in the division. I don't know that Aaron Rodgers is still better than Josh Allen, but they got everything. They got a pretty good running back. They probably need some more receivers around Rodgers, to be perfectly honest, but the Jets make the most sense. They're just the Jets. That's why I didn't do it.
Yeah, I just think there's so much talent on this
I'm not dumping
team.
on you for that take. I totally get it. They're just the Jets.
This was hard. I think this was maybe the hardest one.
Yeah, this is definitely the hardest one. I think the Dolphins also kind of fall into that category of if you make them Team X, you feel a little bit differently than being the Dolphins. I'm along the same lines as Paul. I believe in Josh Allen enough that they can win this division. I see that he's second in the on the odds boards most places for for MVP this year. I think that's aggressive because I don't think they can be the 1 seed. I think this division,
especially
this division being so tough, they're going to beat up against each other. But that does strike me as that's about the right way to think of him as his place in the league as a quarterback. And so, yeah, give me the Bills.
All right.
Okay, so Joe's taking the Jets. I am taking the Bills. Sean is taking the Bills. So we're doing quick predictions for all the divisions across the NFL as the show goes along, keeping you also abreast of Astros and Reds. Tie game, 0-0, top of the 4th inning. A man at the plate right now named Alex Bregman. I thought he just popped up again. No, he didn't. He didn't. But he's back on the field, playing in the lineup again,
which is nice. Surprise.
We'll see if he ever goes back to third base again. I don't know. And as Joe just said, yeah, it is a nice surprise because the Astros injury staff, oh boy. But Joe Bregman has a spicy Alex Bregman take.
Joe Bregman?
Did I say Joe Bregman? God, there's been a lot of dyslexia in my speaking this week. Joe George has a piping hot, spicy Alex Bregman take for you next. Stick around. Joe is about to give you a spicy Alex Bregman take, but of note in this afternoon's Astros-Reds game, which is in progress, is Alex Bregman was literally just ejected from this game. He was ejected because per MLB replay, even though replay showed he was grazed by a pitch on the arm, it was called a foul ball. The replay showed the ball didn't come close to the bat, but the play was not overturned. So who knows what they're doing in New York. Bregman made some comments while walking back to the dugout, and the umpire tossed him. Bregman, for his part, was stunned, said, "Who, me?" before walking into the dugout. Joe Espada came out and also argued. I don't know if Espada's been ejected. I believe he's still in there, but that's pretty interesting development here. And I do wonder, just how much the replay center in New York does when you look at this replay and you see that, yeah, Bregman got hit here. What are we doing?
Yeah, it's okay. So apparently the Game Day is saying, this app is saying that it's a Spada.
Okay, I'm seeing that now.
No, I
Okay.
think they both got tossed.
I think they might have both got tossed. I'm not totally sure yet. I
Because
think-
that was Spada's second time out of the dugout to talk to the ump. I think that inning, maybe even that half inning.
So
I think he got tossed pretty quick.
So here's the problem. We're watching this game on mute. The person who reported that, this is Matt Young from the Chronicle. Matt Young said that he had been ejected. He deleted that tweet. So it seems like it was just a Spada that got ejected. So anyway,
it's hard
doing a
to
little
tell.
cleanup
It's
here.
always hard to tell when people are getting thrown out of games and there's multiple people arguing. So.
Yeah. We're watching it on mute, so we're just like, because Bregman with the demonstrative reaction, I assumed that he did get tossed from the game, but it's the Spada who gets tossed out. Alex Bregman got hit. Hopefully it wasn't on the elbow, because he's been dealing with an elbow gremlin situation, as one does.
Yeah, gremlins are always just the biggest problem.
Joe's got teeth gremlins right now.
I do have teeth gremlins
because Joe is a good man helping a friend move, and couch hit him in the face.
We're on a good hour streak right now.
Two's feeling all right.
30-minute streak right now.
Little Novocaine in there.
I don't know what. This is why it's been
Ambisol?
annoying me. And why I didn't get taken care of quicker, because it just randomly feels good for hours at a time, and then feels terrible again. So just gotta keep grinding through.
Got to keep
or
grinding.
Not grinding.
Don't grind your teeth though.
Don't grind your teeth.
I have a mouth guard for that. Don't do that.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's bad.
Yeah.
I've seen the years of grinding on said mouth guard, and it's pretty interesting to see where the spots are. I don't know how dentists know that, but
one thing
thank you, Dennis.
I'm glad I don't grind my teeth. Thankfully, my son does though when he sleeps. Don't love that.
That's not good.
Don't love that.
Is he? I guess he has all of his teeth.
Yeah.
For now, and then he'll lose.
No, they're
them again.
baby teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll lose his baby teeth, and then
okay.
At some point, I don't know when that starts, guys.
I think it's 5 or 6.
Oh, okay, good to know.
Yeah.
I was say, what do I need to prepare my tooth fairy money? Let's put money.
Start putting it aside.
Yeah.
I've always said, Sean, this is why you'd be a terrible father. But honestly, Sean, I'm starting to come around, because that at 5 or 6, that's where the teeth come in.
Between you and me, I have a cousin who just lost teeth, and he's 5 or 6.
Oh damn! I thought you knew. I thought you knew. Anyway, Joe, something happened yesterday in baseball that you think should apply to Alex Bregman.
Yeah, Matt Chapman got a 6-year deal, $151 million.
Third baseman for the Giants.
Yes. He was one of the Scott Boras clients this offseason who struggled to find a good deal.
Why you called Scott Boras? Why?
Yes, he's part of this group where he signed a 3-year deal, but 2 of the years had opt-outs. So the Giants decided they were going to get rid of those opt-outs, and they were going to sign him right now for a 6-year deal. I saw this deal, and my immediate reaction was I would give Alex Bregman that deal right now. Matt Chapman is only 11 months older, and you can nitpick certain stats of who's better at what. But if you look at the main things, this year and throughout their career, their WARs are almost exactly the same. Their OBPs and everything like that are almost exactly the same, because you'll see Matt Chapman walks a lot more than Alex Bregman does. So while Alex Bregman's batting average is significantly better, Matt Chapman makes that up from walks. I don't think they're that different of players besides Alex Bregman's defense. Bregman's defense is much better. So he probably will want more than this. But he's a Scott Boras client. So how do you go into a negotiation now if you're the Houston Astros and not just say, hey, we'll give you that exact same deal that you just got your other client with the Giants? I mean, it's a 11-month difference. There's no age issue here coming up, but I would give him that deal right now. $25 million a year for 6 years. It's under what his technical salary is this year right now. So if you could get him for that, I'm all in. Keep him.
I'd love for this to happen as well. But I think if you're Alex Bregman, I think you're saying I'm better than him. Now, to your point, there are some comparable numbers. I think we've had this conversation before where I look at the two of them, and it really is the batting average thing where I'm like, Bregman is a better hitter, and it does at least seem like Bregman also draws walks on a level that very few players do. But, I mean, I'd love the Astros to offer this. I just don't know that Alex Bregman would accept this, even if Scott Boras has set the market for third baseman at this deal.
Yeah, that is like would he accept it because
the deal makes sense. I think the offer makes sense. You'd have to offer north of it though because he's won 2 World Series and because I think he's a bigger deal across baseball.
All it takes
how
is,
much more?
Yeah, all it takes is one team, right? To say we know that this is what Matt Chapman got for 6 years, 151. But would you do 6 years? Whatever ends up being $30 million a year. I mean, $30 million a year for Alex Bregman, another $25 million or $30 million on top of that. So like 6 years, 180. Like that might be the cap of his market at this point. The way baseball is going, like we're seeing one massive contract go out in the offseason. That's gonna be Juan Soto. He's gonna get $500 million or whatever it's gonna be over 10 years, and then everyone else that's in the market is gonna be trying to figure out what they're gonna do. The guys who are the biggest free agents last year. Matt Chapman's now off the market, but you're going to have Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell go back into the market. Cody Bellinger's going to go back into the market, joined now by guys like Alex Bregman. So the way baseball, the owners are spending money, I just don't know if we're going to see that big contract. Like, I think the market correction in baseball is happening in front of our eyes. That we're seeing teams realize that you can't just give out these massive contracts like the Angels have done for years and let it ruin you, or the Tigers. Like there's a market correction happening, and there's maybe one guy every year that's the exception. So I think they can keep Alex Bregman based on this deal.
A couple others on the Twitch agreeing with you. For the most part, I agree. I just wonder if there's a team out there that looks at Alex Bregman and says he's got those intangibles, and they're willing to overspend because of that. Because
they matter.
2 World Series, 7 straight ALCS appearances. Does seem like it's trending towards an 8th straight one. And on top of that, I mean, how often do you hear the broadcast glazing Bregman's baseball IQ?
It wouldn't shock me if he got a massive deal that's bigger than this. Because the slow start is one thing, but I think it was Alex called in the other day and asked us that question about would you rather the RBIs be spread out or all at once? Well, when Alex Bregman's RBIs and are coming all at once and he's on point, he's one of the best players in baseball.
When he's on a tear, he's really good.
Yeah.
And we've seen it multiple times here. That's where I look at the difference between he and Matt Chapman. Chapman had, what was it? Was it 2019, 2018, 2020? There was one year I remember I was like, oh, Matt Chapman.
Yeah.
But it felt like it's more the anomaly in his career as far as like, oh, this guy's maybe a challenger to Alex Bregman as one of the best third basemen in the American League.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to how desperate a team gets to fill a third base hole that they have, and I can see really a lot of things happening with Bregman. I can see him signing a 5 for 150 with the Astros. Come back. I mean, we were talking about it with Dell. The Astros gave Altuve a 5-year contract. I don't know if they're gonna go over 5 years for not Altuve. Or someone younger. I mean, maybe if Tucker comes up, that someone whose age starts with the number 3, I don't know if they're going to go more than 5 years on him. And I think that he should be trying to get 30 million on average a year, because you look at the best third baseman in baseball. You got Devers, who's making 31. You got Machado, who's making 32. Arenado making 32 and a half. And then Anthony Rendon making 35 and a half. I don't think he gets there.
That's the problem. A couple of those contracts, I bet their teams regret them.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely with Rendon. And one of those other guys that you mentioned, Sean, who are they really quickly?
Arenado, Machado, Devers.
Machado, Arenado, I don't know. I feel like San Diego probably expected more of Machado, right? He's still in San Diego. Right?
Yeah, no, I think they're probably fine with it.
Yeah, they're good with it, but they would have expected.
It's not a bargain, but they're fine with it. And yeah, Devers is probably gonna have to move to first at some point.
Yeah, he's a hefty guy.
Yeah, they probably don't love that, but I mean, and then the fifth best deal, or the 5th highest deal, is Chapman, the one he just signed. So there is kind of a gap between number 5 and that top 4. They're all making over 30. I think Bregman is going to be closer, probably into the 30s.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. I like to take, Joe. It's spicy. I got something interesting when it comes to Astros contracts that I want to throw out there in the next segment. But before we do that, real quick, another NFL division prediction. This is a spicy one, and this includes Joe George's Chicago Bears. The NFC North. The Lions are plus 130, the favorites to win the division per mybookie.ag. Enter promo code BET975 for a sweet little first deposit bonus. The Packers are plus 220. The Bears are plus 275. I'm surprised that it's that high. I know that Caleb Williams and all that. The Vikings are plus 950. None of us are picking the Vikings. They're a mess. J.J. McCarthy's out for the year. Kevin O'Connell, I think he's a pretty good coach, but it's going to be a tough one to make happen with Sam Darnold. But the top of the division is fun. Bears are a fun play for some. What are you doing, Joe?
I'm not picking the Bears.
Not picking the Bears.
I played them plus 225 to make a wild card berth this year. I'm gonna go Lions.
Okay.
Because I don't totally believe in Jordan Love still. I lean to that. I believe in him and what he did in the playoffs. Like his stats were almost identical to CJ's in the first round of the playoffs. Like, he had a great game.
He killed the Cowboys.
Yeah. So I lean that he's good, but I'm just not totally there because it was half a season. So I'm going to go Lions, but I don't feel super confident in it.
Okay. I'm going with the Packers.
Okay.
I like the Lions too. I like Love better than Goff. That's simple.
That's sometimes it is that simple.
Right.
Because I think they're both two very talented teams. I think these are, other than the Niners, probably in the top 3 of the NFC. I think off the top of my head, there's no other team that I would take from the other two divisions that aren't the Niners, Lions, or Packers.
Right. I think in the NFC, this is the best 1-2 at the top of the division. Yeah. I guess some would make the argument in the NFC West. It's the 49ers and Rams, but I think Sean McVay's making a lot happen.
Yeah,
not a lot.
I think we'll get to the Rams later. Yeah. I'm gonna go with the Lions. I think just top to bottom. This is also Dan Campbell.
Man, Campbell.
Yeah. Tie goes to Dan Campbell.
Applebee's spokesman now.
He's an Applebee's spokesman?
Applebee's pitchman. Wish it was Chili's.
Yeah, but I guess Applebee's is the official bar and grill or whatever the NFL. So him, Purdy,
I forgot about that.
A bunch of guys are doing.
I forgot that the
NFL was pretty good. It was funny.
Honestly, the NFL should be embarrassed to be associated with Applebee's.
Sorry
to all the fine workers out at Applebe's.
It's not your fault.
I don't even know the last time I've seen one. I used to go to Applebee's all the time growing up, but there's none in League City. I don't think. So I don't even know the last time I saw an Applebee's.
I'm so loyal to Chili's. There's no way in hell you would ever get me to go to Applebee's. I remember one time we were in Massachusetts. My dad picked me and my sister up from the airport, and there was a Mexican restaurant that we drove by on the way. My dad suggested, let's go there. And I said, as if, are you effing kidding me? I live in Texas now. I think I'm going to eat this Yankee crap. And then he took me to Applebee's, and I wish that I'd eaten the Yankee crap because I felt like I just betrayed all that I am by going to Applebee's over Chili's.
I think the closest one we got is in Stafford.
I think one of the most intense debates I ever had with Vanessa when Vanessa was doing the back in Vag Nation, we got into it over Applebee's and Chili's.
Stop.
She's an Applebee's fan. Just the absolute disgusting outrage.
I will say,
makes me think less of her. Love you, Vanessa, but makes me think less of her.
Maybe it's a Midwest thing. Because growing up in Illinois, and she grew up in Indiana, right?
Yes.
That Applebee's was always bigger than Chili's.
I guess, but I don't know. I feel like Applebee's is
Alabama. They had the market.
I'd rather go to Waffle House than Applebee's, and I had that option after every single high school football game that I played. There's an Applebee's across the street from a Waffle House. You know where we went every single time after the game? Waffle House. Hell yeah, Florida man.
Hell yeah, Florida. Oh yeah, we're definitely Chili's country. There's 3 Chili's just from what, 3 miles from the station.
Yeah, the closest Chili's to the station is where the person who hit and ran my car last summer ditched his car and fled on foot.
Yeah,
maybe he went inside to the Chili's and got himself some chicken crispers or some baby back ribs.
Southwest egg rolls.
Oh, it's so good, so good.
Yeah, there's 10 in the greater Houston area. There's
not enough.
5 Applebee's.
Good. Well, you know what? You ever want to do a turf war, Chili's? You need some muscle. Sign me up.
Roadhouse, but for Chili's.
I would carry the sigil of Chili's.
House Chili's.
Oh, House Chili's.
House Chili's.
Yeah.
House Chili's. We're just gonna combine this and make this a long.
That's what we need. We need when we get the print of you and your cat. We need to get a House Chili's banner that goes behind you guys.
Yeah, with a cat on it.
Yeah.
I like it.
So just get the chili and Arya and you.
So you dropped your spicy Astros take. I got a spicy one for you. I think the Astros are screwing it up with Kyle Tucker.
Oh, in which way?
So imagine the team is saying different things than you about the injury you suffered. Wouldn't that piss you off? Because that's what the Astros did. When we do our Down with Dana Brown segment, I generally go off of what I read about the interview, and then I listen to it after the fact. So I listened to the interview after the fact, and Dana Brown's still not sure that Kyle Tucker broke a bone in his leg. Kyle Tucker said he broke a bone in his leg. And as someone who is in the house of a learned doctor, my sister is a doctor. I told my sister, Joe, about the segment that we do, Astros ER, how we do a segment and we just talk about the injury diagnoses that the Houston Astros give their players, or at least publicly talk about. And she started laughing when I talked about Kyle Tucker being out for 3 months with a bone bruise. She said, that's not real. It doesn't exist. And Sean, if I'm not mistaken, there was somebody who called into the show with Dell, the Dell Olaleye Show.
Got it.
And didn't want to go on the air.
Yeah.
But he said, hey, the Astros are a bunch of idiots. I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
Bye.
He basically was saying how I think it was Tucker, because he acknowledged that there was a fracture, that it was at the back of the shin bone as opposed to the front of the shin bone, and that in some way made it harder. And the doctor that I was talking to was like, that's not a thing. Like it would show up on the x-ray. Like there's no front or back. Like that makes no difference. The swelling, because that was another thing where we thought, because there's so much swelling initially, they couldn't do an x-ray immediately. He's like, that does not matter. Like he was very dismissive and very upset about all the messaging and basically treating us like we're morons, which, to be fair, if we didn't know doctors, we would just believe them.
Yeah. This whole situation's weird because the first thing that popped in my mind when I saw that was the Dusty Baker, Yordan Alvarez hands thing. That when Yordan, his hand was hurt, and then Dusty told the media before the game that both his hands were hurt, and then Yordan had to then call reporters over to his locker and clarify that no, that's not the case, and that they didn't know if it was his left hand or his right hand. It's very strange. I don't know if this can't be like a PR strategy, right? Like
If it is,
like
it's a bad one.
Like a case of like misdirection of like we're just gonna keep telling everyone different things.
But there's no reason to tell us different things. There's truly no reason. Just say it's broken. Unless this is some weird thing that you're putting in the back of your pocket for contract negotiations this offseason or next year. Like maybe this is something that they bring into arbitration. We're not sure that it was actually a broken bone and he missed 3 months.
Yeah.
And remember,
I hope not.
Remember when they got into it in arbitration with Kyle Tucker before?
Yeah.
Over, what was it, $2 million? It's like, what's the point? He's Kyle Tucker. You got a bargain, and you may as well give him the extra. It was over $2 million. Like, you guys aren't poor. Look at the payroll you have. So something in the back of all Astros fans' minds should be that the Astros may be messing up the relationship with Kyle Tucker. Obviously, this is more of a something on the back burner than what we just talked about with Alex Bregman, because he's a free agent after this year. But I don't think the Astros are helping themselves keep Kyle Tucker with the way that they have handled the communication with us, with everybody, about Kyle Tucker's injury. Because Dana Brown yesterday on the Astros flagship said that he's still not sure that the injury Kyle Tucker told us he had is the injury that Kyle Tucker told us he had. Come on, guys.
Yeah, it puts your player in such a bad spot. We mentioned the first time that someone finally acknowledged that he has a fracture in his shin was, well, why lie? Why did we spend so much time talking about Kyle Tucker updates when there was no update to give because he had a fractured shin? And it became it's something that I don't think the three of us ever did it, but you start questioning Kyle Tucker. That's a natural thing of like, wait, this thing's taking so long. I'm sure we've gotten texts and tweets about, are we sure he's not just sitting it out because he doesn't have a contract? Like, it puts your player in such a bad spot when you lie in this way and you let the speculation roam about why he's not on the field.
Exactly, because guess what? Fans are generally going to side with the team over the player.
Almost every time, especially a team as good as the Astros.
Yeah.
They're all for some, like, because the players come and go. The jersey stays the same.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's like they always are going to stand with it. We gave them a little grief last week.
It's been funny, but now I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah, because like the
Just a thought.
Yeah, because like to what Sean was saying, like the Bees did a segment last week or 2 weeks ago. It was like, do you view Kyle Tucker differently when you talk about his contract, like his future as an Astro?
Oh wow!
And
they're falling for the propaganda.
I thought it's a wild take, but at the same time, when they're lying to you like this, it opens those
Astros,
doors.
not Killer Bees.
Yes, when the Astros are lying to you like this, it opens the doors to just like what is going on with this player and why is he not out there? Because when you say it's a bruise and we see guys take foul balls off the shin regularly, I mean, like Yainer Diaz did like the next day. He's done like probably like 3 or 4 times since. They're fine. Now Kyle Tucker had also missed time for this before. So I just don't really understand. And yeah, if this wouldn't shock me if this hurts the Astros because they're not. I hope they're on the same page behind the scenes. But it does seem like that Joe Spotted, Dana Brown, and Kyle Tucker are none of them are on the same page.
I'm with you there. Real quick, another NFL division prediction. AFC North. Ravens are the favorites to win at plus 140. Bengals second, plus 150. The Browns at plus 500. The Steelers at plus 750. The Browns are the spicy play, but that's if you believe in Deshaun Watson. I don't think there are many people anywhere that believe in Deshaun Watson right now. I think even the most loyal Deshaun Watson absolutists here, now that CJ Stroud's good, you're probably like, eh.
Yeah.
So I'm not picking the Browns, by the way. This one's tough. I'm a big Joe Burrow guy. I think he's one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the game. I want to pick the Bengals here. I do. It's hard to pick them over Baltimore. But guess what? I'm doing it. Bengals, baby!
What a twist.
I talked myself into that
What
one.
a twist. I could tell.
I'm gonna ride with you.
Hell yeah, let's go, Joe.
I had Baltimore written down, but I can't get over Joe Burrow.
I love Joe.
Yeah, I love Joe Burrow.
You can't get her this year, right? Now I'm starting to talk myself off of this take.
I'm gonna go with the Ravens, and it's because it's something that I stumbled into when talking about Jamar Chase and his potential availability for Week 1, with potentially no Chase. We'll see if he plays. Whatever. This is more long term of what if he rolls an ankle? What if something happens? Without Tyler Boyd, I am not 100% sure who the third wide receiver for the Cincinnati Bengals is.
And without Joe Mixon.
And without Mixon, they're going to be between Moss and Chase Brown. But it's going to be a lot on Burrow, Chase, Higgins. I'm just going to bet on the stability that is the Baltimore Ravens. I think if Lamar plays every game.
That's fair. That's fair. I mean, there's a reason why it's plus 140, plus 150.
Yeah.
Like
it's close.
It's going to come down to a game.
It is close. It's not crazy that we disagree. But I that is my thinking of just the Ravens just feel more stable of a proposition, especially in the regular season. Playoffs, if they play in a playoff game, I don't know who I'm picking. But in regular season, I'm rolling with the Ravens.
That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. Joe and I are taking the Bengals to win the North. Sean is taking the Ravens. Up next, we are 0 days away from the start of the NFL season. Guys, I found something amazing for you. I don't think you guys have heard this. You're going to laugh. Because there actually is a player who wore number 0 here in Houston, and the man made a song. He released a song, and we will play that song for you next. Gallant George, stay put. 0 days away.
Finally.
Doing a little math here. I think we're less than 6 hours away, Joe George. I believe tonight's kickoff for Chiefs and Ravens Arrowhead Field is at 7:20 on NBC.
Mm-hmm. Mike
Tirico, Chris Collinsworth. The Chiefs are 3-point favorites.
Hopefully it's 7:20. I know there's gonna be all the song and dance before the game still, because they gotta do the rings again.
And you've got your teeth surgery
It's
at
at 4 o'clock. So I think
you can
I'll
watch
be
this game
good.
on drugs, maybe, Joe.
I think I'm just gonna have just like the numbing.
Oh, they're not
I
gonna.
think they'll give me like some pain meds.
They're not going to put you out. For those who
No,
don't
no,
know,
no.
Joe, great guy that he is, helped a friend move, and a friend fell, and the couch hit him in the face. And now your tooth, after 5 days, is just going out.
Should I try to get him to pay for it?
Yes, yes, you helped him move.
I feel like just like that. It puts the friendship up in the air. Makes it dicey.
Don't. Okay.
I told him he has to buy me soup.
He has to buy you soup.
Yeah.
Try to get some ice cream too.
I don't know.
It's a good idea.
I don't think you make demands. I think you just hold it over him for the rest of his life.
That's another good move.
Yeah. Do what you do in a marriage.
Yeah.
In a
Like
way.
when I have to move next. Just be
Yeah.
like, hey, dude. you have
Right.
No option.
Because he'll try to get out of it now.
Yeah, I actually think you don't ever ask him to pay it back. Just so he can always be in debt.
Yes.
I think
Okay.
that's the way
All
to
right.
go.
That's a good idea. I'll handle it.
So
Thank you guys.
to commemorate being 0 days away from the start of the NFL season, there are a lot of players who have worn number 0 in Houston sports history. Azeez Al-Shaair is going to be wearing that for the Texans this year. Shaquille Griffin and Adrian Amos did for the Texans last year. A couple of players across the NFL who wore it as well. Jim Otto, who was a Hall of Fame center for the Raiders, still got to wear 0-0. Johnny Clement, a Steelers player from 1946 to 1948, who was nicknamed Mr. Zero. And Roquan Smith, who you'll see in tonight's Chiefs-Ravens game, also wears number 0. He says it represents a new beginning.
All right. New beginnings.
But the guy that you should remember for number 0, who played in Houston, is the late Kenny Burrow to some. He played for the Houston Oilers from 1971 to 1981, right during the apex of Love You Blue. Went to Texas Southern as well. And I guess he had a brief venture into the world of music because our friend Ken made this song after the 1979 season. It's called Super Bowl Itch.
There's something going round down in Houston town. It's caught by young and old. Can't shake it, so I'm told. Contagious as can be. There's no immunity.
STD with a rhyme.
Reaching a fever pitch. It's called the Super Bowl. It hits you with a zing. Makes you do crazy things. Rocky forgets to fight. Drag you love won't bite. Let Campbell get the praise. Just give me the raise. Reaching a fever pitch. It's called the Super Bowl.
One more verse. Joe's nodding his head.
Where it gets me up, but the Super Bowl is it's driving us fun. Go at the doctors and go at the team. They get to make you crazy, but they never care.
funky.
Must be some kind of curse. Scratching makes it worse.
Whoa.
There's just one remedy. And all a victory. Dante will call the plays. Camel will run the maze. The blockers make the niche. We got the Super Bowl itch.
Hell yeah, Kenny Burrow. Seven-year itch. Go to the doctor. We good? We good with this? Okay,
Yeah,
we're done.
we're good.
We're done. It's the Super Bowl itch, everybody.
Who's gonna remake it?
Do you think C.J. Stroud would? Do you think Tank Dell, Stephon Diggs would?
I think you have to if you get close.
This is so much better than the Super Bowl Shuffle, by the way. Like, just as a song. Super Bowl Shuffle, probably, definitely more iconic. I don't know why I said probably. Definitely more iconic. Definitely should be remembered more. This is a better song. They, like, keyboard in it. It's crazy.
I like that he hired some ensemble.
The backup.
Of female backup singers.
The backup singers are hilarious.
I don't really know what they're saying most of it. And again, this sounds like an STD or a really bad rash.
Yes.
The Super Bowl itch. But you know what? We got the Super Bowl itch here in H-Town. Not Houston Town, Kenny. That's where he went wrong.
Yeah, I wonder if H-Town was, as a phrase,
probably not
hot back then.
Great question. And people who have been here longer than all of us could maybe tell us. Because I'm assuming that became a thing when Houston rap became a thing.
Yeah, I would just guess. Just guessing. I can't imagine.
There's no other major city in the United States of America other than Honolulu, which no one is calling H-Town, that begins with an H. If I'm not mistaken, I can't think of any other ones.
No. None jump off the top.
Like the town I grew up in Massachusetts, Hanover, 13,000 people. Some people call it H-Town. We had more Dunkin' Donuts than minorities.
Types or individuals?
We had 7 Dunkin' Donuts in a town of 13,000. I don't think that many non-white people lived in Hanover.
I mean, what's your go-to with Dunkin' then?
I don't really like Dunkin'. I think it's crazy to buy coffee from a coffee shop. Make it yourself. It's so much cheaper.
I started because of you. You got me motivated.
I mean, you could. There's the flavors aren't good enough at these places. Like $5 for a Starbucks coffee is insane to me. If Starbucks coffee was really tasty, fine. But HEB, Texas Pecan, or all of the HEB coffees are amazing. All of them. I can't believe people just do the regular stuff.
Yeah, I do like HEB coffee.
HEB coffee is the best.
I was partial to Dunkin' for a while, but they're like Applebee's. Where do you find them down here? Like, I don't know the last time I saw Dunkin' Donuts.
There's one on Memorial.
Okay.
And there's another one, I think, by the airport. I forget which airport, though.
There's one in the airport. There's one at Hobby.
Yeah.
That's the only time I'll get Dunkin'. It's because the Starbucks is always crazy there.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go to the Dunkin' Donuts instead.
So there you go.
Yeah.
That's our NFL countdown for today.
Yeah, not a lot going on.
We need the games to actually start. There's that guy who got fired from Washington. We might see a play that was drawn by Taylor Swift in tonight's Chiefs-Ravens game. And yeah, there you go.
That's such a weird story that they're trying to make like into something. The whole play thing. There's no way.
We are never, ever, ever throwing a fade on the goal line. I would love that play because no one ever should do that.
It is a bad play.
We are never, ever, ever giving Kadarius Toney the ball again because he's not employed. Anyways, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Continuing our predictions across the NFL. Will the Astros re-sign Alex Bregman? Will the Astros re-sign Kyle Tucker? That's on the table. I also think that Spencer Arrighetti's got to be out of the playoff rotation. And up next, in honor of just Jim Harbaugh being back in our lives as of this weekend, he turned a ginger defensive lineman into a fullback. True story. Who's the most psycho coach in sports right now? Because Joe Mazzulla, he's trying to overtake Jim Harbaugh. Some funny Joe Mazzulla audio next. Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros lost again to the Reds yesterday, 12-5. Rough outing for Spencer Arrighetti, who I think's got to be out of the playoff rotation. They are currently tied with the Reds, 0-0 in a game that Joe Espada was ejected from after a weird replay sequence where Alex Bregman, I guess, checked a swing, a ball grazed against him, and they didn't rule it a hit batter. They reviewed it. It looked like it hit him. Maybe it was because the check swing went too far. I don't know. But when they did not overturn it and Alex Bregman eventually struck out on his way to the dugout, it looked like he had been ejected from the game because he said something to the umpire, cheeky. But apparently Joe Espada, manager of the Astros, was ejected from the game and got into it. I feel like if you want to do a glass half full, Joe, on Espada getting ejected, a lot of people were getting mad about how Espada seemed rather demure, if you will, like me using the current words by today's hip culture, with the umpires and arguing with them. And this time a little more emphatic.
Yeah, because even the last, like the first time he got thrown out was very weird. Like he was very angry, but it was very useless in the moment. Yeah, this is that's one of the dumbest things in sports, I think, Paul.
What?
Is people that get upset that their managers don't get thrown out more. Like I just don't really think it correlates to anything. The Astros still haven't scored a run today. since Joe Espada.
Right. It did not give them
It's-
the offensive boost
yes.
that in MVP Baseball 2005, the last great baseball video game. When a call didn't go your way, you could send the manager out. And if you did it at the right time, your player's statistics would boost.
We need
It's
that.
a really
in real life.
stupid thing, but I loved it.
It's like when they made the one version of Blitz when you could literally give the guy steroids. It wasn't called Blitz, but there was like you could literally it would show you breaking their bone, and then you could give them steroids to get back.
Yeah.
It was, I think, Blitz the league.
Is that what's? Okay,
But they
maybe
didn't have NFL licensing.
That's right. That's right.
It went full playmakers any given Sunday.
Yeah, it was all the like insane stereotypes, the cheerleaders, all of it.
I don't even remember the cheerleaders.
I think this game really lives on in my brain in just like the videos that circulate on Twitter every once in a while, where it's just like video games used to be insane, and I think there's a cheerleader thing in this one.
Speaking of insane, we all love Jim Harbaugh. And Jim Harbaugh did something that's fun. Scott Matlock was a Chargers defensive lineman. He's 6'4", he's 300 pounds. Redheaded, got a big old beard. His entire right arm is tat-sleeved. I mean, he looks like a Viking.
Yes. He's going to be a fullback?
He has been moved from number 99 to 44 and is listed as a fullback / defensive lineman in the Chargers official week 1 game release. And I just want to say, as I always have said, I love Jim Harbaugh for who he is. I like football coaches who just lean into barbarism. You know, Harbaugh's always entertaining.
Especially because, like, you don't really have to do this.
No, you definitely
Like,
don't.
you could just leave him as an interior defensive lineman.
You don't
and
even
then
have to change his number.
Yeah, you can just put him at fullback.
Right. You'd have to declare as eligible every play. Now he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love that there is a 6'4", 300-pound, redheaded, bearded fullback. That is cool. Make fullbacks cool again. But with Jim Harbaugh on the mind, I thought this would be an easy way to transition into my favorite coach. He actually is my favorite coach because he's the only coach of a team that I root for that's good. I'm talking about Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla. Joe Mazzulla, I hope you never change, sir, especially now that you've won a championship. He was asked about people having a target on the Celtics' back for this season.
Okay. I can't wait to see where this is going.
This is so good, Joe. Here's Joe Mazzulla.
You know, people are going to say the target's on our back, but I hope it's right in our forehead in between our eyes. I hope I can see the red dot.
Joe.
He's the king of the Joes.
He's definitely number one. He's an NBA champion. He says things like that. Like,
I hope
that
I can
just-
see the red dot.
I hope I can see the red
What
dot.
a psycho.
Like, what a psycho thing to say. But I love it. I think it's great.
It obviously works.
Yeah.
I mean, the first two guys we brought up are like pretty clearly the best coach. They're not the best coaches in their league, but they're both top 5 coaches in their league.
Yeah. Joe Harbaugh wishes he was this cool, but he's just not. Or it's John Harbaugh. My bad.
John Harbaugh.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a lot of J names.
It's a lot of J's. A lot of J's here. Jim Harbaugh, love him. Joe Mazzulla also had this to say about the animal kingdom. The person on this podcast, this is Locked On Celtics, had asked him, "Hey, like, do you have an orca story?" And I mean, of course, Joe Mazzulla has an orca story. Here's Joe Mazzulla.
The animal kingdom is the most purest form of hierarchy and role definition that there is. Everybody plays their role. If you step outside of it, you get killed. If you do something that if you try to do something with a sense of pride or arrogance, you probably get killed. If you stay within the lines, you survive for as long as you can until you don't anymore. And I think that's just the closest thing to hierarchy, role definition, competition, commitment, and all those things that go into success and survival.
I can't wait until he's done coaching and has a podcast. I will listen to that.
I can't wait for him to be Team USA coach. He's going to be probably not the next Olympics, but he's coming up on. It'll be his turn pretty fast.
He watches The Town once a week.
Yep, I'd love that.
He gets choked out doing MMA.
Underrated funny part about The Town story. So that story comes out that he watches The Town all the time. And then in the middle of the playoffs, this was like months later, in the middle of the playoffs, someone asked him a Town related question. Like, is he still watching it or something? And he goes, yeah, yeah. You know, it's funny. Everyone makes a big deal about me watching The Town, but no one ever asked me what my favorite part is. And then they're like, so what is your favorite part? He's like, I don't know. He just volunteers to like, no one ever asked, thinking that everyone thought that he had a part that he, like something he wanted to get off his chest. And he's like, I don't know. There's just so many good scenes, man. And he listed like 4 of them.
Every now and then, too, he'll be asked the question and he'll bring it back to religion. And people are like, what?
Oh, yeah.
He's like, who
they asked him about the royal family. I can probably
the
find
royal
this.
family, right?
They asked him about the royal family being at a Celtics game, and he goes, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph?
Oh, yep.
I love it. There's another person who might be a candidate for psycho coach. I'm a big fan of South Florida Bulls head coach, Alex Golish. Do you remember him this offseason, Joe?
No.
So USF's playing Alabama this week. An Alabama that does not have Nick Saban anymore. And when asked, the head coach of USF, about Miami and Alabama on his schedule, he had this to say.
You're playing teams like Bama, Miami. You played Bama last year as well. Do you think it's important to continue having those matchups, even though last year the playoff committee didn't seem to put much of a value on strength of schedule when setting who that team from this group would be?
Yeah, Bama and Miami got to play South Florida.
I love it. And to his credit, I mean, South Florida was maybe the closest that Alabama came to losing outside of against Texas and Michigan, right?
Yeah, I do love it. You gotta have that mentality. Like if they're gonna be on your schedule, you have to have it. You can't just be like, what's the team? The North America.
Oh boy, yeah, the guys who lost to
Stephen F. Austin.
Stephen F. Austin in a 10-minute second half.
Yeah, like those are soft boys. Like this is this is the way to have it. I don't know if I'd put him in the Joe Mazzulla category, but he has vibes that he could get there. Like we're one press conference away from saying he's the craziest coach in college.
He's on the watch list.
Yeah,
we're hey, keep an eye on this guy.
The guy, I think it's the head coach of Coastal Carolina. Also a really fun one. There's some good ones out there, but I'm looking forward to this college football season. Let's get back to the NFL division previews that we've been doing segment by segment. The NFL does kick off today. NFC West, 49ers are favorites at minus 196. The Rams plus 330. The Seahawks plus 700. The Cardinals plus 1,300. Is this one where we all agree it's going to be the 49ers?
No,
I got the 49ers. Oh, okay, Joe. Hit me.
My picks are too chalky. I'm picking the favorites every single time. I gotta make something different. I'm taking the Rams.
Okay.
I like Matt Stafford. I know they don't have Aaron Donald. I think we've talked about this, how it wouldn't stun any of us if he came back this year and played. But I like what they have with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum and Puka and Cooper Kupp. Like I'm gonna go with Sean McVay and the Rams.
Only reason I would push back, Stafford's health.
I know.
The guy's the toughest player, I think, in recent NFL history with all he has played through. I feel like at some point he's not going to be able to overcome the very many back injuries that he has dealt with over the course of his career. But to his credit, I mean, last year the Rams were a very surprising good team last year.
Yeah, and they went on a run, and a big run last year, and that's part of it. And maybe this is the opposite of Trevor Lawrence with Brock Purdy, that because he was the last pick in the draft, I can never really buy in. Like I just have this inherent bias.
That probably plays a part.
MVP candidate Brock Purdy.
I know, but I just can't do it.
How about you, Sean?
I agree with Joe that Matt Stafford's a badass, and I really think their offense is going to be good with Cooper Kupp being healthy, now Nakua, the 2 running backs that they have. I just have questions about their defense. Losing Donald, replacing him with the 2 FSU guys versus I forgot the other guy that they got. And then they trade Ernest Jones. They traded their best linebacker a couple weeks ago. I just have a lot of questions on, are they a complete team? So I'm going to go with the Niners.
For what it's worth, Florida State sure misses those defensive linemen.
Yeah.
Given how many
yards
they gave up.
Verse is definitely good. The other guy whose name I forgot, also definitely good. Not good enough for me to remember his name.
But good.
But he's good. They
All right. Sean and I have the Niners. Joe has the Rams. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. DJ Bieneme gave us 2 spicy Houston Texans takes yesterday. We are going to give 1 spicy Texans take with the season kicking off tonight apiece about our beloved Houston Texans, who we all think have that Super Bowl itch. Stick around. Ty France is bullying the Astros. How does he keep doing this? By the way, the Mariners DFA'd this guy earlier this year.
He's just an Astros killer.
Reds lead the Astros 1-0, bottom of the 7th inning, with a runner on second base and no outs.
I mean, good for Hunter Brown. Another good start for him. But my gosh, like they can't. Ooh, that was a nice play. Jeremy Pena, looking like a real athlete out there, Paul.
He's a fast guy.
Still.
Jeremy Pena made a nice play, but was slightly too slow getting to the bag on second base today to get a double play.
I thought it was going to be a crazy play, but
Yeah, because I heard a bunch of cheering out there.
no, that was us two.
Oh,
that was BMAC and I. I thought it was going to be a single up the middle, scoring another run. Pena's there, couldn't beat him to the back.
How did Ty France? I'm still trying to figure this out. I'm actually texting the line in Seattle, that my people that I used to work with in Seattle. Why did they get rid of Ty France?
I don't know.
How is he not an Astro? Why can't he play first
Great
base?
point. I saw Jeremy just tweet that out. It's a great point.
It's one of those where I'm 100% with Jeremy on. Can we ask why this guy who's a first baseman, Astros need a first baseman? Why is he not on the Astros?
And he kills the Astros. I mean, this is one of those moments where you actually want Bill O'Brien to be your GM. You want somebody who's just going to sign every single person that's done well against you.
I mean, he hit 223 with the Mariners this year in 88 games. He had 8 home runs, 30 RBIs. Like, just not a good season. But he's hitting 303 with the Reds with 3 home runs already in 30 games. Like, he's like, it's like he turned back the clock to 2022 all of a sudden. Just like, and now he's doing massive damage against the Astros. It never makes sense. The Astros always have these weird, they have a couple weird things. Ty France is one. Rookie pitchers. We saw that in the first game of this series. That for some reason that when they don't have a book on a guy, they have no answers. And then guys who used to be Astros, you would see like Aledmus Diaz or Abraham Toro, like have like this, like have really good success against the team, even though they're not good players. Like there's just like these weird Astros quirks they have.
And another one is they might not beat the Reds again. And if they don't beat them again, they're not playing them the rest of the year. They'll have to wait until 2025 to beat the Reds for the first time since 2016. And again, interleague play has changed where you actually play every single team in baseball these days, but it is a pretty random and yet fun. I guess not so fun. So not so fun rando fact about the Astros. They have not beaten the Cincinnati Reds since their 2 World Series and 7 straight ALCS.
And right now, it looks like we'll be waiting until 2025.
Yeah, it does look like that.
I wonder how far I have to wait until 2025. Let's see so we can find them. It's just one this. I do like you. That's one of the reasons why though I like the new schedule. Like not because like this weird quirk of what the Astros struggling versus the Reds, but I like the fact that you're going to see every single team every single year, and like it's going to rotate back and forth. I do. You know, the Astros took advantage for so long of the division being so bad, but as this year has proven, it doesn't matter if you lop off 6 games versus each of those teams. So I like that you're going to play Cincinnati in Cincinnati every other year, and you're going to play all these National League teams. It's just different. Like it's a better way to do the schedule, I think. So I like it.
Okay. We said this going into the segment. Let's get away from talking about Ty France beating us and how the Houston Astros can't beat France because that's annoying, especially given everybody in the world since the 1850s has been just running up victories on France. Give me a spicy Houston Texans take, Joe, for 2024, a la DJ Bien-Aimé, who said yesterday that he sees 1, Derek Stingley potentially having 10 interceptions, and 2, Tank Dell being the Texans' number 1 wide receiver by the end of the year.
Nico Collins will finish 4th in receiving touchdowns.
What a specific take.
Just say top 5.
No.
I like 4th. No, I like this.
Okay.
He's locking himself in.
Do you?
Because
be you.
No, so think about it this way. So no, 4th for the Texans.
Oh, okay. I was going to say like that's a random one.
I think that's even spicier.
So he's going to be the new Andre Johnson.
It's going to go Tank Dell, Diggs, Schultz, Nico Collins.
I hope it works out that way because I got stuck with Dalton
Like-
Schultz. I mean, I had to draft Dalton Schultz as my tight end.
Had
in
the
my fantasy
opportunity
draft.
to draft. Dalton
Yeah, he was the last
Yes.
tight end
Yeah,
by
I
a
bet.
team without a tight end taken.
Yeah, so I think Nico will have a good year.
Okay.
But I just don't, in the red zone, I don't see the target's going to be there. So I think the touchdown numbers are going to dwindle a little bit.
Interesting.
I like Schultz this year a little bit. So
It would be very Andre Johnson.
yes.
Diggs is very good at getting open in quick space. Tank Dell is very good at finding space. Just keep him away from in between the hashes so he doesn't
From blocking.
break his leg again.
Yeah, let's avoid that at all costs.
Yeah. He said it's been a rough past year for his legs, given he got shot. And for whatever reason, Bobby Slowick was like, you know what? Let's put a guy who's smaller than Paul Gallant in between the hashes, have him block on the goal line.
It does seem like in the preseason games that he was off the field when there was 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. So hopefully that's just the new strategy for the Houston
Yeah,
Texans
we'll see.
this season.
He does. I mean, look, the 2 plays against the Steelers in the preseason. He looks back. He looks totally fine.
I actually think he's a good red zone wide receiver because of the chemistry and short area burst that he has. It's just he got hurt in the red zone last year, so it's tough to be like I'm super excited every time he's in there inside the 5.
Yeah, but Nico Collins has finished 4th on the Houston Texans in receiving touchdowns.
I like that
spicy take.
I think that might be spicier than saying he's going to finish 4th in the NFL.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Here is my spicy take. I think that Kamari Lassiter is going to be in the Defensive Rookie of the Year conversation.
Ooh, I love this.
Now, here's why I say this. Here's why I say this. The pass rush for the Texans, on paper, it's really good. The Texans' offense, we think, has the capability to score a lot of points. So teams are going to be throwing on them a lot. And you would think that teams know by now that you should throw away from Derek Stingley. Or you should be careful around Derek Stingley. Let's go after the rookie cornerback. All we have heard about Kamari Lassiter, all training camp, by any teammate that has been asked about him, is how ready he is. Also, on top of all of that, if you've been out there, you've seen him looking pretty good. Last time we saw him out against somebody who was not a Houston Texan, it was Cooper Kupp, and he held his own. I think Kamari Lassiter has the potential to get a lot of interceptions this year.
Mm-hmm.
If we talk about 5, 6 interceptions or something like that, I think he's going to be in that conversation, and I think there is potential for that just given who's across from him. And on top of that, the Texans pass rush and the fact that they're going to be in a lot of shootouts.
I like this one, Paul, because part of it, what helps you is what happened in the draft, is that there wasn't the top guys taken. Like
I looked at the odds.
That's the key part. That's what makes this really good. Is that there normally you think, oh, whatever first round pass rusher
Aiden Hutchinson or something like that, right?
Yes, and I think who's the top? Was it Dallas Turner at like 15? Or no, it was Latu.
It was Latu for the Colts.
Latu, yeah. So
and Will Anderson won it last year, and it's not like Will Anderson did that much. It's 7 sacks?
Yeah, he was up there. Jared Verse from the Rams, Braden Fisk from the Rams, whose name I just remembered. That's a callback from 2 segments ago where I forgot his name. Yeah, no, Paul, I really like this.
What would you wager on it?
The odds are probably great.
Yeah, I'm still trying to find them.
Yeah, that's definitely you have to hit see more on the kiosk.
While I look up those odds, Sean, it is time. You got to give us a spicy Houston Texans take. Joe's spicy Houston Texans take is that Nico Collins is going to be 4th in receiving touchdowns for the year, which I like. Mine is Kamari Lassiter is going to be in the Rookie of the Year conversation, which is honestly kind of soft. Joe's is concrete. It's 4th. I'm saying like he's going to be in the conversation.
Oh, in the conversation.
Should I ramp it up?
Top 3 ballot finish.
Screw it. I'll just do it. I'll just do it. Do it. You can just cut this and put it in.
Yeah. No. Everyone be quiet. And 3, 2.
Kamari Lassiter is going to be the Defensive Rookie of the Year in 2024.
Whoa!
At plus 6,000 odds.
I like that. That makes me want it even more.
Yes.
That's good.
Let's go.
Pretty good.
And all we need is Sam, the social media savant. We just need her to put that part in front of all the informative.
All
things
the
I said.
hemming and hawing.
Yeah.
Whatever. And then we'll just flip it.
And then I'm just gonna dab for the camera.
There we go.
Boom.
That'll
All right.
definitely get used.
Sean, give me a piping hot, spicy Houston Texans take for 2024.
CJ Stroud is going to be the NFL leader in passing touchdowns by far.
Whoa, by far.
By far.
What's by far?
I'll say he'll win it by 5.
5.
5 touchdowns. I think that with this offense, and I say this offense, not just this receivers, with this entire offense, there's a chance for him to throw 40 touchdowns this year. When you take into account, they're going to be in a lot of games against good teams. They're going to be in a lot of shootouts. You imagine kind of need Kamari Lassiter to maybe struggle a little bit so the other team score enough to get this. The leader last year in touchdowns was Dak Prescott with 36. So that's why I think if he gets a 40, there's a good chance that he leads it by a good amount. We all know about the receivers. We all know about Dalton Schultz. And a key part of this, when you get into the red zone, are we sure this offensive line can block it up well enough for Dameon Pierce or for Joe Mixon to end up in the end zone? I'm not sure if I believe in the Texans running game. I don't know how many rushing touchdowns there. This is basically a CJ Stroud will be a touchdown vulture for the Texans running backs. They're going to have very few running touchdowns. I think they're going to have more 1-2 yard passing touchdowns.
All right. I like this one too. I think these are good spicy takes. I think they're spicier than DJ's. And DJ's was pretty good.
DJ's was good.
DJ's was very good. 10 interceptions.
I'm a little jealous of DJ's.
Yeah.
I'm looking on mybookie.ag.
Oh, did they have a touchdown
for passing touchdowns leader? And I will get that for you on the other.
I know his less or more on Prize Picks is 28.5. I'm on the more on that.
Okay. I'd take over on that too. Yeah. All right. Some spicy, piping hot Texans takes for you. Let's continue really quickly. Picking divisions. NFC East time.
This is a hard one.
The Eagles are minus 127 to win. Minus? I'm shocked by that.
I'm surprised by the minus. So if I was actually betting this, I would bet on the Cowboys.
Okay.
But there hasn't been a repeat winner in the NFC East in 17 years, something like that.
Yeah.
So just based on that, I'm gonna go Eagles.
You're gonna go Eagles.
Sean, did you bet on the Commanders before we left Lake Charles?
I sure did.
Let's go. Okay.
I was gonna say this is gonna be the biggest the biggest long shot that we take.
Commanders per mybookie.ag are plus 910 to win the NFC.
Yes, I think I have them in real life at plus 900.
Okay.
From LaBerge Lake Charles. Yeah, I believe in the Commanders. I also don't believe in the Eagles and Cowboys. I think they're both. I mean, the Eagles full on quit on their coach. Full stop. They quit on their coach last year, and they brought him back.
Yeah.
They had the article about how the coach, who's an offensive-minded head coach, and the quarterback cannot be in meetings by themselves together. There has to be a third person in the room every time they're together.
Not a great sign.
Not a great sign. And the fact that third person is going to be Kellen Moore, I don't know. That doesn't strike fear in my heart on fading the Eagles. I mean, we all know about the Cowboys offseason. I think it's fair to have questions about them. I think this is a situation where the Commanders can be a 10-7 team, 9-8 maybe, and win this division. And yeah, they just need to be decent on defense. That's really it. Be decent on defense with Dan Quinn, getting some free agent acquisitions that they made that are just NFL quality players. This is very Texans of last year, where you're depending on the number 2 pick at quarterback to really hit with Terry McLaurin, a really good receiver, and Brian Robinson, decent running back. I like what I've seen so far out of Robinson ever since he got shot and has been able to play in the NFL now. I think that the Commanders have a real chance to be this year's Texans.
I like that. That is spicier.
All right.
That is probably the spiciest thing this segment.
Actually,
no, you picked someone who's
today.
plus 6,000.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So are you going to take the Cowboys?
I'm taking the Cowboys.
How about them? Cowboys?
Here's how I'm looking at this. And we'll have a segment of Playing with the Boys where I'm going to feel terrible about making the pick when I do it. Just the vibes are not great in Dallas, but Are they ever great? I mean, it always feels like there's so many distractions that are around the team that you forget that, yeah, they got smoked by the Packers. It was an embarrassing performance. No doubt about it. I mean, come on, at least show up. But that very same Packers team almost beat the 49ers, who represented the NFC in the Super Bowl, and those 49ers almost beat the Chiefs. Now, anything can happen in the NFL, right? But if the Cowboys had a better score in that loss to the Packers, I think we'd be talking about them in a totally different way. I don't think we'd be thinking they needed to make that many additions. Like the running back situation is really the one that you look at. Zeke did play well for New England last year, for what it's worth, but I think Dallas is the best team in the division. I think they're the best. I understand that some people like Philly, but I totally agree with what Sean said. They quit on their coach last year, and Kellen Moore and his gaping mouth, like, that's going to fix this? Sure.
And a running back. And a running back, too. Kellen Moore and Saquon Barkley.
Cowboys fans are happy Kellen Moore's on the Eagles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, ask any diehard Cowboys fan who's generally not as arrogant as they're always made out to be. So I'm taking the Cowboys to win the NFC East at +1. Wait, hang on. That's the
160.
Eagles. +160. There you go.
All right. So we all have different teams in the NFC.
I like that. That's the first time that we've all disagreed.
Yeah.
Good job. Good job by us.
Shocker. No one else was on Commander's Island with me.
No one else was on Giants Island either. We all watched Daniel Jones.
No.
Holy crap.
I've been mentally keeping a track of all the teams that we don't even say their names in these divisions. And the Giants joined the Cardinals in that group of teams that didn't even get a cursory mention.
But at least the Cardinals
they were feisty last year.
Frisky last year. I mean, that game against the Texans was pretty close. Honestly, I'm insulted that the Patriots are +2,500 and the Giants are +2,000.
That's egregious.
Like the Giants suck. They look awful. I think Brian Dable is kind of screwed here. I don't think he's as bad of a coach as last year. I think he got so much out of Daniel Jones that the Giants said, let's keep him. What are you doing?
Yeah, he screwed himself that first year. He really did.
Yeah,
and they really should just move on from Daniel Jones and keep Dable, probably.
I totally agree.
But most likely they'll just get rid of both of them.
Yeah.
And like he'll just be back to being an OC somewhere. He might be, honestly, Brian.
Alabama?
Spicy take. Brian Dable,
Alabama,
offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans next year.
Oh, that would be interesting.
When Bobby Sloak is gone.
If I was firing my coach this offseason, I might just hire Brian Dable because of what we said. So wait, the reason you got fired is because you got stuck with a bad quarterback because you made him look good in year one?
Yeah.
That's a good problem to have.
He got fired for a good thing.
Yeah, he was too good in year one. He should have tanked year one, been like, give me a new guy. He should have been Sean McVay shanking Jared Goff. He should have done that to Daniel Jones, and he didn't.
At least Sean McVay got to a Super Bowl with Jared Goff, too.
Yes, that's true.
That made sense. Daniel Jones, I never understood how it made sense. The man is athletic, but his most athletic moment ever, where he had a breakaway touchdown run, he tripped at like the 8 and fell on his face.
It looks like he got shot by a sniper. It's an incredible moment.
So I was doing a live stream after the Texans and Giants preseason game, and apparently there was this rumor that Daniel Jones and Kay Adams were dating, and Kay Adams actually addressed those on the Up and Adams show. And at first it seemed like, no way, nothing's going on here. And then at the very end, sort of like what I do with, hey, what's Paul's sexuality? Kay Adams pulled so my boyfriend, I'm hoping that the offensive line can hold things together for her. So at least Daniel Jones is in the minds of some winning there.
I mean,
even though that's probably not happening.
People do like the beard. They're very they're saying it looks good.
It's a good beard. He's a good looking guy.
He's got that going.
Hey, Jeff Bagwell, easy. Jeff Bagwell's on the call for today's game, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We didn't play all of the fun Jeff Bagwell audio from yesterday's Astros game because that game was over right after it started. Jeff Bagwell has a bad habit. Jeff Bagwell is one of those guys who loves to say, sometimes these things happen. It happened many times in the first 3 minutes of yesterday's game. Here's Jeff Bagwell. Jeff Bagwell, my bad. Jeff Bagwell, color commentator and also member of the Astros Skull and Bone Society.
Yeah, you got something in the middle of the strike zone there, obviously. And sometimes when you miss and you miss in the middle of the plate, those kind of things can happen.
So you hear that one time, you agree. But Bagwell, he couldn't stop saying these kind of things can happen.
No, but this is baseball, and things happen. And, we just you got to go and you got to grind. You don't have your best stuff every single time you go out there.
It was 10 seconds later.
That was 10 seconds
It
later?
was 10 seconds later.
Oh.
Yeah, you
can't.
couldn't stop. And then
You can
things
use
kept
it
happening.
once and then use it later. You can't use it that fast.
He's not done, Joe. He's not done.
I mean, those things happen. It's like it's us. Like everybody was crazy. We lost, on Monday, but sometimes you lose and sometimes you give up home runs. But the key part is you're giving up solo home runs. You can do that, you're gonna be fine.
Those things happen. Those things happen. He's got a crutch. And look, those things do happen, but those things were happening a lot. At a certain point, I don't know, in a 9-run inning, maybe stop saying those things happen.
I get it because there's only so many things you can say when there's a 9 spot in the first inning, but you got to find a different way to say it. You got to find something.
It's just baseball? Does that work?
It's just baseball. That does. No, I don't think that works. I don't think that's
the same thing. But that is a way to vary it up. So there you go. It is Gallant George, Joe George. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Up next, a segment that we do entirely for ratings, and we'll start to make some more predictions. Who's winning the Super Bowl? Who's winning MVP? Who's winning Coach of the Year? First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie and MyBookie.ag. We just went through all of those. You go to MyBookie.ag. You enter promo code BET975. Take a look at those MVP odds. CJ Stroud is plus 1,000 to win MVP. Man, I wish I got in on that earlier, especially after Sean talking about how he's going to lead the NFL in touchdown passes by 5 touchdowns. Those are pretty good odds, though, as far as actual MVP candidates. You want to get real spicy, maybe Brock Purdy at plus 1725 is someone you're thinking about. Dak Prescott was close last year, plus 1875 for the Cowboys this season. You can also bet on Coach of the Year. Coach of the Year is one of those ones where what the guy did the year before, if he was terrible and he's good the next year, that's generally when you get the award. Who could end up winning that? Could it be Robert Saleh with the New York Jets? Plus 1925? Now, again, it's the Jets. Are you expecting things to go well? But of all the odds I see at MyBookie.ag, those are the most fun ones for Coach of the Year and make the most sense because things were bad last year and all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers is healthy. How about that? You can also bet on who wins the Super Bowl. I'm telling you, Texans at plus 1,600. Those are very good odds. MyBookie.ag, you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Man, Ludacris had some bangers back in the day. Ludacris last night, I think at a Braves game.
Yeah.
In the costume that was, I guess, from this music video?
I forgot if it was this one. It might have been Get Back.
I think it was Get Back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where he's got like the freakishly large
Yeah, the giant arms and the
legs.
giant feet.
He
yeah.
threw out a first pitch with that, and honestly, it wasn't a bad first pitch.
No, there's been worse that people have used with their actual arms.
There have.
It would have been because it kind of just like he like palmed it.
Yeah, it's like balanced on the hand.
Yeah.
And he just kind of catapulted it over. Yeah, it was a great pitch. Great moment. I wonder who came up with that. Who was like, yeah, we're gonna have Ludacris throw out the first pitch of a baseball game in 2024. By the way, Mr. Ludacris, do you still have those giant arms from the Get Back video?
I think that's his idea.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess. I feel like that's his idea.
So his PR tells Braves PR like, yes, Mr. Bridges was actually thinking about doing something a little different.
Oh, I love that. I also love this. So something's coming to Sugarland very soon. I follow this account on Instagram named Eric Sim. He is a JUCO baseballer.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I've seen him hitting off of guys like Trevor Bauer, among other major leaguers before. It's an interesting follow. He is going to be in a home run derby October 5th in Sugarland with two other guys. Can you guess who the two other guys are? They will make sense as soon as you guess them. One of them is a former major leaguer, a disgraced one. The other is another former athlete, one of the best of his sport ever, also disgraced. Exactly the kind of people that you would think would be looking for a little bag these days.
Canseco?
Got it?
Wow.
Ding, 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 ding. Good job, Joe. Can you get the other one? I'm telling you, it's not that hard. Just think about who's like the most disgraced athlete in all of sports right now, today, September 5th, 2024.
R.I.P. O.J. Simpson.
Hasn't killed anybody.
Okay.
Can I guess sport?
Football.
Disgrace.
Recent player.
Antonio Brown.
Boom! October 5th, home run derby. This is awesome. Constellation Field with Antonio Brown, Jose Canseco, and this Eric Sim guy on Instagram. He's got like 500,000 followers.
I think we have
great.
to go to that.
I kind of want to go too.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
It's at Constellation Field, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we could get Antonio Brown in studio probably. Or Canseco.
Let's record that interview.
I would be.
Might have to do some edits.
I would love to have. No, it has to be live.
Let's get the groundwork going on this.
Yeah.
Let's get. The
We'll
wheels
deal with
turning.
the consequences.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
It's Antonio Brown.
Okay.
Anyway,
Astros lost.
they lost. They have not beaten the Cincinnati Reds since 2016. They lose 1-0 since he sweeps them.
Hey, things have been going pretty well all these years. Losing to the Reds.
That's a good point. You don't want to
can't complain.
You don't want to break the streak.
Yeah, it's like not mentioning a no hitter. You know, you just
As long as you're losing to the Reds, you're a good baseball team.
we still got a shot.
Yeah.
We do this segment once a week. Yes, we're doing it for the ratings. I picked them to win the NFC East this year. Let's play with the Dallas Cowboys. We got some fun stories coming out of Big D. Where do we want to start? Jerry Jones, Dak Prescott, Mike McCarthy, or Mike Zimmer?
Let's start with the most boring one, I'm guessing. Zimmer.
Oh,
no.
It wasn't.
No?
I want Zimmer because I feel like we haven't heard from him.
Mike Zimmer, when asked about his time in Minnesota and asked about when he had been fired for the first time, They asked me if I wanted to address the team, said Zimmer at a Cowboys press conference. Hell no. They got me fired. I didn't know I was supposed to go to HR and sign out or whatever. No one told me. I just got all my stuff, got in the truck, and left. I can tell you I've not watched one Minnesota game since. Incredible.
They got me fired.
They-
That's a
I don't
great.
talk to them. They got me fired.
You're right. You're right. Like,
What am I
it's
gonna say?
It's so true. So, yeah.
I thought it was gonna be Kellen Mond. Luckily, Kellen Mond escaped that quote without
He escaped
catching a
that quote,
stray.
but he did catch a stray a little bit later because he was talking about the 4 third-round picks that Rick Spielman drafted. I guess Rick Spielman actually reached out to Zimmer to apologize, I guess, with how things went down.
Okay.
And Mike Zimmer says he hasn't responded to him either.
That I feel like, from what I know, and I have never met either of these men. From what I know about both from Spielman and Zimmer, makes 100% sense. That is exactly how I expected that to go.
All
Oh
right.
my gosh, he's terrible at his job.
Who?
Rick Spielman.
Yeah, it wasn't a good era.
I'm looking at his who they drafted.
They've had some rough drafts.
Yes.
I mean, he did get Justin Jefferson, but
The next best player that he drafted was Teddy Bridgewater.
I'm wondering, was he around to draft Stephon Diggs in the 5th round, or was that a previous general manager?
He would have been there for
Okay.
Diggs. Yeah,
I think
it's
Diggs
his,
was 14 or 15.
yeah, it's just his first round picks are a disaster.
All right. Do you want to hear from Jerry Jones, or do you want to hear from Dak Prescott? Who do you want to hear from?
Let's go Dak.
Dak Prescott was asked about a very vocal Jerry Jones this offseason, who's, of course, said, I see no urgency to re-sign CeeDee Lamb. Quote, I stopped listening to things Jerry Jones says to the media a long time ago. It doesn't really hold weight with me. End quote.
Okay.
They're so dramatic. I love it.
I know. That there has to be a better way to answer. I'm glad he didn't choose the more diplomatic way.
Yeah, I just don't know why you want to you choose to answer it that way. I don't really
Because you have 1 year left on your
I
contract.
guess, yeah.
Hey, in January he might not be my boss.
It's true. Do you guys think he'll be there next year, Dak?
It's a great question.
It's more of a coin flip.
I don't think so.
Than it should.
I lean no.
I don't think so. I feel like it's gotten to the point where he feels he's owed a long-term extension, and they might have a mutual parting of ways. But I do think the Cowboys will win the East this year, even though all of these stories make the vibe seem pretty bad.
Like what we talked about with Kyle Tucker earlier. With has this maybe put a little bit of strain on the relationship? Dak Prescott and the Cowboys are in another stratosphere. That's like if Kyle Tucker was like, I don't listen to what Dana Brown says. Like, I've learned to just not listen to Dana Brown.
He might as
That'd be
well.
crazy.
Dana Brown doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. So,
But for Kyle Tucker to say that would have been crazy.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the Jerry Jones story.
We really saved dessert for last.
Oh my gosh. Jerry Jones was asked about being general manager for the organization going forward. Quote, there's nobody that can effing come in here and get this sheet done like me. He wasn't talking about the things that you put on your bed.
I mean, he ain't wrong. He's Jerry Jones. What Jerry Jones says, Jerry Jones does.
I don't know how much control he actually has. I feel like Stephen Jones does a lot of it. And also, I think Stephen Jones has done a pretty good job. Micah Parsons was a hell of a pick. But
yeah, I do wonder if it's like they have like this like agreement where it's like Dad, you're gonna be the face of everything. Like you're gonna talk, you can say whatever you want.
Probably.
But like I'm the one calling the shots. Like he is the one that stopped them from taking Johnny Manziel.
Put him in a headlock to keep him from getting. I don't know if he actually put him in a headlock, but he definitely was ready to write Johnny Manziel's name on the card. Yeah, I think Stephen Jones, another guy in that kind of Cowboys brain trust is Will McClay.
Mm-hmm.
I know he gets a lot because he does a lot of the draft scouting stuff. Which, say what you want about the Cowboys, they can draft. They can draft super
Yeah.
well. All the biggest problem is that they have all these guys they need to pay all at the same time.
Yeah, they've done a very good job building that roster. This might be the last ride, but I think they're going to win the division this year, even with all of those quotes and all that drama.
Plenty of room on the Washington Commanders
on the
bandwagon.
wagon.
Yeah,
There's
Trying
an
to
Eagles.
invite him in.
there's not any snarky comments. They did just have to fire a vice president recently, but that's not on the field.
Yeah, I think it's separate now.
There's an Eagles fan who got very mad at us on the text line for not picking the Eagles. Dude, they lost 6 games in a row to end the year, and then they lost the playoff game.
Joe picked them.
I picked them.
That's true. He did pick them.
There you go.
But as we discussed with the text line last week,
Get the
while you
cheese
were
whiz out of your ears, and
it's like the text line is like they only address the person who reads them the most. So like it seems like the anger for the most part only comes towards you. But then when you were out, it's like it flips.
People got mad.
Not mad, but like just like
everything was directed at
they'd
Joe.
only say Joe. They wouldn't say Sean. It's like I'm like he's right here.
I'm fine with that.
Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. He's Joe George. Get mad at him. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Get mad at him. Don't get mad at me. I might seem like I have thick skin. I don't. And Joe George, this is your flu game, bro. You're toughing it out with the tooth.
We're here. We're grinding.
Keep grinding, but not the teeth.
Yeah, let's avoid that at all costs. That'll just make things worse right now.
One last segment. We're going to pick who wins the Super Bowl. We're going to pick who wins MVP, Coach of the Year, and our official Houston Texans predictions before we get out of here. And the season kicks off tonight. Don't go anywhere. It's ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Super Bowl.
I like that because I wanted to pick the Lions, but every single podcast thing I've listened to, everyone's picking the Lions, and I'm like, I can't do it. Too many people are in on Detroit.
I think there's going to be a hangover from the way that they lost last year. Not to say that they're going to be bad. I just think you had 24-7 lead on the 49ers and you blew it.
Mm-hmm.
I get like Dan Campbell, he's a man, all that stuff, but I don't know how you get over that. You're up 24-7.
Yeah, it's stuff like that's hard to come back from. So,
Sean Mapes, who's winning the Super Bowl this year? Are we going to go 3 for 3 Kansas City Chiefs?
I mean, I won't pick the Chiefs just because of that.
Hell yeah, zagging.
Whatever. Also, who cares if I'm wrong? Give me the Green Bay Packers with Jordan Love.
Plus 17-25.
Yes, with Jordan Love getting hot at the right time. Like I said, I kind of previewed this when I said I really think that there's a kind of a big three in the NFC and then kind of the rest. And Packers are one of them. Like Joe, a little scared off by the Lions and how much love they're getting. And something that's a theme throughout all these picks is at the end of the day, I have to go. Detroit Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. Not quite there yet. Give me the Packers over the Chiefs.
Not so fast, my friend.
Not so fast, my friend.
make me vomit.
Why?
The Packers winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah. They just got a great young quarterback.
I know, but I can't work with Joel if that happens.
Well, you don't have a show with him anymore.
But
I know, but I can't even
crossover.
see him every day.
Just duck out.
I'm gonna just like
He's gonna wear the merch.
I'm gonna bring a hood, just like cover my face.
Yeah, they win the divisional round over the 9-win Bears.
They play week 18.
Oh,
They knock them out of the playoffs.
All right, Texans time.
10 wins. They get to the AFC Championship game and lose to the Chiefs.
Same thing that I told Sam when we did our little video. 11 wins, and the Houston Texans special losing the divisional round.
Oh,
boo!
I got 11 wins and losing to the Chiefs in the AFC Championship game. Texans
swarm until the divisional.
Hey.
And on that note, a real quick garbage time to get us to the beginning of the NFL season. Joe, your Cubs pulled a pitcher from a no-hitter after 7 innings.
Lame, soft, but they got a no-hitter. That's cool.
They got a combined no-hitter still.
Yeah, it's still cool, but it's still soft.
Was it trying to be the Astros here? That's our brand. Combined no-hitters. Combined no-hitters count.
They do, but should they have a different name?
I mean,
they recognize them differently.
They do. It's combined no hitters.
I know.
Yeah, combined no-hitters enough.
All right, that's fine.
Travis Kelce is going to be on an FX TV show. It's called Grotesquerie, a Ryan Murphy created series. He's going to be in it. Niecy Nash Betts is investigating a bloody crime spree, and Kelce provides the intro for the official trailer, which promises a couple of familiar faces.
Taylor Swift.
I wonder. I think he's going to get killed.
Oh, episode 1?
I think he's going to get killed episode 1.
First 5 minutes.
I think so.
Yeah, he's definitely like a truck driver who gets, I assume, murdered by a serial killer.
On a lighter note, there's a movie where Taylor Swift gets run over by a car. Have you ever seen it? Not kidding. She gets shoved out into traffic.
I've seen the clip, and I always assumed that it was like either
A
AI or deep fake.
No, it's real. It's real. It's like a cameo role. I forget, but trust me, it happens. I've seen it so many times on social
It's like
media.
an old time. It's like a period piece. I know that. It's like it's an old timey car that gets her.
And on that chipper and happy note, thanks Astros. Lost 1-0 to the Reds. Got swept. They haven't beat them since 2016. It's time for the Killer Bees. Big thanks to our texters, our Twitchers, our YouTubers, Sean Mapes, Joe George. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. It's Joel and Jer Bear next. Peace.
Oh.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Bradham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Thursday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. We have a very busy show for you today. On the day the NFL season kicks off, Kevin Bowen will be joining us at 3:15 in the next 15 minutes to go beyond enemy lines. We'll go beyond enemy lines, talk about the Colts, see what the Texans have on their hands coming up on Sunday. Lee Sterling handing out winners. Brian made a little bit of money because of Lee Sterling this past week. Your parlay, what was the plus what?
I turned a $50 bet into $661.
Okay, so a little bit.
I don't know what the plus number one because Sean placed it for me, but I basically took all of Lee's bets last week except for the UT game and put that on a parlay and won.
Very good. Adam Ronis will be joining us at 4:15 to get all of the fantasy questions. Well, we're not going to let you ask fantasy questions because no one cares about your fantasy team, but all the important fantasy questions we'll ask Adam Ronis. Bad Take Boulevard, and we'll talk to Dr. Jesse Morse at 5:15 about this little Kyle Tucker. Hopefully we see him tomorrow. But Kyle Tucker, just the drama, the saga. We'll get a medical opinion instead of our medical opinions. We'll talk to him later on in the program as well. I'm sure we'll break down this Astros game that just finished a little bit earlier and great to tell as well. But last night's game, I don't know where you're at, but you can go ahead, in my opinion, and scratch the whole Spencer Arrighetti starting a postseason game for you. August pitcher of the month, rookie player of the month, I should say. Fantastic. All of that really got it going. It helps you with the 5-man, 6-man rotation. It makes you bullish about the future of this rotation. But we saw why veteran experience does matter when it comes to, being able to get out of the first inning. Just get out of the first inning. So Arrighetti with that start last night, I can't trust him. I can't trust him going into the postseason. He's had too many blow-ups this season. I'm out with Spencer Arrighetti on making a postseason start.
You kind of read my mind when I looked at the rundown because when I was watching it all implode, and I'm thinking to myself, that's the difference between a hiccup and a blow-up. The fact of the matter is that Justin Verlander could have a hiccup enough that he would keep you in the ball game, and even if he left the game shorter than normal or in his normal 5 innings, he probably would have given up about 4 runs in that game and kept you somewhat above water and in it. Arrighetti, on the other hand, we've seen it before earlier in the season. When he goes, and he goes full tilt. And, that thing just kept getting from bad to worse to like completely out of hand in the first inning, and you basically had no shot. And that's something you can't take the risk of having happen when you're in a playoff series. No matter what. But when you're handing the baseball in such an important event as like one of your top 3 pitchers, or in the case of a longer series, 4 pitchers, I just can't see them doing that right now.
Yesterday was a bit of Murphy's Law when it comes to Arrighetti's start because he didn't pitch well. First batter, home run. He's not getting the swing and miss that he normally gets. He was asked after the game, too, if he felt like he was tipping, and Arrighetti's like, I really doubt it. Said if he was, then that's on him for allowing it to get to that point. He said he would do his due diligence to see if he was, but he completely dismissed the idea that he was tipping. I think part of it was, hey, I'm going to take accountability for my poor outing. Now, he did allude to the fact that he felt there was times earlier this year that he was tipping. I don't know if that was the case. Like the pitches he was executing weren't very good. There was times where he got soft contact. Like there was times when the defense could have helped him out. That little fly ball into center field, tough play. If Chas McCormick makes that play, it's a really good play. So I'm not blaming Chas McCormick, but make a really good play, help your pitcher out. The Jeremy Pena ball up the middle that should have been an error was not called an error, which really hurt Spencer Arrighetti's line score. So, like, everything that could go wrong in the first inning yesterday went wrong. Arrighetti was poor, wasn't very good. Tip your cap, I guess, to the Cincinnati Red Stockings. And then the defense wasn't very good. That didn't help Spencer Arrighetti behind him either.
Yeah, defense has been a theme lately, and it's frustrating. I think, we'll talk about, like as you mentioned, today's game, at least from that standpoint. I thought it was better, but I think that, Pena's kind of in his head a little bit now, too. But it hasn't been great lately. And you look at it and you say, okay, it's got to be better. And we know that, we've discussed it. But overall, I just think that, this is one of those series where it's hard to put your finger on the fact that whenever you play the Orioles, you play big series or big pitchers, this team just seems to rise to the top. And when you play teams that are down and out, like the White Sox, where you've had a hiccup or two, like the Reds, where you just can't seem to figure out a way. That's what makes it so frustrating, because you're coming off a roll where you dominated the Royals.
You looked like you were just going to coast past the Mariners and you were going to had a legit chance of catching the two teams in front of you to get a bye. And then you just completely crapped the bed for 3 games, and that's what makes you scratch your head.
Yeah, it was not a good series for the Astros. But talking about it from the Arrighetti perspective, yeah, I mean, you have 3 guys ahead of you that you rather have in a playoff rotation. We were kicking around the idea of Arrighetti or like Kikuchi, depending on the other team's lineup. Well, that conversation's over. It's Kikuchi. Kikuchi's higher on the pecking order than Spencer Arrighetti. And will this change? Probably. Like, you still have 4 more starts for all of these guys, but your dudes up top are Fromber and Hunter Brown. There's no debate there. You say Kikuchi to me is your number 3. That's right. And if you're having the conversation after that, Verlander, Blanco, Arrighetti. Like, I'd probably rather have Blanco, but they're going to give it to Verlander. Yeah. That's your 4-man playoff rotation. Now, what could really throw a wrench into this is that the Astros are probably going to be in the wild card series if they're fortunate enough to hang on to win the division.
Yeah, look, I mean, everybody's doing you a favor, and you got a couple of solids again last night. You didn't get one from Seattle, who finally found a way to scratch out a win. But overall, it doesn't look like the writing's on the wall that you're not going to get that. And so you're going to have to be prepared for that. So therefore, you kind of set it up like you just said, and I think you nailed it. I think the 3 guys that were, I don't know for Brian for sure, but I think we're all pretty much in agreement that I would do the exact same thing. I'd go Fromber, Hunter Brown, and then go to Kikuchi, and then you work your way from there. But I think from an organizational standpoint, Verlander's going to be in the mix. I think that the wild card is going to be interesting because I think Kikuchi is better and better prepared right now and all the way ramped up. But I just have a feeling that they're going to try and squeeze Verlander between now and the end of the season into that 3rd start if they need one.
I mean, I do agree that if it's a 3-man rotation because you're in the wild card series, that's the 3. It's Fromber, Hunter Brown, and Kikuchi in that order. I do feel like judging Arrighetti or basing it off last night's a little unfair, and it's a little bit of a box score hot take because you see the 9 earned runs. But as Jeremy, you mentioned earlier, Jeremy Pena makes that play, which I thought should have been an error too, but they didn't. They gave him the earned runs. Then he's out of the first inning after 3 earned runs. Now, he could have continued to blow up after that, so we'll never know for sure if he would have rebounded and settled in. But if he gets out of that inning with 3 earned runs and settles in and maybe gives you kind of, Joel, what you're talking about, the Verlander, where, hey, you struggle, but you get through 5, you give up 4, then I don't think the conversation today is the same as what we're having now.
Well, I think it was already a tie with Kikuchi and Arrighetti, and maybe not even a tie. Like, it leaned towards Kikuchi. Like, that was the conversation we had the other day, is that if you're naming a 3-man rotation, you're leaning to Kikuchi over Arrighetti, Arrighetti's over your 4, and you're kicking out Justin Verlander. Now, the difference between like Arrighetti laboring and Verlander laboring is Verlander gives you innings. He gives you innings. Arrighetti, and yes, he could have had some help defensively. He didn't make it out of the first. That was very Christian Javier, Game 7 ALCS of him. Couldn't get out of the first inning.
Because now you're taxing the rest of the bullpen because you got to pick up 7 1/3, and they're going to have to all try and do their best to try and just keep it where it's at, even though for all intent and purposes, it's out of reach. And it just doesn't, it's not the same thing. It's like the difference between just throwing and the art of truly pitching, and Verlander can do that. I mean, he knew he was getting squeezed a little bit, but you know what? He still found a way to get out of bases loaded, nobody out, without having that kind of blowout like you saw last night, and he ate up some innings. So it's a tough call to make. And Brian, maybe you're right, because maybe, it's the 1 game sample size that kind of throws you off. But you can't afford to have a guy that blows up to that level. You can't afford to have a guy that when things don't go exactly your way, that can't right the ship enough to kind of, chart the waters and say, we're going to be okay. I'm going to make sure that we have a chance in this ballgame.
I just don't know how you can put that out of your mind. Like, it was such a bad outing that that he's capable of giving up a 9 spot in the first inning. Like, I laughed a little bit whenever they went to break and TK's like, Arrighetti gives up 9 in the first. Like, that's a dream. Like, that's a nightmare. That's a parody. Like, he gave up 9 in the first. What? Like, it was funny. Like, it was funny to me the way that he went to break saying Arrighetti with a 9 spot in the first. Like, okay.
Scary.
Like, you can't forget that. That's something that's going to live with you whenever you're deciding who's making postseason starts.
Well, we've seen it before.
Should you get there?
It hasn't been to that crossed my mind, by the way. But the fact that he gave up 9, that doesn't always happen. But we've seen him not be able to get out of the first before this season. So, yes, in August, he was rolling. He was fantastic. But overall, this isn't the first time we've seen this, which is why you probably raise your level of concern.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN 6030. Good thing is we brought Chaz back, so this lineup has been bolstered. I mean, they kind of had to because of the paternity leave for Jake Myers, and then they had to make that transaction today because you have to make a decision after the third day. So Myers was on the roster today, but was not actually in Cincinnati. But you had nobody else to play center field. So, like, what are you going to do there? And then Key from LA, what is tipping? Tipping's whenever you're giving up your pitches based on something that you're doing with the ball or the glove or your posture. The most famous one in Houston is Tyler Glasnow in the playoffs, where he was like holding the glove up to his letters on breaking ball, and he was putting the glove at his belt buckle with fastball. So it's very easy. If a hitter is able to pick that up, he's coming set at the belt buckle for a heater. Well, you know a heater's coming. He's coming set at the letters with a breaking ball. You know breaking ball is coming. And if you know the pitch, then it could be a bit advantageous because you can kind of spit on some pitches. You can kind of get your timing, all of that. So that's what tipping is, where the opponent has your pitches based on some sort of body manner that you're doing.
Yeah, you watch the Mariners staff do it. They've all gotten into the habit. I don't know if they're teaching it in spring training now or what, but the other thing is whenever guys were going to change their grip for a breaking pitch, a lot of times the glove would wiggle a little bit. Now you see all the Mariners guys, they're wiggling their glove the entire time before they start going into the delivery. So, yeah, I mean, it happens. You're right. The Glasnow is one that always comes to my mind too. You hope he wasn't. These kind of things happen. They've happened in the past, but those things you can clean that stuff up. I just don't trust him right now. In the case of Arrighetti, regardless of whether he was tipping or not, I don't trust him to go out there in a playoff game and not have the better than average chance of blowing up a little bit.
My best guess is that he was not tipping, though. Like,
I agree with
he
that.
wasn't getting the swing and miss, but he also wasn't like, yes, he gave up some hard contact. But usually if you're tipping, like, it's seed, laser, seed, rope, seed. Like, there was some weak contact in that first inning.
There was. No, there's no denying that. I was listening to the game on the way home, and Sparky was talking about the fact that the Reds have this guy that throws batting practice that tries to emulate as close as possible to a lot of guys' deliveries and everything, and tries to get the same kind of velocity. And he thought that kind of was a key, that the Reds were kind of comfortable with the way he delivered the baseball and where the pitches were going to be. Regardless of what it was, they were on it. Home run double, and then the doors completely get blown off.
Well, there's pitching machines that you can set up now where it shows you the exact arm slot and the exact pitch, velo, spin that the pitcher is going to give you.
That's pretty cool.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that they have that benefits hitters, and it's still hard to hit. It's still hard to hit.
You know, we're not far away too from the video screen with the ball release point too, where they do that, where it looks like the actual pitcher on the mound.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. It is a busy show. All the guests coming up. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Kevin Bowen. Go outside of enemy lines a little bit, beyond enemy lines, talk about this Colts team. What the folks in Indy are saying about this Colts team. I'm sure they're confident that they can win this division. I'm sure they're confident that they'll win Sunday at home against the Texans. 713-780-ESPN's the HRMP listener line, twitch.tv/ESPN975, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Let's go straight out to the HRMP guest line, being joined by Kevin Bowen, 107.5 The Fan. Does morning radio out in Indy. Appreciate the time, Kevin. Thank you for joining us. What is the buzz in Indy? Because I think that these are the top two teams in the AFC South. I think the AFC South gets two teams into the playoffs this year, being the Texans and the Colts. What does the Indy fan base think? What are the expectations from them when it comes to this Colts team?
Yeah, I think it starts with just genuine intrigue, curiosity about their young quarterback and exactly, what can he do? It's been a while since they've really had that at that position. And obviously last year it gets shortened to about 4 games. So I think that's where you start, real intrigue and curiosity. It's like, wait a minute, if you win 9 games with Gardner Minshew, theoretically, shouldn't you win more with, a guy that can offer some big playability? And then the other side of it is a little bit of like, hey, when is this going to happen under Chris Ballard? The owner praises him majorly in a public setting, and yet you're currently in your biggest division drought and your biggest playoff win drought you've been in about 30 years as a franchise. So I think those are probably the two prevailing thoughts with the fan base.
Kevin, can you talk a little bit about this whole rivalry thing and the off season, the last game of the regular season? We all know about that. We knew previously the Colts always seem to have the number of the Texans. But how big of a rivalry is it right now? We heard about some of your players and some of the quotes coming out as camp started about, CJ and his podcasting and talking and how the season ended last year. How do you surmise all that?
Yeah, it's funny. I would say probably before last season, I don't know if lately the Texans had a whole lot of ammo to do talking. And then after how last season ended, I don't know if the Colts have a lot of ammo to do a lot of talking in terms of defining a rivalry. But certainly CJ Stroud made some comments about the city of Indianapolis, and Zaire Franklin, who was Colts defensive leader, probably the leader, frankly, on the football team. He's not one to hold back when those comments are going to be made. And you don't have, I think, public comments from Anthony Richardson and CJ Stroud that are necessarily rivalry, bait, if you will. But I do think with Richardson and Stroud, their relationship date back kind of the Elite 11 circuit a little bit there, and naturally. You got two teams in the same division that have quarterbacks drafted 2 and 4. You're probably going to have some of that natural rivalry. So, the fact that they play week 1 after what happened in week 18, I guess there's some of it there. But, for me, it's a tad overblown. Maybe we'll look back and say, oh, the start of Ravens Steelers or something like that. But as of right now, I think it's kind of a lot of chatter.
Kevin Bowen joining us on the HRMP guest line, has been covering the Colts since 2011, so has seen a lot of Colts victories over the Houston Texans. And bringing up Anthony Richardson, I think it's so mysterious because we didn't see him much last year. Of course, he has the flaw of not being very accurate with the football, but I thought he was pretty good last year. And yes, he only played 2 series against the Texans, one of which was on a short field after a CJ Stroud fumble. But there were 2 touchdown possessions where he was incredibly valuable to that Colts offense. And then, of course, what Steichen does offensively. We saw, what he did with Jalen Hurts in Philly. How good do you expect Anthony Richardson to be this year?
Yeah, it's a great unknown. And I would argue the Colts probably have more volatility at their quarterback position than a lot of teams in the league, just with the fact that sample size in Houston, that's the only time he's played on the road in his NFL career. The Colts had a guy on their team last year named Jake Martin who played more snaps than Anthony Richardson. I would picture to guess 99% of Colts fans would think Jake Martin's the dude in the State Farm commercial. So it's just, it's tough to gauge, really he's unlike any first-round pick we've seen at quarterback in this league's history, considering the lack of experience he had at Florida and just the lack of, really great individual success in that one season as well. So I think what Colts fans believe and what, the Colts believe is you can hit home runs with him, and you can hit home runs with his legs, and you can hit it with his arm in terms of taking some shots down the field. You're going to live with the inability to get on base every at-bat. That's just not going to be there. He's not going to be some methodical 70% passer. But if you can sprinkle in the home runs, you can live with it as long as, to continue the baseball analogy, the outs aren't, strikeouts, aren't big turnovers. He had a pick 6, for example, in their preseason, dress rehearsal game. He had a fumble that, could have obviously, been an impactful turnover had that been a regular season game. So, again, big play potential, I think they feel like should be there. And then it's, can you make sure that the misses are just incompletions and you end those drives in punts. If you can do that, I think you can live with something and really build something.
Kevin, I'm curious. Last year, we kicked it around the other day. Jonathan Taylor, not that it was a lost season, but it was basically a rough season because of the fact you had the contract issues, you had the injuries. But now with him healthy, the contract behind him, and being through, ready to go and healthy at the start of the season, how big of an impact is that going to have for the squad?
Yeah, I frankly don't think we're talking about it enough here in our market, which might sound crazy to you guys considering he went for 188 in that season finale. But this time last year, Jonathan Taylor was the Jamar Chase. He was the Brandon Ayuk story. It was the contract saga. And then it was, just kind of a weird injury situation all year long. And then he erupts in week 18 and you're like, oh, wow, I forgot that at one point this dude, was the league's leading rusher by 500 yards, based off who was in second in the NFL just a couple of years ago. So he's a special talent. And it was funny, I was talking to him today in the locker room and I'm like, I think I know Wisconsin football decently well enough. You've never played with anything like Anthony Richardson at quarterback. I mean, when you think about it, the Colts have never had a quarterback with Richardson's legs, certainly here in the last couple of years. And Wisconsin football with Taylor did not have that dual threat type of guy either. So, that weapon, I think, is something that can be really, really potent. And in a way, Houston should know it's coming. They saw Richardson at his best in just a quarter last season, and then they obviously saw Taylor with an incredible individual effort there in week 18. Now it's a combination of those two guys together. I think the Colts bank on that being lethal, and if it is, I think it's a team that can certainly, play into the month of January with meaningful games.
To be fair, Wisconsin doesn't really produce a ton of great athletes. We do know that. Kevin Bowen joining us on the HR&P guest line. Colts win the AFC South if what?
If that lethal combination of Richardson and Taylor is healthy, and if their defensive line is as good as they've invested into it. They have 4 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks along their defensive line. They have a lot of money invested in the group as well. And that's, to me, the biggest key for them, certainly on Sunday, because they lack so much in the secondary. But really, it's got to be a key all year long. So I would say that is the biggest. Those are 2 things. Taylor and Richardson help on the offensive side of the ball, and then that D-line on the defense.
You guys had a good draft. We've been talking about some, a lot of the different things that are looking good for the Colts. From your perspective, looking at the Texans, you saw what they were a year ago. Now you see what they did in this offseason, whether it was the draft, whether it was free agency, or whether it was the trades that brought you Diggs and Mixon. What's your opinion of this Texans team going into this season?
Well, I think their biggest strength is the Colts' biggest weakness, and that, at least matchup-wise for Sunday, that would be what the Texans have at wide out and what the Colts lack in the secondary. So I think that's what kind of strikes fear. And it's a team that just won the division, and they go out and they add a 1,000-yard rusher, they add a 1,000-yard wide out. In a way, they're kind of adding Tank Dell. I'm just reminding your audience. It'd probably be to remind our audience a little bit more of that. And then Daniil Hunter was someone the Colts really pursued. So I think there's a lot there. I get why all the hype is there, and the Colts really are just kind of running it back and hoping that Richardson obviously gives them a jolt. So I think all the public praise, all of it is very, very deserved. C.J. Stroud is an incredible talent we saw here in Big Ten country and certainly lived up to it as a rookie.
Kevin, we appreciate the time. Great stuff. I'm sure we'll do it again as the season goes on and we get the rematch here in Houston. Enjoy the game Sunday and enjoy opening day in the NFL.
Awesome. Thanks for having me on, guys.
You got it. Kevin Bowen joining us on the HR&P guest line. It's funny, he brought up Jake Martin, formerly known as Jacob Martin, formerly a Houston Texan. Played in more snaps than Anthony Richardson did last year. Former Texan Jacob Martin, now known as Jake Martin, played in more snaps last year than Anthony Richardson. He's an enigma, Anthony Richardson is.
Yeah, I think that, obviously, whether we follow him as closely as Kevin does or you just watch it from afar, we know what he did here, but we also know there are plenty of question marks, and I think they're all centered around his ability to just, be able to put the football and throw the football where it needs to be. You can't deny his athleticism. You can't deny his ability to run the football. And you got a coach that's going to tailor-make a game plan for him, especially with a guy like Taylor behind him. Can you get him into passing situations? Can you make him throw the football?
Yeah, I think, you always want an early lead in football, but, especially against the Colts, force them into situations where he has to beat you with his arm. You spot them a 10-0 lead,
Oh man,
They're running a bit. You're playing right into their hands. So this week, more than most weeks, get the early lead against the Colts, and plus 550 yards too. By the way, Anthony Richardson, I need you to surpass 550 rushing yards on the year, and Brandon would be very happy with one Anthony Richardson.
Start next week.
I mean, I'd like him to run for 175 yards in a loss. That'd be great for me.
Okay, as long as they lose.
That'd be great for me. All right, Astros got swept today against Cincinnati. They got swept against Cincinnati. Mariners already lead the A's. This division lead is shrinking in real time, right before our eyes. What is wrong with the Astros? How much are you sweating the fact they got swept against the Reds? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Tyler and Conroe, I do not understand the intrigue around Anthony Richardson. He was not good in the SEC and wasn't a good quarterback last year. The answer is simple. Raw athleticism. That's why. The dude's a freak.
He
He's a freak athlete. Like, he's one of the freakiest athletes that I have ever seen.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. We were just talking about it. You hope that there's truth to the fact that he struggles still to throw the football. I don't know how much you read into what happened between, in the joint practices with the Bengals and all the crap talk that was going back and forth. But you know damn well that if you put him in space, he's hard to bring down. He's athletic as hell, and he can make plays. And then when you put one of the top 5 running backs in the league behind him, that's a problem because you got a guy as an offensive coordinator and head coach that knows exactly how to use those guys, and he proved it in Philadelphia.
Yeah, that might be the biggest kicker of all. And like we were talking about this before the draft, I do not want Anthony Richardson with Shane Steichen. I'm not scared of Anthony Richardson if he lands anywhere else, but pairing with Shane Steichen is like it's a cheat code. Like,
You know what it is,
it's
Jeremy?
a cheat code.
It's the second coming of Greg Roman with Lamar Jackson. When Lamar Jackson could have gone a lot of places, and you would have questioned whether the system and the fit and the playbook and the coordinator would have worked. But when you took Greg Roman into the equation and then they completely redid their playbook to just completely focus on the strengths of one Lamar Jackson, they went nuts. And I think this has the same capability of working because of that thing, with Steichen being able to game plan for a running type quarterback and Richardson having that freakish athleticism.
Grinding on coffee and whiskey. I'm doing half of that. And if he can stay healthy, that is a big thing. That is a big thing when it comes to Anthony Richardson. Never has really been healthy in his football playing career. So we'll see. We'll see Mike Trout. And, a lot of times when you get freaks athletically like that, they tend to get hurt. Bo Jackson was so athletic, he ran out of his hip. Zion Williamson was so athletic at Duke, he ran out of his shoe. Like, sometimes there's guys that are that freaky, but a lot of, strain on the body, and it's tough for them to stay healthy. Astros get swept. They lose to the Reds. Not only did they lose to the Reds today, they got shut out by the Reds. They got beat 1-0 by the Reds. Now, the Reds do own the Astros. When you look up the Reds on the Wikipedia, or when you look up the Astros on the Wikipedia and it says owner, it doesn't say Jim Crane. It says the Cincinnati Reds. The Astros have not beaten the Reds in the golden era.
Yeah, since 2016.
It's insane.
They were swept twice in the 2 series that they've played them recently in the last couple of years. And you speak about the owner. Well, guess what? The co-owner and mayor has to be Ty France.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that Ty France went into his last at bat 9 for 11 in the series.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about when the Mariners cut bait with him and ended up trying to replace him by adding some guys at the deadline. You're like, well, one, that's great for the Astros because he was always an Astros killer in Seattle. But would you kick the tires on a Ty France to see if he could play first base too? He didn't do anything to tell me any otherwise with the way he played. Maybe it's just against the Astros, but good Lord, he was ripping the baseball.
He's been really good as a Red, actually, and the Astros probably should have traded for him. Mariners DFA'd him. Reds traded for Ty France before he went through the waiver process. Didn't cost him much. And would Seattle have traded France to a division rival? Probably not. So he might not even have been attainable. But yeah, he's been good as a, yes, he does own the Astros. King of Twitch. You got a little sassy with Twitter and he said, why would you trade for him? Well, one, so the Astros don't have to face him. But then secondly, as a Red, and this was going into today's game, so this will actually be enhanced some by his performance today. 99 at bats. He's hitting 303 with an 825 OPS as a member of the Cincinnati Reds. Like, the dude can hit. Seattle's just like where hitters go to die. Leave Seattle, you're like Teoscar Hernandez. Teoscar Hernandez last year was awful, was bad. His numbers were poor. With the Dodgers this year, he's been pretty stinking good. Ty France, as a Mariner this year, 223 hitter, 662 OPS, and 111 plate appearances is a solid sample. 303 hitter as a member of the Reds with an 825 OPS. Ty France is a solid offensive player, and whenever they're facing the Houston Astros, he's a right-handed Babe Ruth.
Yeah, and when they got Turner and they got a Rosarena, they had a hit here or there where people were taking notice, but overall, those guys were struggling early on with the Mariners as well. It's a tough ballpark to hit. It's a pitcher's ballpark in a lot of ways. And it's just one of those situations where you look at a guy that was an all-star just a few short years ago in Ty France and said, that's a guy that can help somebody. That's a guy that hitting just doesn't completely go away to that level unless you're a guy named Abreu. But overall, I would have kicked the tires on him. I would have tried to get him. You're right. I don't think the Mariners would have traded him to you. But if there was a way you could have gotten your hands on him, you could have done a lot worse than what he's been able to do.
Oh, yeah. He would have helped you. I mean, you're using Zach DeZinzo as not that I dislike Zach DeZinzo, but you're using Zach DeZinzo as a first base platoon option. Ty France would have been a better option. Maybe they did kick the tires and the Mariners were just, not going to do it because they're trying to chase you, which I get. Like, that is obviously a plausible scenario, but yes, you should have called. And maybe they did. 5798, is it fair to say the Astros were single-handedly swept by Ty France? You could say a good chunk of it, but the Astros offense did not score a single run today. They didn't. They wasted Hunter Brown's great start, 6 shutout innings. Rhett Lauder, who is a good pitcher, has tons of promise. A rookie, though, making his 3rd big league start. Astros couldn't muster a single run against the Cincinnati Reds today.
You're not going to win a lot of games when you get 4 hits over 9 innings.
You're not going to win any games where you score 0 over 9.
Right. I'm saying. So you
might, I guess.
You had the combination. The Reds only had 6 hits, but they had the one big bomb by France. The Astros got shut down. They don't hit the baseball. That's a big problem. And you're right. They wasted Hunter Brown today because Hunter Brown is a slump stopper. He's a guy, a streak stopper. He's a guy that did exactly what you needed him to do today. And unfortunately, Abreu, it couldn't do it what he normally does. When you're getting in most games, if you can't score it all, you're right, you're not going to win. But you hold the Reds to only 1 run, you should win that ball game.
Yeah, that was a brutal game today, a brutal series for the Astros, who fall to 75-65. Abreu doesn't look himself lately. I'm wondering if that workload has led to some diminishing returns from Brian Abreu, leads the league in appearances. Should they? It's tough for a spot because you're climbing out of such a hole. But I'm wondering if that workload is starting to catch up to Abreu because he hasn't looked the same. He has not looked as good over the last 30 days or so. So that's a bit concerning because he and Presley have not looked great. But also the fact of what this does for you in terms of the race. One, it all of a sudden gives Seattle life again. Seattle, you were able to build the lead to 6.5. They have a chance, and they're winning right now, to make it 4.5 at the end of the day. And they have a 3-game series against the Astros. So you have brought life back to the Seattle Mariners. And then secondly, that whole avoid the wild card round by getting a top 2 seed and getting a bye out of the wild card round. It's not completely kiss a goodbye, but boy, it's starting. It's fleeting. It's on its way out the door. The chances of you getting one of those top 2 seeds have taken a huge hit with the way that you've produced this over the series.
Yeah, you can't say you haven't had chances. You've had chances because the Mariners just keep giving you everything that you need to be able to just kind of step on their throat and put them to bed. And instead, you leave them hanging around. And if you leave them hanging around long enough, you might actually be in a race one more time when you sorely don't need to be in one coming down the home stretch. You've done everything to dig yourself out of this hole and get yourself in a place of command. And now suddenly you can't command the last series against the Reds. And you're letting, like you said, the buys get away. You're letting Seattle believe they still aren't dead. And that's the scariest proposition because your schedule's tougher than Seattle's, and you just got to handle your business. And now you're coming home to play an Arizona team that's no slouch either.
They're red hot too. Yeah. They're 30-13. I think I heard TK say at the end of the game. So that's going to be challenging. Astros kind of play to their competition though. So it wouldn't stun me if they take 2 of 3 against Arizona after being swept at sub 500 Cincinnati, who for some reason owns the Astros. And now you're 5 games back of the Guards too, by the way, for that second spot in the American League. So it doesn't look great. It doesn't look great to get one of those top 2 spots. Now, does that, mean the Astros can't win it all? No. I mean, the Astros could sweep through the wild card, be fresh going into the division series, and then run the gauntlet. It doesn't rule them out. I just don't like that you would have to play that 3-game series. I think it does make it more daunting. Now you have to beat another good team in a series, in a 3-game series on top of it.
Yeah. And that's, it's the least ideal path to get where you want to go that you've been to and you want to get back to. And it's unfortunate because it looked like it was right there within your grasp. The Yankees aren't playing great baseball. The Mariners are doing you favors. They're taking care of them. Some of the lesser thens, when you talk about what the Tigers and the Angels were able to do to the Mariners, you're like, okay, we were talking about it the other day. Maybe you lose focus and stop looking at Seattle and start just focusing on Cleveland and New York, knowing, hey, those are the teams where you're chasing again, but with another, carrot to be dangled out there that could be really meaningful for you. And instead, where anything can happen, you're going to play a 3-game series. That's not ideal.
Yeah, that's it's looking like a long shot for the Astros to be a top 2. And then now suddenly the AL West is a race again after it looked like we were crowning them division champs 3 days ago. Ocho, guys, I take full responsibility for Eric Getty's performance yesterday. Every time I brag on him, he pitches like bad word. No more bragging. No more Eric Gotti.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think you can brag after a 9 spot in the first. Couldn't get out of the first inning. Give up 9 runs.
Yeah, that was just ugly. And Oach, you do you, but regardless, we just need him to be a whole hell of a lot better going down the stretch, regardless of what the playoff matchups look like.
4255, Abreu's been shaky at best, guys. You're right. He has been. And I'm worried that it's the workload. And, can you get him right before the playoffs start if you are in the playoffs? Hopefully they can find form all at the right time. You just need the Astros to click on all cylinders at the right time. The pitching was clicking in August. Find that form. And I'm still confident in the pitching staff. You need Abreu and Presley to find it in October. You need the offense to click on all cylinders. The Astros can be tough if they click on all cylinders. I think the Astros win it all if they click on all cylinders.
I definitely think that they are the team to beat. We talked about this. It's crazy. And people question, well, why do you guys, have differing opinions from day to day? It's because the team looks different from day to day. And because every game is so hyper important. You're not coasting right now. Just because you have this lead against the Mariners, every game is hyper important. The Royals series is already so far in your rearview mirror that now you're focusing on as hot as they were coming out of Minute Maid Park with that sweep. They look like a totally different ball club coming out of Cincinnati. Now, because of the fact that you have the talent that you have, and you're presumably going to get Kyle Tucker back in the next couple of days, you're adding a piece that no other team is going to be able to add. If he comes in and he bolsters your lineup and he gives you that cornerstone right fielder, and now you have options, you have a deeper bench, you have more, you have more choices to work with if you're Espada. And like you said, if that pitching staff continues to be what they were all in the month of August, you should be the front runner for the American League.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sport too, though. Like, how many times have we seen the Dodgers win 128 games and then get ousted in the division series? Like, it happens. Braves, it happens. So it's the sport on top of that. It's the fact that the Astros have been volatile, inconsistent. Some days they look like the best team in baseball. Some days, like especially early in the year, and they look like they're one of the worst teams in all of baseball. And then you throw in the fact that it's a coin flip sport and a potential 3-game series. The Astros, like especially in 2024, I think they could win it all. I think they could be eliminated in 2 games. Like, that's the way the Astros have been this year.
That's the scary part. You know what? I firmly believe they should be the favorite in the American League, and I firmly believe they're going to get back to another World Series. But anything can happen, and the hot team can beat you in a 3-game series. You're not talking about, a longer series where normally the cream rises to the top and the better team wins. That is a massive fear of mine, that they can get bumped out. And again, because at home, last year they struggled. This year, Yordan has struggled at home. He's your best bat. Anything can happen. If you play the wrong team at the right time, it's definitely something that scares me.
It's not even that, though. It's just like, do the bad Astros show up for 2 days? Like, the Astros have done this all year. Like, the Astros have had weeks. They've had a couple of weeks at the beginning of the year. Even whenever they were playing better, they've had 3-game series a la Cincinnati where they just don't show up. Like, and yes, tip the cap, all that stuff. But you do that for 3 days in October. Goodbye. Your season's done.
I will say this. The one thing that does give me the most hope, even in a 3-game series, is the fact that Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown lately don't look like they're going to falter. And if you put the ball in those guys' hands, I feel really, really good from a pitching perspective.
Like today at Cincinnati?
Hunter Brown. but I'm just saying, Hunter Brown, if he does that, I will live with the chances that at home they're going to score a run or 2.
Lee Sterling last week won 4 of the 5 games he gave to us. Wisely, Brian didn't play the 1 loss, put it in a parlay, won lots and lots of money. Didn't buy us dinner with those lots and lots of money, but won lots of money. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, going to hand out some winners next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Time now to bring in Lee Sterling. Paramount Sports had a big week last week. 4-1. Brian took all the winners and somehow ducked the loser and made a little parlay out of it, Lee, and won lots of money. Now, he didn't share that money with his host. He didn't, bring up lunch. He didn't do any of that. But Brian was very thankful for your success last week, Lee.
Oh, yeah. When you spend 300-400 hours during the summer, you want to come out winning the first week, or else you just start questioning, what you were looking at. So we went 4-1 on the show. We went 8-1 for our clients, and it was a lot of fun. So now, and that wasn't even the NFL starting this week. So should be a great weekend.
Let's keep it going. And let's start the college side of things. Some fun games this week. Let's begin at Oklahoma State, Arkansas. Oklahoma State giving up the 8 points against the Hogs. What are you making of this one?
Both teams were impressive last week. The Cowboys won 44-20 over the FCS champion South Dakota State team, and the Razorbacks blanked Arkansas Pine Bluff 70-0. I have a feeling South Dakota State was really down this year. Arkansas offensive line, they're going to have to run the football. They only returned 2 starters on paper, but they do welcome in 3 transfers from Tennessee, Michigan State, and San Jose State, and every starter is huge, 306 to 349 pounds. I have trust in head coach Sam Pittman to make this unit a strength, as he's produced 7 first-round draft picks since 2013 with 15 players drafted. They're going up against the weakness for Oklahoma State, which is run defense. They allowed 4.6 yards per carry last year. This Arkansas team has looked pretty darn good as long as they don't get worn down. They just don't have the depth on defense. That's the key. If they can slow down the Oklahoma State running game, then they should have some success. Alan Bowman is good when they're running the football and he can use play action, but only completed barely 60% of his throws last year for only 6.8 yards per attempt and only 13 touchdowns here. I like Taylor Green. I like the quarterback for Arkansas. He is a dual threat, and I think Arkansas, they got a shot here. I'm going to call for the upset. Why not? Arkansas outright 34-30 over Oklahoma State.
Wow, that's a big one. And also another big one. I love this game. Texas coming in with confidence against a Michigan team that, quite frankly, to me, was very unimpressive. That's a big game at the Big House. How you see that one breaking down?
Yeah, I think Michigan's going to lose 2, 3, maybe 4 games this year. Problem, first off, is quarterback. I mean, Davis Warren is a former walk-on, J.J. McCarthy. I just think that the loss is going to be a lot. I mean, Warren is a game manager. On their 4 scoring drives, 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals, they only covered 26 to 47 yards. Their defense is going to be great. They're going to have 2 guys probably picked in the top 15, but the offense is so bad, I think it's going to put a lot of stress on this defense. And with Warren being a game manager's manager, I think Texas's defense is going to suffocate him, maybe get a couple takeaways here. They're not chopped liver either. They were good last week with Michigan's defense only giving up 9 rushing yards to Fresno. But Texas's defense gave up only 9 rushing yards to Iowa State last year on the road. Texas has actually played better on the road. They won 7 straight non-conference road games here. I think it's sitting at 7.5 for a reason. I like Texas 28-14.
Okay. Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports. Last week you broke my heart, but you were right doing so, and you picked against my Cougs. Houston heading to Norman this weekend. Sooners 29-point favorites. My Cougars have a shot this week.
I'd love to see Oklahoma get knocked off, but I just think it's a bad matchup here. Houston's changed coaches here 6 times in 10 years. I think Willie Fritz is going to be the guy. I know he's 64, but I've seen him build. I know some kids that have played for him at Tulane. They believe in him. It's just going to take time here. They got to find a quarterback. And Donovan Smith was awful. I think Chris might end up playing here. They just need some consistency from that position. Once you fall behind Oklahoma, you're in trouble here. So I think he's going to rebuild this team. It's just going to take some time here. Hate to say it, Oklahoma 51-10.
Okay, let's switch gears a little bit. Let's get to the NFL. Right down, kind of right down in your neck of the woods. You got two teams that either could finish as low as third in their division, or they could win it. You got the Dolphins, you got the Jags. Dolphins giving 3 at this point. What do you see there?
So usually the Dolphins get off to quick starts at 15-3 straight up, 12-6 as a home favorite the last 3 years. Frequently, it's the heat. I mean, early in the season, that heat and humidity in South Florida just does a number on these visiting teams. But Jacksonville, they're in North Florida. The climate isn't much different here. Miami's got injuries galore. Only Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle really the only receivers that are right now pretty healthy. So they might go with a lot of one running back and 2 tight end sets. Look for that in this game. And their offensive line, nothing special. Whereas the Jags did a good job picking up Gabe Davis from the Bills, Devin Duvernay from the Ravens here. And also, don't forget, Mac Jones came over as the backup, knows this Miami defense well after facing him the last couple of years, twice a year. I think he's going to help out Trevor Lawrence here, especially in this scenario. I like Jacksonville. Pull the upset here, 27-24.
Lee Sterling, ParamountSports.com, handing out winners. Last week crushed it for you guys. Going to crush it again this weekend. A game that I'm excited for. Everybody in the city is excited for. I think 2 playoff teams meeting in Indy on Sunday. Texans, a road favorite against the Colts. Is that okay? Is that fair here?
I think so. I think the Colts team has got a lot of problems. I mean, first off, Josh Downs, the number 2 receiver. He's going to miss the early part of the year. He's got a high ankle sprain. What Houston did in the offseason is incredible. I know they had money, but I think they just got the right guys. Bring in Stephon Diggs and Joe Mixon. Now they've got maybe the best receiving core in the NFL with Diggs, Nico Collins, and Tank Dell. And then the defense, which was their weakness. They bring in Danielle Hunter, Danico Autry, and also linebacker Aziz Al-Shahir. I mean, you put them with Will Anderson and Derek Stingley, and this is going to be a strong unit here. And how bad has Indianapolis been to start the year? Well, they're 0-10. They've lost 10 straight open the year, and they're 1-9 against the spread here. So I think it's going to take Indianapolis some time if they want to come together. I think Houston's going to be firing on all cylinders. Sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it. Texans 31, Colts 21.
Love that, Lee. Look, we already highlighted how successful you were. You've been successful as long as we've been talking to you. You had a great first week. Tell everybody how they can get connected with you so they can capitalize on this.
Yep, just go to the website ParamountSports.com. NFL is actually our bread and butter. I'm going to give them away a free game. Kansas City, Baltimore. Never done this opening night. Never given this game away for free. It's always so big. You want to get Kansas City and Baltimore? Be one of the first 5 callers right now. 800-400-9741. I love this game tonight. Give them Kansas City and Baltimore on me. 800-400-9741. And you want to hop on board. We hit our 40-unit best bet last week. Historically, these have been the bread and butter. In fact, going back the last 15 years, we're 66-23 on our best bets, our 40 to 50 unit plays. We hit Nebraska last week. We have another one in college football going on Saturday. You want to get this game. You want to get all our games, 9 to probably 13 games every single week. Just $497 for a month. We call it September to Remember. $497 for a month for the entire season through the Super Bowl. $14.97. That works out to just $60 a weekend. Just one place. And we have a lot of other free pick videos up to check out. ParamountSports.com. We got free pick videos on Nebraska, Colorado, Iowa against Iowa State, and also Tennessee, North Carolina State. Check out those free videos. They're like 2 minutes in length. Up and available right now. Everything is ParamountSports.com.
Killed it last week, and I have no doubt he'll kill it again. Lee Sterling, thank you very much. You can find him at ParamountSports.com. We'll talk to Lee next Thursday, hopefully off another 80% winning weekend like he had this past week. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Time now or forever hold your truth. What are your predictions for the NFL season? Who is your Super Bowl champion? Who's participating in the Super Bowl? Who's in the conference title games? Division champs, playoff teams? Speak now. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Let's give something away right now. It's that time of year again where we want to thank our loyal listeners at our 2024 Listener Appreciation Party. Join the broadcast, editorial, and management team of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 for an evening of food, drinks, and fun at the home of Gal Media. Caller number 4 right now to 713-780-3776 and caller number 5. You're going to win a pair of tickets to our ESPN listener party for a behind-the-scenes look at where and how your favorite shows and videos are made. But because you have to be paying attention to the Killer Bees, you have to tell us who he picked in the Texas-Michigan game. Lee Sterling a moment ago. Who did he pick in the Texas-Michigan game? We're not going to just give it to some rando that wasn't listening. You have to be listening for you to capitalize on our giveaway. So who did Lee pick in the Texas-Michigan game? Caller 4 and 5, 713-780-3776. You will win a pair of tickets to the ESPN 97.5, 92.5 listener party. If you didn't win, limited amount of guaranteed admission tickets still available and includes food and drink. Head to ESPN975.com under the promotions tab to secure your tickets today. Use promo code LAP15. That's LAP15 for $5 off. Listener Appreciation Party. LAP. It's an acronym. 15, the tickets. All right. Let's give our predictions for the NFL season. You got to speak now or forever hold your truth. Super Bowl champion, Super Bowl, conference title, division champs, playoffs. Let's go with Super Bowl first. Who do you have playing in the Super Bowl and winning it?
I got the 49ers and the Chiefs.
Oh, chalk.
And I got the 49ers winning their much needed Super Bowl for their run that they've been on.
So you go chalk in the Super Bowl. I, too, have Kansas City, San Francisco in the Super Bowl. Give me all that chalk. But I have Kansas City winning it again. Back to back to back.
Row, yeah.
Which would be, that's first time in history that would be done.
Yes,
Like,
I
well,
believe so.
modern history, right? Has that ever happened?
I don't think so. I think that the three would be, that would be a first.
Yeah, pretty sure that would be the first time in history. So I'm going for history. First time ever in NFL history where a team wins. No, the Steelers did it. The Steelers did it back in the back in the whenever they were the Steel Curtain. No, they didn't.
No,
do
because
it.
the Cowboys won one in between. Didn't
They had two chances. They won back to back in 74, 75, lost, and then they went back to back in 78, 79. So yeah, it would be the first time in history. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought so. Chiefs first three-peat NFL history. Kansas City to win it all. So Kansas City takes it home.
Okay. Yeah, and I got the reverse. I just feel like the Niners are going to finally break through. They've got all that talent this year. Their defense is still really good. And I just feel like 3 in a row is so tough to do. I feel like the Niners are going to find a way to win this year.
All right, and then who do you have in the conference championship games alongside Kansas City and San Francisco?
NFC, I got a little bit of a surprise because a lot of people
Green Bay, huh?
no, not even close. A lot of people have been on the Lions bandwagon. I'm going to take an Eagles 49ers NFC championship. I'm going to take a Ravens Chiefs AFC championship.
Okay. I, too, will go with San Francisco, obviously. But I'm going to say Detroit. It's going to be a rematch of last year's NFC championship. AFC is difficult for me because I think there's a lot of contenders. I think the Texans are a contender. How good would the Jets be? The Ravens, obviously, could be a contender. Buffalo. I'm going to go with Cincinnati. Burrow back, Burrow healthy, Burrow's cool in the playoffs, and he gets to the AFC championship game. He's going to go into Burrowhead Stadium, and then Kansas City's going to win the rubber game. So Cincinnati, Kansas City wins, and then San Francisco, Detroit, San Francisco wins. All right, go give me your AFC divisional champs.
AFC divisional champs, I have the Chiefs winning the West. I have the Texans winning the South. I have the Jets winning the East, and I have the Ravens winning the North.
You have the Texans winning the South with 9 wins?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's not very many.
I think both. I think the top 2 teams in the South are both going to have 9 wins.
And Texans win a tiebreaker or something? Okay. All right. I have Kansas City in the West. I have Baltimore in the North. Cincinnati was able to get to the conference championship game out of the wild card. I have Buffalo in the East, and I have the Texans in the South. You had the Jets in the East?
I did.
Okay. What about the NFC side?
So on the NFC side, I have the Lions winning the North. I have the 49ers winning the West. I have the Eagles winning the East, and I have the Atlanta Falcons winning the South.
We're a bunch of chalk, quite frankly. I think I have all the same. San Francisco in the West, Detroit in the North, Philly in the East, and then I also have Atlanta in the South.
We all have.
What are your 3 wild cards in the NFC?
Wild cards in the NFC are Rams, Cowboys, Packers.
Sheesh, that's what I have.
Okay.
Packer, did you cheat off of my sheet?
Impossible to do. And AFC, my wild cards were the Bengals, the Bills, and the Dolphins.
Mine were the Bengals, the Jets, and the Colts. Okay. My AFC. So we're pretty dang close between you and me.
Yep.
Great minds.
Yep.
Great minds. Brian was busy answering calls. Who is your Super Bowl champion, Brian?
My Super Bowl champion, I'm going to keep it real boring and go the Chiefs.
Yeah.
Over.
First time ever.
Yeah. 3-peat, I'm going to go over the Lions.
Okay, there's one of those.
Because
picks.
Goff is his MVP.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
right.
sticking with it.
Goff's his MVP.
Take lock, baby.
So you have Detroit and who in the NFC Championship?
Lions get their revenge and beat the Niners in the NFC Championship game.
Kansas City gets by.
I'm going to go with the Texans.
Whoa.
Well, that's right. You kind of were leaning that way when we did our wagering.
That's probably as far as anybody could take the Texans. I saw some national people using them as a pick to win the AFC. All right, who are your wild cards in the NFC?
My wild cards.
Just give me your whole playoffs, division champs, and then.
Okay, sure. So I have the Eagles and the Cowboys both making out of the NFC East, with the Eagles being the division winner. Lions and Packers both making out of the NFC North, with the Lions being the division winner. Falcons winning the NFC South, And then the 49ers win in the West with the Rams as the wild card.
That was all of ours.
Was that yours?
That was
too?
that was both of ours.
Okay.
We
well,
all picked that as our NFC. We've just
worked together too long, I guess.
All right, what's your AFC?
My AFC is Dolphins winning the AFC East, but Bills and Jets both getting in as wild cards. Bengals winning the North with the Ravens getting in as a wild card. Then the Texans and the Chiefs winning their respective divisions.
Are you wild card short there?
No, I had the Bills, Bills, Jets, and Ravens.
Okay, so we all have different AFC East
do.
champions.
Yep, and some different divisional winners and wild cards.
Yeah, but the AFC East was probably the one that we did. The only one we didn't agree on.
Yeah,
I'm guessing Jeremy, you picked the Bills.
I did.
Joel, you picked the Jets.
I did.
He's a Rodgers homer.
Yeah, of course, I knew the answer to that. I knew the answer to that. What am I asking?
He's a Rodgers homer. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Jamie, what picks you got for the NFL season?
Okay. Well, how y'all doing?
All right, man. What's up?
Doing great.
So all right. The picks I got, I mean, y'all can call me biased or whatever, but I feel like H-Town got a chance. We're going to win the Super Bowl.
All right.
I feel like it. And the reason is because, first of all, we all know the AFC is stiff. We know that for sure. The AFC is stiff. If we can make it to at least, this is my opinion, if we can make it to 10, 11 wins with that stiff schedule that we got, say they in trouble. Everybody in trouble. Because we gotta go through Chiefs, we gotta go through Ravens, we gotta go through some stiff people. We gotta go through some stiff teams. And I feel like if we make it to about 10 wins, the Super Bowl is us. It's us.
All right, I like where your mind's at, Jamie. Appreciate the call. 713-780-ESPN. I think it's in the realm of possibility, but I don't think the Texans can get past the Chiefs. You would need a Mahomes sprained ankle or somebody to earhole him. Like, Jeremy Branham likes – yeah, I do. If Mahomes isn't playing the AFC, if Mahomes has to miss the AFC Conference Championship game because somebody the week before destroyed him and injured him and you beat them to get to the Super Bowl, I don't care.
My bigger concern is that there's more than one team. I think that they have to prove they can get over the hump against Baltimore too, because I do.
Not if the Chiefs knock them off for you.
Well, maybe.
Not if somebody earholes Lamar in the wild card round.
So there's a lot of earhole possibilities, and you can roll the dice. But I mean, he is right in the fact that the AFC is the stronger conference, and they are loaded.
Yeah, the AFC is loaded. Like if this was a Ryder Cup, giving the AFC over the NFC, they would take them.
Oh, they would hammer.
I think so. A143. I mean, the top of the NFC is solid, but like you go like 3 through 7. Good. I mean, curtains. See ya.
When you say top of the NFC, 3 teams.
I mean, you had the 49ers over the Chiefs.
Yeah, 49ers, Lions, and Eagles.
Yeah, I think those would be the top 3.
Yeah.
There might even be a tier break after Lions 49ers, though.
It might be. I believe in the Eagles a little bit more, but yeah, I don't. I think 3 is as far as you go in the NFC and the AFC. I mean, look, we're talking about wild card teams for some of us that other people are predicting to have a run at the Super Bowl. They all have that guy or guys that are capable of getting them there. Jeremy mentioned Burrow. You know, if the Jets put it all together, they could. When you look at whether it be Lamar or Mahomes, and you can go up and down the list, and CJ and what the Texans and all they've added, and we heard Kevin from Indianapolis when he was on with us talking about what, from an outsider's perspective, the Texans have. Yeah, you can pretty much, if you make the playoffs in the AFC, you got a shot.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN. Chiefs beat the Texans in the AFC Championship. San Francisco beats Detroit in the NFC Championship, and then the Chiefs beat San Fran in the Super Bowl. He says CJ Stroud MVP, though. I have a lot of CJ Stroud stock. I was looking at my shares today. I have a lot of CJ Stroud stock. I need him to lead the league in passing or something.
I think he got a shot. I think that they are going to be, their offense is going to be, extremely fun to watch with all those weapons. As long as everybody stays healthy, or for the most part, everybody stays healthy, and CJ stays up, you're going to be in good shape.
I mean, he led the league last year in passing yards per game. The only thing that prevented him from leading the league in the actual passing yards was the concussion he suffered. So you add to that Stephon Diggs, and it's not like the running game is whatever you think of Joe Mixon. It's not more explosive to me. Maybe it's a little bit better, but it's not more explosive. So I don't see any reason for the pass rate to go down for the Texans.
Not even the dreaded high ankle sprain was able to stop Mahomes in the playoffs. No, he's going to need a concussion. Like he's going to have to be.
You're going to have to earhole him
above the shoulders.
You should start doing live reads for Bounty Gate.
Well, I'm down.
No, there's no bigger supporter of Bountygate than Jeremy
Do
Branham.
you like to win football games? If the answer is yes, ear holes.
Jeremy
Ear
Branham here
holes.
for winning football games.
How did the Texans win a Super Bowl championship in 2024? They knocked out Lamar Jackson and Pat Mahomes because they brought in Aziz Al-Shire, who was the hitman. Hitman Aziz Al-Shire, taking out Lamar Jackson in the divisional round, taking out Pat Mahomes in
No,
the
you need to
championship
sit in the
round.
jobber, so if he gets the spinning, it's no big deal.
Who was it? Was it Pollard, the guy who always took out Brady?
Oh, Bernard
Yeah,
Pollard.
Bernard
yeah,
Pollard,
Bernard
yeah.
Pollard. Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
he up to? Well, he can be a goon for 2 weeks, right? What's he doing?
Probably been out of football
I
for
mean,
quite
Jimmy
a while.
Ward's probably going to be hurt anyways. So why not bring in Bernard Pollard? You played one snap in back-to-back weeks. You take out Lamar Jackson, you take out Pat Mahomes, and then we plan the parade. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with this?
If he's doing live reads, who's the sponsor? Greg Williams
Why
for
not?
Bountygate?
Yeah, Greg Williams will certainly sponsor that.
He's
I
probably
think.
got enough money for that.
Tyler in Conroe says, hot take alert. If the receiving core are healthy and the Texans don't make it to the AFC Championship game, CJ Stroud would have taken a massive step back. That's probably true. It's going to be Chiefs, Ravens, Dolphins, Texans, but it will be Bengals, Jets, and Titans.
Ooh,
as
boy,
the wild
another
card?
Titan call.
Titans the wild card.
And the concussion protocol wouldn't exist for Pat in the AFC Championship game. That's probably right. The Swifties would put a stop to that, assuming they're still together.
That's true.
Assuming they're still
The
together.
upset specials that I've seen of teams that are kind of in a lot of people's predictions are the sexy picks to miss. I've seen Bengals a lot, Dolphins a lot, Bills a lot, and on the flip side, the Packers and the Cowboys.
Okay, sounds good. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Adam Moronis, Sirius XM, Fantasy Life. He's going to join us next. All of the top fantasy questions of the week. You don't send us your who you want to start. We're not asking them your fantasy football teams. No one cares about your fantasy football team. We're just going to ask them the top fantasy questions of the week. That's next. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's welcome in Adam Ronis on the HRP guest line, fantasy betting, Sirius XM. You can catch him there all the time. Follow him on Twitter, too, Adam Ronis. He'll lay down some bets for you there as well that you can follow. Adam, thanks for hanging out, coming on, joining the Killer Bees. How much are you looking at this Thursday night football game with guys that you like? Obviously, two very good offenses with the Chiefs and the Ravens, but maybe two from a DFS perspective. Are there guys that you like in tonight's game more than others?
Yeah, this obviously is a premier game, two of the top teams in the NFL to start the year. I do think, though, it might not be as high scoring as we anticipate. These teams met in the postseason. It wasn't high scoring. It was 17-10. But the thing there was the Ravens really abandoned what they do best. They did not run the football. They only had 6 carries combined for their running backs last year. Lamar Jackson led them in rushing. They bring in Derrick Henry, who it's strange. Usually 30-year-old running backs, we want to dismiss them. We want to move on. But Derrick Henry's a different beast. He also was in an offense last year that was just putrid. They had a bad offensive line. They had no creativity. Henry's a good fit, so you have to like him. And I think Rashee Rice is a guy that you have to be high on. There was some concern about a potential suspension in the last month or two, but it looks like that's not going to happen this year. That court date is set for December 9th, and it looks like the NFL won't make a decision until it plays out in the courts. And Rice was a bargain if you were drafting a month, 2 months ago, and he started to creep up drafts going as early as the 3rd round in some competitive leagues. He came on really strong last year in the second half. Hollywood Brown is out tonight, so you have to be pretty excited about seeing Rashee Rice.
Well, you mentioned it, Adam. You talk about who's out. We were just talking coming back from break now that it looks like Christian McCaffrey's dinged up. What are key injuries that people need to pay attention to in week 1?
Yeah, the McCaffrey thing, that's an injury he had in the preseason. They're just listing it on the injury report. So it sounds like he's going to play. But either way, if you have not already scooped up Jordan Mason, he's got to be on a roster because he's the backup. Originally was Elijah Mitchell. But some other injuries to keep an eye on to see if DeAndre Hopkins can go this week. Christian Kirk looks like he's good with the calf injury. So there's not a ton of major injuries. Obviously, Jamar Chase, is he going to suit up? He's barely practiced. I see T. Higgins is on the injury report with a hamstring. But a lot of times there's nothing to worry about on a Wednesday or Thursday. It's really Friday to see if someone misses practice. That's really the key day, which will determine whether a guy suits up or not. But you're going to see a lot of minor injuries. I mean, Matt Gay, the kicker for the Colts, if you have him move on, get a different kicker because it looks like he might not suit up this week.
Adam Ronis, Fantasy and Betting, Fantasy Life on Sirius. You can follow him on Twitter at Adam Ronis. You mentioned one there, Jordan Mason's season if McCaffrey goes down. But who are some other season-long stash or fringe stash guys that you're monitoring this weekend?
There's a lot of running backs that you want to have on the back end of your roster because of potential injury. Bucky Irving, Tampa Bay is one. We heard some comments from Todd Bowles saying, yeah, we're going to go with the hot hand. Right now, it's Rachaad White to start. The concern with Rachaad White is last year he had 336 touches. That was second in the NFL. Only Christian McCaffrey had more with 339. So he was very dependent on volume. And Dave Canales was the offensive coordinator who went with Rachaad White, and there was really no threats. There was no backups. Canales is gone. He's coaching Carolina. Liam Cohen comes in now. He came out and said, yeah, Rachaad White's the guy, but he's very inefficient, and he's dependent on volume. So if that continues, they just drafted Bucky Irving this year in the 4th round, so he could be a guy that emerged. But there's a lot of these backup running backs that you want to keep an eye on. Tyrone Tracy for the Giants, Kamani Vidal for the Chargers. We know J.K. Dobbins, the reports have been pretty positive, but injuries have been a big factor for him. Gus Edwards, not that exciting. But you want to have a lot of these backup running backs. Samaje Perine. So he was a big pickup off waivers last night because, remember, he was basically 4th on the depth chart for Denver. They released him. We didn't know where he was going to go. Now he's in Kansas City, where we saw him last year, very efficient catching the football. And Isaiah Pacheco can catch the football and was really good last year, but it feels like they don't want to overwork him. And Perine will be incorporated into that Kansas City offense. And we saw what Jerick McKinnon did. So Perine might still be available on your waiver wire. Should definitely pick him up. But, you know, guys like Ty Chandler, Tyler Argiel, you want all these backup running backs. You want as many of those guys on your roster instead of a wide receiver who is boring and has no ceiling.
Adam, who are some of the guys you get the kind of caution flag for week one, whether they didn't play at all in the preseason and they might come out a little rusty? Rodgers used to be known for that, but also some of the guys that maybe have a tough matchup in week one, no matter how highly they were drafted in a lot of drafts.
Yeah, a couple of quarterbacks have some really tough matchups in week one. Dak Prescott going against the Cleveland defense. Cleveland's defense at home last year was suffocating. They allowed 13.9 points per game at home last year. The offensive line for the Cowboys is still good, but not as good as years past. Their running back situation is up in the air. We don't know who it's going to be. It looks like Rico Dowdle would be the guy. Brandon Cooks has been baked up in the preseason. CeeDee Lamb just came back from practice. So that's a tough matchup. So if you have like Jared Goff, he's in a much better situation. He's at home going against the Rams defense, which has a lot of problems. Remember, Aaron Donald is gone, and Detroit has one of the best offensive lines in the NFL. And we know Goff indoors at home definitely excels, and Brock Purdy as well. He's going against the Jets. They did get Trent Williams back, but he wasn't there all of training camp. Brendan, you've missed a lot of time. This Jets defense was no joke. 187 yards, passing yards allowed per game last year, second fewest in the NFL. So it's a tough matchup for a couple of those quarterbacks where you might want to go with a guy like Jared Goff.
Adam Ronis on Twitter, Fantasy and Betting, Fantasy Life Show on Sirius XM. If you're a sicko, sometimes like me, and you go the streaming quarterback, streaming tight end route, who are guys you like in week one?
Yeah, for quarterbacks this week, believe it or not, it's not that bad of a matchup for Sam Darnold. I know it's going to take a lot to put him in your lineup, but if you're digging deep, he's not bad. The Giants have a lot of problems in the secondary. Justin Jefferson obviously is going to tear them up. If Geno Smith, this is a new offense with Ryan Grubb coming in. They're at home against Denver. He's in a good spot. Even Baker Mayfield, because Washington's secondary has a lot of problems. Tight end is always tougher. I will say this. If you're in a league where Taysom Hill has tight end eligibility, put him on the roster. It looks like they're going to expand his role this year. He had a lot of goal line carries. They have a lot of problems in that backfield. Alvin Kamara is older. Kendrick Miller's on IR. They don't have a lot of answers there. You're going to see Taysom Hill in the backfield. They'll line up at tight end with wide receiver. Some formats he has tight end eligibility. Yahoo added him about a week and a half ago, and CBS Sports just added him last night. I disagree with that. You can't do it this late, but you just take advantage of the platform's rules. So Taysom Hill could be a guy that you can plug in there at tight end, and I see him having a big role. And Decker, he might have a big role early on for Washington as they're trying to see who is going to emerge as that wide receiver too. So Ertz might get you a few catches here against Tampa Bay.
Adam, I'm also curious just from a Texans perspective. We talk about it pretty much daily in terms of the depth of the Texans wide receiver room. But from your perspective, from a fantasy perspective, we know that they got three top-notch receivers. We've fought back and forth about who's going to have most touchdowns, most yards. Can they all get to 1,000 yards? From a fantasy perspective, how do you look at these three guys?
Yeah, and most drafts, Nico Collins was the first guy taken. I've always been a fan of him. Last year, he finally paid dividends, taking him in round 9 or 10, had that breakout year. Stephon Diggs, you got to think that they brought him in for a reason because he really had a bad second half. Part of that was the Bills changing the offensive philosophy, going to the run. You had to think he was pretty pissed off a little bit, wasn't getting the football. I don't think he's completely done. And the Texans know they have to get him the football because if you don't, we've seen it, he's going to complain and get upset. And Tank Dell might not be on the field as much when they play two wide sets, but Dell's one of those guys when the ball's in his hands, he has a chance to take it to the house anytime. So Collins is the preferred guy, but Tank Dell was the cheapest one, and he's got a tremendous ceiling. And C.J. Stroud is the guy delivering the football, and he could put up a monster year. So, yeah, I can tell you this. People were drafting the Texans offense as if this team is going to be one of the best in the NFL. They were probably one of the more expensive offenses to draft in fantasy this year.
Yeah, I have plenty of Stroud shares, so I'm hoping that is the case. I mean, Tank caught 7 touchdowns in 11 games last year. Pretty crazy. Adam, thanks so much for hanging out with us for a few minutes. Hope you have a good fantasy week and enjoy the first week of the NFL season.
Thanks. Same to you guys. It's finally here. We get a great game tonight.
Yes, we do. Adam Ronis, Fantasy and Betting, Fantasy Life Show on Sirius XM. You can follow him on Twitter at Adam Ronis. Cash some winners with Adam and listen to his fantasy advice as well. All right, time for Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com. Time for Bad Take Boulevard. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. Pena wants to lead off Bad Take Boulevard today, not for a take that he had, I don't think, unless he's self-reporting. But Pena's on the line, and Pena has a bad take for us. Pena, what is the bad take?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So earlier this week, I don't know who this guy is, but I'm guessing he's a Wolverine homer. But he said that he thinks that the Wolverines can hold Texas to 10 points. What horrible take. That's a bad take, man. That's it. Thank you. Have a great day.
We might be true. We don't know. We don't know if it's a bad take yet. Now, if Texas scores 30, then you can call back next Thursday and tell us how bad of a take it was. But that game hasn't happened. The game is not played. It might be a hot take. But what if Michigan does it? Then it's an accurate take.
We heard
it's a correct
Lee Sterling
take.
talking about the fact they have two potential high first-round picks on the defensive side of the football. Their defense is pretty good. Their offense, which I saw a little bit of this weekend, is not so good.
Lee also took Texas to win by 2 scores, though.
I'm
10-0.
I'm glad you notated that.
10-0.
My ears were perked up for that part.
I bet they were.
10-0.
Yeah, it's possible.
The guy would be right.
That would be 2 scores, although he predicted 2 touchdowns. I should rephrase that a little bit.
It's not a bad take yet.
You're right. I would agree with you there. It's a hot take, not a bad take yet.
Now, it could be. It's got the potential for to be a bad take. Like, I bookmark a bunch of hot takes to see if they become bad takes. That would be one, Pena. You gotta bookmark that one, write it in the notepad, keep it up in the dome.
We don't know who said it.
in a week. We also don't know
We
who
don't know
said
who
it.
said it. He didn't know if it was. I thought it was someone on one of our hosts. Then maybe it was a caller. I don't know who it was.
That's Friday. Pena, you just landed on the list. Pena landed on the list for reporting a bad take that wasn't a bad take.
You just made the
Hot
list.
Take that has potential to be a bad take, but is not yet a bad take.
And he
'Cause we have
didn't
to wait.
include who said the take.
Yeah, that was more ignorance than bad take, I think.
But we can't call out the person's bad take if we don't know who it was.
Yeah, that is true. Browns cap expert fan talking about, I guess, the restructuring here and how the Browns spend a bunch of money and Deshaun Watson. Anyways, take a listen.
We've now seen Russell Wilson and Sean Watson, who so there could be hypotheticals that they'd move off him. Is he worth 46 million a year based on the first 2 years? No. Fingers crossed he'll come good. But if we're looking at Jimmy Haslam spends 50 million a year more than average, well, Deshaun Watson's free. You've got an average roster and a free quarterback. Sorry, an average cost roster and a free quarterback. And that's why they're able to just compete. So Deshaun Watson's contract's not holding them back. Could he play better? 100%.
This is what happens when you get football fans talking about football.
Yeah, the wrong
Sounds-
football.
I was going to say either the Olympics host or like watching some soccer or tennis match. What the hell was that? I could barely get
There's
past
some
the accent.
mental gymnastics to leap through to be able to get to the point where, Deshaun Watson's $50 million, $40 million is free.
I wasn't expecting the voice that caught me off guard myself.
Yeah.
Now, so he was just saying like the rest of the roster is so
Because
inexpensive that Watson's
the
basically
Browns,
for free.
like when you look at total cash spent, the Browns are way out in first. But when you look at the money spent on their 53-man roster, which is where he falls short in this opinion, they're like middle of the league. So just because Jimmy Haslam's throwing a ton of money out there for guys who are no longer on the roster doesn't make Deshaun Watson free. Yeah. It is $40 million that you could spend somewhere else. There's no such thing as free. If it's counting against the cap, it's not free.
The guy makes the list.
Yeah, he 100% makes the list.
You just made the list. Some terms he used.
I saw your eyes perk
Deshaun
up.
Watson. I'm like,
your eyes perk up.
Hey.
Which one? Which words?
You can go back and listen.
I
Rewind
don't
on the
trust.
podcast.
Yeah.
This here's a hot take, maybe a bad take. Sorry in advance, Glenn Davis. I have a hard time trusting Americans when it comes to soccer. Sorry.
When they're broadcasting the game?
And analyzing the game, I broadcasted soccer
Except
for
for
3
Glenn
years for the
Davis.
Houston Dynamo. I was the play-by-play voice of the year in Houston because of my work with the Houston Dynamo. British soccer play-by-play guys are a million times better than English American play-by-play guys in
Except
soccer.
Glenn Davis. I love listening to Glenn call games. That passion that he brings is top-notch.
Glenn Davis, Arlo White.
I understand what color skin is. I think he does a good job.
Arlo White's a man.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the color of his skin.
Joe Blake?
You just made the list.
Maybe I did. I thought he said a little white.
Oh, but anyways, I trust a British voice more than an American voice when it comes to soccer. I learned in that clip that I trust an American voice more than an English voice when it comes to football.
I would totally agree with that.
Is that languageist of me? Probably. I guess
Maybe, but I agree with that. Like, I didn't have that opinion going in, but when I heard that, I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't trust the Limeys on our football.
I'm today's years old learning that.
Well, the other thing that I also caught was like when the Olympics were on. If I'm watching the American broadcast on NBC, it's more difficult for me to have a lady with a very strong English accent giving you all the American updates and highlights. I'm going, I don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, part of the problem though is like, especially for Olympic sports, that when you get outside like the major ones like swimming and basketball, there's not a lot of American broadcasters experienced in calling like kayak. So you're going to get British
This is
announcers
the studio host between
the in-studio
Tarico
host,
and
okay.
Maria Taylor. They've got this blonde woman, and she's just talking about the United States and their and I'm like, no, come on.
I kind of like that actually.
I don't.
Kind of like that.
You're not into accents, Joel?
I'm in, but not with my USA Olympic coverage.
We have really good callers to our show, The Hive, the most intelligent listeners in Houston sports radio. The listeners of John and Lance, not so much. They had a caller that said Kyle Tucker will pull a Kawhi and won't play for the Astros next year.
Kevin O'Shea, what'd you learn this weekend in one sentence?
What's up, fellas? I've learned that Kyle Tucker is a bum, and he is pulling a Kawhi Leonard. He is not going to play until he gets a new contract with a new team. He is off the Astros after this season.
What?
Wow.
It's a hot take.
How did you learn that?
Also,
Lance was paying attention.
Not a bad take yet.
I don't know. He's saying that he decided to pull a Kawhi and not play because of injury, but because of contract demand.
And saying not only the rest of this season and then all of next season.
Yeah, he's not even going to be on the Astros next season. I
Not
know
wrong
what you're
yet.
saying, Jeremy. I know what you're saying, but I'm willing to go out on the limb.
but
I'm willing to go out on the limb on this one and say that is a bad take.
He's not wrong yet.
I'm willing to say he is.
You just made the list.
That's
Not
from
wrong
me, not
yet.
from Jeremy. Yeah.
Not wrong yet. I don't know who did this. This dude on Twitter that later deleted it. If Florida State loses to Boston College this weekend, I will eat dog, bad word, out of a red Solo cup with a spoon and post a video of me doing it. They lost. You make the list there. Then you delete social media. Someone was telling us yesterday that he reactivated it, said, I'm not going to do it, then deactivated it again. This entire saga is a bad take. Like, tweeting it, whatever, just do it and then just don't eat it. Like, no one's actually expecting you to eat it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
no one
just-
expected you to follow
I think
through.
some people were willing to think he would try it. Put it in your mouth.
I
No
think,
one
I think people
expected
were
him to actually
hopeful.
do it.
I think people
Like-
might have been hopeful for that.
Right.
But the deactivation aspect, don't be
Very
soft.
soft.
Like, just own it. Be like, okay, guys, I was kidding. Obviously, Florida State stinks. Ha, 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 ha. I'm not going to actually eat this. End of story. It's over. Like, you might get some commenters that are heckling you, but whatever. But deactivating it, that's Lance McCullers soft.
You just made the list.
That's softer than the puppy poo you were going to eat in the rain, is
Yeah.
what that is.
You got to put the poopy where your mouth is, I think, once you come out that bold.
I'm going to clip that out.
Disagree. You wanted this guy to actually eat this?
No, I'm saying that if you're going to be that bold and make that statement, which is stupid in itself, you can't just run and hide and shut down your account because you're supposed to do it.
The worst part was deactivating your account. That's
Yeah.
the soft. I mean, it's
So
all
soft.
soft, but
I
the
think it was-
softest part was deactivating.
I think it was all not just Twitter either. I think people found him on every bit of social media and he just deactivated everything.
Did you want to see him eat it?
No, believe me. I
I'm
picked
not
up enough
convinced.
poop to realize there's no way I'm putting that crap near my mouth.
I should probably tread lightly with this one, but there was an Oklahoma fan who, the Sooners were playing. So they're, how college football fans, they'll write their name, their nickname on the car. They spelled Sooners wrong. Instead of Sooner, they had one too little O and one too many N's.
Boomer Sonner?
Boomer Sonner is what it said on this car. S-O-N on the front window, driver's side, N-E-R on the back driver's side. They make, I don't really understand this because the IQ in Norman is so
What is
high.
that?
It's so, there are brilliant people in Norman, geniuses. The smartest people I know are from Norman.
You have relatives?
My wife's from Norman.
There we go. There we go.
How did they misspell?
There was pandering going on there somewhere.
sure.
How did they misspell Sooner?
This reminds me of the Andy Reid commercial where the guy paints the end zone and spells chefs. And Andy Reid walks up to him and goes, pretty good. Good job. Who are the chefs?
That's a much more difficult word to spell than Sooner, though.
Oh, for sure.
Like
Especially
I
if
before
you're a
E,
fan of the
before the
team.
C. Like that one's a little tricky. That one's got a little bit of trickiness to it. Sooner, come on.
You just
That's
made the
pretty bad.
list.
That's pretty darn bad.
You can't be down an O when you're talking about Sooner.
You see enough signs. Do you see more people that still, because of how Cougars is spelled outright, that instead of C-O-O-G-S, a lot of people do C-O-U-G-S?
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Yeah,
Yeah, a lot
that's
of, the uneducated and the ignorant do that. Yeah, they do.
No?
No,
No.
Yeah, no is the correct answer there.
Our beloved Cougs.
Minnesota and North Carolina played a college football game last week post Bad Take Boulevard. They had a game-winning field goal attempt. The game-winning field goal attempt went awry. Did not make the game-winning field goal attempt at home in Minnesota. It didn't stop the pyro guy. The pyro guy celebrated like it was a victory. Fireworks are going off. Golden Gophers are sad. They're not happy, but the firework display was on like it was New Year's Eve.
Yeah, that was making the rounds around the Big Ten for sure because of the fact that everybody, the game ups guy, couldn't hold back and hit the button a little too soon.
I was thinking too, like, you think the pyro guy's a sports fan? It could go either way.
Yeah, it just depends on, like, I know how in professional sports, the game ops crew is I don't know if college have the budget to have one guy just do pyro, or do you have the guy with the computer
You probably
fires off
hire
all
a
the
guy,
different
though.
things?
Like, that's definitely outsourced. You're definitely hiring somebody to do that.
But you got a guy on the headset that's directing the whole show that would say, okay,
Yeah.
cue the cannons.
Yeah, that's true. It could have been a relayed message.
Yeah.
Or it could have just been the pyro guy going rogue. Like,
I mean,
he's
somebody's got to be looking at the ref, though, right? Wait for the signal and then fire.
Well, I mean, he's outside the stadium.
Okay,
well, whoever's relaying the message to him's got to be looking at the ref.
I don't know where the pyro guy was located.
It was on top. Well, yeah, it looks like the pyro's all on the top of the stadium, so you'd think
maybe
it's
it could have
probably
been
up there.
What my thought was here was that you have a pyro guy who's just really into pyro and not really into sports. He's just super bullish. Love pyro, yeah. And he just really wanted to see the pyro, and he was so happy that they were about to get pyro that kick could have went the other way, and he thought it would have been good.
Yeah, I thought because of the fact that there was pyro in that end zone, he probably had an angle where it looked good from his direction. Just went, yeah, got it. No, you didn't.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Maybe it was the last of his stock, and he was going to fire it no matter what.
He burned the ships.
Yeah, he's just like, look, we gotta get this out. This stuff's about to expire. We're gonna fire it off.
Man. Pyro guy.
Yeah, that was bad.
Pyro guy likes pyro though. Like, there's pyro people that love pyro. There's pyro people that spend $50,000 a year on pyros.
Oh, hell yes, there are.
It's nuts.
Just look at how many fireworks stands there are all over, not just during
There's
July.
like 3 right by my neighborhood every time we get by July 4th.
Yeah, but the hardcore pyro guys like order it like in bulk, like on January 2nd and like July 5th, preparing for the next holiday.
But they have these like pop-up shops for like months at a time because of the way that people around here buy pyro.
Sure, but pyro guy ain't doing that. Pyro guy's not going to the pop-up shop. Pyro guy's got it saved in the garage from the wholesale market.
Because that
warehouse.
Because that can't go badly.
You're right.
Burn the whole house
it
down
is a bit concerning.
with one false spark.
You put the mower in there with the gas and all
Yeah.
that. All right. What was the most overrated storyline, talking point this offseason for the Texans? What is that storyline that you've been waiting? You've been waiting for the season to start. That way you don't have to hear that storyline again. What was the most overrated storyline? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Hey, you're a sports bettor. We know that you are. If you listen to sports radio, there's a good chance you're betting on sports. Brian, I'm here to tell you about my favorite sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS.com. Football is back today. The NFL season is underway, and it's time to get in on the action. I endorse one sportsbook and casino, and that's BetUS. If you want a game plan to win this season, then check out BetUS. BetUS went large for you this season, too, with a huge offer. A 125% sign-up bonus on your first 3 deposits. Not 1, not 2, all 3 deposits. That's right. 125% bonus on your first 3 deposits. BetUS offers value other sportsbooks simply do not. Gambler's insurance, crypto bonuses, casino bonuses. Plus, they have all the products you need. Competitive odds, parlays, live betting, odds boost, and prop betting. When you're ready to lay down your bet, give your bet an edge. Why not combine your sign-up bonus with knowledge? Get that knowledge with expert analysis, picks, predictions on all major sports on their very own BetUS TV. Get started at BetUS.com or give them a call at 1-800-MY-BETUS. BetUS, where the game begins.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What's the most overrated storyline of the offseason that you were so tired of hearing about, but now that the season's here, you probably won't hear about it again anymore? What was it for you? What was the most overrated storyline of the offseason you got sick of, and you're happy the season's here, so we don't have to hear it anymore?
I mean, the easy one for me right off the top is J.J. Watt contemplating a comeback and people considering it, and him having multiple opportunities to kind of put flames on the fire with it and never wanted it. Glad we didn't get to it, and let's just move on.
I'm actually rooting for him to come back. I'm rooting for Watt to come back. I think it'd be fun.
I just think it's gonna, and we talked about it at the time. I don't want it to detract or be a distraction. Just the fact that he's coming back, as opposed to what the team is capable of doing, and if they're putting some stuff together. If they're like in desperate need of a defensive end later in the season, great. Then you should kick the tires on even a JJ Watt. But all this stuff in the offseason just got to be a bit much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Texans culture is good enough where it's not going to be an issue. Like if he actually did come back, like they've handled the Stephon Diggs, it could be wrongfully so. Like the whole hey, Stephon Diggs brings this clout or cloud into the locker room. I believe the Texans culture can handle that sort of stuff. Like that isn't a concern for me. Like that he is a distraction and the Texans culture is going to fall apart because of one JJ Watt. So that one. Like, is it old that he's putting these thirst traps on social media? It gets annoying. Like I'm not going to talk about it until he's coming back. But I would be here for the JJ Watt reunion for sure.
Yeah, I'm not, and to me, I don't think it has anything to do with even the culture. I just feel like it would just be from a media standpoint, and everybody nationally and locally, and that would be the story. And if the team is anywhere near as good as I think they can be, I don't need all that.
Yeah, I mean, if it makes the team better, I'm all for winning. And I don't really care about the media aspect of it. Like, it's about who's in the walls at NRG. It's about making the team better. It's about, can the Texans win a Super Bowl type of stuff. Like the media stuff, I don't care about the media. Don't really care about that aspect of it. For me, it's the whole, hey, this quarterback's the best quarterback in the league. This guy's going to win MVP. Like all of the forecasting, I get so sick of. It makes me so sick. Like how many top 10 quarterback lists have we seen, including the Killer Bee top 10 quarterback list? But that's the only one that you should be paying attention to. This guy's going to get 1,000 yards. This guy's going to do that. This team's going to do this. This team's going to do that. You had Bill Barnwell this past week say that he doesn't think the Texans will make the playoffs. A month ago, he said that they're a dark horse to win the Super Bowl. Like, I'm just it's silly season.
It's
in the
a long
off
season.
Like, it's just
really a long off season.
I am excited to, and I hate preview radio. I like to react to things that have happened. So now that we actually have games, we can react to the real instead of like this make-believe what could potentially happen.
Well, this is kind of like training camp when we always say, someone has a big day at training camp or had a couple of good days at training camp, and we're looking for these stories that are going to be, these massive headlines when it's just training camp. We got to see it when we get to, how these players, even if it's a young player, develop, show their wares, do it in some games, and then you can believe. But it's always a struggle to find storylines. And yeah, from a lot of people's perspective, and I've been charting because it's so random how everybody has the Texans somewhere different, have their players somewhere different. But thank God we can get real football games now where we can actually stop trying to predict and just watch it unfold right in front of us.
I don't think it's hard to come up with content. I think it's hard to come up with original good content. Because content's plenty. Like we have plenty.
You can always find a list.
Yeah, you can go look at your For You page on Twitter. Like content is not the issue. The issue is quality content, and that's what I aspire to do as the content creator that I am. Brian, do you have?
I've got a few. One will be no surprise because it's something we've talked about all offseason, and I very may well be wrong on it, but I just want to know the answer either way about this, how tough the Texans schedule is. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's been the number one thing people have said all offseason. We've had plenty of debates on this show about it. Let's find out. Is the schedule a problem? Are these teams on it so tough that it's going to keep the Texans out of the playoffs? Or have the Texans leveled up to a place where they could compete with this teams? I'm just tired of talking about strength of schedule.
No, I think that one's actually tangible. I think that is actually real because they will play that schedule. They will.
I know.
Play
That's
more
what I'm saying. I want to
teams.
see it play out instead of us just talking about it. Because it is tough as of now, but teams always fall off. We don't know what teams are going to step up. We might end the season and it could look wildly different than what we expected.
Lamar Jackson could get earhold, and you avoid him entirely. Pat Mahomes could have a high ankle sprain and play really well and beat you.
Last year, Rodgers got hurt. You still lost to the Jets. That's
too. And
that's
you lost to Desmond Ridder. You lost to Bryce Young. So who knows?
Stroud was playing with a concussion in that game, though, so that was a bit of an issue. What else you got?
The other two things were to me, it's like the laziest take when it comes to talking about second-year quarterbacks. But, the sophomore slump. It's so undefinable. It's just, I don't know. I think it's such a lazy take. To me, if you're worried about a sophomore slump, you're worried about the quarterback's just not actually very good. Because really good quarterbacks don't have this sophomore slump and then leap back to superstardom like C.J. Stroud was. So I hate that one. And then just to see the last one, just to see how the wide receiver room shakes out. Is Nico Collins the number one that they paid him to be? What does Diggs have left? Is that pace that Tate Dell was on for real? I want to see how this wide receiver room shakes out.
I think the other one, too, that I was going to add to the list is just I'm tired of the super story of Stephon Diggs. I just feel like it's set up where he's going into free agency at the end of the year in all probability. I don't think he's going to act up in year one. I know everybody's been on it and continues to beat it, and we're not going to escape it because we know the Stephon Diggs Bowl is coming up when the Texans and Bills are going to actually play too. But that's one that's just gotten way, 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 way too much play.
Yeah, someone texted in about that one too. That one I actually don't mind. Like, I'm here for that sort of drama. Like, I want to see how that one plays out. I don't want it to be an issue because I want the Texans to win a bunch of games and to go deep in the playoffs and all of these things. But that's actually one that entertains me. That's one of the few that does because I actually think that's real. Like, that's ongoing. That is something that we're going to evaluate. Because if Stephon Diggs says something to C.J. Stroud in week one, that's going to be a firestorm. Yep. It's going to be a firestorm. That one to me has legs. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Terry, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Terry?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you taking my call. Just a comment on the predictions for the Texans and stuff. And I've heard people say 9-8, 10-7 and stuff. A team that went 10-7 last year in the NFL and then made the improvements that they made in the offseason, didn't really lose anybody. I just can't see how you can see them not winning 2 or 3 more games, barring injuries and stuff, than what they did. I've definitely got them. I've got them at 12-5, maybe 13-4. The one thing on the schedules, yes, a harder schedule. In the NFL, your teams that are down at the bottom wins, 3, 4, 5 like that. Yeah, they're not very good. But when you get to that next level of teams, every week, look at the point spreads. It's 5 to 7 points for a reason. Very seldom double digits. So I don't think that you can say, oh, well, they're going to have a tougher schedule this year, so they won't be able to win as many games. They've just made so much improvement that you don't have Stanford's and McNeese States. You're going to have some blowouts and stuff. But these teams that you say are good, man, these are all professional players, the best level of teams, and I just can't see them regressing unless everybody gets a lot of injuries and stuff. I see them at least 12-5 and making the Super Bowl, and good Lord willing, we'll win it.
Yeah, but Terry, I mean, look, and I appreciate your fandemonium for the Texans, but when you think about it, you played the NFC NFC South last year, and they were absolutely horrible, and yet you still found a way to lose a couple of those games. Now you're playing a first place schedule, and you're playing teams and quarterbacks that are just head and shoulders above those teams like you're talking about. And I think that's something that you have to pay attention to, no matter how good of a season you think they're going to have. And you obviously think they're going to have a hell of a season.
I hope Terry's right. Yeah, Vegas has it at 9.5. So very biased.
13 would be a hell of a leap there.
Like if he wants to bet on that one, because 13's way over the top.
I thought I was bullish. I don't have him at 13.
He's bulls on parade.
Bulls on parade.
Did he say win in the Super Bowl too?
Yeah, he said 13. Yeah. Well, he said at least 12, probably 13, and win the Super Bowl.
Other storylines that people are sick of: Diggs ruining Stroud. I've never heard the Diggs ruining Stroud. I just heard the Diggs kind of
the Diggs problem child storyline has been annoying.
0794. I'm tired of the Brandon Ayuk contract story. That's a good one. He did the presser the other day and said, like, yeah, I was probably a little extra.
I love that he admitted that.
Yeah, I made it more difficult than I had to. 8736 is Watt moving to defensive tackle. No, he would just play like on 3rd and 8s. Play him at defensive tackle on 3rd and 8s, sure. But he's not going to be a every down defensive player if he were to rejoin the Texans. I also have it very, very low on the possibility. I think there's a less than 5% chance he comes back.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance, and we've talked about that too. I feel like as much as he's kind of getting his clicks and keeping attention by saying he's going to stay in football shape for one more year, I think he's going to get real comfy in the booth.
I'm going to stay in football shape for another year, too, just so y'all know. 3632, did Branham really call himself Brian when he was reading that script right before the break? I don't believe so. I think I said Branham, but I guess we can check.
Think so.
I think I said Branham, but we can check the tapes. 713-780-3776. What is the most overrated storyline in the offseason in the NFL? And we might have a bar on an Alex Bregman contract. We might have the low bar on what an Alex Bregman contract looks like. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, we know it's the day we've all been waiting for. We're going to get NFL football tonight for real. We're going to have it tomorrow night. We're going to have it all day Sunday and Sunday night, Monday, college football on Saturday, and so much more. When we know football is back, that means you need to get to MyBookie because MyBookie's here to make sure you're ready to cash in on all that action. MyBookie has incredible promotions like weekly risk-free boosts on Thursdays where you can bet without a sweat. This is amazing. You bet something on the game tonight, you go in-game betting. If you win, super. If you don't, forget it because MyBookie's refunding your wager on Thursdays. That is absolutely crazy. They're also giving away hundreds of thousands in prizes with their Super, Survivor, and Squares contests. Join now and you get a shot at huge cash rewards. And of course, they've got lots of other things going on. The way that you really cash in, you go to mybookie.ag, you set up your account, use our promo code BET975 and keep that account handy. Use it whenever they ask for a code. You're probably going to cash in because there's some extra bank with your first deposit when you use it. Up to $1,000, depending on what you put in, they're going to put money in your account. And you know what that means? More money in your account, more games you can bet on, more chances you can win. And the fact is, even if there's not games going on or you want to get some casino games in, don't feel like flying to Vegas or driving to Louisiana, you can sit there right in the comfort of your own home, on your phone, on your tablet, on your computer, and go to mybookie.ag and have dealers standing by live dealers standing by, poker, blackjack, and so much more. Check out the new loyalty program as well with MyBookie Plus. The more you play, the more you win. Simply, you climb through tiers of the loyalty rewards program, and each step in each tier unlocks even more epic promotions, giveaways, and bigger rewards. MyBookie Plus, it's the lock of the century. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. But the only place I tell you to do it, it's mybookie.ag, and the promo code is BET975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
If you love getting great deals and eating at even better restaurants, we have great news for you. Houston Restaurant Week has been extended through September 30th. The ESPN 97.5 proud partner for Houston Restaurant Weeks in 2024. Time to raise some money for the Houston Food Bank. For you, dine out, do good. Choose from over 400 restaurants to visit for lunch and or dinner. Select from their prefix menus, and a portion of the proceeds goes to the Houston Food Bank. Plus, you're supporting local restaurants. Go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to find all the participating restaurants. It is trending to no Gay on Sunday, out with a hernia. Matt Gay, kicker for the Colts, did not participate in practice. Josh Downs, ankle, did not participate in practice. No surprise there. And then the only player on the injury report for the Texans, MJ Stewart, with the knee. Everybody celebrating that MJ Stewart's on the injury report, only MJ Stewart. Ocho, the Texans were two drop passes, one by Boyd in Cincinnati and another by Tyler Goodson from the Colts, for missing the playoffs with a last place schedule. Now they have to do it all over again with a first place schedule.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think to Brian's point, because we have gone back and forth on this, it'll be interesting to see how much of a factor it is. I just truly believe you can't hide from the fact that this is a gauntlet of a schedule, just starting with the quarterbacks, but looking at the teams.
Yeah. The this texter 713-780-3776, tired of getting the Houston Football, aka Stute, page emails about subscribing for training camp updates. That's not very nice. 1984. We'll talk about that tomorrow. In mean text. And then 0315 says, tired of hearing about the Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift relationship. I'm not. I love that. That's something that very much intrigues me. She's going to be at the game tonight, according to reports.
Oh, really? I was wondering if the Taylor Swift World Tour was over now that football, maybe she
couldn't tell you,
tweaked her schedule. Yeah, I know, because it was like
couldn't
a world tour and he was on it. The crazy thing is now is, regardless of if the breakup is true or not and all these other things, he's definitely cashing in, because off the field, he and his brother got the $100 million deal for the podcast. Now he's going to be in 2 movies. He's going to be in the remake of Happy Gilmore, and he's going to play a villain in another movie on Netflix, where he's turned it into an acting career.
Yeah, good for Travis Kelce.
No, he's cashing in.
Yeah, I still think he would have been able to do that without Taylor Swift, though.
I don't know, from an acting perspective, he's getting movie gigs without the kind of run he's got.
I don't know. He's pretty popular.
Okay.
Maybe not the movie gigs. Oh, maybe like Happy Gilmore. But maybe
he's
not
going to
other
get
stuff.
the podcast. I totally believe you're right on the podcast side of things. But the movie thing, I don't know, man.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Matt Chapman signed a 6-year, $151 million contract extension to stay with the San Francisco Giants. I hate this, because I wanted Chapman to be in free agency, and then I wanted to sign the cheaper between Chapman and Alex Bregman. Do the math on that. Was once a math major. You're looking at a little bit north of $25 million a year for Matt Chapman. I think we have our bar for Alex Bregman. This is the lowest that Alex Bregman would take. $151 million and $1. I don't think that Alex Bregman will this was also considered a team-friendly deal, because Chapman loves to be in San Francisco. He didn't go to free agency, which we all know usually you get way more money if you go to free agency than to agree to a contract extension with the team that you're currently on out of free agency. So I don't think that there's any chance that Alex Bregman gets paid less than $151 million, but let's use this as the bar. Would you give Alex Bregman a 6-year, $151 million deal, which pays him a little bit more than $25 million a year?
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me is the 6 years. But if he's willing to go $25 million a year for 6 years with the contracts and the salaries that are going to continue to go up and up and up, I would entertain this for sure. I think that this is a deal that the 6 years I'd be a little cringeworthy of. But if this is the deal that he wants, and you keep Alex Bregman in an Astros uniform for the next 6 years at $25 a year, which I think is affordable, not expecting massive drop-offs from him, I could do this deal.
All right, so it sounds like you're in.
I'm in.
You're like,
I'm
like
in.
a
there
little,
you go, Jeremy.
little
I'm
hedgy.
in. I'm in.
Like you're kind of on the fence
I hate the
a little
6
bit.
years, but 25, I believe, is less than market value for a guy that still is playing at his level, even especially with the defense added in. I'm in.
You say if he doesn't drop off a whole lot. Like, he's dropped off in each of the last 2 seasons. 820 OPS in 22, 804 OPS this year, or last year, 764 OPS this year. Throw in the fact that he has gremlins in his elbow. The arm has not been as good this year, maybe because of the elbow that has bothered him a little bit. He's going to be 31 next year, so your 6-year deal, you're paying him until the age of 36. I'm out. I'm not paying Alex Bregman the match. I'm not even giving him the Matt Chapman contract. And I'm telling you that Alex Bregman ain't signing for less than $151 million. So if Bregman puts that $151 million out there, good luck in Arizona, Alex Bregman. Good luck being an Atlanta Brave. Good luck elsewhere. I'm not paying Bregman $151 million.
Yeah, I just think that the 25 is very enticing. You're right. The one thing that did catch my eye, and I'm always concerned with, and the Astros haven't shown a propensity to want to do, is a 6-year deal. The 6 years is the biggest problem. The 25 a year, I'd be in for.
Yeah, 8736 is Boris, his agent. Maybe that's why he avoided free agency. Boris is the agent for both Chapman and Alex Bregman. Now, I don't know why you would say that's why he avoided free agency. Boris loves to take his guys to free agency because he knows that's where they maximize their value.
Yeah, this is actually a good one just for Scott Boras, period, because of the fact that the luster has worn off on Scott Boras being the super agent, the powerhouse that gets everything he wants. There's been a lot of criticism and a lot of guys pointing fingers, including some of his clients, at the fact that a lot of the expected big deals haven't happened for his clients.
Yeah, I still think Boris is the best agent in baseball, though. Like, I think that's baseball wisening up that they're not going to pay 30-year-old free agents 7-year deals. Like, I think the game's just getting smarter. I think they're becoming wiser. I still think Boris is the best in baseball.
Maybe so.
He's still, like, even these guys who aren't signing these massive deals, they're still getting $30 million a year.
Yeah, but some of these guys didn't. And some was what's his name? The Montgomery.
Chapman's one. I mean, Chapman didn't get
Montgomery
30.
was critical. Snell coming on late. Snell had to settle for the 1-year deal. So you had some guys. Montgomery was the guy that was
But it's kind of smart, though, because it eliminates their qualifying offer. Like, when you sign the 1-year deal, it eliminates the qualifying offer, and teams kind of balk at the idea of free agents that also have the qualifying offer attached to them. So if you go 1 year and then you're back into free agency, you're probably going to get paid more money. And, like, you're still making $30 million a year.
Well, but in the case, Montgomery was one of the guys I said that was really vocal.
$25 million.
But he was not happy, and he was looking for that long-term deal, and he hasn't had the kind of year to kind of say that he's going to get a deal this year that's going to rival in years and money that he was looking for starting this last free agency. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I would still, if I'm trying to maximize my earnings, I'm still hiring Scott Boras as my agent. Now, Boras is going to do what the client tells him to do. Chapman, hey, Boris, I know that I could make more money in free agency, but let's sign with San Francisco. I like them, and I want to be here. He did the same thing with Lance McCullers. Like, Lance McCullers is a Boris guy, and yeah, Lance McCullers' contract looks a little bit better, but Lance McCullers took a team-friendly deal at the time to sign with the Astros because he wanted to be with the Astros. Altuve's another one. Was not a Boris guy with his first contract, was a Boris guy this last contract. But yeah, I don't think that Bregman's taking less than $151 million. I think he would be insulted if he was paid less than Matt Chapman. Now, there is a huge factor, and that's the elbow. If it's a torn UCL, now we have a much different conversation. If it's something they can clean out, a pretty routine surgery in the offseason, I don't think that'll factor in too much to his next contract. I would be stunned if Alex Bregman makes less than $151 million, and at that price, I'm out on Alex Bregman.
Look, don't sleep on the fact that the elbow is a massive concern. It should be for him because, he's trying to tough it out right now and get through it. And we've had these gaps where he plays for a series, then he sits a series. Now he's back again. We don't know how long he's going to stay back, but that elbow is going to dictate a whole hell of a lot in terms of what he gets and the kind of money he's going to have the chance to be offered in the offseason, because teams are going to be very, very leery of what's going on with that thing.
1029, would you do 5 years, 151? No, because now you're looking at $30 million a year for a 31, 32, 33, 34, 35-year-old. No, like I'm not giving him $151 million. Like, my best and final 90 for 3. 90 for 3. And that's not going to get it done. And I realize I realize that.
I'm offering 4 for a hundo, and I'm thinking about 5 for 125.
I mean, you said you would go 151 for 6.
But I'll do it. I would make that deal. I would offer that, but I'm saying I would start lower because like I said, the thing that concerned me was the amount of years on that deal. But the AAV, I'm in on a 25 a year.
Yeah. I mean, Chapman's only 1 year younger. There's no way Bregman's going to settle for less than 151 unless the market's not there. And I think the market will be there. Unless the elbow has serious ramifications going forward, which I don't know if they do if he's playing through it.
Yeah, you got to. I mean, it's also the amount of teams that are going to be interested and need a third baseman are going to be. We know 2 for sure, right? We know Arizona's going to be in. They're looking for one. Seattle looking for one.
If they want to spend, like, they've been cheap in the past, so couldn't tell you.
Yankees,
they might fire their GM. Who knows?
Need a third baseman too.
That would make me sad.
Ooh, that would be nasty.
That made me sad. Keith from LA says, how would the fan base react if he signed with the Dodgers? That would make me sad too.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that. Dodgers and Yankees would not be high on my list of where he goes if he does walk.
Just go to Arizona and let's
Arizona's
forget
fine.
about you.
Yep.
So your wild soul Sasa in the desert. Go play on a good baseball team. Join Uncle Banny Rooster and make your money. I'm not giving you 151.
Strami.
He's not Bregman's not a pitcher though.
No, but he's a familiar face.
It is familiar face. Yeah. And Bregman's more involved with the pitchers nowadays, making those mound visits, which is another Boris client thing. Hey, you're in your walk year. Let's start making some mound visits. That way people think you're a leader. You're a leader. Yeah. Follow the Correa path. Hey, go to the mound. Make everybody think you're a leader. Bregman.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
It's true. It's not clicks. It's true. You haven't noticed Bregman's doing this more than he's ever done it in his career.
Yeah, he is.
Bregman's visiting the mound more than he's ever visited the mound in his career. Correa in his walk year. Like Correa would visit the mound in the past, but Correa in his walk year visited the mound more than he had ever visited the mound in his entire life. Why? They want to be viewed as leaders. Why? Because teams want leaders and they'll pay them more money. It's a Boris tactic, and I see right through it.
Well,
just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
He also, Correa, in the case of Correa, that was one, and he all of a sudden became way more demonstrative and way more outspoken on everything.
Yeah. Leadership.
Well, it's part of it.
Let's get to Dr. Jesse Morse. We need to get a doctor and a medical expert here on the whole Kyle Tucker thing. Let's pick his brain on what could be going on with Tucker, some timelines I want to run by him, just the whole saga when it comes to Kyle Tucker and the injury. Hopefully he's back soon. Dr. Jesse Morse when we come back with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. DirecTV and DirecTV Stream customers, you have lost ESPN, including college football, Monday Night Football, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, SportsCenter, and more. Take action now. Call 844-KEEP-MY-ESPN or visit keepmyespn.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Being joined now as we go out to the HRP guest line by Dr. Jesse Morse, health and wellness, a doctor, sports and family medicine. You can follow him at Dr. Jesse Morse or just head to theinjuryexperts.com. Doctor, this is a really curious situation when it comes to one Kyle Tucker. Fouled the pitch off his shin on June 3rd. You know, what a team gives us isn't always 100% accurate, and certainly wasn't the case when it comes to the Houston Astros. They're saying he's nearing his return in the next coming days, so 3+ months with no Kyle Tucker playing in baseball games. In your expert opinion, what is your best prognosis of what happened with Kyle Tucker?
Yeah, so this is an interesting situation because when I saw it, usually when guys foul a ball off their shin or their foot or whatever, a couple of days they have an annoying bone bruise and then they come back. When you know your shin, if anybody's ever banged your shin, it's very painful, very tender, but you don't really think of it much more than that. You can have shin splints, which are what we call medial stress syndrome, which is basically like little stress fractures in the front of the tibia. But that's usually from like a lot of running or running on the wrong surfaces, not really applicable here. But I didn't really think anything of it. Tucker's, been elite for many years, a very high profile athlete. I'm not really worried about him getting shin splints. But then he just doesn't return. And I'm like, well, what are we missing here? Like something's not consistent with their story. If he was my patient, I would have probably initially did an MRI, and then I would ultrasound him. And then if something wasn't right, which it wasn't after about 2-3 weeks, I would have probably got a CAT scan, which is not traditional in orthopedics. But when you're looking for weird fractures, when you're looking for things that aren't making sense, you can see things that you're not going to catch on an MRI or an ultrasound. And it sounds like he had a fracture of kind of the posterior or deep part of the tibia that they didn't catch on the initial imaging. That was just initially ruled a really bad bone bruise, which is exactly what it sounds like. And the problem is he should have been non-weight bearing for probably a month, if not longer. Depending on, where it was at and what they were doing to complement it rehab-wise. But I don't think he did that. So every time he kind of walked on it, he's stressing this more, and that's why it likely took so long to come back and heal.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Doc, because of the fact that we heard shortly after the initial second bone bruise that he was on the treadmill. And having worked in sports long enough to realize they have these non-weight-bearing treadmills that we've talked about on the show where at the very worst case scenario, you don't want him pounding on the leg, even if you still want to try and keep his cardio up if he's going to try and come back. It's unfathomable to me that they would have prescribed, even if there was any slight concern or the possibility that they would put him right onto a treadmill.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about an anti-gravity treadmill. There's a couple different versions of it. There's an underwater one that some people use for buoyancy reasons. But yeah, I mean, that you don't get onto that until you're like in your rehab. Like you don't do that initially. That takes time to graduate to. So I think it was a combination of when the initial evaluation, they didn't see the fracture. And then a lot of the times the player is kind of on his own or just with the rehab people are kind of on their own. And he doesn't check in with the doctors a lot. So he probably wasn't making the progress that they wanted. And then by the time they finally figured out there was a fracture, it was way later than they had liked. So, it's unfortunate because I think if this was properly addressed and if it was identified initially, I think he probably could have been back about a month ago.
Wow. Dr. Jesse Morse joining us on the HRNP guest line. The timeline's what's weird about this too, because no one's given you the date on like when they discovered the suspected fracture. Like, is it something that possibly could have developed later? Is it possible that it could have become a stress fracture because they were being too strenuous on a leg that was damaged with a severe bone bruise? We know that it happened June 3rd. We know that he was on crutches for a few days. And it seemed like they were kind of adamant to get him off of crutches. We knew that he was in a walking boot for a couple of days and then took that off. We know 3 weeks later he was on a treadmill. And then Kyle Tucker the other day, earlier this week, after a little bit of time and continued imaging and stuff, after the swelling and everything kind of calmed down, it was revealed there was a little fracture in the shin. Dana Brown, the general manager of the Astros, said on Wednesday that the suspected fracture was on the back of the bone. Like, how does any of this add up?
Yeah, it's a unique situation because, I mean, you have a high-profile guy. It's not like you're talking about a single A guy or something. And the, you know, with the advancements in medicine, it's not hard to just go get another scan and say, hey, are we missing something? Have a different radiologist read it and say, hey, like, do you see anything that this one didn't see? And then does the pain correlate with what his initial diagnosis was? You know, my practices in Miami is a little bit unorthodox. I predominantly do stem cells and PRP and then non-surgical, whole comprehensive care. So I have my fair share of professional athlete patients. And if I saw this personally, I would have said, well, this pain doesn't correlate, or if the therapists are telling me, hey, he's in a lot of pain, this doesn't really correlate with a bone bruise. Then you start digging a little bit more and you say, hey, what are we missing here? And that's when you start looking deeper. And if there was a stress fracture, either as a result of the initial injury and then it just exacerbated, or if it was there the whole time, we don't know. But that's the tricky part. And I don't know what modalities they use. I don't know if they put them in hyperbaric chamber, if they're doing any high dose vitamin C, if they're doing any PRP or any stem cells near the joint or near the area, if they're doing something called PEMF. Like there's a lot of different moving parts that I use in my practice that a lot of the teams sometimes use and sometimes don't, that could have amplified his healing. And I don't know, they haven't told us what he was doing and not doing. But the question is, like, how did this get missed? Because his back could have been used. His glove was important. And now you missed, almost about half the season. Thankfully, they're doing well. So it's a little bit of a moot point, but nonetheless, just unfortunate.
Doc, what Jeremy mentioned is also something that almost kind of incriminates the organization to a degree. In my opinion, I'm curious what you think. But when they initially said everything that they said, and then we saw from replays that there were two impactful swinging bat to a ball, which created the impact on the front of the shin. And we know that's a very, as you mentioned, a very thin area where they said the swelling was too great to see anything at the time. But if the fracture indeed was on the back of the bone, does that not indicate that probably came from something other than the ball hitting the front of the shin?
Yeah, it could have, or that's a super rare location. The tibia is really hard to fracture. I mean, very, very, very difficult to fracture. Fibula, the small bone on the outside, the lateral side of the leg, is very easy to fracture, but that's not really a big deal. The tibia is hard to fracture. I mean, there's car accidents, like, fracture dislocations of the ankle, like crazy traumas. Like, it's pretty, I find it a little hard to believe that he would do that fouling the ball off his leg. Obviously, if he did, then the velocity and the angle just had to be perfect. And even then, like, what's the harm in spending another $300 or whatever it is to get another MRI in a week or 10 days or whatnot and say, hey, is this the same? Is it healing? Is it not healing? Bone bruises can technically show up and continue to show up for a year and a half on an MRI. That doesn't mean they're painful the whole time, but we have data to support that. The question is, how often did they re-image him? Did they just shut him down and say, hey, we'll check him again or whatever? But I hope them and whoever else is paying attention to this is a learning situation so that you can prevent it from hypothetically happening again.
Well, that's a lot of information to take in. Dr. Jesse Morse, thank you for your insight on that. And I'm not sure we have more answers, but certainly have more of a medical opinion of what took place with Kyle Tucker. We appreciate the time.
My pleasure.
You got it. Dr. Jesse Morse. You can follow him on Twitter at Dr. Jesse Morse. Has his own health and wellness, sports and family medicine practice. And you can visit him online, theinjuryexperts.com. The most damning thing to me, should have been non-weight bearing for a while. We know that he was non-weight bearing for like 2 days.
Yeah.
They were like, get off of crutches, get out of the walk. He was celebrating a walk-off within a week of June 3rd. Like, probably, I'll have to go back and look at the date, but it was early to mid-June. He was walking out of the dugout, limping out of the dugout to go celebrate a walk-off victory when Dr. Jesse Moore should have said he should have been non-weight bearing.
We know that he was on a treadmill, as Joel asked him about, on June 28th, which is
no later than June 28th.
Yeah, no later. So we're at most 25 days removed from the initial injury. So also less than the month of weight bearing. I mean, and the doctor said, like, if they'd done things correctly, he could have been back a month ago.
And look, Dana Brown could have been lying to us about the suspected fracture, but he said the suspected fracture was on the back of the bone.
Sure did.
That is what? Like, what? Like, let's talk to Jeremiah Randall. They'll never let us do that. But what? How is the suspected fracture on the back of it when Dr. Jesse Moore said that is a hard bone to break? And then secondly, when did you suspect a fracture? I need to know that. And then third, why in the world did you have him off of crutches as quickly as you did and then running on a treadmill within 3-ish weeks?
Yeah, what's more important? How you're perceived and what you look like from what you were putting out to what actually happened, or just the overall healthier player to make sure that this doesn't happen for as long a time as it's already happened. Like, don't worry about the fact if you first incorrectly diagnosed or said what you thought it was and that you thought he could come back. But don't exacerbate it by then getting him off of crutches as quick as you can, putting him on a treadmill, and setting yourself up for 3 months.
It'd be easy for, like, you guys have talked about your own stories about having, problems and going back. Hey, there's still pain. It'd been so easy to say, like, hey, he's not feeling right. We did additional testing. We found this, to be an additional injury. He's going to be out longer than we initially expected. No one would have been up in arms about that.
And then he mentioned
it would have been so easy.
Spend the extra $300. You got a sponsorship with a hospital and you got team doctors. I'm pretty sure they ain't worried about that. Just exhaust every possible resource to diagnose it as accurately as you can.
Yeah, and we don't know everything that happened.
Right.
We will never be privy to that because they will never give us that information. But this screams gross ignorance and or gross incompetence. Quite frankly, and as simple as they had him on his feet when he should have been not weight bearing for weeks. 6207, Houston's one of the best medical cities in the world. It is crazy if the Astros don't have the best medical team in the league. How about just an average one? And Kyle Tucker's not the first example of medical, the medical team coming into play here. How about the return to play policies with Penn Murphy? How about the return to play policy with Luis Garcia? How about the return to play policy with Christian Javier, who had a strained neck and then 2 starts later needs Tommy John? We could go. I mean, I like to keep Lance McCullers out of this conversation because I feel like that's an entirely different animal than comparing it to all of the others. You had Ben Verlander, Justin Verlander's brother, on Twitter having a podcast about how the Astros sports medicine staff are clowns, are hacks. He wouldn't have done that if Justin Verlander was like, hey, yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, no,
it's odd.
There's too much there. And, I didn't know all of the doc's background and we were running out of time. But I was going to say, can you explain the correlation between sleeping pillows and rotator cuffs and gremlins? Because that would have been something that I would like someone with a medical background to say was even a possibility.
Yeah, not great. Just for my peace of mind, can we please hire a new sports medicine staff for the peace of mind of this fine city? 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on that. Also, who's the first non-rookie quarterback to lose their starting job this year? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, it all starts tonight. I'm sure you've got a watch party to go to, or you're going to actually have people over to the house. You need to set up for the best possible game day hangout with your friends. And what's on the menu matters. We've talked about it before. From the dips to the sliders, the wings, the chips and salsa, all your favorite game day foods. And they all go well with a beverage from Stella Rosa Wines. Stella Rosa Wines, semi-sweet, semi-sparkling. It's crisp. It's refreshing. You don't feel like it's got a ton of alcohol that you're drinking because you're going to try and pace yourself for the rest of the day. You serve it chilled. It's actually a great taste. You can find it at your local retailer, and you can remember, if you grab a couple bottles, everyone's going to love that taste, that variety to mix to everything else you're serving. Nothing sweeter than a cold glass of Stella Rosa wine and watching those teams compete, and you've got a full weekend to do it. And now they're also got an offer for you that you shouldn't want to refuse. You have a chance to win some tickets to the biggest game of the college football season at the end of the year, brought to you by Stella Rosa Wines, America's favorite semi-sweet sparkling wine. All you got to do, ESPNLADreamticket.com. and enter for your chance to be the biggest winner to the biggest game in college football. Phenomenal, and it's as good as their wine is. Check them out because Stella Rosa can be found at your local retailer, and you can enjoy it chilled. Please celebrate responsibly.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
A week from Saturday, TD ECU Stadium, the Bayou Bucket. U of H taking on the Rice Owls. Will be celebrating Houston with his hometown rivalry. Night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets start at just $15. uhcougars.com/tickets. 713-GO-COUGS. To get your tickets, come early, be loud, and wear red. We're also going to give away tickets right now. Caller number 5, 713-780-3776. Caller 5, 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to see Houston and Rice Saturday, September 24th, 7 o'clock kick, TD ECU Stadium, for the Bayou Bucket. That's right. 8835, Tyrod Taylor said the Astros medical team is solid. If you forget, Tyrod Taylor was stabbed in his kidney with a needle.
Yeah.
It was a needle, right? It was a shot.
Was it kidney or lung? Did he have a collapsed
I
lung?
thought it was
because of it?
I thought it was a collapsed lung or kidney
Yeah,
failure.
I thought they were trying to give him
Kidney
an
failure
injection.
bad. It said collapsed lung.
Oh, yeah.
Is that what I said?
No, that's what I said. That's what I thought
I
it
said
was.
kidney?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I thought it was a collapsed lung that he was in pregame warmups, right?
I think they were shooting him up before the game to get through it, right?
Yeah.
Was it before the game or like a couple
I think
days
I think it
before?
was on the field pregame, and they shot him up, and suddenly like his lung deflated.
He sued them. I don't know
He
whatever.
did.
I don't know what happened with that. Maybe they just settled out of court. 3413 Astros are turning into shades of Kawhi and the Spurs. Hope not.
Different. Yeah, different.
I hope that's not the case.
I think that was a lot of player driven in the Spurs case. I think this is a lot of question marks between the communication staff and the medical staff.
Yeah, that's a good point. 713-780-ESPN. Which non-rookie quarterback is the first to lose their job? What do you think, Blankers?
I had an answer queued up, but I think my answer has changed.
Why's that?
Because there's rumors coming out of Pittsburgh and headlines coming out that Russell Wilson's calf is still bothering him. And if that's the case, then Justin Fields may be on center stage quicker than anybody else because Russell Wilson may not be able to play. Because my initial answer was going to be Jacoby Brissett. I think that Jacoby Brissett, as much as they've been going back and forth, and the Patriots are going to be a very, very bad football team, I think that early on they're going to put their more experienced quarterback out there. But we've discussed this on the show as much as, I don't think that Drake May is ready to go this year. And if they're
This year at all?
I mean, maybe later in the season. I don't really like their line. I don't want to get him crushed. But if they need to see what he has, they have in him, and Jacoby Brissett isn't performing well, then I could see that being the change.
I think Drake May and Jalen Polk are going to feed families. Underrated quarterback wide receiver duo this year. It's hard for me to forecast the injury aspect of it. Lamar Jackson could get hurt this week, and you're looking at a different. We're talking about performance here. And Russell Wilson's a gamer. Russell Wilson's going to ride with that calf
He
strain.
doesn't play, but he suits up.
Yeah, I think at some point we do see Justin Fields as the starter, and Wilson's older. I think the easy answer here is Brissett. I think they're going to want to see Drake May sooner rather than later. I think if you look at other situations that are similar to this too, you usually see the change pretty dang quick. The Houston Texans with Deshaun Watson and Savage, they benched Savage. It was at halftime, right? Or was it even wasn't even before the final series of the first half?
I thought it was.
I think it might have even been late in the first half. Yeah. He didn't come in before the half. He came in after the half.
Yeah,
he came in after the half.
I thought he played a series or two in the first half. That situation, veteran first-round quarterback, he was the 12th pick of the draft. They bring in Deshaun Watson at halftime. Same thing whenever you had Peterman and Josh Allen. Peterman, people forget this, Peterman was named the starter ahead of Josh Allen before Josh Allen's rookie year. Josh Allen came in immediately. I think that was also the first game. Or if it wasn't the first game, it was week 2. So you rarely see rookies sit for a long time. I think Drake May is the starting quarterback in New England within the first 4 games of the year.
I could see it. I mean, if their offensive line looks just completely pathetic like the Giants line a year ago, I would be deeply concerned about having to put him out there because of the fact that he is your future. But yeah, everybody's different, and you're right. You did make the point, which is valid, which is you got to see what you have. You got to know if this is going to be a guy that's going to be able to do, put the franchise on your shoulders as a quarterback for years to come. If you're going to go out of the box with the guys we mentioned, I think that you got to watch what happens in New Orleans very closely because Carr has proven that he's fallen off more and more. They got enamored with Spencer Rattler because they got a steal of a draft pick. They thought he's looked good in training camp and in the preseason. That's a different animal. But especially if they don't play well, I think when the scenario you were painting is perfect for the Saints. If they don't play well, as bad as that division is, but they need to start kind of figuring out what they have and where they're going. Spencer Rattler's probably going to get some time.
Yeah, I feel like the Saints hang around enough where they don't make that change. I think they're going to be within, arm's reach of the division lead because I think everybody in the division is going to be. I think it's a lousy division. So I think that they're going to hang around enough for Carr to be the starter there for most of the year. I do think we'll see Rattler start a game this year. I just don't think it's going to be early. A couple of the bad quarterbacks in the NFL, again, not counting injury here. Could you see a quarterback change in Cleveland at any point?
I can't.
With the money that they're paying Deshaun?
That's the biggest thing. I think that rightfully so, they should be, and because the team has a chance to be really good everywhere else, I think they should, but I don't think that they will because of how much they've committed to him and how much they've basically said he's our guy. I don't think that they'll be willing to do that.
Yeah, if he's really, really bad and the Browns are in contention, I could see it happening. Or it's one final Hail Mary to save their year. Late in the year, there's 4 games left to play. Deshaun's been awful. They're 2 games back from a wild card. Hail Mary, let's see if this happens. I think it's plausible, but I would agree that it's highly unlikely. Tennessee, I think they ride Levis no matter what. Colts, no. Lawrence, no.
Minnesota.
Denver's going with a rookie, no. Kansas City, obviously, no. Chargers, no. The Gardner Minshew thing is interesting because Minshew's one of the worst starters in the NFL. I'm not a big Aiden O'Connell guy.
Right.
So, I don't, they would have to be just embracing the suck, completely out of the race and eliminated late in the year.
See, that's the thing. If they crap the bed and as good as they finished the year under Pierce, if they're not playing well, that's a team that's probably going to be looking, whether it be based on their record and or trading up to get their quarterback of the future. They need to see what they have in O'Connell so that they can make one final decision and go, we're trading up to get Shadur Sanders. We're trading up to get one of the quarterbacks in this next draft, or we're going to suck so bad that we're going to throw O'Connell out there and just say, hey, do it for us.
Dallas, no. I'm not a big Daniel Jones guy, but I'm not a big Tommy DeVito guy. I think
it'd be Drew Lock, not Tommy DeVito.
Drew Lock, I'm not a big fan of his either.
I'd rather see Tommy DeVito than Drew Lock.
I do think there's a scenario, though, for Daniel Jones. We saw through the offseason Hard Knocks that they wanted to replace him. And then we saw at the end of the Bears Hard Knocks where Joe Shane kind of pretty much indicated, like, yes, to Ryan Poles when they were at the Georgia-Clemson games, man, it's really nice not to be looking at quarterbacks. So I can see if they start off poorly, just pull the plug. They know Daniel Jones is the guy. Let's say they start off 1-5, pull the plug. They know he's not the guy, and let Drew Lock finish the year.
Yeah, I think they're going to exhaust every measure with Daniel Jones. Like, once they make that decision with Daniel Jones, it's over. It's done. The moment you bench Daniel Jones is no longer the quarterback for the New York Football Giants. So I think that they prolong that probably longer than what like we normally would. Chicago, Detroit, Hooker, little Hendon Hooker. I'm kidding.
Come on, MVP, baby.
I'm
Jared
kidding.
Goff.
But I am intrigued by Hendon Hooker in the NFL. It's just he's behind Jared Goff. Green Bay, Minnesota, potentially. I mean, if Darnold is terrible, like I could see them making a change, even though they have nothing behind Sam Darnold.
Yeah, they got Brett Rippon. We know that from Hard Knocks.
From Chicago. Is he the unanimous
I don't know if he's
backup?
the second
though?
or third. Yeah, I don't know who's behind Darnold.
They have Nick Mullins.
Yeah.
They have Nick Mullins too. So like there's nothing behind Sam Darnold, but if Sam Darnold's tragic and terrible, like they're gonna make that change. They have no ties to Sam Darnold.
No, and if Justin Jefferson's unhappy, they'll consider it as well because they just paid him a ton of money. But yeah, I thought of Sam Darnold immediately. Like he hasn't ever really been anything. You're not going to hurt any feelings. If you want to just throw someone else out there, then so be it. If he sucks, I think they'd make a change.
Last one here.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Forgive me if you guys have brought this up, but what about a dark horse of Kirk Cousins for Michael Penix?
That's not a bad call.
If the Falcons start off poorly, let's say maybe 2-5, they have obviously higher expectations. You pick Michael Penix with the 8th pick in the draft. He's looking good at practice. We know he looked so good in the preseason that the coach decided to pull him, said he didn't need to see anymore. That might be a spot where they get to the bye week and decide to put in the rookie.
I think the only chance that we see Penix is if they're eliminated, like late in the year. I don't think they look to Penix to change their season. Like, I don't think in that scenario, I think they just roll with Cousins. Like, if they still have playoff aspirations, I think they roll with Cousins. I think if they were to bench Cousins for Penix, it would come week 14. They're eliminated from the playoffs.
I still think because it's a 2-year deal that I don't know that they're going to be willing to make the change this year.
Why wouldn't they do it in week 14 if they're 3-10?
Yeah, maybe to get him some run, maybe. But they've already said, even the way they handled it in the preseason, that they've seen enough of him. They shut him down. They weren't going to play him in preseason games because they know his future's probably 2 years down the road. But yeah, if you're out of it, but you want to get him some run, maybe that's a possibility. But I think that you also understand if it's not that scenario, you run the risk of really pissing off Cousins even more after he was already offended by the fact you drafted a quarterback.
But if you're making that move, you don't care about ticking him off. Like, once you make that move, you don't care about his feelings anymore. And you've already proven that you don't care about his feelings.
You're just sucking it up, paying him regardless.
Yeah, 0979. Deshaun was 5-1. Stop sign emoji, the blue cap emoji. Deshaun's going to shut y'all up. Laughing face.
Prove it. Yeah.
Laughing face emoji. He was 5-1 as a starter. That is true. The last dark horse one that I have is Seattle. And this would be they're out of playoff contention late in the year, week 14, week 15. You know that Geno is not the option long term, and then they see what they have with Sam Howell.
Yeah, I could easily see that because I've never been a big Geno fan, and he got paid, but he got paid on a shorter deal. And you're right, he's not their quarterback of the future. And for a lot of people that are picking Seattle as a sexy pick to make the playoffs because of the defense, they're still going to have to do something offensively. I don't believe in Geno. I could easily see that happen.
8835 Vikings name Sam Darnold, team captain. Okay, that doesn't mean anything.
So what?
8755 Minshew is not the worst starter. I would take him over Taylor, Brissett, possibly Keenum. Only one of those three guys are starters.
Taylor's a backup.
Those aren't starters. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. It's The Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You forgot Hunter Brown's music, Brian. Hunter Brown pitched.
Oh, did the game start at 6:05?
Pitched today. It was weird. Played at noon. They were over before we were on the air.
Yeah, because both pitchers were dealing. I mean, the game was going lightning fast.
Yeah, it was rough. All right, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you nominating for the car wreck of the day?
I'm going to nominate Rael Entine. He was, keyword was, 4-year vice president of content for the Washington Commanders, but he went on a date, I guess, with a journalist who was secretly video him on their phone, and he proceeded to go off on calling Roger Goodell a $50 million puppet, basically questioning the players for being homophobic, basically calling fans. He said most NFL fans, I would say, are high school educated alcoholics, likening them to mouth breathers. He went on to characterize NFL fans as violent. There's fights in the stands all the time. And basically saying about Commanders players, a big chunk is very low-income African Americans that come from a community that is inherently very homophobic. He went, the Commanders got word of this. He initially was suspended, and then he was fired.
He got done dirty.
That was a tricky move, but you got to be smarter than that.
The car? Yeah,
He got
put
done
the car
dirty.
wreck on his date.
The date set up the date on a dating app.
Oh, really?
So they were on like a dating app, and they both swiped right. And then she's recording him
On the
at
second
this
date,
date.
too. So
was
he
it
thought,
the second
yeah,
date?
it was their second date. So he thinks this is going well. This might be a relationship. And
this was weird.
now, obviously, not all of the comments you can defend, but at least for the stuff where he's complaining about his boss. I mean, a lot of people do that. If they're, I mean, maybe
You
not
got
on
to
the
know
second
someone
date.
a lot better and be
Yeah, maybe
smarter.
not. Second date's probably a little early for complaining about your boss, but yeah, I kind of feel.
You also got to know what she does.
She probably lied.
She probably lied.
She's recording him on a second date. You think she's truthful?
Yeah, there's no way she told him that she's a journalist.
There's
and
no
he starts,
chance.
Yeah, that he starts opening up to her.
Yeah, this was weird. What a weird deal. And then for him to be the target of like your investigative journalism, like I never knew who that guy was.
No.
So it's weird that like that's your target.
Well,
this is a
I mean,
weird
it's
deal.
weird, but they were right. They got the info they
Like,
wanted.
do you think that she like stumbled into this though, or do you think that it was a target from the very beginning?
I think she had to have some notion from somebody that he has loose lips and likes to just go off. Because otherwise, why are you going after this guy? Wouldn't
maybe
you
on
go
the
after
dating
like
app,
football operations guys?
Maybe on the dating app he lists his job, and she's like, "Well, let's take a shot at it."
That's what I mean. Like I feel like that's more chance.
Yeah, that's the way I lean.
I feel like it was more chance than the target.
I would lean that way.
What a weird story.
But if it's just
Weird
by
story.
chance, why are you recording it?
Because it was the second date. So maybe he was loose-lipped on the first
maybe,
day,
okay.
and then the second day, she's
Yeah,
like,
she's like,
this
"I
is
could get
my
something out of
chance to
this
be
guy."
a big-time journalist. And she recorded him on the second date saying all this stuff. Because like sometimes you can hear her questioning, and she was like, what did you say again? So it's like.
Can you speak louder to the microphone as she leans
seriously.
in?
Weird.
Like, just too. I think you just got to be.
Yes, you have to be smarter, but he got done dirty. He got done dirty.
Did you ever get another job in the NFL?
I don't know.
I don't
I mean, he was a
not.
VP of content. Like you can, those are dime a dozen. No offense to content creators such as myself. There was some random person that was almost got into a fight with Izzy Adesanya. There was a video, like they were in traffic, they were driving by, Izzy's like in his very rich car, and there's a guy like kind of confronting him and challenging him. Could you imagine getting into a fight with a guy who's one of the best MMA fighters in the entire world?
Yeah, not a smart move.
Yeah,
he obviously didn't know who he was.
Not a
I
good
think.
scouting report on that guy.
But wow, could you imagine like going up, like barking up that wrong tree where I'm gonna show off in front of this guy. I'm gonna show this guy how tough I am, and then all of a sudden, like it didn't actually lead into a fight. But if it did lead into a fight, oh my goodness, I just tried to fight the former middleweight champion of the world and former pound for pound best fighter in the entire world.
Wasn't there it was like within the year or so, but there was another ex-UFC champion that was at a bar randomly going to the bathroom while a guy started to pop off to somebody else. And then when he tried to interject, the guy went to go off at him and he just got knocked out.
I remember the story. I don't remember who it was. I don't think it was a champion. I think it was just like a fighter.
Okay.
But yeah, he got He got
You got
dusted.
knocked the you know what out.
He got dusted. What do you got, Brian?
I got an Astros twofer. Getting swept by the Reds, you still have more World Series rings than wins against the Reds since 2016, which is a hell of a stat. And then what we found out from the good doctor who joined us early in the show, it's up on the podcast page, that Kyle Tucker could have been back a month ago if the Astros had handled this correctly.
Should have been non-weight bearing for weeks. The good doctor. Weird show. Car wreck of the day, Astro Bats, says Alex. Couple of texters. Car wreck of the day is Brian Abreu with his ERA now matching Hunter Brown. Give up the go-ahead home run. Brandon T, car wreck of the day. Keith from LA not knowing what tipping is. Pitchers, tippers.
He's a football guy.
Do you say that because you're from LA? All right, what's winning? We got to get to a winner.
Astros is fine.
I want to go to the Commander guy.
Is it him or the reporter?
I think it's both. The whole story.
Let's do it.
All right, congratulations. That whole story wins. That does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian. And we'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Good night.